Chapter 231. Oh my god. This is simply a perfect talent recruitment market. In fact, Meng Su misunderstood. The head exploded. The body was torn apart. And the black tiger ripped out the heart. The zombies with these fates were dead. Not injured. So it was very reasonable that there was no way to assess the injuries. It was so reasonable that anyone who heard this would nod, indicating that it was right. However, no matter what the situation was, it was by chance that Meng Su got the specific location of the mysterious underground factory. So he immediately set out on the road to the underground factory without hesitation. This place is close to the high-tech park, and there are many companies here. However, even if Meng Su's goal this time is here, it is a bit abnormal. After arriving nearby, Meng Su's vision suddenly became clear, and he immediately followed the idea of Xiang Shucheng, the commander of the Magic City, and found a more conspicuous underground garage entrance. It seems that this underground factory is really underground. Located in this underground garage, the entrance to the underground garage has been welded shut, and it looks a bit crude. There are even a lot of rust on the welded iron sheet steel, which is quite rusty and has a wasteland style. But it's a bit too weird. It's only been a few months, and you've already adopted the wasteland style. Right? You're so casual. Is the direction of development here steampunk? Meng Su said a few words in his heart, and then he held his breath and looked at the iron gate. Somehow, Meng Su had a premonition that it was very dangerous behind the iron gate. So, Meng Su turned around and looked at his subordinates. Yen shooting. A silly girl. We'll do addition and subtraction within 10 later. Qin Baochuan, this one is even more important, not as good as the silly girl. After thinking about it, there is only Xiongda. Looking at Xiongda's ferocious and silly appearance, Meng Su couldn't help but smile, patted Xiongda's shoulder, and comforted Xiongda. Xiongda, it's time to make contributions to the company. After the door opens later, you rush to the first one. We all rolled out of the zombie pile. Good job. Be energetic, don't lose face, and don't be afraid of death. After comforting, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and immediately added, don't worry if you die, I will watch the advertisement to revive you, don't worry. After this battle, I will let you be the legal person of the company Order Entertainment. Although Xiongda didn't know if it was dangerous, but when he heard Meng Su say this, he immediately nodded, indicating that he would be the legal person. Xiongda was not proficient in addition and subtraction within 10, but he had muscles. So Meng Su was relieved. Qin Baochuan, who was the only one proficient in addition and subtraction within 10, looked at Meng Su in a daze after hearing what Meng Su said. His thoughts were like a tidal wave, just like when he was doing multiple choice questions in the college entrance examination. He found that his answer was different from the 4 options, and they were very different. So he didn't know which one to choose. Resurrection by watching an advertisement? Are you serious? Can you really be resurrected by watching an advertisement? Although it sounds a bit like teasing a child. Qin Baochuan already knew that Meng Su's level was not ordinary. In this case, is this sentence really teasing a child? Qin Baochuan was deeply hesitant. As for Meng Su, who made the promise, this sentence was of course just to tease children. No one would really believe it. Right? If you can really watch an advertisement to be resurrected, then what advertisement would you watch? The whole family of the King of Hell? One person dies, and the second person gets half the price? It is a bit difficult to cheat employees who are proficient in addition and subtraction within 10. But it is more than enough to cheat zombie employees. Under the big cake painted by Meng Su, Xiongda, the skull-winged zombie, took firm steps and walked out with great vigor, made rapid progress, and seemed to be in another world. Before arriving at the iron curtain door, Xiongda did not hesitate. The sharp wings behind him suddenly emitted a sharp cold light and attacked the rusty iron curtain. The wings behind it were like flexible tentacles. After just a moment, the iron door, that looked like a wasteland apocalypse style, had been cut into strips of broken copper and iron, and the passage leading to the underground garage behind the iron curtain was revealed. The passage was pitch black, and there was a faint roar coming from inside. It seemed that there were many zombies stored in this underground garage. In addition, behind the iron curtain, there were 2 more conspicuous cameras, which were pointed at the direction outside the door. Seeing this, Meng Su did not hesitate, but his eyes narrowed. The next second, 2 stones were held in Meng Su's hands, and like meteors, they were shot out by Meng Su. Bang! Bang! With 2 short sounds, the camera was shot down by Meng Su. What the hell? It's peeking at me too. Meng Su was very calm. Now, he was sure that there was someone in the factory. But, just when Meng Su wanted to command Xiongda to charge forward, he suddenly saw a flash of small gold characters in front of him. You have arrived at the location of the courier on the legendary road. Please provide a solution to the problem for the factory director Fan Songlin. The small gilded words that appeared in front of him instantly made Meng Su feel very satisfied. Very good. It seems that the tasks of the legendary road and the Fu Zishan's body are in the same factory, so there is no need to make an extra trip. Very good. After locking the task, Meng Su was very happy and immediately continued to command Xiongda. Xiongda. Go go go. Charge forward. Although Xiongda is a bone-winged zombie, it is reasonable to say that in a narrow space, like an underground garage, his role is really limited. But Meng Su has no one to use at hand. I can only say that it would be better if Xiong'er hadn't died. Meng Su was full of regrets, and Xiongda heard this, and bowed slightly, and was about to move forward, but heard a very chaotic sound of footsteps coming from the underground garage. The appearance of these footsteps, obviously a large number of zombies were moving in their direction. As for why he judged that it was a zombie and not a human, it was naturally because Meng Su's ears were still working well, and he heard a low roar belonging to that person. Maybe someone would say, you are racially discriminating. Are only zombies able to roar? Can't humans roar? In response, Meng Su said, get out of here if you're crazy. Qin Baochuan listened to the roar of the zombies from the underground garage, and his eyes became serious. He swallowed his saliva, looked at Meng Su, who was calm, and began to think frantically in his mind. The zombies rushing out of the underground garage are not simple. If Boss Meng loses, where should I run? Qin Baochuan has been in the battlefield for a long time. Although he does not have the profit-seeking and disaster-avoiding ability of Lin Yi, he also has a pair of wise eyes. Naturally, he can understand that the zombies in the underground garage are not ordinary ones. So, before you win, consider your defeat. This is the only way for him to survive in the end times. But at this moment, Qin Baochuan keenly noticed the gaze from Meng Su. All of a sudden, Qin Baochuan was sweating profusely, and immediately smiled at Meng Su, indicating that he had no intention of betraying him. And seeing this, Meng Su naturally understood what this old, not really old thing was thinking and shook his head. It doesn't matter, he will make a move to let Qin Baochuan know the strength of the peace order group. At the same time, let him know what the consequences of betraying him are. In an instant, Meng Su was murderous and sharpened his knife. Qin Baochuan shuddered and couldn't help taking a deep breath. At this moment, the zombies in the underground garage were all running over. However, when these zombies running out of the underground garage appeared in front of Meng Su was really stunned. Their appearance was shocking and creepy. There were many zombies, some of which had their arms turned into sharp blades. They stepped on the ground with mechanized legs, making a click-click sound, and their bodies exuded a strong smell of engine oil. Some zombies' eyes turned into scanners, which kept scanning the surrounding environment. And there was a rotating radar on their heads. Another zombie nearby had a silver gun installed on its shoulder, emitting dazzling sparks, and the terrifying look was intertwined with the sound of the gun. Some zombies were like spider webs, installed with many mechanized legs, and they ran like the wind when chasing, and had already run to the first position, and roared ferociously at the enemy in front of them. Looking at these mechanical zombies, Qin Baochuan was stunned, and then he became terrified. It's true. The legend is true. There are zombies that have transformed humans. Qin Baochuan had heard many survivors say that many mechanical zombies appeared in the west district of Wangjiang. At that time, Qin Baochuan only felt that it was absurd and funny. Zombies are zombies. How could there be mechanical zombies? But now it seems that this rumor is true. There are actually mechanical zombies. Horror, so horrible. Qin Baochuan's legs softened again, but his supernatural power was activated, and he immediately stood up again. He didn't know that it was his supernatural power that was showing off again. Qin Baochuan thought that he had a strong psychological quality, and soon he became hard again. Qin Baochuan looked at Meng Su nervously, while Meng Su opened his eyes wide, looking very excited. Yes, Meng Su was very excited. Alien Implant Zombie Level 4. Alien Implant Zombie Level 3. Alien Implant Zombie Level 9. The dazzling data in front of him told Meng Su that this place was definitely not simple. Maybe there's a big deal. And there's one more important point, that is, roar. At this moment, the native zombie Xiongda has begun to wave his invincible wings, and started fighting with the first zombie whose legs have been completely turned into machines. Although the zombie with mechanical legs ran fast, it was still cut in half by Xiongda, and blood was spilled on the spot, and it was split into two. However, soon, the zombie with the blade arm came over, with fierce and sharp eyes, raising his hand without hesitation, and then swinging it hard, directly slashing at Xiongda. The bone wings behind Xiongda had also been unfolded at this time, preparing to meet this attack. Bang! With a loud bang, the sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the space. Unexpectedly, Xiongda, a powerful zombie of level 19.9, only made a small gap in the mechanical knife. And it was not cut off. But on the contrary, Xiongda also screamed in pain. And it seemed that the bone wing was also damaged to a certain extent. This mechanical zombie is so terrifying. But it is precisely because of its horror that Meng Su is particularly excited. Because he has an idea. Thinking of this, Meng Su was so excited that his whole body trembled. He immediately stood up and stopped loudly. Stop! Stop! Don't fight anymore. Although it is not a rainy day, Meng Su's words are still ignored. There was even a zombie that looked like it had replaced its entire chest muscle, rushing towards Meng Su, wanting to kill him as soon as possible. Meng Su was very distressed when he saw this. Can't people live in peace with each other? With this thought in mind, Meng Su took a step forward, and his body disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the zombie. Flash. Qin Baochuan was shocked when he saw this scene. What's going on? Is this a flash? Shrinking the ground into an inch? Jumping in space? Suddenly, many terms appeared in Qin Baochuan's mind. Meng Su's move obviously made Qin Baochuan a little overwhelmed. The zombie obviously did not expect Meng Su's sudden appearance. But the advantage of zombies is that they will not be frightened. After seeing Meng Su, the mechanical zombie did not hesitate and rushed towards Meng Su. Meng Su stood in place, without moving at all. But his eyes were shining with dazzling golden light, like the sun. The moment the mechanical zombie looked at Meng Su, his body suddenly stiffened. And then he stopped attacking. His eyes turned white, as if the control of his whole body was being fought for by some unknown force. That's right. It's Meng Su. This is mind control. If they can't control humans with high IQ, they can't control you. An ordinary zombie? Yes. You are equipped with these mechanical bodies. And your combat power is indeed incomparable to ordinary zombies. But you can't replace your brain with a new one. Right? Facing such low-intelligence zombies, mind control is the best way. It's just a switch from offense to defense. Roar! The mechanical zombie struggled for only a few seconds, then surrendered and became an employee of Meng Su. Good. 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 Meng Su was overjoyed. Looking at Xiongda, who had killed 3 zombies in a row, he hurriedly shouted, Don't kill them! Catch them alive. Don't let them get hurt. If you can't catch them alive, just entangle them. These mechanical zombies are no longer enemies. They are all potential employees of Meng Su. The ground cleaning team is trash, but these zombies are not trash. These zombies are of great use to me. Meng Su looked at this underground factory. His eyes had completely changed. What underground factory? This is the top talent recruitment market in the whole East Country. And it recruits employees with little money, stupid people, and strong combat power. Good. 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 Meng Su's eyes were already glowing green. Qin Baochuan, who saw Meng Su's appearance, couldn't help but tremble. What was going on? How come Boss Meng appeared in front of the zombies? And then the hideous zombie suddenly stopped moving, and then followed Boss Meng like a corpse? Is this Boss Meng's strength? For a moment, Qin Baochuan was stunned. In less than 3 minutes, Meng Su was followed by more than 10 modified mechanical zombies. Qin Baochuan was stunned. In less than 10 minutes, there were a total of 41 mechanical zombies, 5 of which refused to obey the king and were killed by Meng Su and Xiongda. The remaining 36 mechanical zombies all became his own people and were incorporated into the violent terrorist mobile team under the Order Guard security company by Meng Su. I can only say that their 36 mechanical zombies are more like a violent terrorist mobile team than the few special zombies and mutant zombies left in Hiching City. Perfect. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. His team has grown again. This underground factory is really a good factory. When Yan Shooting saw Meng Su like this, she couldn't help but straighten her small chest, expressing her approval, looking proud. And Qin Baochuan saw this, without hesitation, went forward to provide emotional value for Meng Su. Boss Meng is awesome. You won this battle with a little trick. The guys in this underground garage, I think they are trembling now. With Boss Meng here, the Magic City is worry-free. The East Country is worry-free. Boss Meng, you are simply the strongest superpower on Blue Star. As he spoke, Qin Baochuan sighed in his heart. It's better now. Now it can be called providing emotional value. In the past, my behavior was called flattery. Boss Meng, there is no one in the world. Following Boss Meng, you will definitely feel safe. At this moment, Qin Baochuan no longer had any thoughts of running away. On the contrary, he now felt that Meng Su was the chosen son of the end of the world, an existence that could save everything. And Meng Su just looked at Qin Baochuan calmly. His level was average, not as good as those flatterers in the company. But none of them are in front of me right now. So I'll just listen to it. Let's go. Keep moving forward. Meng Su waved his hand, ordering these mechanical zombies to clear the way. And the 36 mechanical zombies, like the 36 evil spirits of the Heavenly Gang, immediately began to hurry on their way in silence, opening up the battlefield for Meng Su. Chun, how is your experimental project going now? Have the outsiders been successfully blocked? According to the latest information from the surveillance probe, the enemy's strength should not be underestimated. There is a zombie with a strong aura, which is close to the Overlord level and has been enslaved. Dennis, it's not a big problem. I have sent out the first group of experimental subjects. Although the first group of experimental subjects are all zombies, they don't have much fighting skills, but if they rush together, they should be able to successfully defeat the opponent. That's good, Liang. How about your project? How is the research on those corpses? How is the cyber brain implant? Still in the experiment, but according to the technical information provided to us before, experimental subjects number 1 and number 3 probably failed. Experimental subject number 2 is already compatible, and the probability of success is very high. Very good, we must not let Director Fan down. In a studio in the underground factory, several researchers were talking. Among them, there are 2 researchers with Eastern faces, and another one is a foreign researcher with blonde hair and blue eyes. It can be seen that they were all famous experts in the Magic City. But now for some unknown reason, they can only carry out some scientific research projects in this dark underground. Among them, Expert Chen is responsible for the zombie implantation. Because the operation process of zombie implantation technology is simpler than other items. So it is Expert Chen who has the lowest level of expertise. Expert Liang is responsible for the problem of mechanical brain. So he has a lot of samples in his hands. And the plan is relatively complicated and has not been completed yet. As for the foreign expert Dennis, he is responsible for the implantation of allogenic organisms in living people, which is the most successful project of this underground factory. Of course, there are many experts in implantation of allogenic organisms in living people. Not only Dennis, but also Zhou, Lu, Yen and other experts. But they are not in this laboratory now. Although they have received the signal from the foreign invasion, they did not really take it seriously. After all, just approaching the Overlord level is not enough. At least 2 real Overlord level zombies must appear, or a group in the safe zone, before they will panic. Now, it is still far from enough. Although their most elite experimental subjects were sent to Nanjiang to perform tasks. But, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. What to eat tomorrow morning? Damn. It won't be beef stew with potatoes again. I'm tired of it. Can we have something new? A plate of dumplings? Expert Chen said casually, while handling his work. Expert Liang also joked, it depends on the situation. I heard that the base is running out of supplies. Maybe we have to send another team of experimental subjects out to find supplies. The way they find supplies is also very simple. Find a gathering place, and then the experimental subjects rush in, capture the living people for experiments, and snatch the supplies to supply them, or notify the chosen ones, and let them supply them with supplies. In the eyes of these people, the chosen ones are just dogs who work like cows and horses for them. As for the majestic Simon of the Magic City, who is said to dominate the Magic City, he is just the dog leader here. It's not bad. I hope I can have a sandwich tomorrow morning. Oh God. I was tired of it before, and I didn't expect that I would start to miss it now. Dennis also sighed on the side. However, just as the 3 were discussing what to eat tomorrow morning, suddenly, an alarm sounded, and a red light rang out in the laboratory. Ding ding ding. The alarm sounded very harsh, but it made the 3 people stunned, Then they all stood up in disbelief, looking at each other. What's going on? Could it be that the first group of experimental subjects failed to resist the invasion of the enemy outside? Expert Chen was terrified, and hurriedly said, quickly release the second group of experimental subjects, and stop the invaders. Mobilize the experimental subjects number 003 and number 019, and go together. They can break through the first group of experimental subjects. Their strength is definitely extraordinary. Director Fan should have made a decision. Dennis was also a little terrified, and then he carefully picked up the pistol in the drawer, and looked out the door vigilantly. The other two followed suit, and pulled out their pistols. Roar! In the corridor, outside the door, there was the sound of a large number of zombies being released, which were obviously the experimental subjects of the second group. But soon, they realized something was wrong, because the zombies of the second group lost their voices after just a few minutes, but the footsteps outside were still there. What was going on? The three of them had this question in their minds at the same time. However, while they were puzzled, suddenly, the door of the studio in front of them was kicked open. Then, they heard an extremely arrogant voice. Don't move, I'm coming. There was a loud noise in the sky, and Ming Su made a brilliant appearance with more than 70 mechanical zombies. This place is really a paradise. When the three researchers saw Ming Su, they were frightened immediately. The researcher named Liang couldn't help but shouted subconsciously, Ming Su? After hearing his name, Ming Su suddenly narrowed his eyes, and looked at expert Liang. Do you know me? Here, someone actually knows him. Chapter 232 Treat. Behead? Accept and be treated like a dog. Ming Su did not hesitate at all, and went up to him, and gave him a big fight. Who are you sending to? How do you know me? Although Ming Su restrained his strength, the power of the slap was still terrifying. After this slap, the face of the researcher Liang turned red instantly, the corners of his mouth overflowed with bright red blood, and the 5 fingers of the slap were clearly visible on his cheek. Name, Liang Duan. Occupation, biology expert, mechanical dynamics expert, doctor of medicine, human experiment expert. Level, 17/12/13/9. Seeing the content of the small gilded characters in front of him, Ming Su was a little surprised. A 17th level biology expert, and also has dual identities as a mechanic and a doctor. Adela's initial level was only 16. And later, because I kept feeding her with technology experience, she was promoted to level 18. This guy is actually level 17? Oh, of course. I guess he also gave her experience here. Ming Su took another look at the other two. The researcher named Chen was Chen Kuang, who was also a biology and medicine expert. But the difference was that both biology and medicine were level 14. As for Dennis, his biology level was the same as Liang Duan, 17th level. He also had the professions of medicine and engineer, and his medical level was also 14. But his engineer level was 18. Of course, the other two of them have the position of human experiment expert. And at the same time, their level is very high, higher than Liang Duan's. It can be seen that the project Liang Duan is responsible for is not ideal. After seeing this information, Ming Su suddenly realized the main reason why they all have multiple positions is that they are engaged in allogenic implantation. These allogenic implant experts are a profession between engineers and doctors. They not only need to understand the structure of the human body and biotechnology, but also be familiar with the installation and debugging of implants. Otherwise, if they can see but not install, or can install but not see, they will be in big trouble. The researchers here are much better than those half-baked guys in his company. Ming Su fell into deep thought. Adela, do me, and the several biologists found later, obviously do not have the expertise and strong hands-on ability here. Instead of letting Adela's team study allogenic implants, it is better to abandon this research project and let Adela's team concentrate on plant technology. I can just pack up the scientific research team here. What? They are all guilty of heinous crimes, doing human experiments, and are iron beasts. Dead bastards? It's okay. Ming Su didn't say he would recruit them as employees. At that time, we will build a temporary research institute in the basement of the company. Lock them up like slaves. Give them 3 meals of steamed bread every day, and let them implant their zombie employees with foreign bodies. Isn't it wonderful? In this way, wouldn't we have a steady supply of zombie employees with foreign bodies implanted? Hee. After all, the ordinary zombie employees of the ground cleaning team of the Order Guard, although they are fearless, are still mortals after all. and one shot kills one kid. The ordinary zombies with foreign bodies implanted are different. Although the combat level is still the same. They will still be slaughtered by zombie masters like Xiongda and Li Xiang when the damage is increased. But the difference is that the previous slaughter is like crushing ants. And the current slaughter is like crushing wasps. Wasps can sting you before they die. Meng Su's method of being the chairman is nothing more than 3 points. Treat, behead, and accept as dogs. When Meng Su saw these 3 people for the first time, he had already thought of accepting as dogs. But these 3 future dogs, after seeing Meng Su, did not dare to move at all. Their eyes were full of shock. What did they see? They saw the mechanical zombies behind Meng Su. The mechanical zombies they created by themselves. These densely packed zombies were motionless, vigorous and resolute, like a well-trained elite force. This surprised them. After all, when these mechanical zombies were doing experiments, they were all very irritable and impatient, as if they would pounce on them and eat them in the next second. Even if they were locked together, they would not be so quiet and uniform. Instead, they would often make some inappropriate growls. But now, not only were their movements uniform, but there were no growls. What was going on? Could it be that Meng Su knew magic? Apart from magic, they could not think of any other way to make these mechanical zombies obey Meng Su. After all, these unruly zombies, they can only rely on the chip to barely control the zombies' actions. Yin Shooting stood at the back, looking a little bored, while Qin Baochuan was sandwiched between the mechanical zombies, his eyes full of shock, and his heart was very panicked. Seeing that the 3 were all silent, Meng Su did not hesitate at all, and slapped Dennis in the face again, and instantly it was all colorful. Then Meng Su said bluntly, "Speak. How do you know I am Meng Su?" After that, Meng Su looked at Chen Kuang. Seeing this, Chen Kuang, who was not beaten at last, said honestly without hesitation, "I saw your portrait in the internal information." What internal information? Task information. The task assigned by the superiors, saying that there is trouble in Nanjiang, and asked us to deal with a man named Meng Su in Hiqing City, Nanjiang Province. So we used the database to search. There are a total of 6 people in Hiqing City, including 1 girl. After excluding the girl, among the remaining 5 people, 3 are over 40 years old. And among the remaining 2, except you, the other is only 12 years old. Chen Kuang answered immediately, and reported everything in detail to Meng Su, for fear that because the report was too vague, he would be slapped like his 2 colleagues. Not getting beaten is Chen Kuang's real purpose. After hearing Chen Kuang's words, Meng Su was a little surprised. There is someone with the same name as him. This seems to be nonsense. Unless your name is Mengyu. 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 It is impossible that there is no one with the same name. So, did you send someone to Nanjiang? Meng Su casually pulled a chair, and then asked, "Did you go to my company in Hiqing to find me?" "No. I went to Shengfeng." Chen Kuang answered honestly, "It seems to be a request from Nanjiang. I don't know the specific situation. Director Fan is in charge." "You are also very honest." Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, "Tell me about the configuration of your factory. Where is Director Fan? In addition to the 3 of you, who else is there? Like the zombies implanted with alien bodies behind me. Are there any here?" "There is also a 3rd group, but the 3rd experimental group has fewer allergenic zombies, only 12, and these 12 have been sent out to perform tasks and have not returned yet." Chen Kuang is very afraid of death, so he told everything without hesitation. "In addition to these, there are 7 people in our institute, most of whom are responsible for living allogenic implantation, and the effect is very good. Living allogenic implantation of complete experimental bodies is much stronger than these zombie implantation. In addition, there are also people responsible for the dead. As the saying goes, he who knows the times is a hero, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit." Chen Kuang knows the times very well. As long as I speak fast enough, nothing will happen. Even if I die, at least I will get 2 fewer slaps before I die. It's better than Liang Duan and Dennis. When Chen Kuang thought of this, he couldn't help but smile. Hee. Although my technical level is not as good as theirs, and I was suppressed by academics everywhere when I was doing research, I got 2 fewer slaps. For a moment, Chen Kuang was a little smug. When Meng Su saw Chen Kuang's mouth slightly raised, he couldn't help but frown, and without hesitation, he started a big fight, and said coldly and angrily, "What are you laughing at? Did you tell me false information and couldn't help laughing in your heart? This slapped. Meng Su slapped harder. After all, the first two were deterrents. And this one was a lesson. What do you mean? What are you laughing at? Is there really false information? Meng Su was very unhappy. But it was a pity that he did not have the ability to identify lies. Otherwise he would definitely arrange it. Chen Kuang was dumbfounded. He did not react at all at the first time, and only felt a flash in front of his eyes. The next second, he fell to the ground, bleeding wildly, and 2 teeth were loose. Chen Kuang's tears were beaten out by Meng Su, and he struggled to get up from the ground, crying to Meng Su, "I am a coward in every word," because his teeth were knocked out. His speech sounded strange, and there was some leakage. Meng Su frowned when he heard this. "You are still acting cute." Before Meng Su could speak, Qin Baochuan behind him stepped forward like a lackey and kicked Chen Kuang fiercely. My boss is talking to you. Be serious." Chen Kuang felt like the sky was falling. What's going on? I really want to surrender. Why did you hit me? Is it because I laughed out loud? No, I didn't laugh out loud. I just raised the corner of my mouth slightly. Chen Kuang felt so wronged, but he didn't dare to speak, fearing that he would be beaten again. Looking at Chen Kuang's timid performance, Meng Su looked unkindly. Okay, it seems that you really have something to hide. Now you are silent. Lao Qin, beat him. Chen Kuang. What? I shrink. Chen Kuang hurriedly raised his hand, and hurriedly explained incoherently, Min Lao Gang. It's not like the dead of O. The character system O. What are you talking about? Send it. I don't understand a word. Don't say it. Meng Su interrupted Chen Kuang's words without hesitation, then turned around and looked at Liang Duan. Dennis, speak for yourself. About the topic just now. If you can't explain it clearly, you will die, and the one who speaks slowly will be beaten. Hearing what Meng Su said, Liang Duan was overjoyed. He, you are a foreigner, how can you beat me? Liang Duan took a deep breath and was about to speak, but he heard Dennis suddenly speak. He was very eloquent, and he felt like eating grapes without spitting out the skins. Boss Meng, it's like this, you go through this gate, and there are 3 gates behind, one of which is the human brain equipment that Dr. Liang is responsible for, which is still under development, and only T-002 has succeeded. Besides, the high-end combat power alien implanters that I am responsible for, also known as Sky Patrols, have all come out, and currently only 2 are still guarding the factory. Liang Duan? Ah? Aren't you a foreigner? How come you speak so fluently? I haven't said anything about you all along. As if sensing Liang Duan's shock, Dennis turned around with a sneer, looking very proud. Are you stupid? I'm a top-class Mandarin speaker. Meng Su nodded when he heard this, and then looked at Liang Duan. Now it's your turn to fill in the gaps. Is there anything wrong with what he said? If there is a problem, you will be exempted from punishment, and he will be beaten. If there is no problem, you will be beaten, and he will be exempted from punishment. Meng Su spoke calmly. Liang Duan was immediately refreshed when he heard this, and began to fill in the gaps. Dennis is wrong in one place. There are clearly failed products of brain-body experiments behind the second door. Those guys are failed products. But at the critical moment, Director Fan will definitely use them as combat power. Liang Duan talked freely, and Meng Su nodded immediately when he heard this, and then gently kicked Chen Kuang. Is Liang Duan right? Liang Duan fainted, and Chen Kuang immediately began to continue to supplement. When these 3 guys didn't want to be beaten, Meng Su quickly got the specific answer from the factory. After all, they were afraid of death and had no constraints, so they had no psychological burden to betray. At this time, the alarm outside gradually subsided, and Meng Su didn't find that the so-called Director Fan sent anyone to clean him up. According to the supplement of these 3 people, they should concentrate their strength to resist him behind the 3 iron gates and wait for him to tire himself out. It seems that Director Fan is quite capable, and he knows that he will not stop until he reaches him. Meng Su nodded, and then looked at the 3 researchers, and said immediately, Qin Baochuan, these 3 guys are in your hands. I will give you 10 more mechanical zombies to keep an eye on these 3 people. Qin Baochuan heard this, and immediately put his legs together, patted his chest and assured Meng Su, Boss Meng, don't worry. I will complete the task. He couldn't charge into battle. He couldn't escort the prisoner. Isn't it easy? Yen Shooting pouted on the side, feeling a little disappointed. since this guy named Qin Baochuan came. I haven't received any missions for a long time. After arranging everything, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. And then without hesitation, he commanded the 2 mechanical zombies to step forward. Let's go. You two go in front. And saw the door open for me. The reason why Meng Su said this is also very simple. The implants of the 2 of them are something like a chainsaw, which seems to be controlled by a zombie. There is no button. As long as the 2 zombies have the desire to attack, they can start the sizzling sound of the chainsaw. After hearing Meng Su's order, the 2 zombies immediately stepped forward, aimed at the first iron gate, and began to saw the gate. Behind them, there were several zombies equipped with iron shields, blocking Meng Su to prevent iron filings and other things from splashing on him. Although it did not harm Meng Su, it was not elegant. Zzz. There was a sound of electric saws in his ears. Meng Su waited patiently. After a few minutes, the gate suddenly collapsed, and there was nothing behind the door. Meng Su nodded, indicating that he should continue to move forward. When he reached the second iron door, Meng Su immediately saw a fingerprint recognition lock, so he waved his hand, and immediately brought Chen Kuang up. Through Chen Kuang's fingerprint recognition, without any effort, he opened the second door. But at the moment the second door opened, suddenly, 3 unmanned automatic machine guns stood behind the second door. When the target appeared in the field of vision, these cold machines were instantly activated and began to spit out deadly bullets crazily. The cold muzzle had already spit out countless deadly bullets mercilessly, sweeping in like a storm. In an instant, the whole space was shrouded in dense gunfire and shining flames. Each bullet carried endless murderous intent, and shuttled through the air at an astonishing speed, weaving into an airtight web of death. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The bullet appeared very suddenly. Even Chen Kuang, who often lived here, did not react. But fortunately, Meng Su was quick-witted and pulled Chen Kuang behind him, and fell into the group of mechanical zombies. The mechanical zombies in the front row, however, were completely unable to dodge, and were instantly hit by the heavy rain of bullets. The airtight death net was truly worthy of its reputation. The 2 chainsaw zombies at the front were instantly shot into sieves, while the iron shield zombies in the second row were able to withstand the spray of flames and directly push forward against the bullets. But it was very difficult to advance. Their iron shields could not hold out for long. Seeing this, Meng Su snorted coldly, and his sleeves immediately moved without wind. The next second, a strong gust of wind appeared, and the next second, Meng Su's figure flashed directly behind the 3 unmanned automatic machine guns. With just a palm wind, the 3 automatic machine guns were instantly shattered and scattered into a pile of parts. Meng Su actually liked these 3 automatic machine guns. But unfortunately, Meng Su couldn't find the switch, and it was probably remotely controlled. In order to avoid any more trouble, he decided to dismantle them. He would take the parts back and let Lao Hua and Lao Wang use their smart brains to see if they could restore them. After dismantling the machine guns, Meng Su did not hesitate, snorted coldly, and ordered, "Keep moving forward, and show the other side some color." Roar! The mechanical zombie army was excited, and under Meng Su's command, they immediately rushed forward like wild horses. Even the 2 chainsaw zombies that were shot into sieves were fighting bravely. That's right, this is the advantage of zombies. As long as they are not killed in one shot, the zombies can still jump around. And Meng Su didn't care. After all, Chairman Meng Su is rich now. It doesn't matter if a few zombie employees die, the compensation can be paid. It's just a small amount of money. The wealthy Chairman Meng thought so. After breaking through the second door, the third door was also quickly entered. It was hard for Meng Su to imagine. How could a good underground garage be divided into such enclosed spaces? There are many laboratories on both sides. Meng Su couldn't understand many of the bottles and jars inside, and he didn't know what the instruments were used for. He wanted to pack them all up and take them away. He should do his best. Meng Su took a deep breath and continued to command forward. Soon, the third gate appeared in front of Meng Su. This third gate was quite presentable, heavy and solid, and inlaid with exquisite bronze patterns. The door leaf is equipped with multiple safety mechanisms to ensure the airtightness and safety of the door. It seems that the things behind the door are definitely unusual. Even, they are decorated. What is behind this door? Why is it so rigorous? Meng Su grabbed a prisoner and asked. The prisoner was Dennis. After hearing Meng Su's question, he immediately said to Meng Su flatteringly, "This is the core research area. Only perfect experimental products are in it. In addition, the right side of the inside is the cold storage area, which is where the equipment that has not been tested is refrigerated. Dennis did not say what the specific equipment was. But those who understand all understand, it's nothing more than survivors, zombies, corpses and the like. That's it. Ming-Su nodded, then calmly said, "Everyone retreat, I'll do this door myself." Seeing Ming-Su say this, the mechanical zombies around retreated one after another. And Qin Baochuan wanted to say something, but after thinking about Ming-Su's terrifying strength, he immediately shut his mouth and stopped talking nonsense. Since Boss Ming said this, he must be sure. Is it my turn to make noise here? So, Qin Baochuan immediately stood back. Ming-Su just calmly touched the door with patterns engraved on it. Before he could activate his 31 points of physical strength, he saw the door suddenly open. Just like that. It opened from the inside. What happened? Ming-Su was stunned. In the moment it opened, Ming-Su suddenly saw 5 or 6 naked humans, who looked extremely abnormal, rushing towards him. Their state was almost the same as that of mechanical zombies, except that they looked dull, and did not have the same attack power as zombies. Seeing this situation, Ming-Su couldn't help smiling slightly, immediately glowing with a golden light, mental control. But psychological control failed. Ming-Su did not control the success of this naked human. Instead, it still bumped, come towards Ming-Su. Seeing this, Ming-Su was very surprised, but there is no dodge. Let the knife be cut off, however. Their transformation knives are cut on Ming-Su. There is no way to draw scars on Ming-Su. Ming-Su's skin is like steel casting, indestructible. Click! A crisp sound. A knife that cut into Ming-Su. Because it is impossible to bear the hardness of Ming-Su's body. Fragment directly, cold light at the incision. It seems to be telling people that it was once sharp. A trifle. What is that? Ming-Su sneered. After carefully identifying them, he found that those who attacked him were all corpses. He thought that they were the research project of Liang Duan. Since they were already dead, Ming-Su did not hold back at all. Ming-Su's fists were like the wind, and he whistled and attacked the nearest expressionless experimental subject. There was only a muffled sound of bang, and his fist hit the head of the experimental subject hard. In an instant, brain matter splattered everywhere, and a bloody smell filled the air. The head flew directly, collided with the wall, and turned into a pile of rotten meat. Surprisingly, in the pile of broken rotten meat, there was actually a small chip hidden. The chip was buried deep in the bloody brain tissue, but it still flashed a strange blue light, as if it was the source of controlling these corpses. Huh? Ming-Su was a little surprised, seeing that the surrounding experimental subjects were still attacking him. Ming-Su waved his hand, and the mechanical zombies behind him immediately rushed up and began to attack these experimental subjects. Ming-Su himself approached the mass of rotten meat, took out the blue chip, looked at it for a while, and asked Liang Duan, "What is this thing?" "This is the control chip." Liang Duan trembled, and said to Ming-Su in awe, "This is one of the basic chips. It can reconnect the neurons of a body that has just died, simulate brain activity, and create an illusion that it is not dead. At the same time, we can add various chips on this basis." Ming-Su nodded seriously and said as if he agreed with Liang Duan's words. But did Ming-Su really understand? I can only say that he understood. That was the situation, but Ming-Su didn't understand how to implement it. But it didn't matter. If I could understand it, why would I need those experts? So, it's better not to understand it. This way I can provide some jobs. Alas, I am so great. Ming-Su thought so. After thinking about it, Ming-Su felt that it was time for him to take action. So just when Ming-Su was about to take action, at this moment, several small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of Ming-Su. Please note, your company Order Guard Security Company's terrorist mobile team employee Zhuoyihan had an accident at work, which resulted in his death. You need to pay a one-time compensation for the national per capita disposable income of urban residents last quarter. Please note, your company Order Guard Security Company's terrorist mobile team employee Dai Haijin had an accident at work, which resulted in his death. You need to pay a one-time compensation for the national per capita disposable income of urban residents last quarter. Please note, your company Order Guard Security Company's terrorist mobile team employee Dai Haijin had an accident at work, which resulted in his death. You need to pay a one-time compensation for the national per capita disposable income of urban residents last quarter. Employee Su Dong had an accident at work, resulting in his death. You need to pay a one-time compensation for the per capita disposable income of urban residents in the country last quarter. In an instant, 5 small gilded characters appeared in front of Meng Su's eyes, and the compensation amount was as high as more than 1.5 million. Meng Su? What's going on? Meng Su, who was originally somewhat contented, suddenly woke up. He stood up without hesitation and looked forward. He saw 3 figures in front of him. Just like he won, killing mechanical zombie employees at will. The most eye-catching figure is actually the one in the middle, because it is a naked woman. The woman looks lifeless, with long hair scattered behind her back, and one hand gently brushing it, accidentally revealing her slightly upturned breasts and perfect waistline, which makes her look quite pretty. Except for the naked woman, the other 2 people are full of modern technology. One is a man, covered with a silver metal shell, and his legs and body have been transformed into mechanical structures. His face was covered by a cold black helmet, with a red warning light on it. His eyes, through the transparent window of the helmet, revealed a hint of indifference. The other was a woman, who looked like an ordinary person, but inside her body, every joint and tendon had been replaced with alloy machinery, and her arms were equipped with a variety of tools, from mechanical arms to flexible claws, which allowed her to easily handle various complex tasks. It was the mechanical arms and claws on this woman, which easily tore her employees into pieces, making Meng Su furious. Damn it, who dared to kill my zombies? But this was not the most urgent task. I want to fire Sui Jian, Chai Yudao, Chu Xuanyan. Thanks to the narrow terrain, they couldn't kill them for a while, and the zombie employees in front of Meng Su were blocking the way. So Meng Su decisively fired all the 6 mechanical zombies in front to avoid paying another 1.5 million. Yes, Boss Meng is indeed rich now. But being rich doesn't mean he can afford to burn so much. You still have to be careful and be cautious. After firing them, Meng Su took a deep breath and was about to give them a taste of his own medicine when he suddenly heard Yan Shooting's voice. Zishan. Yan Shooting can speak? Meng Su turned around and looked at Yan Shooting, but found that Yan Shooting was pointing directly at the naked girl in the middle, and said a name. Zishan? That should be Fu Zishan, my mission target. But, didn't you say you didn't know the best friend named Fu? Meng Su couldn't help but complain. He thought the 2 were best friends before, but he didn't expect they knew each other. When Yan Shooting heard what Meng Su said, she couldn't help but tilt her head, showing a puzzled expression. Didn't you ask if there were any happy best friends before? My best friends are not happy. Yan Shooting felt weird, but she couldn't say anything else with her limited vocabulary. Meng Su, who realized his mission target, immediately narrowed his eyes and observed the situation. Name, number 003. Occupation, xenotransplanter. Level, 14. Name, number 019. Occupation, xenotransplanter. Level, 15. As for the mission target Fu Zishan, as the mission requirement said, she was already a corpse, and did not show any information about Fu Zishan. However, what are these number 003 and number 019? Don't they have their own names? Although he didn't understand, Meng Su didn't dwell on it. He had already determined the direction. These 2 with the number XXX, kill them. The one with Fu Zishan, capture them alive. Okay, the plan works. Next, I will kill everyone. When he thought of this, Meng Su immediately showed a perverse, arrogant smile, and then he disappeared from the spot, and in an instant he appeared behind the 3 figures. Mecha, merge. Accompanied by a soft hum, the silver-white suitcase changed in an instant, turned into starlight, and flowed towards Meng Su, and the next second, Meng Su directly merged. Director Fan, as far as the current situation is concerned, the experimental subjects should be able to deal with the invading enemies in 23 minutes. Well, not bad. According to the combat data, the combat qualities of number 003 and number 019 are very high. Compared to those zombies with implants, they are much stronger. It seems that we can reduce the number of zombies with implants in the future, or use defective products for equipment. For some reason, these zombies with implants lost their connection together, and became the enemy's sharp blade to attack us. This situation cannot happen again. I suggest stopping the production of zombies with implants. Let's not talk about this for now. How about 002? The performance is the same as that of number 003 and number 019, but according to the current situation, T002 still has a lot of room for improvement, and its potential should be stronger than number 003 and number 019. For the next allogenic implantation, we may start with T002. What if it fails? It takes a lot of effort. Only 1 out of 10 samples succeeds. If the allogeneic implantation fails, then it will all be in vain, and the implanted chip will be in vain. The experiment should be carried out with the idea of not fearing failure. If you worry about failure, how can you invent the most perfect thing? In the deepest part of the underground factory, several scientific researchers are discussing the current situation, but their backbone is undoubtedly the middle-aged man in the front center, the factory director named Fan Songlin. Fan Songlin seemed distracted, and did not delve into the topic of the other researchers. The researchers were thinking about the test subjects, but Fan Songlin was thinking about, without Liang Duan, Chen Kuang and Dennis, the factory had fewer people. What should he do? He had to go out to look for new scientists. But the scientists in the Magic City had either gone to the safe zone or were gathered here. It seemed that he had to find people from outside. With this thought, Fan Songlin took a deep breath and prepared to release information to the team heading to Nanjiang, asking them to bring back a few scientists from Nanjiang. But just as Fan Songlin was arranging the situation, suddenly he heard a cry of surprise. Ah! How did the intruder suddenly disappear? Hearing the cry of surprise, Fan Songlin was startled. He looked up directly, and looked at the monitoring screen, and found that the intruder they had been staring at had indeed disappeared, but in his place, there were number 003 and number 019, and a silver-white mecha pilot behind T002. Huh? What is this? It looks a bit like an exoskeleton mecha? Isn't that the equipment of the Chosen One? How did it appear here? Is the intruder the Chosen One? No. No, it should be Meng Su. Damn, how did Meng Su get here? Their monitoring equipment was not yet able to reach 4K level, so they did not recognize Meng Su's existence in the monitoring. But after seeing this silver-white mecha, they immediately thought of the identity of the intruder. My lord's great enemy. Nanjiang Meng Su. Damn it! Fan Songlin's face darkened instantly, and he whispered, quickly notify Nanjiang. Withdraw the team. Meng Su is not in Nanjiang at all. He is in the Magic City. Come back. After saying that, Fan Songlin was restless. As he gave the order, he saw Meng Su, like a god slayer who could tear apart gods, grabbing the arm of the male sky patrolman number 019, and shaking it hard. Electromagnetic waves destroyed it in an instant. The female sky patrolman number 003 also manipulated her sharp claws, and pounced on Meng Su at an astonishing speed. But she saw a flashlight appear in Meng Su's left hand like a magic trick. And in an instant, a dazzling light suddenly lit up, forming an indestructible light shield. The light shield quickly unfolded, like a protective barrier, accurately resisting the claw's fierce attack. At the same time, Meng Su raised his right hand without hesitation, and the small electromagnetic cannon in his hand was ready to go. As the energy gathered, the electromagnetic cannon emitted a low roar, and a powerful energy wave gushed out, and rushed straight towards the enemy. Boom! With a loud bang, only half of the body of number 003 was left, and many lines and patterns could still be seen inside the body. From this, it can be seen that this female Sky Patrol number 003 seems to be a person, but in fact, she is already half a machine, and even her mind is a little unclear. Hiss! Seeing Meng Su kill 2 Sky Patrols so easily, Fan Songlin couldn't help but take a breath, and the researchers around him were shocked. At this moment, Fan Songlin shouted, "Don't panic. I'll go get a killing weapon. You continue to operate the mechanisms along the way, to resist Meng Su's speed. Buy me time." After that, Fan Songlin hurriedly got up and walked towards a passage. The other researchers looked at this scene, and they were a little entangled and afraid, not knowing how to choose. They were worried that Fan Songlin had run away on his own, leaving them here. But we know so much about this place. He shouldn't abandon us. Right? Many people thought in their hearts. Believe in Director Fan. He won't give up on us. Someone took a deep breath, his eyes full of hope. Hold on firmly. There will be a way. Hearing this person's words, the others nodded one after another, ready to make a last-ditch effort. Their courage is commendable, but it can only be said that they are still a little too naive, because Fan Songlin really thought so. Researchers are important, but for Fan Songlin, no matter how important they are not as important as his own life. As long as he is alive, there is still hope, and he can choose a new location and continue to build a factory. Their Magic City factory has always been far ahead in the production of Sky Patrol. In the country of Donghua, There are only 3 cities, namely the Imperial Capital, Yangcheng and Magic City, with Sky Patrol factories. They have always been far ahead. Now that they have been conquered by Meng Su, Fan Songlin is naturally dissatisfied. He wants to start over, from scratch. With this in mind, Fan Songlin took a deep breath, and his heart was fanatical. But before leaving, there is still one thing to do. That is to destroy all the scientific research equipment here. Fortunately, at the beginning of construction, a backup plan was specially left. Although Fan Songlin did not have the strength to blow up this underground factory directly, he still had the ability to destroy key equipment. With this thought in mind, Fan Songlin passed through the long and narrow corridor and immediately came to a small room. He twisted some equipment in the room, and a dark room immediately appeared in his sight. Fan Songlin walked into the dark room, pressed a button, and hurriedly changed his clothes. Walked out of this room, walked into another room, lifted a cover on the ceiling, and crawled out in a mess. He was well prepared, in order to avoid being caught in a trap. Fan Songlin smiled complacently, but just as he spent 5 or 6 minutes, crawling all the way, he arrived at the end of the road. Fan Songlin was delighted, and then he pushed the lid open with all his strength. As soon as he emerged, and breathed a breath of fresh air full of blood outside, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Above his head, there was a huge bone-winged zombie hovering, as if looking for something. And soon, when Fan Songlin emerged, the bone-winged zombie locked Fan Songlin's position. Roar! The bone-winged zombie was overjoyed, and glided directly, and rushed towards Fan Songlin. When Fan Songlin saw this, his smile instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a face full of fear. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. He had clearly cleaned up the surroundings long ago, so why would a bone-winged zombie appear here? Chapter 233 The Little Girl, who is immune to the zombie virus. Boom! A loud noise came from outside the security door, like a thunder deafening. This sound came from outside the security door, as if a powerful force hit the door hard. With this blow, the whole security door vibrated violently, making a dull and harsh sound. By the fierce blow of this punch, the security door bulged inward obviously. Although its material was still strong and was not directly broken, it still could not withstand such an impact, leaving a deep fist mark. The fist mark was clearly visible, like a mark, proving the power and ferocity of the previous blow. In the laboratory, the researchers were already dumbfounded, looking at the security door that was dented by the huge force of the punch. The researchers could only swallow their saliva and curse Fan Songlin in their hearts. Damn you, just run away, why are you pretending to be so righteous? You are such a son of a bitch. If you had said it earlier, we would have gathered our wisdom and run away together. How could it have come to this? Everyone regretted it, but there was nothing they could do. The great devil Meng Su from hell was approaching. Boom! Accompanied by another low thunderous roar, Meng Su punched the security door, and in an instant, the force was like a dead tree or rotten wood. The security door immediately collapsed by itself, and completely turned into a piece of scrap metal. After the security door was blown up by Meng Su's punch, the researchers in the laboratory showed fear in their eyes, and they were trembling with fear, and they were not as cold-blooded and ruthless as they were when they were doing human experiments before. A butcher who is used to using a butcher knife will also be afraid when facing slaughter. At the moment when the security door was broken, a big hole was punched out, and Meng Su's head suddenly stretched out from the crack, looking at the researcher inside with a ferocious face, opening his mouth, and his arrogant voice rang out in the whole laboratory. Johnny. Oh no! Mr. Meng is here. What's going on? You knew I was coming, but you still locked the door? Meng Su's voice was like the protagonist in The Shining, full of weirdness in the ears of the researcher. A good-looking female researcher with a curvy figure couldn't help but screamed with tears streaming down her face. Bang! After saying the classic lines, Meng Su calmly pushed open the security door that had been smashed with holes, with a gentle push, and then calmly walked in. Behind Meng Su, there were mechanical zombies standing in a row, completely controlled, with the corpse of Fu Zishan with a hole clearly dug in the back of his head. With his extremely strong power, Meng Su easily rescued Fu Zishan from the hell of being controlled, and at the same time, at a very small cost, preserved the most complete body. What Meng Su did was not an insult to the corpse, but a respect for the corpse. Confirmed. JPG. Meng Su nodded seriously, and then looked at the researchers in the laboratory without any hesitation, and said impatiently, "Who is the leader here? Come out and speak." Meng Su looked around at the researchers in the entire laboratory. There were 6 people in total. 4 men and 2 women. All of whom were Asian. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. And then began to observe the information of the people present by observing their words and expressions. Meng Su was very satisfied. After all, these people would be his slaves in the future. The higher the slave's hands-on ability, the better his gains would be. Among the people in front, there was a Japanese man, called Yaki Kamezaburo. The name was very long, which surprised Meng Su. But it didn't matter. Meng Su treated all the animals equally, and would not discriminate based on nationality. However, when Meng Su saw a pretty girl who was flirting with him, he was suddenly stunned. It's not because of how high the girl's occupation level is, but her attribute panel is very unusual. Her appearance here makes Meng Su doubt that there is something wrong with his eyes. Name, Su Lu. Occupation, student. Researcher. Executioner. Torturer. Level, level 7. Level 2. Level 14. Level 12. Meng Su? Ah? Why would a guy of this level appear here? Is she responsible for dissection? No. The dissection occupation should not be written as executioner. Meng Su was stunned. And then he looked at the badge on the chest of the big wave, which said Deputy Director. The other biologists, medical scientists and the like, who were at the level of more than 10, were all ordinary researchers. Meng Su? On the contrary. Tian Gang. A student came here to be a deputy director? What is this? An academic dodgy? The most important thing is that Meng Su saw that the occupations of this girl named Su Lu really included executioner and torturer. Meng Su could understand the executioner. But what kind of novel occupation is torturer? Meng Su said that he had little education, had not seen the world, and could not understand it. After all, he left right after graduating from college, and never took the postgraduate entrance examination. So he had no idea about the operation process of the academic dodgy, and only saw these news on the internet. After all, everyone can surf the internet. Meng Su looked around, wanting to see where the academic King Zhou was. After all, the deputy director must be the director. But after looking around, Meng Su did not see this director. What's going on? Is there a fish that slipped through the net? Meng Su thought to himself, and was very alert. Soon, several researchers looked at Meng Su in horror. After hearing Meng Su's question, they immediately answered, Chairman Meng, that damn Fan Songlin ran away. From the left passage. This passage is a dead end. We don't know where he ran to. He is the person in charge. Meng Su heard this, and his heart sank immediately. His mission legendary road clearly stated that he had to find the factory director named Fan Songlin to complete the mission. Oh my, why did he run away? It's too late to chase him now. I can only hope that Big Xiong will give me a satisfactory answer. After Meng Su controlled these mechanical zombies, the first thing he did was to release Big Xiong, flying in the sky around to prevent any fish from escaping. Originally, it was just a precaution, plus there are too many consumables now, so Big Xiong, a rare zombie of level 19.9, is not needed, so he was assigned this way, but I didn't expect it to be really useful. I hope Xiong can find Fan Songlin. Meng Su sighed, and then said to the 7 people present without any hesitation, You go and identify the equipment, and see if there is any equipment that can be taken away. Although it would be better to work directly at the original site, Meng Su is not familiar with the location after all, and it was once the enemy's nest. What if there is an entrance and exit that Meng Su doesn't know about? It's like this special passage for Fan Songlin to escape, which is hard to guard against. Therefore, if we continue to work here, what if the lackeys of the extraterrestrial civilization give us a center blossom, then we're screwed. Many prominent fortresses in ancient times were lost in this way. Meng Su had never studied for a master's degree, but he knew ancient history. After hearing Meng Su's words, several people immediately nodded in agreement and took the initiative to lead the way, wanting to introduce the use of the equipment that could be taken away to Meng Su. However, Liang Duan, Chen Kuang and Dennis were dumbfounded. No, why? Why don't they get beaten when we meet? We get slapped? The 3 were indignant, but they didn't dare to speak, so they could only flatter on the side. When Liang Duan saw this, he even rushed to shout, Boss Meng, I also know those equipment. Let me do it, I'll help you take a look. They are not familiar with them, they are drawing blueprints in the back, I am the researcher on the front line. What the hell, Liang, you want to roll over? When the people in the laboratory heard what Liang Duan said, They were furious for a moment, and they all glared at Liang Duan, wanting to kill him with their eyes. But there were no Chinese among them, so Liang Duan could not be killed by their eyes, but he was somewhat complacent, even gloating. There seemed to be a grudge between them. Meng Su estimated that the grudge between them was nothing more than the contradiction between the front and the back. The ones who took action complained that there were more things to do than those who did not, and the ones who did not take action complained that those who took action could not proceed according to the plan. But the grudge between them had nothing to do with Meng Su, and Meng Su did not want them to turn enemies into friends, but said bluntly, "Lead the way quickly, don't quarrel." When Liang Duan heard this, he immediately nodded and bowed, leading Meng Su towards the laboratory. The distance to the laboratory is not far, or the underground factory itself is not big. After arriving at the laboratory, what comes into view is a row of steampunk-like metal cans, which seem to contain secrets. But unfortunately, they are now somewhat deformed, and many of them are still smoking, and the devices inside have been burned out. In this case, Meng Su was a little surprised, and then looked at Liang Duan, but saw that Liang Duan was also a little stunned. But after all, he was a high-tech talent who had studied for several years. He immediately reacted and said to Meng Su, "Boss Meng, these people must have bad intentions. So they started the self-destruction program before you came. Boss Meng, these people are very bad." "Meng Su? So you are the Yajuan Kameza Bureau?" Meng Su felt a little surprised, but didn't say anything. After all, leaders need to be kind. "Okay, we'll discuss this later." Meng Su shook his head and decided to take these captives out to see if Xiong caught Fan Songlin. Just as Meng Su was leading the mighty army of mechanical zombies outside, he suddenly saw Su Lu, who was not being honest at all. She was flirting with him and squeezed to Meng Su's side eagerly, whispering in his ear, "Boss Meng, you are so powerful. We are willing to join your team and help you work. Although many of the instruments here are broken, if you take over this place and hire a few maintenance workers, it will save a lot of effort and fix this place." Su Lu's voice was very low, but it had a kind of charm. Meng Su heard this, raised his eyelids calmly, and glanced at Su Lu. Su Lu did not hesitate, and continued to whisper to Meng Su, "Look at me. I have a PhD in biology from Harvard, and the others are all senior executives and backbones of major companies. If you can use such a team, it will definitely be even more powerful." "Harvard? Harbin Buddhist College?" Meng Su sneered, and then without hesitation, he punched Su Lu in the instant, when Su Lu had no time to react. Meng Su's punches were very fast. Su Lu was still flirting with herself a second ago, trying her best to take Meng Su down. She never expected Meng Su to suddenly attack. She didn't even have time to take back her smile before she was blown up by a violent blow. Her brains instantly fell all over the people around her. The mechanical zombies didn't change their expressions, letting the blood and flesh hang on their bodies. The researchers who were originally very close to Su Lu stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Some were stunned. They subconsciously wiped the blood from their faces with their hands. But the more they wiped, the more blood there was. They spread the blood evenly on their faces. This scene stunned them. Although, they all knew that Su Lu was the academic Daji, and after coming here, she seduced the director and the factory manager every day, and got along well with him. Later, when the director made a mistake in the experiment, he was killed by the test subject, she was even more devoted to the factory manager. They despised Su Lu and often talked about her behind her back, but now Su Lu died in front of them like this, which still surprised them a little. After all, they knew that Su Lu was the academic Daji, but Meng Su didn't know. After the initial panic, these people calmed down immediately. They thought they were very valuable. After Meng Su captured them, he would probably find a way to absorb them into the company. And they were also ready for the change of dynasty. It doesn't matter who you work for. But they didn't expect that Meng Su's punch directly broke their fantasy of being very valuable. One by one, they began to really fear death. Chichichichi, so noisy. Meng Su snorted coldly, looking at the body of Su Lu that he had blown up. Then he looked around coldly at the researchers. However, none of these researchers dared to look up and look at Meng Su. They all lowered their heads to avoid Meng Su's sight. They were very afraid of Meng Su's murderous intention. In this situation, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Work hard for me, and stop talking nonsense. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. Do you understand? I have the information. At most, I can train you temporarily. Don't think you are a dish. Meng Su's voice was very cold. All the researchers who heard Meng Su's words immediately shrank their necks and were submissive. They didn't dare to talk to Meng Su. Liang Duan was very confused. He looked at Chen Kuang, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and then looked at the others who were like quails. He gritted his teeth and whispered to Meng Su, "Boss Meng." For a moment, all eyes were focused on Liang Duan. Meng Su frowned. "Are you here to cause trouble on purpose?" But before Meng Su could make a move, he saw Liang Duan had already slid to his knees. He said to Meng Su sincerely, "You forgot to go to the dungeon. There are still a batch of test subjects waiting to be processed in the dungeon. This is all the work of that evil Fan Songlin." Fan Songlin asked the ugly chosen one to capture them, and then these 5 people planned it, and finally they were forced to let the 3 of us take charge of the transformation. You are a teacher of benevolence and righteousness, and you are walking the glorious road of the company. When encountering such a thing, I will naturally not sit idly by. I am speaking now, all for the sake of your reputation." Liang Duan cried like rain, and every word was sincere. Seeing him like this, those who didn't know would think he was the vice president of the company. Meng Su was stunned for a moment. "So active? I'll let you be the internal squad leader of the war criminals later." Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. He liked this kind of dog that brought its own dry food. When they arrived at the company, the others had 1 steamed bun per meal, and Liang Duan had 2. You know, how many people can't even eat steamed buns in the end of the world? They were able to install allographs for Meng Su in the dark basement, and train zombie warriors to recover lost territory, which was also their blessing. Otherwise, they should be dragged out and beheaded for public display. "Okay, take me there." Meng Su nodded, indicating his approval, and said to Liang Duan, "Who are the people in the dungeon?" "Most of the survivors captured by the chosen ones from all over the world are superpowers." Liang Duan whispered, "Only superpowers have the physical strength to withstand our foreign body implants. Ordinary people will most likely fail. In addition, there are some mutant zombies, but they are used for other research projects. They are the enhanced version of foreign body implant zombies. But this project has not started yet. And you are here." After speaking, Liang Duan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "You are here. The magic city will be peaceful. You are here. And there will be a clear sky." Meng Su had a sweaty expression. However, most of these experimental subjects are people with special abilities. And there are also some mutant zombies, which Meng Su is very interested in now. He wants to go and see if there are any talents he needs. Of course, Meng Su doesn't think there will be any masters. After all, Duheba has been captured. What other masters can there be? Prisoners of the chosen ones of the demon city. "Step out." Liang Duan led the way for Meng Su in front. And in a short while, a downhill road appeared in front of Meng Su again. Meng Su guessed for a long time, but he couldn't guess what this was used for before the transformation. But it doesn't matter. Looking at the door in front of him, Meng Su glanced at Liang Duan, and Liang Duan immediately understood, and went directly to the team of 5 people behind, pulled out a tall and thin middle-aged man, and said fiercely, "Lu, Boss Meng is here now. You open the door quickly. If you dare to disobey Boss Meng's orders, Su Lu is a lesson for you." After hearing the word Su Lu, the Lu was immediately frightened, and then hurried forward to unlock the door for Meng Su. Identity authentication successful, opened. Accompanied by a beep sound, the door was opened instantly, and Meng Su watched the whole process coldly, only felt a little noisy. "It's so troublesome. Next time I'll just go up and punch him twice," Meng Su thought in his heart. In fact, Meng Su has a simpler method, that is, just flash over the wall. Meng Su, old flash. After entering the dungeon, Meng Su saw the figures trapped in an experimental cabin. They were densely packed in a row, with countless needles and various restraints on their bodies. These restraints looked pretty good. Meng Su counted them, and found that there were only 12 people inside. That's right. The reason why people were specially marked was because there were 3 zombies among these 12 people. Zombies and humans were actually locked in the same room, which was really sigh-worthy. Boss Meng, in order to ensure the integrity of the experimental subjects, and prevent the experiment from going wrong, these abominable beasts deliberately injected a stimulant drug to make these captured experimental subjects excited and awake for a long time. When their bodies reached the critical value, they were forcibly injected with anesthetics to make them fall asleep. Liang Duan was indignant, and said to Meng Su, "These guys are not human." Looking at Liang Duan, who was so indignant, Meng Su thought he had hit the wrong person before. But he didn't compare it, just beckoning. Right. Immediately, there is a mechanical zombie of a sharp praying mantis knife on the left and right arms, running those wires connected to the experimental cabin tube, start a while of chopping. I can only say, along with the sparks all the way. Lightning, these wires, and the like are cut off. The lines of controlling these people have been completely cut off. The reason they lie down here, this is because these wires have been transporting electricity. They will shock as long as they are struggling, at the same time. There are also pipes to inject them some kinds of pharmaceuticals that make their muscles weak, under the case, naturally. It will be easily tied up. After Meng Su helped them cut off the wire. The first to react were, of course, the zombies. Roar! A mutant zombie at level 11 roared ferociously, and broke free from the restraints of the restraints, roaring to the sky. And the sound was deafening. Seeing this, Meng Su frowned immediately. The next second, golden light flashed between his pupils. And mental control was activated in an instant. What are you roaring for? Get off the wall and stand there. The mutant zombie, who was originally a little excited about escaping the predicament, was instantly controlled by Meng Su. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, he came to the corner of the room without hesitation and immediately hid and trembled. Seeing this scene, Qin Baochuan was already used to it. But Liang Duan, Chen Kuang, Dennis and others stared with their eyes wide open, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. And they had no idea what was going on. The occurrence of this situation seemed to have solved a knot in the hearts of Liang Duan, Chen Kuang, Dennis and others. They finally knew how Meng Su had persuaded the first and second experimental groups of their alien-implanted zombies to rebel. Just one sentence. Is this the fucking zombie king? Apart from the identity of the zombie king, they couldn't think of anyone else who could make the zombies obey with just one loud shout. Yes, that's right, it's the zombie king, not the zombie bastard. The rest of the prepared experimental subjects imprisoned in the experimental chamber broke free one after another. Except for the first zombie who woke up. The second and third were naturally zombies. Their escape was exactly the same as the first zombie. And their ending was exactly the same. They were all scolded by Meng Su and pushed into a corner, standing there trembling, not daring to speak. The other 9 people also staggered and got up from the experimental chamber in a daze. The earliest one had been here for 4 days, and the latest one had been here for more than a day. While these 9 people were coughing and struggling to get up from the experimental chamber. Although they were all superpowered people, they were obviously detained for too long, and their bodies had not recovered yet. Just when they were completely confused, Meng Su was not polite, and directly said loudly, "Everyone be quiet, and everyone look at me, I have something to announce." Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to Meng Su. Even Qin Baochuan and the zombies around him did the same. For a moment, Meng Su became the focus of the whole audience. Meng Su looked calm. And then without hesitation, he said loudly, "Congratulations. You have been rescued by my Peace Order group. Now, you have all been incorporated into the Magic City Special Operations team of the Order Guard Security Company under the Peace Order group. Now it is your turn to repay your gratitude. Don't worry. You will all enjoy employee treatment. A salary of 8,000. And a pension if you die. Of course, if you want to leave, you can. You can leave when you get out later. But I advise you to follow me. I am not bragging. My strength is very awesome. This is not a talent recruitment market. These people were rescued by me. So they should all be sent to the army, I'll join my team to repay my gratitude. If you don't want to be exiled, then Meng Su won't stop you. Just go. Life and death are determined by fate. And wealth and honor are determined by God." After hearing Meng Su's words, the rescued superpowers were stunned. Just when Meng Su thought he was going to say it again, he suddenly heard one of them say in astonishment, "Is it Chairman Meng?" "Huh?" Meng Su was very surprised. He looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who spoke was a short man. When the man saw Meng Su, his face was full of surprise. Meng Su felt that he had some impression of him, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. So he just used the sense motion to scan him. Name, Lu Jiangming. Occupation, salesperson. Psychic. Level, 12/8. Lu Jiangming. Who is this person? Meng Su still had no impression. On the other side, Lu Jiangming was very excited. He knew Meng Su. About a month ago, Chairman Meng Su had saved his life and sent him an invitation. The scene was very dangerous at that time. Their team of survivors was surrounded by zombies and almost wiped out. Fortunately, they met Chairman Meng Su. With one man, one gun and one horse, they could gallop freely in the end times. At that time, Chairman Meng was still delivering express. Lu Jiangming didn't know what was going on at that time. He looked a little crazy, but he was grateful and would never forget it. But he didn't expect that he could see Chairman Meng again today. This made Lu Jiangming very excited. Seeing this, Meng Su was a little confused. Who are you? Mr. Meng. I'm LV Jiangming. LV Jiangming didn't feel dissatisfied, but immediately introduced himself and how he knew Meng Su. Meng Su suddenly realized. Oh, so that's how it is. It seems that I am really a forgetful person. Thinking of this, Meng Su also reacted immediately, squinted his eyes, and said immediately, "Aren't you from Hiching? Why did you come to the Magic City?" Hearing Meng Su's words, LV Jiangming couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile, recalling the drowsy memories in his mind, and began to tell his own experience. After receiving help from Meng Su, he also thought of sending these survivors to a safe zone, and then returning to Meng Su. However, when they were halfway there, they suddenly encountered a zombie elephant blocking their way. They were forced to take a detour to Zhongda City, intending to bypass the zombie elephant. However, they did not expect that they encountered some minor accidents in Zhongda City and were ambushed by the chosen ones. Some of the survivors died, and some were injured. Lu Jiangming could not swallow this breath, and he used a sneak attack to kill a chosen one. This also made the chosen one organization in Zhongda City a little crazy, and they were looking for Lu Jiangming everywhere. While LV Jiangming was fleeing, he accidentally encountered a safety zone assault team from Shenfeng City, who were escorting a little girl to the Magic City. LV Jiangming didn't want to get involved, but the assault team was entangled by another unidentified force and couldn't get away, so they had to pull LV Jiangming in. LV Jiangming then realized that after the little girl was captured, she was not infected and was suspected to have antibodies in her body. Under the command of the commando captain before his death, LV Jiangming resolutely embarked on the journey of taking care of his little daughter while going to Zuanming Island in the Magic City to hand the little girl over to the local safety zone. As a result, not long after arriving in the Magic City, he was attacked. The little girl also disappeared, and no one knows where she is now. After hearing this story, Meng Su fell into silence. Wait a minute. The story outline sounds familiar. Meng Su seems to have seen it somewhere. No, that's not right. Most zombie dramas should have this plot. I didn't expect that you, Lu Jiangming, are the protagonist? A little girl disappeared. Behind the incident, is it the extinction of humanity or the decline of morality? In the Magic City, the most developed city in the world, the activities of human traffickers are too rampant. Meng Su, as one of the 9 outstanding young people in the Magic City, can you just turn a blind eye to this matter? Take action now. Trigger mission, find the little girl. Task requirements, find the target little girl Zhang Yiqing. Task rewards, become one of the 8 outstanding young people in the Magic City. Points plus 20. Signal simulation device. Gratitude from the little girl's parents. Rewards from the safe zone. Meng Su, are there any tasks? Also, this Magic City's 8 outstanding use as a post. Can you give me some substantial rewards? Although I don't know what this signal simulation device is, Meng Su always feels that he may have seen it. Could it be the scent bag that Nanjiang Siming brought before? After wearing that kind of scent bag, it can basically block the signals of many zombies. But that thing seems to be time limited, and it is useless against high-level zombies. But, just because I can't use it, it doesn't mean that the employees can't use it. It seems that this little girl, I have to look for her carefully. Meng Su nodded, then grabbed Liang Duan beside him. Where is the little girl? A hen. Liang Duan was trembling with fear, and even spoke with a trembling voice, expressing that he really didn't know. He really didn't know. After all, how could the restaurant care if there was anything else around before the food was delivered? Forget it. Let's go out first. Among the other 8 people, there was no familiar person. Meng Su casually named Lu Jiangming as the team leader, and asked him to tell the 8 people about the situation, and then led many mechanical zombies, and started to walk outside. They walked together all the way, and finally came to the entrance that Meng Su had passed before, but saw Xiongda waiting here early. In Xiongda's hand, there was a fat man who had fainted. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy and nodded heavily. Good. Good. It seems that Fan Songlin has been caught. But how should the current mission be completed? After all, the mission requirement is that the current production process is not smooth. And it is often attacked and destroyed by some guys. Which is quite distressing. Please use your characteristics of a courier to deliver a method to make this factory no longer troubled. Judging from the current situation, Meng Su feels that he is the one who attacked and destroyed it. Just when Meng Su was very distressed and was thinking about it, he suddenly saw a flash of small gold characters in front of him. Very good. You successfully solved the problem of the factory and prevented it from being destroyed by other guys. You are really great. It seems that the courier, you are the only one. You, my friend, you are the real legend. Congratulations on obtaining the stage task reward. Breakthrough point +1. Credit points +50 million. Low-end mass-producible power mecha design X1. Encounter buff +1. The next stage will start in 3 days. Meng Su? Ah? How did you complete the task? Could it be? Meng Su's mind moved. And he realized it. Destroying this factory means preventing others from raiding in the future. Good. Good? Is this how the mission is completed? Very good. Meng Su smiled for a moment. Boss Meng, how do we deal with this man? Liang Duan asked in a low voice, looking at Meng Su flatteringly. This is the culprit, Fan Songlin. The mission is completed, why keep him? Meng Su shook his head and said casually, chop it up and feed it to the dog. After saying that, Meng Su did not continue to pay attention, but strode out with big strides, and walked towards the villa area where he had seen Fu Chanfeng before without any scruples. Do the task first. And then talk about it after you finish the task. After Meng Su left, Xiongda threw the jungle away. And the zombies with blades in their hands immediately stepped forward, hacked them to death, and chopped them into meat paste. The only problem is that it is the end of the world. And there is no dog. Therefore, we can only give up. Chanfeng City. Looking around, what comes into view is a dilapidated scene. The broken building rubble is scattered everywhere. The rusted metal structure is exposed in the air. And the broken glass windows are scattered on the ground like crystals. And each piece of debris is shining with cold light. The walls on both sides were covered with dense bullet holes. These bullet holes were like the eyes of the devil, staring at the land where fierce fighting had taken place. On the ground, there were horrifying broken limbs everywhere. These broken limbs exuded a strong bloody smell. Some were twisted and deformed. Some were broken and incomplete, as if telling the tragic and cruelty of the terrible battle that had just ended. It can be imagined that not long ago, a thrilling battle had broken out here. But this battle was extremely short and almost a one-sided massacre. One side quickly defeated the other side with overwhelming advantage, leaving only a mess on the ground. In the mess, there were more than a dozen figures, standing silently behind a wall, as if isolated from the chaos around them. Not long after, a man as cold as a machine suddenly stood out, looked around, and a blue light flashed in his eyes, as if he was scanning the surrounding map to determine the location. Number 1. Nanjiang Siming is urging us to reunite as soon as possible. Behind the cold man, another cold sky patrol covered in metal spoke calmly, as if giving some instructions, based on the current situation. The situation in Shunfeng City is not optimistic. There are spontaneous organizations everywhere. There is no unified command. The organization of the Chosen in Nanjiang area is very poor. Yes. Sky Patrol Number 1 nodded mechanically, and was about to issue some orders, but suddenly seemed to receive some signal. Stop the original order. The new order has been issued from the Magic City base. The Magic City base was attacked, and the attacker was the target of the previous order, Meng Su. And you need to return immediately. Stop the order. Stop the order. After Sky Patrol Number 1 delivered the order, the other dozen Sky Patrols did the same. In an instant, these dozen Sky Patrols reached a consensus. Return along the original route. As for Nanjiang Siming, Meng Su is not in Nanjiang. What use is he? The base in the Demon City cannot be lost. What's more, the target Meng Su is also there. Retreat. They retreated cleanly and neatly, and the new Nanjiang Siming Gu Dekong still knew nothing. On the contrary, he was still in Shunfeng City preparing to warmly welcome the arrival of the Sky Patrols. Gu Dekong didn't know where these Sky Patrols came from, but these Sky Patrols were definitely very strong. Perhaps they were his hope to defeat Meng Su and the Peace Order group. When it came to Meng Su, Gu Dekong's teeth itched with hatred. He had no idea what kind of drug Meng Su had given these guys. When he went to a city, the local chosen ones questioned his identity, saying that he was not Nanjiang Siming at all. This made Gu Dekong furious, and forced him to kill several of his own people. Only then did those chosen ones realize the reality, that he was the new Nanjiang Siming. Even so, they were still questioning him internally, and many people felt that something was wrong with him, and that he might be a guy pretending to be Nanjiang Siming. After all, Gu Dekong came from Handong Province, and the chosen ones in Nanjiang Province were not familiar with him, so they would naturally be wary of him. No one had ever seen him, and some people had been deceived by Meng Su again, so they were extremely wary now, and didn't trust anyone. Fortunately, I have external help. As long as the Sky Patrol comes to Shanfeng, the rumor that I am an impostor will be broken. I heard that many of the chosen ones are secretly in collusion. If I don't see the so-called Sky Patrol today, I will take action against him. Thinking of this, Gu Dekong smiled. Humph, stupid Nanjiang people. When the Sky Patrol from the Magic City arrives, I will be the first to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and completely establish my own prestige. Then let you feel what is the power of Nanjiang Siming. Chapter 234. Mr. Ming has the power to get a Cybertron truck. At night, the starry sky is bright. The stars are everywhere, and the intoxicating starlight makes the world a sparkling night sky. Under this bright starry sky, a bright moon is rising slowly from a distant building, emitting a clear light, making the starry sky softer. It must be said that without light pollution, the sky is surprisingly beautiful. Meng Su sat on a temporary legal carriage, looking at the scenery of the starry sky, and couldn't help but sigh. People often say that smog makes it impossible to see the stars in the sky. This is pure rumor. How long has the Industrial Revolution been over? Why is there still smog here? Apart from geographical factors, most cities do not actually have serious smog problems. At most, there is dust flying around, and the air quality is not very good. But why can't we often see stars in cities now? It is naturally because of serious light pollution. The various lights in the city have far exceeded the brightness of the stars in the sky. How can the light of the stars compete with neon lights? In this case, the starry sky in the city will become dim and difficult to see. Therefore, Meng Su now feels that the scenery in the starry sky is particularly beautiful, and feels that he has not seen such a beautiful scene for a long time. In this situation, it is time to sing a song. Thinking of this, Meng Su thought of a game with the theme of interstellar exploration. Cosmic exploration, the protagonists are pink, green and gray, turn-based, with attribute restraint. Sayer, write our pride with blood. Without hesitation, Meng Su turned into a singer-artist, and sang on the fallen carriage. It must be the Holland. If it's not the Holland, could it be the collapse iron? It doesn't matter if it doesn't sing, but the singing scared the guys around Meng Su. Jin Baochuan looked at Meng Su in astonishment. I don't know why Meng Su suddenly spoke. And Liang Duan, Chen Kuang, Dennis, and other researcher captives on the periphery were shocked. They were different from Jin Baochuan. Jin Baochuan had long known that Meng Dong would go crazy. They were frightened by Meng Su's voice. The Japanese Yajuan Kame Saburo was even frightened to his knees. The main reason was the language barrier. Yajuan Kamezaburo didn't have the language talent that Dennis had, or maybe he had just arrived. In any case, he didn't quite understand what Meng Su was singing. Meng Su's current formation was normal. For mechanical zombies carried the sedan, the outer circle was the captives, and Jin Baochuan, the outer circle was the 9 superpowers led by Lu Jiaming, and finally the remaining 60, or so directly surrounded Meng Su's small group, moving forward all the way, in a mighty force. Big Xiong was flying in the air, responsible for scouting the road conditions in advance. On the way, there were not many wild zombies. Perhaps it was because Meng Su and the captives were surrounded, which caused the wild zombies to not see them, and mistakenly thought they were all the same kind. So they did not go up. Or it might be because of some other reasons. But it didn't matter. They saved their lives. And Meng Su. It also saved the trouble of killing the enemy. A win-win situation. Roar! However, although it was a win-win situation, it was inevitable that some zombies with good eyesight accidentally discovered the traces of Meng Su or the captives. So they hurried over and wanted to eat Meng Su as soon as possible. In this regard, Meng Su did not need to take action. The more than 60 mechanical zombies around him were not idle either. The zombies roared, and although the zombies whose bodies were cut off were still struggling, their body functions had begun to slowly dissipate. The survivors near the Magic City saw this scene and felt particularly panicked. Those mechanical Mechanical zombies. They're out again. It's over. It's over. Shoo. Don't talk, be quiet. Don't let them find us. Why are they carrying someone out this time? What's going on? Isn't it the group of mechanical zombies we knew before? Can we ask them for help? Why do you care so much? These mechanical zombies are carrying that guy. Who knows if that guy is a zombie? What if he is the zombie king? Otherwise, how could ordinary people be carried by zombies? Is Nong now Ta law? We have enough food, don't gamble. The survivors whispered, but Meng-Su was not going to evacuate to the safe zone. He was going to do something big. There were too many survivors. The burden was too heavy, so Meng-Su did not launch a rescue. After all, the current team is a bit bloated for Meng-Su. If he is not careful, it may cause a zombie tide. Meng-Su is not afraid of this zombie tide. But once the zombie tide breaks out, it will be too troublesome for Meng-Su. He can't combine the mechas again and start bombarding with a super electromagnetic cannon. Right? Meng-Su exhaled, and at the same time began to check his current situation. Add points. Spirit value +1. Meng-Su calmly began to command his own points. And as a result of this sentence, Meng-Su's spirit value successfully reached the terrifying number of 35 points. In addition, Meng-Su also has an encounter buff and a simple mecha blueprint. The encounter buff was not given directly, but was placed in the backpack like a prop, which means Meng-Su can use it whenever he wants, which is quite good. Meng-Su is very satisfied. Now he doesn't have to be chased by those female zombies. The simple mecha blueprint needs to be produced after returning to the company, so it can't be used for the time being. In addition, the biggest surprise is 50 million credit points. With these 50 million credit points, Meng-Su's total assets have now successfully jumped to 74.05 million. Wait, shouldn't it be 77.88 million? Meng-Su was a little surprised, and hurriedly checked the wealth report. It turned out that 4 zombie employees of the ground cleaning team sent to Shunfeng City died again, and more than 1.2 million was deducted. Then the ground cleaning team in Iching City also had problems, and was not fired in time. What happened? Why didn't the dead employees be fired immediately? It seems that after I go back, I still have to train Jiang Xiaqiu and Xiaoyu and Qi Liao. Their level is too low. From this point of view, these tens of millions seem to be not enough to spend. And it seems that I have to pay salaries again. Meng-Su sighed. At this moment, Meng-Su suddenly realized a problem. How many employees does my company have now? When I pay wages, how much should I pay? After inquiry, there are 77 employees under the Peace Order Group headquarters, and 1.036 million yuan in wages need to be paid. There are 19 employees under the Peace Order Group Shunfeng branch, and 245,000 yuan in wages need to be paid. There are 393 employees under the Order Guard Security Company, and 3.324 million yuan in wages need to be paid. There is 1 employee under the Order Entertainment Company, and 30,000 yuan in wages need to be paid. The total number of employees in all your companies is 490. You currently need to pay a total of 4.635 million yuan in wages per month. It is detected that you are engaged in foreign trade. Your current trade products are self-generated dogtail grass. The trade volume is 550,000 yuan per month. Security team structure service, about 20,000 yuan per day. The monthly income is 600,000 yuan. The service last month was 6 days. The total income is 20,000 yuan. Your current monthly deduction of total assets is 3.965 million yuan. The system kindly reminds you that your current business status is extremely loss-making. There are too many employees in your company who cannot bring benefits to the company. The famous Song dynasty has already demonstrated the consequences of redundant officials and positions. Of course, if you think it's okay to do so, then you can. After all, a perfect life is not just about money, but also about bringing happiness to others and achieving a perfect win-win situation. Seeing this, Meng-Su was stunned. It's almost 4 million. Fortunately, he came to Shanghai. Otherwise, Meng-Su felt that he would go bankrupt if he played like this. But no matter what, his current assets of 74.05 million can support the salary payment for a long time. In addition, Meng-Su was a little confused. When did Shunfeng branch become 19 people? Let's not talk about anything else. Shunfeng branch actually has only 2 employees in the strict sense. One is Wen Yuan, general manager. The other is Lan Yi, deputy general manager. The remaining zombie employees such as Li Xiang and the special operations team all belong to the Order Guard Company. to protect their safety. After checking with Meng Su, I found out that, after those employees, who originally belonged to Jianshan Group were rescued, they were naturally automatically incorporated into the peace order sequence and became a member of the peace order. There is a guy named Su Lei in Shunfeng branch. He is very capable. Meng Su took a look and found that his chemistry major level is only at level 16. He is also a capable person. When I returned to Hiching head office, I must transfer him out. Meng Su thought to himself, and at the same time took a deep breath and ordered, "Everyone, move forward at full speed. If we walk like this, it will take a long time to reach the destination." He walked all the way like this, from dusk to dawn, and from dawn to noon. Finally, Meng Su returned to the independent villa in the rich area. The main reason for the delay was that there were some problems with the cruise ship crossing the river. In the end, it took a long time to find another usable cruise ship along the river. It was said to be usable, but it was not usable. The engine was dismantled. Luckily, Meng Su had zombie employees, so he asked a few zombie employees to go into the water and push the boat, and then they crossed the river. I don't know if Fu Chanfeng is dead. Walking in this independent villa area, Meng Su had such a thought in his mind. He was more curious about this. Before he left, he had reminded Fu Chanfeng to leave quickly before the function of the TV bubble machine failed. Otherwise something serious might happen. With this thought in mind, Meng Su immediately followed the guidance of his memory and jumped down from the dilapidated seat that seemed to have been removed from a luxury car. While walking forward, he shouted, "Where is Fu Chanfeng? Where is Fu Chanfeng? I brought your daughter back." Wherever Meng Su passed, the zombies gave way, just like Moses parting the sea, making way for a path. Roar! After hearing Meng Su shout, the zombies in the villa rushed out of the villa and attacked Meng Su. When Meng Su saw this, he didn't even take action. Two mechanical zombies equipped with speeding legs ran over and used 9-day thunder double kick to trample the zombies into meat paste. When the machine hit the zombies at high speed, it would naturally produce such a result. It was just like the process of making handmade beef balls, just with a lot more blood. Meng Su just walked forward, pushed the door open, entered the villa, walked into the gate of the villa skillfully, stood in the messy hall, and looked at the basement entrance not far away. There was a corpse that was bitten into a shapeless state. The legs, waist, and face were all like this, with pits and bumps from being bitten. Meng Su judged from the torn clothes that this should be Fu Chanfeng himself. With this thought, Meng Su immediately stepped forward and pushed Fu Chanfeng's shoulder. "Hey! Wake up! Why are you sleeping here? Mr. Fu? You are such a big boss. You can't sleep anywhere." At this moment, Lu Jiaming happened to bring two superpowers in. Seeing this scene, the two superpowers behind him were stunned. And Lu Jiaming looked like, "Don't worry. We have all seen Mr. Ming delivering express mail. Is it a rare thing to wake up a corpse? It is very normal." Lu Jiaming looked like, "I am an old employee. Don't worry. Mr. Ming has his own thoughts." Just when Lu Jiaming was about to say something, he saw that Fu Chanfeng suddenly opened his gray eyes, showing a ferocious expression, and roared towards Meng Su. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiaming was also stunned. "Ah? Can he really wake him up? I was kidding." Seeing this, Meng Su was very dissatisfied and slapped him. "No! You hit me right after you woke up? You are in a bad mood. Right?" He was very angry. At this time, he was still in a bad mood. This slap directly slapped Fu Chanfeng, who had turned into a zombie, and he fell to the ground stiffly. His head turned 90 degrees, and he was completely dead. What a sin! What a sin! Seeing this, Meng Su hurriedly whispered in his heart, and then waved his hand, "Bring Fu Zishan in." Following Meng Su's order, Yin Shooting immediately hugged her best friend, who was surnamed Fu but unhappy, and walked in heavily. The heaviness here does not refer to the heaviness of the heart, but the physical heaviness. Because Fu Zishan is really heavy, she doesn't look like she has much flesh, but the flesh on her body grows in other places. If you have to describe her, she is plump and fat. Fill in the blanks. Come on, hand in a task. Meng Su squatted down again, pulled the hand of Fu Chanfeng, who had turned into a zombie, and said to Fu Chanfeng sincerely, "I have completed your task, and handed over." The deep love between father and daughter is touching, but you who fulfill their wishes are even more touching. Meng Su, Chairman Ming, You are indeed worthy of being one of the top philanthropic youths in Hiching City, one of the top 6 philanthropic youths in Nanjiang Province, and one of the top 9 philanthropic youths in Magic City. I am proud of you. Task completed, task evaluation, touching. Task reward, credit points plus 500, 000, points plus 50, biological firearms. What? There are 5 philanthropists ahead of me in Nanjiang Province? It seems I have to hurry up and do charity work, and strive to become the #1 philanthropist in Nanjiang Province. Mengsu nodded, indicating that the task was completed, and shook off Fu Chongfeng's hand, saying bad luck, thinking for a while, and then said, dig a pit in the yard and bury them. After all, they gave me some money, and I, Mengsu, keep my promise. After saying that, Mengsu stood up and stretched. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiangming couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion and gave Mengsu a thumbs up. It turned out that Mr. Ming fulfilled someone's promise, so he went all the way to that hateful underground research institute to rescue them. I had been wondering why Director Ming brought a female corpse with him, and even shamefully thought that Director Ming had some necrophilia. This time, it was my own problem. My thoughts were really sinful. How could I doubt Director Ming like this? This was really wrong. Director Ming had the style of an ancient man. Lu Jiangming felt that he had found a leader worth following for a lifetime. But Mengsu didn't think so much. Unexpectedly, in just 4 days, his mission in the Magic City was only to find a little girl. For a moment, Mengsu even felt a little unsatisfied. A few more. But no matter how Mengsu thought, there would not be such a task for the time being, unless he could meet some strange people. With this thought, Mengsu calmed down, and then he opened the inventory in the villa area and checked the biological gun given as a reward for the task. Mengsu was very interested in this kind of strange thing. Slurp. Mengsu swallowed his saliva, and after clicking on the inventory, he was instantly attracted by the very conspicuous gun in the inventory. It was a small-looking gun. After careful identification, it seemed to be a pistol. Yes, it needed to be identified, because its appearance was very different. It looked emerald green. After careful observation, it seemed to be covered with some kind of mucus that could breathe, and it was quite relaxed and tense with each breath. If Mengsu had to describe it, then the adjective Mengsu would use would be Zerg. I don't know why, but Mengsu wanted to describe it this way. If it was more accurate, this also reminded Mengsu of many Krypton Gold FPS games, where the guns were so outrageous. Compared with this, Fire Qilin is somewhat normal. Item name, Insect Killer. Item introduction. ##### firearm produced by #### planet, possessing ####, made with ####, used for murder and arson, a civilian biological firearm essential for home and travel. Item function, pull the trigger and then fire. Not recommended for people with IQ below average. After seeing such a description and function, Mengsu couldn't help but take a deep breath. While committing a sin for global warming, he also said, what the hell? The whole article is full of ####. I think Neo is rewarding guests. Is this the only thing the system can do? Hurry up and decipher it. I have plenty of money. 400 points are required to decipher it. Do you want to decipher it? Seeing such words appear in the system, Mengsu quickly rejected it. No, I'm kidding you. 400 points? Mengsu instantly thought of the World War II period. When he saw a loaf of bread costing 500,000 marks, what did the Germans feel? What the hell, kill them all. It's just a name. Mengsu felt it was insignificant. He still had to use this points and money to do big things. For example, item name, Advanced Xenotransplantation Mantis Blade. Price, 4 million credits or 400 points. Purchase limit, 3/3. Item name, Tyrannosaurus Rex Gene. Price, 5 million credits or 500 points. Purchase limit, 1/1. Item name, Cybertron Truck. Price, 650 points. Purchase limit, 1/1. These 3 things are what Mengsu wants to buy at the moment. There is also the Neuron Robot. But it is just a robot. The Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Mantis Blade. For Mengsu now, there is no need to exchange them. He needs to return to the headquarters of the Peace Order Group to find a way to exchange them. The last Cybertron truck can only be exchanged with points. But it can be exchanged. Mengsu also needs a Cybertron truck now. This thing can never be a fire source. Even if these 650 points are exchanged for an ordinary truck, Mengsu will be satisfied. I want to spend 650 points to exchange for the Cybertron truck. Ming-Su muttered in his heart. Exchange successful. After you default to summon in your heart, you can summon the Cybertron truck to a location within 1 kilometer of you, and rush to your current location at the fastest speed. The system's gilded small words made Ming-Su feel at ease. And then Ming-Su continued in his heart, extract the biological gun insect killer, along with Ming-Su's command. Soon, he felt his pockets suddenly sink. Ming-Su reached out and touched it. And he really felt something hard. That's right. It was a pistol. In an instant, Ming-Su's eyes were burning, and he wanted to find a place to shoot his pistol properly. Let me emphasize here that it was real shooting, not shooting a pistol. With this thought in mind, Ming-Su immediately walked out of the villa room, looked at the neatly arranged zombie employees outside, and said immediately, "You go out and catch 2 zombies. There are ready-made targets to use." Hearing Ming-Su's order, many mechanical zombies with mechanical legs immediately ran away. Their speed had already broken the world record, and began to catch zombies everywhere. Faced with Ming-Su's situation, Xin Baochuan, Lu Jiangming and others were somewhat confused. And the other superpowers and the captured researchers were even more confused, and they didn't know what was going on. Soon, the mechanical zombies captured some ordinary zombies. These ordinary zombies were obviously the fish that slipped through the net in the surrounding villa area. They were all wearing famous brands. Ming-Su didn't have much thought about this. After all, no matter whether they were poor or rich before, beautiful or ugly, young or old, they have all become zombies now, and it is meaningless to argue. Now, they are all targets for testing guns. With this thought in mind, Ming-Su took out the insect killer and began to aim at the zombies in front. Swish! At the moment Ming-Su aimed, the biological pistol immediately emitted a series of tiny insect sounds. Seeing this, Ming-Su couldn't help but get goosebumps. But he quickly adjusted his state, aimed at a zombie, and fired. Swish! A tiny gunshot sound very similar to the sound of insects sounded instantly. And the next second, a bullet of unknown origin instantly penetrated the head of a zombie. And the zombie fell down instantly after being shot. This is no different from an ordinary gun, isn't it? Ming-Su was suspicious for a moment. And then he continued to pull the trigger to shoot at other zombies. Shush. After 3 shots, every shot hit the target. After all, Ming-Su has the skill of firearms mastery. Although this biological pistol looks a bit strange, as long as it is a gun, Ming-Su's firearms mastery can be used. Ming-Su confirmed it again. The lethality should be no different from that of a normal gun. Not as awesome as he imagined. But this gun has a significant advantage. That is, it does not need to be loaded with bullets. At least Ming-Su searched for a long time, but could not find the place to load bullets. This gun seems to not need to be loaded with bullets, and it can be fired without limit. This cannot be said to be awesome, but it can only be said to be very awesome. Damn. Ming-Su shook his head. Seeing that there was still a zombie left, he did not care much and fired a shot at the belly. What surprised Ming-Su was that this bullet actually hit the zombie's head accurately. This made the gun master Ming-Su feel something was wrong. After all, Ming-Su's skill was firearms proficiency, not gunfighting. Because he was proficient in firearms, he knew that no matter what, this shot would not accurately hit the zombie's head. This gun has a headlock? Ming-Su was shocked when he saw this. My god, it really aims automatically. And it locks the head. It is stable, and will not be banned. My gun proficiency counts as automatic aiming. And this gun has a headlock. Oh my god. If I go to a real CS, who can beat me? It's a good gun. If it can be mass-produced, the Special Operations team of the Order Guard Security Company under my command will not even have to practice shooting. Everyone is a sharpshooter. And every bullet can kill a zombie. It's just a pity that this thing is destined to be unable to be mass-produced at this stage. The production capacity of the scientists under Ming-Su's command could not keep up. And there was no solution. Ming-Su shook his head, put away his gun, and said to the living employees present, "Let's go." After that, he took the lead and strode out of the yard. Seeing Ming-Su's scene, everyone woke up from their dreams and followed him. A superpower who seemed to have a good relationship with Lu Jiangming also came over immediately and whispered to Lu Jiangming, "Brother Lu, what happened to Chairman Ming? Why did he suddenly come to shoot zombies? And the gun in his hand seems a little different." How can we figure out Chairman Ming's affairs? Chairman Ming probably didn't complete the instructions, and is depressed, so don't talk nonsense. Lu Jiangming said casually. He was also very curious about Ming Su. After following Ming Su to the door, he saw Ming Su suddenly shouting, "Big truck, come!" Hearing Ming Su's words, Lu Jiangming was stunned again, and didn't understand. Not only Lu Jiangming didn't understand, but other people didn't understand either. Qin Baochuan was even more hesitant to speak, wanting to communicate with Ming Su. He would find a way to satisfy Ming Su. What did Mr. Ming mean? Was to find a big truck? Just when Qin Baochuan was confused, he suddenly heard a horn in the distance. Beep! The horn was unusually loud, and it startled the nearby zombies. Or it could be said that the nearby zombies had startled Ming Su. Roar! The zombies surrounded him one after another, and the mechanical zombies naturally rushed up and began to slaughter. All I can say is, we are of the same origin. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? For Qin Baochuan, Lu Jiangming and others, what surprised them most was not the truck's automatic driving, but the shape of the truck. It was a red semi-trailer truck, but its front design was quite unique, with smooth lines, leaving a deep impression on people. On both sides of the car body, the black Chinese characters Qintian were printed, which were very eye-catching. And the lights were also very bright. I seem to be dazzled. Does this look like Optimus Prime to you? Qin Baochuan rubbed his eyes, and he couldn't believe the big truck in front of him. Is this Optimus Prime in car form? Yes, exactly the same. However, if you must say, there are still some differences. The big black characters on both sides of Optimus Prime are not Chinese characters, but English, and this is Chinese characters. Why is this the case? Don't ask. The answer is to follow the local customs. I'll get in the car first, you wait here. Ming Su nodded with great satisfaction. Then without hesitation, he came to the driver's seat. He planned to drive this car that looked exactly like Optimus Prime himself. But before driving, Ming Su also had to be more cautious. After all, he didn't understand the operation. Letting these people in, wouldn't it be bad? With this thought, Ming Su entered the driver's cabin. After Ming Su walked into the car, the humans present were extremely shocked and began to discuss. What's going on? Isn't this Optimus Prime? Maybe it's painted like this, customized? Oh my god. Your customized car can just drive over immediately when you call? Are you crazy? There's no one in the driver's seat. Although it's developing very well now, most trams have assisted driving functions. But that's an assisted driving function after all, not an automatic driving function. Wrong, there are driverless buses in Guangzhou, which have already started pilot operation. I saw it at a seminar in Guangzhou 4 months ago. In fact, this situation is not impossible. You're just nitpicking. Huh? Can driverless buses be the same as this? Everyone was very surprised by this, and talked about it. Qin Baochuan has begun to swallow his saliva. After all, according to his understanding, the car in front of him is very likely to be real. Mr. Ming never does anything without preparation. Is there really a planet Cybertron in this world? Was there really a war 5 million years ago? Qin Baochuan fell into a state of confusion in the wind. And Ming Su has already got in the car. As soon as the car door opened, the holographic screen lit up immediately. The driver's seat automatically adjusted to the appropriate position. The seat back slowly tilted. Ming Su's body was perfectly wrapped in super soft leather. After pressing the start driving button, a driving dashboard appeared in front of him. On the panel, a series of data such as speed, fuel consumption, temperature, etc. were clearly displayed. And there was also a real-time navigation map next to it. It feels so amazing. Ming Su had never seen such a high-tech vehicle before. He started the engine gently, and a slight vibration came. Ming Su only needed to touch the button on the steering wheel, and the intelligent driving system could start automatically. The vehicle status could be monitored in real time on the screen at any time. Not bad, not bad. Ming Su nodded with satisfaction, and suddenly thought of something, said, Optimus Prime, is Optimus Prime here? Can you transform? That's the one, Transformers, change shape at any time. Dear Mr. Ming, I don't have the functions you mentioned. I just got awakened not long ago, and can only be used as a smart operation vehicle for the time being. If you have any needs, you can directly control it with voice, enter a destination, and this vehicle will take you there. Seeing this scene, Ming Su couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It's not Optimus Prime from Transformers, but a big truck that looks exactly like Optimus Prime, and has the function of artificial intelligence. A little disappointed. Just like this? Why do you still call it Cybertron? Are you worthy? But if you think about it, it's not so bad. After all, Ming-Su didn't expect him to be so awesome. After all, how powerful can something exchanged for 10 million credit points and 650 points be? Moreover, the output of the system should have a follow-up. As long as he perseveres, he will be able to get a real transformer sooner or later. After a brief evaluation of the intelligent operating system, Ming-Su continued to check the space of the car. The main driver's seat, the co-driver's seat, and the 2 rows in the back, each row can seat 3 people, a total of 6 seats. And through the holographic screen, Ming-Su can also see the situation in the car. It's just a big car. Nothing special. Optimus Prime, can it hold so many of us? Ming-Su asked casually. Yes, Mr. Ming. According to the test, the maximum passenger capacity of this vehicle is 93 people. And the current number is 89. But I would like to remind you that according to the road safety law, the maximum number of people this vehicle can carry is 8. Looking at the small words on the holographic screen, Ming-Su did not take it seriously. It's okay. This is provided that the traffic police can catch us. Ming-Su is against overloading. And this kind of overloaded driving is very dangerous. Once there is a small collision, it will cause a major accident. After all, Dongwu is not Tianjin. The terrifying scene of 40 people coming out of a van is difficult to stage in Dongwu. But this is all for a reason. Ming-Su has no other choice now. He can only learn from his good neighbor Tianju Asen. Then get in the car. Ming-Su did not hesitate. He immediately ordered his zombie employees to get in the car. Let Yin Shooting take the co-pilot seat, let Qin Baochuan, LV Jiangming and 2 psychics come to sit in the back, the remaining 2 seats, one for Liang Duan, one for Chen Kuang. These 2 people work best together. Of course, there is also Dennis, who works well together, but Ming-Su did not let him come. Mainly because his contribution was the same as Chen Kuang's. And Chen Kuang was beaten a bit hard by him before. So let Chen Kuang come. As for the situation in the carriage, Ming-Su didn't know. But Ming-Su had asked that the mechanical zombies would not hurt the mutants and captives, who were forced to sit in the carriage. Okay. Let's go! After everyone got on, Ming-Su was very satisfied and prepared to set off immediately. Do you want to use automatic driving? Please enter your destination, and I will do my best to help you get there. At the same time, the current environment is relatively dangerous, and most of the creatures around you are malicious to you. Do you want to turn on the protection function? Turn it on. Go find the little girl, Ming-Su said excitedly. Cybertron truck? It really put a question mark. Seeing this scene, Ming-Su couldn't help but feel a little regretful. It turned out that he didn't connect to his own system, and from this point of view, it seems that he is not omniscient and omnipotent. Even the map on the screen, there are many blank places, which seem to have not been recognized. No. Wait a minute. Can you only go to places you have been to? Can't you draw a map for places you haven't been to? Then where can your autonomous driving go? Is it also to places you have been to? Ming-Su had a lot of ideas in his mind. But it didn't matter. This big truck, it looks powerful enough. 650 points. It was not wasted. Then just go around. It's better to find a place with many people, Ming-Su said casually. Got it. The Cybertron truck is very efficient. And it started to move immediately. But Ming-Su soon realized that something seemed wrong, and hurriedly said, no. I mean places with more survivors. Forget it. Just go around. Don't go to areas with a lot of people. Hundreds of people. Thousands of people. Just now, Ming-Su suddenly thought that the Cybertron truck also recognized zombies as humans, and went to places with a lot of people. Don't take this BYD to the Bund. If I go there, I'm doomed. If I don't kill him for 3 days and 3 nights, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. The population of Magic City is 25 million. This is only the registered population. There are still many tourists who are not registered and have not been counted, even if only half of them become zombies. Ming-Su doesn't dare to think how long he will have to kill them. Got it. The Cybertron truck is very cold and ruthless. It received the order immediately and started driving. Anyway, there is nothing to do, so I will spend a day in Magic City. In 1 day, I can't find the little girl. Then we'll go home. As for whether to meet with the Magic City safe zone, Ming-Su could only wish them well in his heart to fight zombies, and try to take root in Zuanming Island, and resolutely resist all zombies. After all, Meng-Su is not stupid. In this situation, the road to Zuanming Island is probably full of zombies, and Meng-Su doesn't want to fight bloody battles all the way. Instead of fighting and leading the Magic City safe zone to fight bloody battles, it's better to return to Hiching City, his own nest. Hiching safe zone is now, and it's probably done pretty well, almost done. Next, recover the entire Nanjiang. Beep! The sound of the Cybertron truck was melodious, and it was driving in the Magic City, which was a zombie apocalypse paradise. Roar! The zombies swarmed in, and were ruthlessly crushed by the Cybertron truck. In front of the truck, all beings are equal. Send them to reincarnation as soon as possible. In the Magic City, a remote street, a group of armed thugs are ambushing on the left and right, preparing for a big fight. They haven't opened for business for a long time. The last time the safe zone was defeated, a lot of weapons were left behind, and these weapons were taken by many people, and this group of armed thugs are the lucky ones. At that time, they found the safe zone as soon as possible. Under the protection of a squad in the safe zone, they advanced towards Zuanming Island, but they were attacked by zombies, and the soldiers were annihilated. They picked up these weapons, found a place to occupy the mountain as the king, and began their robbery journey of I own this road. The geographical location here is good, very remote. If you want to leave the Magic City, this is the only way. Since the last time, they were assigned by a group of strange people who claimed to be the chosen ones, and attacked a superpower and a little girl. They have not been doing business much. Now, the previous resources have been used up. So naturally we have to start doing business quickly. The gun-wielding thug leader took a puff of cigarette. His eyes were a little blurry. And suddenly, he saw an Optimus Prime coming in the distance. He was stunned at first. And then he was happy. A big truck. It looks like Optimus Prime. The driver must be rich. And it is estimated that he is not just ordinary rich. After all, who can get an Optimus Prime without money? Brothers, get ready. Without hesitation, the boss immediately ordered, and immediately asked his younger brother to prepare the nails for puncturing the tires. Be careful. Big truck. There may be a lot of people. Kill them first. Don't worry about anything else. There are usually a lot of people in a big truck. About 7 or 8 people. And they may be equipped with weapons. So the boss thought he had to be more cautious. Of course, there was no need to be too cautious. They had 16 people, and everyone had a gun. Although this big truck could hold it, after leaving out the resources, there were only 7 or 8 people at most. Right? Could it be that there were still 70 or 80 people in this truck? It was so funny. Even if there were 7 or 8 superpowers, he would eat this big truck. Chapter 235 Peace Order Group's office in Magic City is established. Everyone is very arrogant and domineering. They have their own reasons for being so arrogant and domineering. These 16 people all have rifles. Such firepower cannot be matched by those small pistols. There is even an armored vehicle parked in their backyard, with a missile system or something, but they can't understand it, and they don't know why. The missile launch system seems to be scrapped, and it doesn't respond wherever they press. But no matter what, the success has also given them an unprecedented mysterious confidence. And they feel that they can definitely shine, and become bigger and stronger in the end-time environment. This world is cruel. You are what you eat. If you suffer, you will suffer more. Only by eating people can you become the best. So, when we meet zombies, we must keep silent and pretend that they are not there. When we meet humans, we must be as fierce as wolves and tigers and hit them hard. Looking at Optimus Prime, who is getting closer and closer, the thug boss showed a kind smile. Punch his tires. Do it. With a loud shout, nails flew out. Not only that, there were also 2 or 3 police tire puncture devices, which firmly occupied the road and ensured that no vehicle could pass. There was also a thug who claimed to be a very good shooter, who often played Peace Elite and had reached the level of an invincible god of war, and a thug who claimed to be a CF veteran for 10 years, who aimed their guns at the tires together, ready to abort at any time. This is them. A group of extremely vicious elite soldiers. The boss smiled grimly and raised his gun in his hand, hiding in the street beside the road, waiting for the nails to puncture the vehicle. And then they rushed forward. However, to the boss's surprise, the big truck that looked exactly like Optimus Prime in the movie suddenly stopped in the middle of the road at this moment, about 4 or 5 meters away from the police tire puncture device and nails. Huh? This scene made the gangster boss feel something was wrong, and he immediately lowered his voice and said to his brothers on both sides, "Get ready, if you find that the other party is going to reverse, open fire directly." It can be seen that the gangster boss was afraid that the other party would run away, and his efforts would be in vain. This is what he is thinking now. There is no other way. After all, they haven't opened for a long time. Bang. But just when the gang leader was so nervous that he wanted to take action in advance, he suddenly heard the door of the big truck in front of him, which was like Optimus Prime, suddenly opened, and a young man who looked handsome but in a red suit got out. Seeing this scene, the gang leader was delighted. Okay. They have fallen into the trap. Be careful, don't damage the car. Wait until they all get off the car, and then shoot them one by one. This car is good, we want it. The gang leader whispered, and there was even some unconcealable joy in his voice. He never dreamed that. Originally thought that there would be some big fish with twists and turns, but now it actually jumped onto the shore by itself. Haha, it's true that there is a road to heaven, but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell, but you break in. When he thought of this, the thug leader showed a hideous smile. But soon, his smile disappeared. Because he found that the back of the truck was open, some zombies wearing blue sportswear, whose whole body was particularly weird, were walking down from it one after another. 1, 2, 3. All the thugs present. Their smiles disappeared. They were so dense. So numerous. In the blink of an eye, 78 people got out of this truck that looked exactly like Optimus Prime. The thug leader? I went to the wrong place. Is this the Mumbai of India? What's going on here? I would never have thought that an ordinary truck that looked a bit like Optimus Prime could seat 80 people. The thug leader was shocked. He took a deep breath, quietly retracted his head, and at this moment, suddenly heard the younger brother's faint question, Boss, are we still going?" Hearing this, the thug leader was immediately furious, and subconsciously shouted in a low voice, "Hack your mother. Wait until they get over. There are so many people, and they look very unusual. You dare to go up with such a presence?" In response to this, the thug leader's evaluation is awesome, you should be the boss. The younger brother nodded, but hesitantly said, "Okay, boss. But why do they feel like they are coming towards us?" Huh? The thug boss was stunned. And then he poked his head out to take a look. He happened to see the guy in the red suit walking towards him at a fast pace. And there was a man who looked quite short behind him. Seeing this scene, the thug boss' heart stopped for a moment. And he realized at this time that the suit was not red. Instead, stained with blood. Damn it, something is wrong. Instantly, the thug leader felt a strong sense of fear in his heart, and immediately said restlessly, "Get ready to run." After saying that, the thug leader looked back, but found that his brothers had already scattered, and fled in all directions. Fuck you, a bunch of disloyal guys. Ming Dong, this is it. LV Jiangming was leading the way for Meng Su, with a very respectful look. I was attacked by a group of chosen ones, and some armed men near here. Meng Su looked around, and nodded immediately, and said, "This is also the place where you and the little girl were separated. Right? Okay, I know, leave it to me next. There are a lot of little mice here." After that, before Lu Jiangming could say anything, he suddenly saw Meng Su suddenly draw his gun, the gun covered with a lot of green semi-solidified mucus, which looked like a weapon from a science fiction movie. Instantly began to aim, accompanied by two sounds of click, and two screams were heard from the front. Ah! LV Jiangming was extremely shocked. Looking carefully, it turned out that two guys with guns had begun to run away quickly at some point. Just now, Chairman Ming fired 2 shots, and killed the fleeing people on the spot. Seeing this scene, LV Jiangming couldn't help but marvel at Meng Su's shooting skills. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard Meng Su say, "Go back to the car first. Your son's bullets are blind. Be careful not to be shot to death." What did he mean? LV Jiangming didn't understand, but the next second, he was grabbed by the collar by Meng Su. Instantly, he felt a sense of weightlessness. The next second, he was thrown high backwards by Meng Su. Lu Jiangming never dreamed that at his age, he could still play a game of tossing like a newborn baby. He felt a little panicked, but was soon caught by Xiongde and landed safely. With this throw, Lu Jiangming was thrown to the center of the mechanical zombies, next to the Cybertron truck. After Meng Su threw Lu Jiangming away, he continued to look around and smiled. Team 1. Go left to capture the 4 behind the wall. Team 2. Go right. Capture the 2 hiding in the house. After that, More than 10 mechanical zombies immediately started to move, starting from the left and right, and moving quickly. The execution ability is first rate. After all the mechanical zombies left, the thug leader could no longer bear it, and suddenly shouted, "Brothers, there is no point in running. Let's fight them." After that, the thug leader suddenly stood up from the front of Ming-Su, holding a submachine gun, and began to pull the trigger frantically at Ming-Su. Duh. Although there was some recoil, the thug leader was also a heavyweight player, and the fat on his belly and chest perfectly offset the impact of this part of the recoil, so that in the hands of the thug leader, the submachine gun seemed to have no recoil, and it was very stable. Seeing this, Ming-Su's eyes lit up. No recoil. Right? Okay, you fired first. Duh. In the muzzle, flames flickered. The bullets poured out like rain, attacked Ming-Su. And Ming-Su did not dodge or evade, but stepped forward directly, with a swift pace and a firm look, as if he was the Calabash brothers, who was going to save his grandfather. Bang! Piu! Ding ding! The bullet hit Ming-Su accurately, but it had no effect at all. The bullet drew a weak arc on his body, making a dull sound of impact, but it was like hitting a hard wall, and after bouncing a few times, it fell weakly on the floor beside him. Ming-Su in front of him was completely unharmed except for a few holes on his red suit, as if the shooting just now was just an illusion. The thug leader widened his eyes, and forgot to speak for a moment. His men were also stunned. They had never seen anything like this, and for a moment, the whole street fell into a dead silence. Ming-Su stood there. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he seemed to be unconcerned about the bullet attack just now. He moved his body and stepped forward. The thug leader's heart beat faster for no reason. He felt a force stronger than himself, a fear born from the depths of his heart. "Are you a human or a ghost?" the thug leader asked tremblingly. Ming-Su was too lazy to pay attention to the thug leader. He just yawned. He felt something was wrong. To be honest, with a physical strength of 31 points, he was already immune to bullets. Moreover, the power of this submachine gun was relatively low, so it was useless for Ming-Su to resist it. However, it still hurt. However, Ming-Su could still bear this level of pain. He didn't say a word just now, just to pretend, cough, to show off in front of others. After all, there were several new employees. Ming-Su planned to set up a Magic City office here. If he didn't show some of his skills, how could he intimidate these employees? Similarly, his purpose was to find the little girl. If he didn't scare these thugs, how could he ask the little girl's location? The thug leader swallowed his saliva and hurriedly wanted to change the magazine. But Ming-Su didn't want to be hit by another round of bullets. Without hesitation, he flashed and came to the thug leader in an instant. He grabbed the submachine gun in the thug leader's hand and gently pulled it. The thug leader staggered. The submachine gun was snatched away, and he fell to the ground in embarrassment. The other little brother on the side was already scared silly. He raised his rifle high, knelt on the side, and surrendered. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction. There were still gunshots and screams beside his ears. Ming-Su looked at the thug leader calmly and said, "Tell me." While he was speaking, Xiongda had already flown over and brought a chair for Ming-Su. Xiongda usually doesn't show off his talent, because his name is a little cute. Xiongda looks very honest. But in the eyes of the thug leader, Xiongda looks very scary. A huge zombie was skinny, with dry skin like withered bark, and it seemed that only a skeleton was left. When its wings were spread out, it was like covering the sky and the sun, covering everything. Its wings fluttered like sharp blades in the air, carrying the smell of blood and death. His skin had rotted into gray and black, revealing his terrifying bones, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, making it impossible to escape the cage of fear. They had never seen such a terrifying zombie before. Now it suddenly appeared in front of them, and it was like a slave, being driven by the person in front of it. The thug boss's mentality collapsed. He looked at Ming-Su tremblingly, swallowed his saliva, and whispered, "Say, what?" He didn't know what Ming-Su wanted to ask. "LV Jiangming, you can step out of the line now." Ming-Su yawned and shouted to the formation behind him. LV Jiangming, who was admiring Ming-Su's strength with other psychics, heard this and immediately walked out of the group of mechanical zombies and came to Ming-Su respectfully. Ming-Su said to the thug leader, "Do you recognize this man?" At the same time, Meng Su also looked at the thug leader's panel with his observation. He was ordinary, just a scumbag that can be seen everywhere. Nothing special. When the gang leader saw Lu Jiangming, he looked at him carefully for a while and nodded repeatedly. I recognize him, I recognize him. There were a few chosen ones at the beginning, so that we could ambush him here. He opened the last deal, and he was acting with the chosen ones, so of course he recognized him. There was a little girl with him. Where did the little girl go? Meng Su was very calm, and continued to ask, while sighing in his heart, I should have saved the life of Xiang Shucheng. The life of the demon city Siming. Meng Su now feels like he killed an NPC while playing a game. But he didn't expect that in future missions. If he had the information about this NPC, it would be easier to complete the mission. But the people have been killed. What's the point of regretting now? Why did I have such a thought? I should have no regrets in my life. For a moment, Meng Su suddenly became murderous. The murderous aura frightened the thug leader, and he said tremblingly, I don't know. When those chosen ones came, they asked us to catch that little girl, but after they came, the hero beside you fought desperately, and killed our brothers and 2 chosen ones. But after we overturned the car, we didn't see the little girl at all, which is strange, because we clearly saw the little girl in the car before. The thug leader trembled, and immediately explained everything clearly, for fear that Meng Su would follow Xiong Da's order and eat him like honey. Meng Su heard this. His eyes narrowed. So your initial target was that little girl? Yes. Yes, the thug said. A few days before the operation, we had received an order from the Chosen One, saying that a little girl would rush from Nanjiang to the Magic City, and asked us to hold the main road. At the same time, there were 3 Chosen Ones in our camp, working with us to capture the little girl. Meng Su heard this, and suddenly felt that there seemed to be some secrets about this little girl, and then said, how did you contact the Chosen One before? And where are they now? Although he killed the Magic City Siming and more than a dozen Chosen Ones, the Magic City has so many people, and the number of Chosen Ones should exceed 100. So there must be other Chosen Ones alive. Modu Siming is dead. Just find another Chosen One. Hearing Meng Su's words, the gang leader hurriedly said, brother, I don't know. We have never heard of the Chosen One before. They came to us on their own initiative, and we knew there was such a group of people. We only cooperated with them once. Meng Su nodded, and then turned to look at Lu Jiangming, and sized him up. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You were able to kill 2 Chosen Ones and several armed bandits. TSK. Do you have a high combat quality? What did you do before? Lu Jiangming's ability level is only level 8, which is probably okay in the eyes of ordinary people. But in the eyes of the Chosen Ones, such a level is not good enough. Being able to kill so many enemies at such a level, it can be seen that Lu Jiangming's strength is not bad. It is no wonder that when the experimental subjects were refrigerated, Lu Jiangming was marked as the most valuable experimental subject. But what puzzled Meng Su was that, if that was the case, then why did his observation of words and expressions only show that Lu Jiangming was a salesperson? Could it be that Lu Jiangming's strength was so high that he could hide his profession? When Lu Jiangming heard this, he was confused. Who did I kill? Lu Jiangming fainted. He immediately shook his head like a rattle and said to Meng Su in denial, No, Mr. Meng, I didn't kill anyone. I fainted the moment the car overturned, and I didn't know what happened at all. Hearing Lu Jiangming's words, Meng Su was also stunned. Ah? You didn't kill him? Not only Meng Su was stunned, even the leader of the thugs was stunned. You didn't kill him? Then how did my buddy die? Did he accidentally fire while fighting? Shot 7 times in the back? Was he committed suicide? Now things get interesting. Meng Su smiled lightly, then he used the Chongsha to point at the chair, looked at the 2 people, and said to them, Come on, start reviewing. It was Meng Su's favorite part again. The 2 immediately began to review Meng Su's situation, starting a new round of debate. After both sides talked about it, Meng Su learned his situation. Before the car overturned, both sides had the same statement, but after the car overturned, it was different. LV Jiangming said that he fainted, and the thug leader said that Lu Jiangming was very brave, and he directly stood up and punched 2 brothers in the head with 2 punches, and then fought with a Chosen One. Anyway, it felt like a small Meng Su. After hearing their statements, Meng Su realized the problem. Little girl. The little girl in the passenger seat disappeared after the car overturned. While Lu Jiangming said he was unconscious, but the mob boss said someone was fighting with them, then the truth is out, all the impossibilities are eliminated, So no matter how outrageous the final result is, it is the truth. Lu Jiangming is the little girl. This possibility does not seem to be very high. No, it should be said that the little girl turned into Lu Jiangming and killed people randomly. Maybe this can explain it? Or, you mom, I won't say it, just leave it like this. Anyway, the little girl is pretty awesome. Okay. Meng Su nodded. The roars of the zombies around him became more and more. It seemed that some zombies surrounded him because of the gunshots. However, the number of zombies was not large. Firstly, the location was remote. Secondly, these thugs had prepared in advance and blocked many places, making it impossible for the zombies to pass. In this way, the situation was much easier. You cooperated well. Meng Su looked at the fat thug leader, nodded at him with satisfaction, and then said, "But what you did is a serious sin. If I let you go, I will feel uneasy." After hearing Meng Su's words, the fat thug leader was panicked, but before he could speak, Meng Su said again, "How about this? I'll show my intention, and shoot a shot into the sky. If you don't die after the shot, this matter will be forgotten." Hearing Meng Su's words, the thug leader was delighted. Although Meng Su's body is strong, he can withstand bullets. But people always have to follow the rules of physics. Right? No matter how you shoot at the sky, you won't be able to hit yourself in the end. Do you think you are Yin Xuanying? Okay. Okay, thank you. Brother, thank you. Brother. The thug leader immediately nodded and bowed, expressing his gratitude to Meng Su. The emotion was beyond words. And Meng Su nodded, then took out the insect killer, and fired a shot into the sky. Swish. After a sharp insect chirping sound, Meng Su didn't even turn his head, and went straight to the direction of the Cybertron truck Optimus Prime. Seeing that Meng Su really fired a shot into the air, and then let him go, the thug leader was overjoyed. While Lu Jiangming was shocked, Chairman Ming just let this bastard who had killed so many people go. Lu Jiangming's face was full of indignation. But he didn't say anything and resolutely carried out Meng Su's orders. The thug leader was ecstatic, with his mouth grinning like the carnivorous plant in Plants vs. Zombies. Ha ha. But his laughter hadn't ended yet. And there was a bang sound. And the bullet hit his head, right in the middle of his eyebrows. The blood gushed out from his forehead, and the bright red blood filled his vision, making him feel dizzy. His eyes revealed reluctance and helplessness. His life ended at this moment, and everything would return to nothingness. The gang leader died, and his death was so inexplicable and unclear. Seeing this, Lu Jiangming's original resentment disappeared completely, and was replaced by shock. This? What is this? Yin Xuanying? No. Yin Xuanying only bets that there are no bullets in your gun. And he doesn't know this kind of gun fighting technique. His. Chairman Ming. It's so terrifying. Not only can he resist bullets with his body, but he can even perform such bizarre operations. It's so terrifying. It's so terrifying. It can be seen how surprised Lu Jiangming was. And he even said so terrifying twice. But for Meng Su, these were just casual things. He came to the driver's seat and casually said to the mechanical zombies, who were respectfully serving Meng Su outside the car door, "Kill all those. And then clean up the zombies that are surrounding us. The location here is pretty good." Meng Su looked around and thought it was very good. The location here is relatively remote, belonging to the suburban town entering the Magic City. And the view is wide. The gang of thugs are quite good at choosing a location. This location is quite suitable for Meng Su to establish a peace order group Magic City office here. A large company, naturally, must have an office in a big city. It is not impossible for this office to develop slowly and eventually develop into a branch. It just so happens that there is a qualified candidate for the office. That is Lu Jiangming. Although Lu Jiangming is not a local, among his other 8 superpower brothers, there is a Magic City person. Of course, they are new Magic City people, who immigrated from other places. But they also know the current situation of Magic City better than Lu Jiangming. So with their assistance, Lu Jiangming is also good. In addition, Meng Su will leave 20 mechanical zombies, and the 3 mutant zombies locked up with Lu Jiangming. As for Xiongda, he can also be arranged here. In addition to them, Meng Su can also let Lu Jiangming contact the group of slaves in Maya Commercial Building who overthrew Ji Donghe. Although they don't have much ability, they are rich in intelligence. If there are any talents, they can be recruited as soon as possible. In this way, it's not bad. And this position, probably also marked as little brother or safe by those chosen ones. It should not be discovered in a short time. Huh? Meng Su exhaled. After sending out all the mechanical zombies, he immediately held a meeting. LV Jiaming, I am the chairman of Peace Order, so I have to be responsible for the whole company. I can't stay in Magic City all the time. I have to rush back to Hiching to preside over the overall situation in Nanjiang. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, LV Jiaming nodded and listened carefully. After nodding, Meng Su said again, Now, I appoint you as the head of the Magic City office of Peace Order Group. Your level is equivalent to that of a department director, and you can recruit people from the Magic City office to a certain extent and establish a good office. After hearing Meng Su's words, LV Jiaming was stunned, and then he immediately stood at attention, indicating that he understood. Meng Su heard this and continued. The 8 superpowers and 3 mutant zombies that got up with you are all handed over to you. In addition, I will leave you 20 mechanical zombies. But remember, do not send out mechanical zombies unless it is absolutely necessary. Understand? Lu Jiaming nodded seriously, and then asked, Mr. Meng, the position arrangement. You can arrange it as you like. In the Magic City, you have the power. Meng Su was very confident in Lu Jiaming. After all, being able to escort a little girl suspected of having the virus immunity gene all the way from Zonda City to the Magic City. Such a quality. Meng Su could only say that Lu Jiaming has great qualities. It belongs to the template of the protagonist. Similar to Lin Yi. According to the dead Charlotte ability owner, Lin Yi became the emperor of the Southern Chu Empire in his dream. So in Meng Su's view, Lu Jiaming, who is like the protagonist in the novel, may be a big man in a certain region in the future. Therefore, Meng Su trusts him. Lu Jiaming was not happy when he heard this, and continued to ask, Then Mr. Meng, what is the mission of our office? The first thing is to find high-level intellectuals and talents. Any talent is fine, even if it is international situation, as long as he is a university professor. It's all right. Meng Su said the most important step. You can go and communicate with a group of people in the Mayan Empire building. They are not members of our company. They are our company's partners. They may know the location of some high-level intellectuals. The second thing is to find that little girl. Old Lu, you have a good relationship with that little girl. After finding her, you can immediately recruit that little girl into the company. Meng Su said calmly. The little girl's situation was unusual. Meng Su wanted to know what was going on with her. Although the communication equipment was not ideal. Once Lu Jiaming met the little girl and submitted a recruitment application, Meng Su would see a message saying child labor cannot be hired. Then Meng Su would know that the little girl had been found. Meng Su himself did not have time to search for children here. He had to go back and digest the good things he had obtained from this mission at the company. For example, mass-produced mechas, Tyrannosaurus genes, xenotransplantation technology, and Cybertron car manufacturing methods. These things are all good. And more importantly, there are almost no technical barriers. In the warehouse, directly connected to the system, Meng Su can spend money to buy the required materials. And the original technical difficulties will also be solved with these technologies. Who knows? Hua Guangqing, the old man, may be able to improve himself and advance from the academician level to one of the important scientists who changed the world. Understood? LV Jiaming's eyes were like torches. He nodded seriously to Meng Su, indicating that he understood. Please rest assured. Chairman Meng, I will be responsible for this matter to the end, and I will definitely find Zhang Yuqing. Who is Zhang Yuqing? After a pause, Meng Su remembered that the little girl he wanted to find was called Zhang Yuqing. Okay, you work hard in Shanghai. If you want to open a branch in Shanghai in the future, you have a high chance of becoming the general manager. After making a promise, Meng Su nodded calmly, and then got in the car immediately. This time, the seats in the car were much more spacious. Although it was still a bit crowded, it was a world of difference compared to before. Boss, where are we going next? Qin Baochuan asked Meng Su respectfully in the back seat, his eyes full of admiration. Are we going to Zunming Island? And together with the safe zone, restore the order of the entire Magic City? As a local of Magic City, Qin Baochuan naturally hoped that the plot would develop in this way. He didn't trust Meng Su before, thinking that Meng Su was a lunatic, crazy every day, with a lot of martial arts. But he didn't know what to do, and he would die sooner or later. But now, it's different. His body can withstand bullets, and he can kill zombies as soon as he sees them. With such strength, who in the world dares to kill him? Who can kill him? Backstab? With Boss Meng's physical strength, it's useless to shoot him with a gun. And Qin Baochuan has only one thought about Meng Su now. That is, loyalty. Honesty. Opening an entertainment company in the end times. What a good idea. Qin Baochuan, will teach him everything I know. Even if Boss Meng arranged for me to film with zombies. Boss Meng must have his reasons. Even if Boss Meng asked him to eat feces. Qin Baochuan felt that there must be some deeper cause and effect. After hearing Qin Baochuan's words, Meng Su shook his head and said, "Go to Heqing City, Nanjiang Province. Although the Magic City is very good, there are many talents. But the main problem is that Meng Su is unfamiliar with the place. Meng Su and Lu Song have cooperated well enough. But he doesn't want to meet a so-called bureaucratic guy who will make things difficult for him. Indeed, the Magic City has been able to persist until now. And there shouldn't be the kind of guy who will fight among himself regardless of the zombies. But it's better to be safe than sorry. Instead of looking for someone new, it's better to cooperate with someone who knows him well. Moreover, Heqing City has been largely recovered. A complete city base is more valuable than the Magic City, which is only half of Zunming Island. Moreover, Meng Su did not give up the Magic City. He would discuss with Lu Song and advance eastward to the Magic City." Hearing Meng Su's words, Qin Baochuan was a little disappointed, but still very excited. "I heard that our company is in Heqing. I think it must be a place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. I believe that when we arrive in Heqing, Boss Meng will definitely be able to build a paradise, like a paradise. You are really good at licking." Meng Su couldn't help thinking, but he didn't interrupt Qin Baochuan's enthusiasm. Instead, he stretched his body and said, "Okay, let's stop here. Before returning to Nanjiang, there are still some things to do." Meng Su paused, and then said nonchalantly, "Big truck. Let's go and take a stroll around." Meng Su wanted to find a few chosen ones to kill, so that the number of chosen ones in the Magic City would be reduced. At the same time, he should kill some zombies on the road. Although it is a drop in the bucket, it is also a small contribution. Received, heading to nearby. After receiving the order, the Cybertron truck immediately started to drive automatically. Sitting at the best viewing point, Meng Su felt somewhat at ease. Not having to drive himself, it was quite comfortable. Meng Su felt a little regretful. In this way, he could not display his strength as a racing driver. Optimus Prime was getting farther and farther away. Looking at Optimus Prime's figure going away, LV Jiangming felt that he had a long way to go. Does he have a good relationship with Chairman Meng? Not really, they have only met twice. On the first side, Meng Dong saved me. On the second side, Meng Dong saved me again. In this way, he entrusted me with an important task. Now Lu Jiangming can only use 2 words to describe his current mood. Touched. Reporting the favor of the golden platform, I will die for Yulong. Thinking of this, Lu Jiangming took a deep breath, looked around, looked at his subordinates, who had more zombies than people nearby, and a sense of pressure suddenly hit him. "Everyone, please clean up here. Meng Dong did not take their guns before leaving, then we will take these guns. We will use this place as a base, establish an office, and complete the task assigned to us by Chairman Meng." The mechanical zombies, the mutant zombies had no objections, and expressed their agreement. After all, they had no other ideas. And most of the superpowers were like this. Only 2 or 3 people had strange expressions, seemingly unwilling, but they didn't say it. But the expressions of those 2 or 3 people have been grasped by Lu Jiangming. As a former salesman, Lu Jiangming can be said to be observant. Always pay attention to the things in the store so that they will not be stolen. So he noticed the 3 of them at the first time. Bao Wanyu, Li Jikai and Xiao Yuling. Lu Jiangming remembered the names of these 3 people in his heart. If these 3 people don't want to repay Chairman Meng's kindness, it's fine. But if they deliberately slow down the company's progress and become enemies with the company, then don't blame Lu Jiangming for being ruthless. In the end times, the Devil City is full of undercurrents. "Ah!" the Chosen One screamed. After his head was blown up, he was thrown down from a building more than 10 meters high. His death was extremely cruel. This was the 6th Chosen One killed by Meng Su. He had almost cleared all the Chosen Ones in this remote area. It was time to leave. Thinking of this, Meng Su had already gone downstairs skillfully, got into the car, and prepared to drive away. Just before Meng Su was about to drive, he suddenly felt a strong mental wave from behind him. watching him. Seeing this, Ming-Su frowned slightly. This mental wave was quite strong. If we use data to speak, it was about 23 points. 24 points fluctuating up and down. But it definitely did not exceed 25 points. It was the strongest mental wave Ming-Su had ever seen. He had not seen anyone with a stronger mental wave except himself. If so, my spirit is beyond ordinary people? Ming-Su dismissed this strange thought and continued to think. But this wave does not have any malice and is full of purity. Maybe it is a superpower in the Magic City safe zone? Ming-Su thought of Ji Donga's mention of the first person in the Magic City safe zone. I have forgotten his name, but he looks really capable. Ming-Su chuckled. Although your spirit conveys that you are a lawful and kind guy, but peeking at me so unscrupulously, it's a bit too much. With this thought, Ming-Su did not hesitate. His eyes immediately flashed with golden light, and he directly chose to activate the spirit cone. However, he did not counterattack too strongly. He just taught the opponent a lesson. It was like holding a knife, pretending to cut you, but retracting it halfway through the cut. After activating the spirit cone, Ming-Su calmly looked at the Cybertron truck. Departure. Destination Nanjiang Province, Heching City Peace Order Group. Received. Departure. With automatic driving, the vehicle drove away instantly. After Ming-Su left, the zombie hiding behind the wall, who had been spying on Ming-Su, suddenly started bleeding from all 7 orifices and died suddenly. At the entrance of a sewer about a kilometer away, a girl who looked only 12 or 13 years old rubbed her temples, covered her eyes, and was still frightened. Good. Such a powerful mental power. Stronger than mine. Strange. Am I not the protagonist of Feng Aotian? The girl frowned. And Su? With her magical brain circuit. Her eyes lit up. Yes. The big brother just now must be my future teacher. Like Yao Lao Yu Xiao Yin, Delingfat Yu Lin Lei, and Lu Shen Yu Shi Hao. I want to become his disciple. With this thought, the girl, who was in the 2nd grade of junior high school, immediately stood up and stepped out of the sewer. On her ankle, which was exposed inadvertently, it seemed that a healed wound could be seen faintly, as if a ferocious animal had bitten off a piece of flesh. The weather was fine and the sky was clear, but she already had a goal in mind. To learn from a master. To avenge the friends who had died because of her along the way. Chapter 236. The purpose of the Peace Order Group is to bring peace and protect order. The highway is the same as when Ming-Su came, returning by the same route. There are naturally no twists and turns. Ming-Su sat in the driver's seat. Although his eyes were looking straight ahead, his thoughts had already dispersed and drifted away. After all, as the chairman of a company with thousands of employees, Ming-Su had a lot to consider. In addition to the previous reasons, there was another key reason for Ming-Su to return to the company this time, which was to go back to pay the employees' salaries. Otherwise, the employees would trigger the negative buff of demanding salary. Ordinary employees don't care, but zombie employees are different. But Ming-Su always feels like he almost forgot to do something in Shanghai. What is it? Oh, by the way, there are still 2 stars who haven't come. That doesn't matter, they will come sooner or later anyway, so it doesn't matter. But other than that, Ming-Su always feels like he forgot something. Well, forget it, don't think too much, it can't be a meeting. Right? Thinking of the word meeting, Ming-Su suddenly remembered that he once used points to draw a piece of news, saying that Shanghai was holding an internet conference, and he had an invitation letter. Ah! Ming-Su knocked his head, feeling very annoyed. Why did I forget this? It's a disaster. Otherwise I could have one more task. However, Ming-Su did not continue to dwell on this, but stopped annoyed after a while, and did not return to the Magic City because of this. After all, he really had to hurry up. In addition to this meeting, it seemed that he had forgotten something else. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Never mind. After returning, we need to set up a new facility. Set up a bank or something. Send the money directly to the card. And then, they can use the card to spend. Ming-Su thought in his heart. In this way, there is no need to issue credit points in person. And there is another advantage to doing this. That is, you can print money yourself. Forget it. Don't make any bugs. Just follow the system. The system kindly reminds you that you can order a complete banking system, which is built with advanced technology, absolutely safe and explosion-proof. Based on the current technology of Blue Star, it is a top-level defense system that no hacker can break through. It is now available in the system store, and is priced at only 20 million credit points. Meng Su, you are short of money too. System? I don't have so many requirements. I just want to have simple storage and payment functions, and then prevent these 2 points from being broken through. Meng Su took a deep breath and continued. Meng Su was prepared to be ruthless. That is, there would be no interest if he deposited the money in his own bank. That's right. The interest rate was 0. And Meng Su would not touch the money. First of all, Meng Su's brain was not very good, and he didn't know any financial knowledge. But he had heard about the financial crisis. So he was also worried that his bank would be shorted. After all, the perfect life system only gave him a banking system, not a financial genius. He was not worried now. But he was mainly worried that after contacting various safe zones in the future, it was inevitable that some people would find ways to exploit loopholes. Of course, there is another solution. That is, the bank is for internal use only. Non-peace order group employees are not allowed to use this bank. Huh? Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately thought of a very safe thing. Yes, that's it. There is only an exclusive bank for internal use. And the bank has no interest. If you have the guts, don't deposit it. Anyway, I will send my money here. However, after Meng Su thought of this idea, a somewhat difficult idea took shape in his mind. That is, this seems to be the model of paying deduction coins as wages. Penguin Group's favorite episode. However, compared with deduction coins, credit points are different. First of all, credit points are a temporary currency type in circulation, produced by the system, and I am just an executor. If possible, Meng Su prefers the previous cash model, pinching the mother in the past. If you don't have the ability to get big money, you can still use cash. Now, if you have the ability, you can kill at will, go to the rich area to rob money, cough cough, charge them personal safety protection fees, send them to the safe area, and the cash was cancelled. This is really outrageous. Meng Su completely dispelled this strange thought, took a deep breath, and restored himself to normal. This banking system of the system is really interesting. As for the internet programmers in his company, all of them are studying AI systems. The banking system is probably not a problem, but it may take time. What Meng Su lacks most is time. Why not spend money to solve the problem? At most, he can send more ground cleaning troops to earn pensions, and let the safe zone pay for it. It shouldn't be difficult to collect 20 million. Anyway, for Meng Su, this is a low-cost, high-return business. The only problem is that you need to be sharp-eyed and sharp-earned. Meng Su glanced at his balance. His current assets have reached 76.53 million. Today, he actually received an extra 2 million. What's going on? Did Lu Song pay the pension? With this thought, Meng Su took a deep breath, nodded with satisfaction, and then immediately began to check the system mall. Meng Su hadn't entered the system mall for a long time. After entering, Meng Su saw a big limited time sign on the first line. Meng Su looked closely, and found that it was the bank system. It was exactly the same as the pop-up window activity that appeared after Meng Su logged into the mobile game before the end of the world. Meng Su looked at it carefully, and found that this thing was different from the previous pop-up window in details. The main thing is, he directly created a bank for you. But you need to provide the venue yourself. For example, turning a certain floor of the Peace building into a bank. There are disadvantages. And there is only one disadvantage, which is that after purchase, the system cannot open a branch. In other words, 20 million can only open one branch. If you want to open a branch, you have to spend another 20 million. Is there an ATM? Meng Su took a deep breath and thought of this. After all, the Shanghai office and Shumfeng branch also have employees. If possible, Meng Su wants to get an ATM there. Of course, it seemed useless. After all, credit points are only valuable in occupied areas, such as Hiching City. If in other cities where zombies are rampant, credit points are no different from waste paper. However, even so, Meng Su also wants to give the employees who work outside a little comfort and hope. Tell them that the company has not forgotten you. Look, the ATM machine has been provided for you. One day, the company will be able to give you a lot of money. Name, automatic teller machine. Introduction and function, ATM machine with a special system installed, which can be connected to the total amount of the system network. But it is relatively weak. If it appears in some blocks in the United States across the ocean, it may face the end of becoming scrap metal and cannot withstand a single shot. Prerequisite, Having the head office system. Price, 5 million credit points. It really exists. But this price. Hiss. Meng-Su couldn't help but take a breath. You're taking advantage of someone's misfortune. A bank with 20 million yuan is only enough for 4 ATMs? Meng-Su couldn't complain, but he didn't say anything. He could only choose to accept the offer silently after returning home. There's no other way. In terms of technology, I'm stuck by the system. Meng-Su clenched his fists, with a firm look. We need to recruit more talents, to avoid being stuck by the system. Meng Dong, are you okay? Feeling the murderous intent that had almost become a physical entity, Qin Baochuan shivered, feeling a little cold, looking at Meng-Su cautiously, and whispered to Meng-Su, Is there anything we can do for you? Nothing. Meng-Su shook his head, rejected his murderous intent, and then said, Come up with a script now. After the celebration, we will use the company's strength to shoot it for you. Movie. Qin Baochuan? Ah? Do I want a script? Qin Baochuan was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what script he wanted to think of. No, I'm not a screenwriter. For a moment, Qin Baochuan was a little confused. He said cautiously, Mr. Meng, I'm not good at this. Although writing, directing and acting by oneself is the dream of an actor many times, this is not the time to realize his dream. Using company resources to do projects, once it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. If what I shoot is a pile of shit, and I show this pile of shit to Mr. Meng, what will Mr. Meng think? Forget it. Seeing Qin Baochuan being so timid, Meng-Su took a deep breath, and then said, Forget it, go back to Shenjiaojiao to write a script, and you don't have to worry about the director, I will find a director myself, and you are responsible for recalling the state, and coming up with some ideas. Meng-Su was still thinking about the first project after the establishment of the entertainment company. Shoot a movie with an investment of no less than 20 million. The shooting period is 3 months. After the shooting is completed, the box office is no less than 100 million, and the score on the whole network is no less than 7 points. In addition, the mission rewards include 50 million credit points and 3 breakthrough points. Putting aside the breakthrough points, the 50 million mission reward, and the box office of 100 million, minus the investment cost of 20 million, the net profit is 80 million. What? Don't we have to share the money? It doesn't matter, I am the investor, the theater chain, the producer, at most I can give Lu Song 10 million. This is 130 million, plus the breakthrough points plus 3 that can't be bought with money. Hiss. Meng-Su has even started to fantasize. Now is fantasy time. No wonder those who run entertainment companies make so much money. They really do make money. Well, this is also a task. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. The task after returning home is also quite heavy. Looking at the scenery along the highway, Meng-Su was filled with emotion. Yin Shooting leaned against the window, carefully looking at the scenery outside the window, especially when she passed a tunnel and saw the broken pink motorcycle lying on the ground. She was even more moved, and fell into deep contemplation. It takes several hours to get from Modu to Huqing. The wheels rolled on the asphalt road, making a hissing friction sound. As the vehicle moved forward, the humans in the car felt somewhat peaceful. Liang Duan, Chen Kuang, Dennis and other experimental personnel were fine. They just felt extremely hot and uneasy. They had no idea where Meng-Su was going to take them. Nor did they know what their future would be. Qin Baochuan, on the other hand, enjoyed a long-lost and rare peace. After all, it was a rare good sight to do nothing like this. To enjoy the air conditioning in the car, and to rest in the most suitable temperature for the human body. If it were an open auction, someone might spend millions or tens of millions of dollars to bid for this hour of peace and tranquility. Just like this, time passed by minute by minute. Unconsciously, Qin Baochuan felt that he had taken a nap in the car. When he woke up in a daze, he could hear the bustling sounds. Huh? Qin Baochuan was very surprised. Looking carefully, he saw that he had arrived in front of a towering temporary checkpoint. There were iron nets everywhere, and sandbags piled up. Machine guns were sandwiched at the commanding heights. And there were terrifying tanks parked on both sides. Soldiers in uniforms were everywhere, keeping a close eye on every survivor who entered to ensure safety. On the sidewalk, there was a line of dozens of people. The people queuing for registration looked panicked. Some with pale faces, some with trembling hands. But they were all silently waiting for their turn to come quickly. The staff at the registration office were busy operating computers, recording basic information of each person, and distributing masks and food to them. All of a sudden, Qin Baochuan's brain crashed. What's going on? Is this the safe zone of the Magic City? Qin Baochuan was a little stunned. And at this moment, he found that Ming Su calmly passed through the vehicle driving channel, without registering at all, and drove straight in. What's going on? Why don't they need to register? Yes, what's going on? Seeing Ming Su's privilege, the survivors who were queuing immediately became agitated. They came from towns in remote suburbs, and some from Wuyang City, Zhangde City and other cities. After hearing that Heqing City had begun to sweep away the zombies, they immediately rushed over, and saw that Ming Su didn't need to be checked at all. They couldn't help but feel a little indignant and shouted. Silence! The administrator in charge of this temporary registration station stood up, looking at the very agitated crowd, and said solemnly, That is Mr. Ming, the guardian of the safe zone, the hero of mankind, the first supernatural person in our East Country. The recovery of Heqing City is all thanks to Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming also went to the Magic City to investigate the situation. Now he has returned with great achievements. He has priority admission. Any objections? Quietly queue up, and the safe zone will provide meals. After hearing what the administrator said, everyone gradually stopped making a commotion. As for what they thought in their hearts, it is unknown. For Ming Su, this doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, since his base is not this anyway. After entering Heqing City, Ming Su found that the safe zone has done a good job in the past few days. It has already taken shape. Sure enough, with all efforts, the zombie virus is indeed vulnerable. Of course, it is also because of the assistance of the Peace Order Group. If it weren't for the Peace Order Group's terrorist mobile team and the ground cleaning team, it would probably not be so fast. The road had been roughly cleaned up. At least there would be no abandoned vehicles blocking the road. And the number of zombies on the main road was very small, almost non-existent. Ming Su did not see any zombies along the way. But along the way, there were still many gunshots. Ming Su could even see trucks carrying soldiers to certain communities to execute orders. Every moment, they were cleaning up and fighting. Ming Su nodded and headed towards the Peace Building in Jiangnam District with ease. To be honest, the road was too clean, causing Ming Su to not recognize the road. Fortunately, the Cybertron truck could drive automatically, and for some reason, the location of the Peace Order Group's company building seemed to be marked in it, so he could go there automatically. Otherwise, Ming Su might be the first boss who couldn't find where his company was. After leaving the actual control area of the safe zone and entering an area marked as uncleared, Ming Su saw several zombies for the first time in a long time. After seeing these zombies, Ming Su finally showed a satisfied smile. Not bad, it's just right. If there are no zombies in the end of the world, would it still be called the end of the world? And Qin Baochuan was already very surprised, feeling that all this was very novel. The situation in Heqing City seems to be much better than that in Magic City. Heqing City, Qin Baochuan had heard a little about it before. He passed by this city when promoting a movie before. Qin Baochuan only had a simple label of a third or fourth tier small city as his impression of Heqing City. Other than that, Qin Baochuan had no other impression. Now, seeing it, he realized how wonderful Heqing was. Qin Baochuan had already decided to make Heqing his second hometown. Just when Qin Baochuan was sighing with admiration, he suddenly heard Ming Su say, "Stop the car first." Qin Baochuan was stunned when he heard that. Stop the car? Why stop the car? Isn't this marked as a dangerous area? Qin Baochuan just saw the sign going to the zombie-infested dangerous area and the garrison station with soldiers. He thought he was just passing by, but he didn't expect that Boss Meng would choose to stop the car here. Could it be that our company is in this dangerous area? Qin Baochuan thought to himself. And at this moment, he suddenly found that Boss Meng opened the car door. Huh? Really? Qin Baochuan saw this and was about to open the car door. But he saw his own boss Meng came forward very enthusiastically, gave the two zombies who rushed over a big fight, and then said, "Yes, this is the end of the world. I'm not used to walking on that road just now. Good. Good. Very good." After saying that, he kicked twice more, and then got in the car happily, and continued, "Big truck. Keep going." "Okay, sir. It is detected that there is a suspected stain on your seat." After the vehicle arrives at the destination and stops, will the cleaning function be automatically turned on? How thoughtful. Just turn it on when the time comes. Ming Su waved his hand and unified the request instructions of the Cybertron truck. Got it, I will serve you wholeheartedly. So, The vehicle continued to move forward. Only Qin Baochuan was left in a mess in the car. Get off the car, just to experience the feeling of the end of the world? This. Qin Baochuan didn't know what to say to express his thoughts. Although this area was marked as a dangerous area, there were not many scattered zombies on the streets. Compared to the Magic City, it was really a world of difference. When Qin Baochuan saw the scene, he was extremely envious. You know, in the Magic City, such an area is only likely to appear in extremely remote places. The Heching City Safety Zone deliberately triggered several zombie tides before, and gathered many zombies that could move freely together, and dealt with them in a centralized manner. Meng Su said calmly, "The current dangerous area means that there are still some zombies hiding in residential buildings, who cannot go out, and zombies stuck in certain places. Not the fierceness of the streets. If we analyze it based on the current situation, the safest city in the entire East Country, except for those small cities in the western regions and Tubo with a small population, is probably Heching City." The vehicle continued to move forward, and soon, it arrived at another safe area. However, this time, the safe area only had a signboard, and no soldiers were stationed. This surprised Qin Baochuan. There were no soldiers stationed, and it was adjacent to the dangerous area. What was going on? But soon, Qin Baochuan saw a team of elites in special combat uniforms, holding shields and hammers, patrolling along the way in an orderly manner. They exuded a hint of coldness. A captain walked in front, with sharp eyes, holding a steel gun, and the overall rhythm of the whole team was uniform, like a sophisticated symphony. Silent, but awe-inspiring. I don't know why. After seeing this team, except for the captain holding a gun in the front, who made Qin Baochuan feel a little relieved, the other 8 team members seemed like cold corpses. Their eyes were full of murderous intent. Meticulous. Like clones. Such an elite force. I'm afraid there are few in the country. Right? Qin Baochuan was horrified. And after seeing this elite team, Boss Ming beside him actually slowly stopped the car. And when the elite team saw Boss Ming, the captain who led it immediately raised his hand, ordered his team members to stop moving forward. And then he ran all the way to the direction of the car. What's going on? Qin Baochuan was startled, but soon found the reason. The bulletproof vests and combat uniforms of these elite troops have a shield logo, with the 4 big words peace and order on the back, and the logo on the chest is Order Guard and Ground Cleaning Force. And the captain's chest logo is not Ground Cleaning Force, but Operation Department. Peaceful order? Wouldn't that mean? Hello, boss. The team leader who came to the front immediately took off his helmet, revealed his face, and said to Meng Su, "Boss, you're back?" "Oh, Wang Yong." Meng Su smiled lightly, then rolled down the window, and said to Wang Yong, "What's the matter? You're not standing guard at the company gate, but are you out on patrol now?" "Boss, Vice President and had a discussion with the envoy of the security zone this morning. In addition to paying the security fee for the first 3 days, the envoy of the security zone also signed a daily patrol agreement with us for this street, so that we can try our best to prevent the zombies from leaking out of the dangerous area ahead." Wang Yong said to Meng Su, "Therefore, I was arranged to patrol this outpost. If there is any problem, I will notify the Star Stone team of the terrorist mobile team as soon as possible." "What is the Star Stone team?" Meng Su was a little confused. "What's the matter? Aren't I the chairman? Why don't I understand what he is saying?" "It's the terrorist mobile team led by Captain Shi Wanting," Wang Yong whispered. "Vice President Jiang said that after you met Captain Shi, you liked to sing the song My Surname is Shi. So you named Shi Wanting's team the Surname Shi team. However, the Surname Shi team doesn't sound good, so it was changed to the Xingshi team." Meng Su. "Ah. This. Meng Su knows how many teams there are in the terrorist mobile team. After all, this organization was directly arranged by Meng Su. Each team has 6 mutant zombies, namely Qi Wei team, Shi Wanting team, Li Xiang team and Meng Xuanping team, and the Propaganda 4 Tigers. These 5 are elite teams. In addition, there are 2 ordinary teams, Shi Zhangfu team and Zhang Wei team. But they are also in the sequence of the violent terrorist mobile team. Among them, in Li Xiang's team, because Li Xiang's body went to Shunfeng City, his 5 zombie teams were incorporated into Shi Zhangfu's team to handle temporary tasks. But I didn't expect that this team was given a name. Meng Su took a deep breath. However, from now on, the violent terrorist mobile team does not have to worry about the problem of personnel allocation. Meng Su brought back another 40 mechanical zombies, which will also be incorporated into the violent terrorist mobile team. There were originally 39 mutant zombies. Now with the 44 mechanical zombies brought by Doomsday, there are a total of 84 members of the terrorist mobile team. They can be reorganized. Doomsday has worked hard and made great contributions. He can be the captain. Meng-Su nodded and said, "Okay. You continue your inspection. I'm going back to the company." After that, Meng-Su closed the window, and the car continued to move forward. Wang Yong immediately stood by the roadside and watched Meng-Su leave. The whole team did not continue to move forward until Meng-Su's car was out of their sight. At this moment, Qin Baochuan was dumbfounded. Just now, such an elite team. Was it our company's security? Ah? Our company's security is so powerful? Qin Baochuan was shocked. This security looked so awesome. Qin Baochuan swallowed his saliva, quietly looked in the direction of Meng-Su, and asked Meng-Su with courage, Mr. Meng, our company still has armed forces? Isn't that nonsense? It's the end of the world. You don't form a security team?" Meng-Su glanced at Qin Baochuan and said calmly, "Don't worry. The company is absolutely safe. I have so many teams like this." Yes, Meng-Su really couldn't count how many ordinary zombies there were in the ground cleaning team. After all, we are optimizing every day and recruiting every day. The updates are too fast. Do you care how many small breads you have eaten? Meng-Su doesn't care either. They are all cheating Lu Song's pension. Anyway, there are probably hundreds of them. After hearing Meng-Su's words, Qin Baochuan stopped talking. Our peace order group is really powerful. Soon, the company approached, and a company building appeared in front of Qin Baochuan. Outside the car window, a towering company building stood in front of him, with a smooth surface like a mirror, reflecting the dazzling sunlight, which made people fall in love with it. From a distance, this building looks like a towering mountain, magnificent and magnificent, giving people an incomparable sense of shock. I can still see such a neat building. Oh my god. Am I back to the peaceful era? Seeing this peace building, Qin Baochuan wanted to cry, and his tears rolled in his eyes. This scene looks a bit funny, but Qin Baochuan has lived in the end of the world for 2 months. He has countless sorrows that are difficult to express to others. Seeing this scene that was once seen everywhere, Qin Baochuan was indeed a little broken. This wave is a positive defense break. Okay. Meng-Su also noticed Qin Baochuan's abnormal situation, smiled lightly, then looked at the sky, said, "The sun has been very good in recent days. After you come, if you don't have a movie to shoot, you can also join the construction. Just do it step by step, starting from Heqing City and expanding outward. One day, we will recover the entire Blue Star and complete our company's vision. Bring peace, protect order. This is peaceful order." Qin Baochuan nodded solemnly upon hearing this, indicating that he understood clearly. Meng-Su, seeing this, did not say much and continued to let the vehicle take him forward. Qin Baochuan also quickly adjusted his mood. But just as he adjusted his mood, he was a little nervous again. No. Why would Zhang Liang have several acres of land around the company to plant dogtail grass? Also, what do these 20 or so peas planted along the road mean? These peas seem to look a little different, with a big gap. What's going on? Gene mutation. Peas with special effects due to the arrival of the zombie virus? After Meng-Su saw these peas, he felt a sense of security. Good. It seems that during my absence, the company's pea shooter has achieved mass production. Very good, keep up the good work. I am looking forward to the corn cannon. The vehicle was driving, and the company's entrance was completely different. Perhaps it was due to the intervention of the safe zone. Meng-Su found that the entrance of the company was built a bit like the small entrance of the safe zone at the beginning, very solid. The person in charge of the security of the company's entrance was Xiang Jinzhong. After seeing Meng-Su's Cybertron truck, he was startled at first, then he immediately understood something, and began to open the gate to welcome Meng-Su into the city. As expected of Mr. Meng, look, after a trip to Shanghai, he changed cars again when he came back. But where is that cool motorcycle? Xiang Jinzhong wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. The vehicle drove into the central square. Now the central square is full of roses, and full of peace. It seems that this is not a company in a zombie apocalypse, but an ordinary company in a peaceful era. The vehicle stopped. Meng-Su opened the door, and then said, "Open the door of the car, and let the employees get off." Accompanied by Meng-Su's instructions, the Cybertruck immediately started to operate. Soon, the mechanical zombies escorted the 8 researchers off the train. Unlike Qin Baochuan, the researchers were not sitting in their seats. They were locked in the dark carriage and walked for nearly 5 or 6 hours in a daze. They felt dizzy. When they got off the train and saw the sun, they felt like vampires who had been sleeping for thousands of years. They subconsciously blocked the sun with their hands. Where is this? Segui. Where is it? It's so beautiful. I'm not dead. How come I can see the scene before the end of the world? Am I reborn? These researchers may do too much research, so their imaginations have become rich. They murmured to themselves and said countless possibilities. You can use the most scientific way to imagine. Is there a possibility that you have arrived at my base camp? Meng Su spoke calmly, and immediately broke their unrealistic fantasies, and then said easily, keep an eye on them. While Meng Su was speaking, Zhang Luanping rushed over and said respectfully to Meng Su, Mr. Meng, you are back. Yes. Meng Su nodded, and then pointed casually, lock these 8 people in the dungeon first. I will let the 40 mechanical zombies next to them be jailers, and keep them under temporary supervision, and give them 3 meals a day, and don't let them starve to death. Meng Su said calmly, the underground slave room has not been built yet, so let's lock them up first. Although their scientific research level is first-rate, Meng Su is worried about letting them participate in other productions, for fear that they will do something bad. After using them for a while, let them do something else. Zhang Luanping heard this and nodded immediately. Got it, Mr. Meng, Before he finished speaking, he saw a gust of wind beside him, and the next second, a beautiful figure quickly appeared here. She was tall and graceful, with long hair draped over her shoulders, floating in the wind. There is a natural beauty, a pure temperament exuding from inside to outside, and a cold, iron-blooded murderous aura. Vice President Jiang. Zhang Luanping saw this, and immediately recognized the other party's identity, and calmly greeted him. Sure enough, he immediately saw Director Qi coming from a distance. Vice President and is expected to come too. Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping felt that he was a little redundant, so he should leave first. Old Zhang, this is Qin Baochuan next to me. You may have seen the TV series he acted in. You can take him to get familiar with the company. I have just opened an entertainment company. Meng Su said calmly, and after hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping immediately nodded and waved to Qin Baochuan. He was very calm. Just a star. There is a bigger star on the top floor. Hello, I am Zhang Luanping, the director of the Human Resources Center. Mr. Qin, please follow me. I will take you. Zhang Luanping's voice gradually faded away, and the figures of Qin Baochuan and Zhang Luanping also faded away with the voice. After they left completely, Jiang Xiaqiu was like a kitten, immediately sniffing the smell of Meng Su vigilantly, and frowning at Yan Shooting, who was trembling and hiding behind Meng Su, and immediately blinked and asked, who is she? Don't get me wrong, just a new colleague. Meng Su said very calmly, he was the best at ABC, and he would give Jiang Xiaqiu a hard CPU later. No misunderstanding. Jiang Xiaqiu tilted his head in confusion, as if he didn't understand what Meng Su said. Su, when you go out, it's good to have a companion by your side. You can relax. Sufficient relaxation can lead to a better life. Qi Liao also nodded, looking very approving. Meng Su? Ah? Could it be that without my knowledge, you have already mastered the automatic Pua skill, and any woman who approaches you will be Pua by you? What's going on? I haven't even started yet. How come the two of them are used to it? This? Meng Su didn't know what to say for a moment. But at this moment, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao had come to Yan Shooting's side, grabbed Yan Shooting's hand, and started laughing. Yan Shooting looked at Meng Su helplessly. What else could Meng Su say? He didn't know what was going on. Because of Yan Shooting's eyes, Meng Su asked, what are you going to do? Jiang Xiaqiu pouted when she heard this, and suddenly changed her tone. Take this new sister for a walk. Brother is so cautious. Could it be that Qiu hurts brother's heart? Brother is really disappointing. Meng Su? No, where did you learn this poem? Are you also Lin Daiyu? Yes, our business. Qi Liao also nodded and said, let Qiu go, here she comes. Halfway through, Qi Liao kept silent, leaving Meng Su confused. At this moment, and Qiu had hurried down from upstairs, and saw Meng Su from a distance, and couldn't help but smile, and suddenly she was full of charm. Mr. Meng, you've worked hard on this business trip. Seeing how dirty you are, I guess the trip to Shanghai must have been very hard. Right? And Xiaoyu was not as confused as Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qiliu. Instead, she spoke very gently beside Meng Su, and said softly, "During the time you were away from the company, a lot of things happened in the company. I discussed it with Xiaoqiu, Lu Yao and Director Zhang. After that," and Xiaoyu paused and continued, "but Lu Yao didn't take care of the affairs, and Xiaoqiu had a headache reading these things. I recommended a few classical novels to Xiaoqiu to help her improve her brain. So most of the things were the result of discussions between me, Director Zhang and managers of various departments. Because you are in Shanghai, the journey is long, and I was unable to report. Please punish me, Mr. Meng." After saying punish, and Xiaoyu blinked at Meng Su, as if hinting at something. Meng Su was not stupid either. He received in Xiaoyu's hint. But what was a little hard to jump out of was that Jiang Xiaoqiu spoke in a Daiyu-style manner. "It turned out that you had instigated her to do so. Forget it. It doesn't matter. It will return to normal in a few days anyway." "Not bad." Meng Su nodded, but he didn't look at Xiaoyu's file, and then said, "It's really hard to go to the Magic City. I'm going to take a shower and rest. As for punishing you, let's do it another day." "Okay, Mr. Meng." And Xiaoyu also nodded, blinked his eyes immediately, and then continued, "Then I'll go back and arrange some hot water for you. At the same time, I also learned a set of massage and relaxation methods from team leader Che Meiping. How about I give you a massage to relax you? It's just right for you to relax, and I can also report to you on my work. Playing with fun? But while playing with fun, it doesn't affect the serious report." Xiaoyu is quite thoughtful. "Okay." Meng Su nodded, stretched, and then smiled evilly, saying, "Let's see what decisions you have made during my absence. Let me see how you are doing as the vice president. Of course, before the fun, work must be arranged. You can't sacrifice work for personal gain. You must combine work and rest. Go and prepare first. I'll go to the mechanical research room and the biological laboratory, and I have some information to hand over to them." After Meng Su said this, he immediately headed towards the laboratory, and Xiaoyu looked at Meng Su's figure, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. She had to think of a way to have a child. Fooling Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qiliu could only fool them for a while, but not forever. They are getting smarter now. Damn it. There are no helpers. Shen Jiao, Su Zhenzhen, and Mr. Ming are not interested. Where can I get another helper? A hero needs 3 helpers. Jin Huan has several allies. And my concubine Hua? Chapter 237 Vice President An's Work Report. Dear colleagues, we must work harder. Can't we research plants without Dave? Can't we fight zombies? Everyone should work overtime. Try to come up with new products in the next week. Chairman Ming has been very kind to us and saved our lives. Although Chairman Ming prefers plants versus zombies, everyone here knows that the plants in the game are too uncertain, and only some plants can be restored, and the real future of plant technology is not here. You must know that. Plant technology can help our soldiers recover lost territory. Think about it, if there is a package of plant mechas. As soon as he arrived at the door of the biological laboratory, Meng Su heard the morale-boosting speech inside. "Hey, is the biological laboratory so serious? Why is it a little different from what I thought? Isn't the biological laboratory in my memory synonymous with laziness?" Hearing this sentence, Meng Su was surprised, and then he quickly entered the laboratory. After entering, he found that the person who was talking was a stranger to him, an old man in a white coat, who didn't look familiar, but he had a vague impression of him. When he thought of this, Meng Su immediately used observing words and expressions to determine how his employees were. Name, Deng Maoji. Position, second-level researcher of the Peace Order Group Biological Laboratory, team leader of the Plant Armor Research Group. Occupation, biology expert, agronomy expert, university lecturer. Level 16, level 15, level 10. Who is this? Meng Su didn't recognize him, but judging from his position, he was one of us. Meng Su looked at the panel record again, and found that he was one of the employees he recruited in the safe zone. He was very enthusiastic about work, and very loyal to the company. I didn't notice it at the time, but now I see that he has made rapid progress. Mr. Ming. Boss Ming. Hello. Mr. Ming. After Meng Su pushed the door open, the biologists who were in the meeting stood up one after another, and were very respectful to Meng Su, especially Adela, the main person in charge of the biological laboratory with a high nose, black hair and brown eyes, who stood up in a panic and greeted Meng Su awkwardly. Meng Su glanced at Adela, and found that Adela's professional level had reached level 19. No need to be polite. Meng Su smiled slightly, looking at the biologists whose team had expanded to 10 people, and said with a smile, "We are all part of the company. If the company is a human body, then everyone in the laboratory is undoubtedly the heart of the company. Without you, there would be no future for the company. Old Ding. Ding Maoji, you have done a great job. The plant armor research you are responsible for is very good. You are right. Scientists should radiate their thinking. The Plants vs. Zombies I gave you is just an example. If you can't do it, there is no need to force it." Meng Su spoke approvingly, and nodded to Ding Maoji, who was speaking. This made Ding Maoji flattered. "Soon," Meng Su continued, "Zheng Lianhua. Ms. Zhang, you did a great job on the pea shooter project. And together with Adela, you really contributed to our company. In Hui, keep up the good work. Don't lose enthusiasm just because you are doing the aftermath. You should know that the aftermath is the most important. Guruifeng, little Gu, you are also a genius. After joining the company from the safe zone, I have been paying attention to you." Meng Su talked freely, and he knew every member's experience after joining the company. Hearing this, the loyalty of the entire biological laboratory was rising. After all, since some of them were recruited from the safe zone, and some were rescued, they had not met Meng Su. If you insist, in the entire biological laboratory, only Adela and Dumi knew Meng Su. So except for Ding Maoji, who was inexplicably loyal to peace and order, the rest of the researchers were just working. But unexpectedly, the chairman came to greet their department as soon as he finished his business trip, and called out everyone's name and position accurately. This is too heartwarming, isn't it? Su Jinjin, who was listening to the meeting, was also surprised, as if she couldn't believe that Meng Su knew everything about the situation here. After all, in her impression, although the chairman was very good at fighting, he didn't care about these things at all, and only cared about the progress of the project. Everyone has done a good job. This month, each person will get an extra 2,000 yuan in bonuses. Meng Su smiled lightly and announced the bonus plan, giving each person in the biological laboratory an extra 2,000 yuan. It's not a big problem. 10 people will only get an extra 20,000 yuan. For Meng Su at the moment, the fluctuation of 20,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. Just give it. After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone was even happier. Compared to the illusory Jian Zai Dong Xian and the inspiration of dreams, rice is more useful. After all, everyone needs to eat. Everyone was overjoyed, with a lot of smiles on their faces, and their joy was beyond words. "Okay, I won't disturb you from working." Meng Su smiled lightly, and then waved his hand, and said calmly to Adela, "Come out for a while." "Yes." Adela nodded, and followed Meng Su with some trepidation to the next compartment, a place similar to a lounge. When they came to the lounge, Meng Su had already sat on the sofa naturally. But Adela was very nervous, afraid that Meng Su would blame her for something. She took a deep breath and immediately prepared to report, "Mr. Meng, regarding the recent research of our laboratory, it is mainly. Let's put this matter aside for now." Meng Su raised his hand and casually interrupted Adela's words, then threw the 2 USB flash drives on the coffee table and said to Adela, "There are dinosaur gene technology and xenograft implantation technology in it. Take a look and see if it can be used." Adela was stunned when she heard this. She was straightforward and subconsciously asked, This? Where did you get it from?" "It's okay, I picked it up in Shanghai." Meng Su glanced at Adela calmly, and said casually, "Shanghai is a good place. The security door will beep, and USB flash drives often grow in the fields. I just need to pick them up." Adela was a little surprised when she heard this, and said suspiciously, "Is it true? You still ask if it's true or not? Are you crazy too?" "It's true. It can't be more true. If you don't believe me, you can go to Shanghai and pick too." Meng Su looked at Adela with a smile, and in an instant, Adela felt a chill, and shivered immediately, and then immediately realized that she had said something wrong, and stopped talking, and shivered for a while. Seeing Adela no longer saying such things, Meng Su continued, "Take a look at what equipment is needed for allogenic implantation. You don't need to worry about this. I brought back a lot of people from the Magic City. They are currently being held in the underground prison. Choose an area and turn it into a mechanical research laboratory." "Understood," Adela immediately said. Seeing this, Meng Su did not say anything else, but stood up and walked towards the mechanical laboratory to meet Hu Guangqing. There was nothing much to say about Hu Guangqing. There were many people in the mechanical laboratory, but most of them were hands-on people. There were not many core members. Looking around, they were almost all young men from the mechanical engineering and civil engineering majors. Meng Su was particularly satisfied. The only difference is that these guys with strong hands-on skills are temporary workers, who are exempt from paying rent. So they are not considered part of the company. Meng Su stepped forward and replicated his own operations in the biological laboratory. He read out everyone's name, especially those outsourced employees who did not join the company but were non-staff members of the company. They were flattered and surprised. This land is not short of people with hands-on skills. In the past peacetime, it took 1 in 100,000 to build warships and repair tanks. But now it is different. Even if you have poor learning talent and go to a technical secondary school to study auto repair, as long as you have solid basic skills, the Peace Order Group will accept you as a tenant and let you enjoy the safe house within the Peace Order Group. That won't do. They're working so hard. We can't let them work for nothing. Although they were provided with food and accommodation, Meng Su always felt that not spending a penny was a bit too capitalist, and immediately gave an important instruction: you still have to pay. Later, you can discuss it with the mechanical laboratory and conduct a performance evaluation, so that these outsourced people can have the opportunity to intern in the company, Meng Su said casually. Although Meng Su had said in the past that the company headquarters would no longer recruit more people, the problem was that things were different now. Branches in various places are in full swing. Without enough employees, the business cannot be carried out. Therefore, these young men who are very good at mechanical hands-on are the most important talent resources. They are much more important than those clerks sitting in the office. Even if they don't make guns or repair tanks here, they can go somewhere else to do it. After all, after the basic skills are solid, they can do anything. Electric welding and the like are all interoperable. Hu Guangqing nodded his head immediately after hearing this, and then said, Xiao Jiang mentioned this to me before. Mr. Meng, why don't you let Xiao Jiang take charge? Okay, let Jiang Shuiling take charge. Meng Su nodded, and then took out the relevant technology of Cybertron automobile, the simple mecha manufacturing drawings, and the relevant technology of allogenic implantation, and said to Hu Guangqing, Old Hua, you can cooperate with Yin Maodong to see if the technology of Cybertron automobile can be researched out. Of course, it doesn't matter if it can't be researched out. You should also prepare for this simple mecha, and stop the other work on hand. After that, Meng Su said, all members of this monthly mechanical laboratory will receive an extra 2,000 yuan bonus, and non-staff members will receive a bonus of 500 yuan. Amidst the cheers, Meng Su also chuckled and left, walking out of the laboratory. After leaving the laboratory, Meng Su smiled. Is this the zombie apocalypse? Humph. A small apocalypse. Vulnerable. Meng Su raised his lips slightly, stretched his waist, and walked towards his luxury mansion flat. After running around for so long, it's time to take a break. After the break, I will choose a floor in the company building as the bank headquarters, or rebuild a new bank directly. Meng Su thought for a while, and felt that it would be better to put the bank in the company building. After all, it is a private system of the company and outsiders are not allowed to use it. Thinking of this, Meng Su had already arrived at the community, climbed the stairs, and walked upstairs step by step. Soon, Meng Su took out the key, opened the door and pushed it open, but saw that the toilet had been filled with hot water, and the mist was lingering. Behind the curtain, there seemed to be a flickering figure, looming behind the curtain, which really gave people a feeling of half covering their faces. Hua la la. The hot water was being released. Meng Su had previously updated the peace base, not only upgrading the earthquake and bombing resistance, but also upgrading the tap water and underground water pipes. Now that the water plant has been recovered, there is no shortage of water resources. Of course, even if it was not recovered, there was no shortage of peace and order. Boss Meng, please take off your clothes and take a bath. And Xiaoyu's voice came from inside. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but smile. And then, he was ready to enjoy it comfortably. And then said, okay. So he stepped in without hesitation. The bloody suit was gently pulled, and Meng Su easily tore it and threw it aside. Some small clothes. Anyway, I don't plan to wear them again after wearing them once. Ming Su is now such a status. Can't he wear a set of clothes only once? It's just a luxury. In fact, it's also because the suit is in this state. There is no way to wash it, and it can only be thrown away after the suit was torn. In a moment, under the hazy smoke, the muscle lines on his body were set off, like a calm and majestic sculpture, showing unparalleled masculinity. Although Ming Su was once a social animal with loose muscles, but now, with a physical value of 31 points, Ming Su can be said to be the strongest man in the world. Looking at Ming Su's muscles, and Xiaoyu also passed through the curtain and appeared beside Ming Su. What disappointed Ming Su was that Xiaoyu did not look like what he imagined. Instead, he was dressed in a slim home outfit and came to Ming Su softly, stretched out his hand, and stroked Ming Su's arm. "Mr. Ming, please take off your clothes. The hot water is ready. Just listen to my report while I relax you with a massage." And Xiaoyu blinked, gently stretched out her hand, and placed it on Ming Su's belt, and gently pulled it out. Ming Su nodded, and stepped directly into the bathtub. They are an old couple, and they are reserved, and refuse? There is no need. And Xiaoyu has already placed her delicate hands on Ming Su's shoulders, and began to knead slowly, and began to massage Ming Su. But Xiaoyu's massage process was not smooth, and it can be said that she used all her strength. Ming Su smiled as he felt the soft arm, and then said, "Report all the work you have done." "Yes." And Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly, but she immediately cleared her throat and began to report. "A few days ago, Lu Song, the general director of the safe zone, sent someone to communicate with us and agreed on a lot of things with us, such as jointly cleaning up the zombie problem in Hiching City, and specifying a specific area for our company. I took a look, and they almost gave us the entire Qinen district. It's just that they hope we can recover Qinen district on our own. I said you were not here, so they only made a verbal promise. But I have also asked Shen Zhaozhao to take charge, and sent the ground cleaning team to Qinen district. Of course, the pension is still required." Listening to Xiaoyu's words, Ming Su nodded with satisfaction. "Okay, you did a good job." After that, Ming Su opened his eyes that had been closed, and then grabbed Xiaoyu's white wrist, and said to Xiaoyu, "I knew that you could share my worries." And Xiaoyu was not shy at all, but flashed a pair of big eyes, and immediately took Ming Su's hand gently, interlocked his fingers with Ming Su, and looked at each other. "No way. This is all your credit. In addition to this, there are some trade contracts, all about power-generating dogtail grass. However, for the mechanical office, there is still a lot to say. They are developing their own armored vehicles, and want to cooperate with the biological laboratory to jointly develop armored vehicles with plant technology." Ming Su heard this and nodded, feeling very good. "Yes. Deepening cooperation between laboratories and joint research and development is the best result. Have you contacted the Information Technology Center? It would be best to let them work together." Ming Su thought of another task he had, which could get him an intelligent AI technology. He could complete it when he had time and solve this task. "I'll push it." And Xiaoyu blinked, her long eyelashes flickering like stars in the sky. Then she suddenly leaned down and uttered a breath of orchid. "Mr. Ming, is there anything else you need me to do?" "Anything. You can tell me." Hearing what Xiaoyu said, Ming Su naturally did not hesitate, and directly grabbed Xiaoyu and pulled Xiaoyu into the bathtub. "I do have something to do." "Ah," Xiaoyu exclaimed slightly. Her whole body was wet, like a flower blooming in the rain. The water drops slid across her exquisite figure, outlining a charming curve. The crystal clear hair was stuck to her fair face, and her bright eyes showed a deep look. Her soft lips opened slightly, as if full of smiles, which was intoxicating. "Then, Mr. Ming, what do you want me to do?" And Xiaoyu's delicate skin shone with an attractive luster in the water, exuding a faint fragrance. "I want you to be the president of Order Entertainment." Ming Su hugged Xiaoyu and said very seriously, "I have established a new company in Shanghai, called Order Entertainment. I have signed Qin Baochuan, an artist from Shanghai. I don't know much about the entertainment industry. After thinking about it, you are the most suitable person for this position in our company. How is it?" Hearing Ming Su's words, and Xiaoyu was stunned, and the original charming atmosphere disappeared instantly. "Ah? That's it? I'm already lying in the bathtub, and you're just saying this?" And Xiaoyu was at a loss for a second, but the next second, she saw Ming Su had already attacked her directly. Ming Su took off Xiaoyu's coat, held her knees with one hand, passed his other hand through her armpits, and directly picked up this beautiful woman like a deer, and walked towards the bedroom. And Xiaoyu shuddered, feeling a little hot all over, and couldn't muster up the energy. Xiaoyu, tell me in detail, what else has happened in the company during this period? Mengsu said. Yeah. And Xiaoyu's cheeks were flushed, and her breathing was rapid. She said lightly, yeah. The setting sun was like blood, and under the reflection of the sunset glow, the entire sky was dyed orange. Chapter 238, dealing with follow-up matters. Chairman Meng is about to come to the branch. In our company, is there anyone who has worked as a bank teller? The next morning, Mengsu appeared in the office of the Human Resources Center, sitting on the chair that originally belonged to Zhang Luanping, crossing his legs, looking at Zhang Luanping calmly, and asking. Zhang Luanping stood in front of Mengsu, racking his brains to think about it. But he couldn't think of anyone in the company who had worked in a bank, so he couldn't help but feel a little distressed. Seeing this, Mengsu shook his head and continued. I plan to open a bank with a brand new system on the 15th floor of Building B today. When the company issues something, it will give you a card. The salary will be directly deposited into the card. You can change it yourself and withdraw money yourself. In this way, I don't need to carry stacks of cash every month and pay salaries in person every time. After hearing Mengsu's words, Zhang Luanping immediately became serious and said to Mengsu, Please rest assured, Chairman, I will definitely solve this matter for you and recruit a qualified bank teller. That's fine. Mengsu stood up, stretched his waist, and then said casually, The company headquarters has a few formal employees now. You don't need to increase the number of people. It's so difficult. It's okay to hire more people as long as it can bring positive benefits to the company. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. After Zhang Luanping made two statements in a row, he continued to say carefully, Boss Meng, our little Jing from the Human Resources Center is Jing Xinyue. I arranged her to be the leader of the recruitment team in the safe zone. What do you think of this arrangement? Okay. Mengsu recalled Jing Xinyue's appearance, then nodded. Okay, very good. Recruit directly from the safe zone. There are many talents we need in the safe zone. Will General Manager Lu not care about this matter? In fact, it is somewhat inappropriate. Doesn't doing this mean digging for reserve talents in the safe zone? General Manager Lu doesn't seem to take it seriously. Zhang Luanping answered carefully. Mengsu thought about it. That's right. How many people can he recruit? And the people he recruited, I guess they have been screened in advance. It doesn't matter. You just need to take charge of this matter. Mengsu nodded calmly. He would not interfere in such small matters. He just needed to take charge of the overall situation. As for being sidelined? Mengsu could only answer with such a smile. After communicating with Zhang Luanping about the salary and benefits of new employees, Mengsu rushed to Building B of Peace Building, the office location of the Order Guard. The office building of the Order Guard seemed particularly solemn, although the appearance was the same. Building B had a more solemn atmosphere than Building A. Very good. Very good. This is a real security company. Mengsu nodded with satisfaction, and then strode into it. As soon as he came in, he saw Shen Jiao sitting at the desk at the front desk, writing furiously. There were also several bags of snacks beside him, such as potato chips, egg yolk pies, etc. Shen Jiao was concentrating, and seemed not to notice Mengsu's arrival at all. Instead, he was thinking seriously, as if he was really writing something. When he paused, he would secretly stuff a handful of snacks into his mouth, making the corners of his mouth full of various snack crumbs. Sometimes when he wrote about deep feelings, he would also show a smile that could be called obscene, which looked quite funny and out of place with the background. Seeing this scene, Mengsu began to question the future predicted by the owner of Charlotte's ability, defending the nuclear power plant. Was it really the girl in front of him, who looked like a nerd, who died together with the zombie elephant? Could it be that he was mistaken, that the real owner was actually another person with the same name and surname? Mengsu thought so in his heart, and he always felt that something seemed to be wrong. This Shen Jiao was too different from what he had imagined. With this thought, Mengsu immediately coughed lightly. Ahem. After hearing Mengsu's cough, Shen Jiao woke up as if from a dream, suddenly raised his head, and said to Mengsu in surprise, Boss, why are you here? Can I come? Mengsu shook his head lightly, then walked forward quickly, and took a look at what Shen Jiao wrote. Rebirth. I am a capitalist in the end times. Mengsu? I wrote it for fun. I wrote it for fun. Shen Zhaozhao covered her notebook awkwardly, smiled awkwardly, then criticized righteously. I am criticizing other guys, Mr. Ming. You are completely different from those people. You are electricity. You are light. You are the only hope. Okay. Okay, I will sing it if I say more. Ming Su waved his hand, said with great disdain, next, I will transform the top floor into a bank. There is a shortage of bank tellers. You can be a bank teller for the time being. Shen Zhao? Am I really a brick, moved wherever needed? But I have never been a teller. Shen Zhaozhao said in a low voice, seemingly very reluctant to be a bank teller. She was a good war correspondent. Now she was asked to go to the rear, but she was not used to it. Seeing Shen Zhaozhao like this, Ming Su shook his head and continued, I'm not asking you to be a teller there forever. It's just a stopgap measure. You won't have to go there when new people are recruited. Besides, many award-winning writers used to work in banks. Okay, be a teller for a few days. And then, you can pick a good work that you are most proud of, and give it to Qiuyu. I will let Qiuyu be the president of the new entertainment company. And the first movie will be adapted from your work. After hearing Ming Su's words, Shen Zhaozhao's eyes widened instantly. And then he stood up decisively, and began to pack his things immediately. Seeing this, Ming Su couldn't help asking, What are you doing? Shen Zhaozhao said to Ming Su righteously, Boss, you know, my dream since childhood is to be a bank teller. I'm packing up and going to work now. Adapted into a movie? That's even worth thinking about. It's just a temporary secondment. What's wrong with being a bank teller? It's impossible for an old lady to insist that she can't withdraw money, and then lie on the ground and make a scene. Right? Downstairs is a security company. The kind that carries guns. No more nagging. Those who cause trouble will be shot to death. Working is boring. Seeing Shen Zhaozhao being so enthusiastic, Ming Su was surprised. Shen Zhaozhao is really good. She really loves what she does, and she is good at everything. In this case, maybe she really loves this job, just like what my uncle said. What you love is your life. Ming Su was puzzled in his heart, but his hands were naturally not idle. He opened the system mall without hesitation, used 20 million credit points, and exchanged for an indestructible banking system. To be honest, it's quite cheap. Exchange successful. Do you want to resettle? Current credit point balance, 57.114 million. Seeing these words, Ming Su understood, and said to himself, Resettled on the 15th floor of Building B. Peace Building. Resettled successfully. As the four gilded words resettled successfully appeared, Ming Su smiled with satisfaction, and then said, Let's go upstairs and take a look. After that, he went to the elevator and prepared to go up to the 15th floor. When Shen Zhaozhao saw this, she was stunned. Go upstairs? What could there be upstairs? It's not like I haven't been to the 15th floor before. Although the 15th floor is the secret base of Vice President Jiang and Director Qi, there doesn't seem to be anything related to the bank there. Right? Shen Zhaozhao thought so in her heart. But she didn't say anything. After all, she didn't go to the 15th floor very often. What if Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liu really made some arrangements during this period? Believe it first, then question it. The elevator went up, and as soon as she entered the 15th floor, Shen Zhaozhao found a whole counter in a corner. The cabinet of the plain silver metal structure is clear, shining in different light. Several automatic cash machines fixed on the wall in the corner. There seems to be any operation after the counter. Although the area is not large, but appearing here already surprised Shen Zhaozhao. Ming Su was a little surprised. It's just that the surprise is different from Shen Zhaozhao. Ming Su's surprise is, You mama, I spent 20 million, you give this thing? System, do you die with you tomorrow? Ming Su took a deep breath. Make your mood calm as much as possible, immediately. I passed. After looking at it, the system immediately appeared a lot of golden characters tutorial. It's generally very simple. It can be said to be a baby-level operation. There are 2 ATMs over there. There is no way to leave this floor, so it is a bit difficult for Ming Su to move these 2 machines away by using a bug. The main function of the counter is to issue and reissue information cards. Log in the company's employee information, and then settle the card. The information stored in the card can be used in many ways, not only for withdrawals, but also for other places. As for what can be used for other places, this damn perfect life system didn't say. It seems that it still wants to cheat itself of money, and make some place like punching in, swiping the door, etc. This information card can be used to determine permissions, to open the door to the confidential area of the storage company, the system has upgraded the mechanical laboratory and the biological laboratory, and only members of the two laboratories and authorized persons can open the laboratory door. Yes, and some gifts were given. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, then he repeated what the system said to Shen Zhaozhao, and said, "Bring me the information cards of Shanfeng branch and Modu office first." Shen Zhaozhao graduated from Modu after all, even if his IQ is not high. He knows how to operate, so he immediately took out a dozen black information cards and handed them to Meng Su. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded immediately. "Good. You should familiarize yourself with it first. I will inform Zhang Luanping to pass on this message, and let all employees come to collect the cards," Meng Su said calmly. "And at the same time, of course, some employees do not want to collect the cards, so they can temporarily deposit the cards here. All future wages will be deposited here. If you want to withdraw your wages, you can choose an ATM." Meng Su saw that there were several POS machines in the bank, which could be directly distributed to several profitable departments under his command. These profit-making departments are mainly for making money from company employees, allowing credit points to circulate internally. There are only three aspects: canteen, supermarket, and medical care. There is no other way to make profits within the company for the time being. And buying houses and the like do not count. After all, Meng Su is a kind boss, and has not yet come up with anything like air usage fees or overtime electricity fees. After hearing Meng Su's words, Shen Zhaozhao immediately nodded obediently, indicating that he understood. Seeing this, Meng Su took a deep breath. He had other work to do next. For example, he would take an overview of the company, and then select the people who would go to Shanfeng City with him. Shanfeng City was a must. After all, the branch was there, and it was difficult to move. When Yuan, Lin Yi could not support the team alone, and needed a towering figure like him to come forward, to give them courage. This time, Meng Su decided to take Xiongde, Meng Xuanping and 20 new mechanical zombies with him, and then these 20 mechanical zombies would stay in Shanfeng City permanently, together with Li Xiang, who was already in Shanfeng City, and Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, who would definitely follow him. With such a strong lineup, Meng Su wanted to let the new Nanjiang Siming know who the real Nanjiang Siming was. Real or fake Nanjiang Siming? Oh, by the way, the new mechanical zombies don't have combat uniforms yet, so we need to change them into combat uniforms that fit them first, Meng Su thought to himself. He didn't know if the Shanfeng City safe zone was still there. If it was, could he earn some compensation from them after he went there? If he wasn't there, maybe I could have a chat with Lu Song. He would be very interested in changing the prefix from Heqing City Self-Help Committee to Nanjiang Province Self-Help Committee. Of course, Meng Su didn't expect the safe zone to help. After all, there is Zhangde City between Shanfeng City and Heqing City. Heqing City, Tao County. Of course, it is no longer called Tao County, but named Langtao District. As a former suburban county of Heqing City, Tao County has now been upgraded to the center of the entire city. On the contrary, Fenko City, which was once a prosperous area, has gradually fallen to the edge, and Qingnan District has now been renamed. Inside the safe zone, Qingnan District has a new name. It is called the Peace Order Special Planning Science and Technology Zone Park, abbreviated as Peace District. The reason for this name, those who understand it will understand. But in fact, for Lu Song, this is beneficial and harmless. First, because of the outbreak of the virus, the population has dropped sharply, and now the population is only about 400,000. It can be said that only 1 in 10 survives. With such a population, the previous Heqing City was still a bit too large. Instead of dispersing it, it is better to concentrate the population together. In this way, their current Central Tao County, Zhangyang County and Qinbei District are more than enough, and the other places, rather than becoming no man's land, it is better to directly contract them to the peace order. Lu Song was in a particularly good mood. Even the white hair that had grown due to the current situation has been dyed black, and he is in a very good spirit. What does the peace order think? After Mr. Ming came back from the Magic City, is there any new news? Lu Song looked at the secretary, who was coming in to report to him, smiled slightly, and said very easily, "Does Mr. Ming have time? If you have time, you can make an appointment with him, and we can talk face to face about the future policy." Currently, the atmosphere inside the safe zone is high, mainly divided into two factions. One faction advocated going north to recapture Zhangde City, and the goal was Shunfeng City. The other faction proposed going south to first solve the problem of Wuyang City. Lu Song himself also wanted to go south. After all, Wuyang City had a large number of advanced equipment, and occupying it would be more beneficial to development. However, he thought he should talk to Meng Su and listen to the opinions of the first extraordinary person. Mr. Meng is not available for the moment. It is said that he is going to Shunfeng City to see how the local branch is progressing. The secretary replied, but Mr. Meng did mention a few new things. He asked us to help recruit some bank tellers, film cameramen, directors, and other positions. In addition, Mr. Meng said that within a month, new products will be launched, and he hopes to reach a cooperation with us. Mr. Meng also unconditionally supports all decisions of the safe zone, and is willing to add the ground cleaning force of the Order Guard, and the violent terrorist mobile team to the team to clean up the zombies, and fight against other cities. At the same time, Mr. Meng also mentioned the current situation in the Magic City, and wrote a detailed report. As he said that, a detailed report that was obviously not written by Meng Su himself was handed to Lu Song. Lu Song did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly took it. After reading it carefully, he could not help but sigh. I never thought that the situation in the Magic City would be so serious. Seeing the current situation in the Magic City, Lu Song was also a little worried. He also thought of the previous situation in Hiching City. If it were not for Meng Su, they would probably fall faster than the safety zone in the Magic City. In this way, the reason why they did not shrink or be wiped out like the safety zones in other cities was that there was only one reason in the end. That is, the Peace Order Group, a strange flower, blooming in Hiching City. Since Mr. Meng intends to go to Shunfeng, let's take a look at the situation first, and send teams to Zhongda City and Wuyang City at the same time to investigate the situation. Lu Song nodded, and then said, does Mr. Meng have any other requests? We can tell you all at once. There is one more. The secretary looked at Lu Song with a strange expression, and then slowly said, Mr. Meng said that he has a company called Order Entertainment under his name, and he wants to shoot a movie. He hopes to get our investment and support, and also hopes to have some extras. Ah? Lu Song was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and was very excited. Shoot! It must be shot! The end of the world is coming. The zombie crisis, and people's hearts are unstable. It's the time when movies are needed to boost morale. Now that Peace Order is taking the lead and the safe zone is cooperating, there should be no problem. Lu Song agreed with this request. But seeing that the secretary had not finished yet, Lu Song was stunned, and then said, Xiao Zhou, is there anything else with Mr. Meng? General Secretary, there is indeed nothing with Mr. Meng, but the soldiers guarding the east just passed on a piece of information, which seems to be related to Mr. Meng. The secretary took a deep breath and said to Lu Song, a little girl came from the Magic City, claiming that she came back with Mr. Meng, and called Mr. Meng teacher. According to the Eastern Guard psychic team, this little girl's psychic level is very high, and our Eastern Guard psychics are no match for her at all. Ah? Lu Song was a little surprised. Although the Eastern Guard psychics were just that good, they were psychics after all. A good teacher produces good students. Send this little girl to the Peace Order as soon as possible. Lu Song couldn't help but sigh. After giving the order, he secretly said in his heart, I never thought that Mr. Meng is also a first-class teacher. It seems that I have to find time to invite Mr. Meng to give classes to these psychics in our safe zone. Lu Song has made up his mind. No matter how much Meng Su's lecture costs, he will find a way to invite Meng Su. Chapter 239 Lord Sima Meng is here, and the cloudy day has arrived. What is the strongest realm of finding someone? That is, you don't look for someone, and someone will come to you. Is this the value of the 9 outstanding young people in the Magic City? No. The 8 outstanding young people in the Magic City? Awesome. I deducted 6 points from you, my friend. Task completed. Task evaluation, full of value. Task reward, become one of the 8 outstanding young people in the Magic City. Points plus 20. Signal simulation device. Gratitude from the little girl's parents. Reward from the safe zone. Meng Su? Sitting in the Cybertron truck. After determining the destination, Meng Su, who was speeding all the way, saw the small gilded words in front of him, and immediately fell into an indescribable contemplation. What does it mean? LV Jiangming is so efficient at work. He solved the problem in 2 days. Did he find the little girl? It seems that Lu Jiaming is really good. In the future, the general manager of the Magic City branch will most likely choose him. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. It feels totally fine. Such a capable subordinate is hard to find even with a lantern. Meng Su likes such employees. In the co-pilot seat, Jiang Xiaqiu didn't care about the changes in the outside world at all. Instead, he stared at the holographic screen of the Cybertron truck with his big eyes. There was even greater doubt in his big eyes. It seemed that he was full of curiosity about the hazy Cybertron truck. Xi Liao didn't come along. It was said that she wanted to have a good chat with Yan Shooting. Meng Su had nothing to say about this. He could only hope that they could live in peace. Xiongda was not taken away as planned, but chose to stay to recover. After all, he had been fighting in the Magic City for many days, and was already covered with wounds. Although the recovery ability of zombies was particularly abnormal, it would take time anyway. It would be better to leave him to recover. Therefore, Meng Su did not take Xiongda away. However, Meng Su took Meng Xiuping, who was famous in Heqing City, and was known as the wolf of the group. Meng Xiuping had a fierce look on his face, and could not wait to kill everyone. His sharp teeth were already thirsty. Roar! In Zhongda City, there were many small zombies, and they were quite active. After seeing the Cybertron truck, they did not dodge but kept moving towards the truck. What can Meng Su say about this? The Cybertron truck is not an ordinary truck. It is not afraid of blood and flesh getting stuck on the wheels. Therefore, it just rushes forward, leaving blood and broken flesh everywhere, so that these little zombies can learn a lot. Meng Su is very confident in the ability of the Cybertron truck in this defensive posture. Even if a zombie tide comes, the Cybertron truck can still break through the surging zombie tide. This is the confidence that the Cybertron truck brings to Meng Su. Forget it. Let's not talk about this little girl for now. What is the reward? Apart from the points, what is the rest? Where is the reward for the safe zone? Where is the gratitude from the little girl's parents? What's the use of this outstanding young man? Meng Su was outspoken, and complained madly in his heart, feeling that the rewards of this perfect life system are getting more and more perfunctory, just giving some useless things. Could it be that the little girl's parents are Bill Gates or Zuckerberg? Connections are important at certain times, but in the end of the world environment, Meng Su himself is the connection that everyone in this world wants to know. What's the matter? Xiao Tong, you think your brother Meng is easy to bully, right? I'm telling you, please arrange the next task for me, otherwise I will arrange you well. Meng Su curled his lips, and began to check the situation of the signal simulation device. Item name, Signal Simulation Device. Introduction, a device used for hunting, which can simulate biological signals, and attract similar creatures to approach, but due to the signal charging problem, each simulation can only last for 2 days at most. How to use, see the red button. Press it, and carry it with you. The Cybertron truck was speeding, while Meng Su in the car looked at the small gilded characters in front of him with a puzzled look, and was very surprised. For hunting? What strange props. Meng Su felt that this thing was really a bit weird, and immediately picked it up, and prepared to tinker with it. This signal simulation device is not big. It is a bit like the keypad mobile phone from a few years ago. Quite Nokia style. Or like the low-quality game consoles when I was a child. Through the screen, Meng Su can see the content displayed on it. Currently, biological signals have been captured: humans, zombies, chosen ones, superpowers, elephants, and mice. After determining the biological signal, the simulation of the signal can last up to 2 days. After 2 days, it will fall into a charging state and needs to be left in the sun for 4 days to recover. Looking at the small words on the screen, Meng Su was also surprised. And then he was ecstatic. Can you simulate the signal of the chosen one? Good. Good. Very good. Who said that he was not Nanjiang Siming? Now that there is a signal, who dares to say that he is not? Meng Su's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't help but reveal a kind smile. The previous task was to let himself fight in the business war, pretending to be the chosen one until his identity was exposed. But this task has not been settled, which means that in the system judgment, the guys who found out that his identity was wrong have been killed by himself. So he is still in the stage of not being exposed. As long as I use this signal simulation method to simulate, wouldn't it be another hardy pretender? No, that's not right. Not a pretender. I am Nanjiang Siming. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. I said you were weird before. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize here. After Meng Su apologized solemnly to the signal transmitter, he took a deep breath, looked at the vehicles that were constantly moving forward, and showed a satisfied and kind smile. Shunfeng City. I'm here. Jiang Xiaoqiu, who was sitting next to Meng Su, looked at Meng Su with a strange look on his face. And he didn't understand what Meng Su meant by this. So strange, Jiang Xiaoqiu thought in his heart, while staring at the holographic screen without blinking, feeling even stranger. Both Xiuxiu and Che Che were so strange. In Jiang Xiaoqiu's heart, a sense of crisis suddenly arose. It's only been a few days since we last met, and there are so many strange things. It seems that he will follow me wherever I go in the future. Jiang Xiaoqiu made up his mind, thinking so. In Shunfeng City, the sky was gray, as if a storm was coming. The thick haze of the end of the world shrouded the entire city. And there was no sign of blue sky. I don't know if it was the human heart or the weather, but the dull atmosphere enveloped the atmosphere of the earth, making people feel that the air was filled with the sadness and desolation of the end of the world. Suddenly, a mouthful of thick phlegm was spit out from the second floor of the seemingly magnificent furniture store. The owner of the voice seemed to be in a very bad mood. Looking closely, I saw that the person who spit it had a crew cut, and his hair was dyed a charming red, with the exposed metal decorations on his body. A rebellious and ostentatious atmosphere came to his face, and his eyes were full of tyranny and arrogance. Fuck. Is that damn Gu Dekong really Simon? Why don't I believe it? He's new here, and he has no proof. Why should we obey his orders? And didn't they say they invited someone from the Magic City? Humph. A few idiots still believe him. I think what Brother Lu said was right. The real Simon is in Hiching. Yeah. Jiang Jingwen and Song Yilfeng are both in Hiching. Can they lie? In my opinion, this damn Gu Dekong is most likely the imposter my lord said. That idiot surnamed Zhao still believes him. The other green-haired rooster-headed chosen one also nodded indignantly. He staggered when he walked, and looked like he was drunk, which was particularly weird. Obviously, the two men had the same idea. They used to follow Song Yilfeng, who was a local gangster leader in Shunfeng. He had some relationship with Jiang Jingwen before the end of the world. Jiang Jingwen was the eldest son of the chairman of Jianshan Group and the uncle of Jiang Xiaoqiu. Jiang Jingwen had no good intentions and did a lot of illegal things. After the end of the world, he immediately planned a lot of things with his number one lackey, Tian He, the first Simon of Nanjiang province. Trusted Jiang Jingwen very much. However, when Tian He went to Wuyang City for inspection, he unfortunately lost contact. Nanjiang's chosen one welcomed the second Simon, Wang Xian of Wuyang City. This person, everyone has seen him, so of course he knows him. As a result, this Wang Simon from Wuyang City also died in Hiching City. Before Wang Xian died, he summoned the chosen ones from Nanjiang City to Hiching City. Jiang Jingwen and Song Yilfeng went to Hiching City. They didn't know the situation in Hiching City. Anyway, the chosen ones under Song Yilfeng got a piece of news. That is, there is a new Simon in Hiching City. The new Simon is very generous and generous. He will definitely lead everyone to become bigger and stronger. After that, the imperial edict was issued. My lord ordered that the new Simon was an outsider from Handong province. Recently, someone was pretending to be Simon. Please be careful. Then, Gu Dekong came. This made the chosen ones in Shunfeng City a little confused. They could not be sure of Gu Dekong's identity. After all, no one knew him. And more importantly, he was not from Hiching City. My leader had said before that the new Simon was in Hiching. Therefore, everyone was always suspicious of Gu Dekong's legitimate identity. Some people asked my lord for instructions, but the information was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. I don't know what happened, but all these suspicious points made everyone more suspicious of Gu Dekong's identity. Gu Dekong said the day before yesterday that he wanted to prove his identity. He said he had contacted the Sky Patrol from the Magic City. As long as the Sky Patrol came, all doubts would be broken. As a result, everyone waited for a day, but the Sky Patrol did not come. How could this convince everyone? Although our chosen ones have committed murders and arson, they are not fools, and will not be fooled so easily. Therefore, the two were very angry, and came to the window to smoke. Okay, come back, it's going to rain. Suddenly, a voice came from the furniture store, and when I looked closely, it was another chosen one. However, compared to the red and green combination. This chosen one seemed much more normal, at least he didn't look like a non-mainstream shaman. We have just discussed and decided, let's go to Hiching City. If the Lord Simon of Hiching City is not here, then Gu Dekong is the real one. If the Lord Simon is here, then this Gu Dekong is fake, the imposter that my lord said. We must unite all the colleagues in Shenfeng, and surround and kill him. After hearing these murderous words, the green-haired group nodded seriously, indicating that this was the way to go. The red-haired non-mainstream member threw away his cigarette and cursed. I've been so pent up these past few days. Can we find an ant camp on the road? Catch a woman to relieve my anger. Damn Gu Dekong. You insisted on gathering them for me. Now there's nothing left. I killed all the ones I caught before. Hearing this, the green killer frowned. When he was about to say something, he suddenly heard the sound of a car in the distance. The green shaman was stunned, then he quickly looked in the direction of the car sound, and just happened to see a red and white truck slowly driving towards them. In an instant, not only these three people, but also the other three chosen ones in the furniture city stood up cautiously, and the third one who spoke, who looked quite normal, whispered, "This car is pretty good, and the capacity is not bad. Kill the people, and leave the car. Let's take this car, and go to Hiching to find Master Simon." After hearing his proposal, the red and green shaman nodded at the same time, and prepared to take action. At this moment, a breath of the same kind suddenly came out from the truck, like a violent storm, and the 6 chosen ones present were unable to react. Our own people? Red hair was startled, and then whispered, "Why didn't you feel this breath before? Be more careful." Green hair, go and see what's going on. I'll let yellow hair and purple hair pick you up. The chosen one with normal appearance whispered. Green hair nodded immediately after hearing this, and jumped directly from the 2nd floor, came to the middle of the road, and planned to stop the truck with his body. He is a spirited young man who is not afraid of collision. After seeing the green-haired man, the car slowly stopped, and finally stopped steadily in front of the green-haired man. After the car stopped, the door of the driver's seat suddenly opened, and a young man wearing a Zhongshan suit and carrying a white suitcase got out of the car. After looking at the green-haired man, he was quite speechless for a while. Is this the color matching of the Calabash brothers? Red, green, purple, yellow? When will you form a group to save Grandpa? The person who got off the car was Meng Su. Meng Su arrived at Shenfeng an hour ago. But since he had this signal simulation device, he naturally had to go around, find some chosen ones, and then simulate it. But although Meng Su could simulate the signal, he could not receive the signal, and could only observe the words and expressions, so he was wandering aimlessly all the way. Fortunately, he finally found it. Name, Li Lu. Occupation, Gene Enhancer, Murderer, Rapist, Rogue. Level, 10/5/14/9. Looking at the green-haired panel in front of him, Meng Su had a feeling of finally found these idiots. You? Who are you? The green-haired man stared at Meng Su. He didn't know why, but the harmless-looking man in front of him gave him a frightened feeling. His heart was pounding, almost as fast as his heartbeat. I am Nanjiang Simon. Zhang Tao, Meng Su said calmly. He had used the names of Li Xiang and Zhao Zhilai before, but this time he would use the name of Zhang Tao, the real veteran of the company. The moment Meng Su finished speaking, a strong breath was instantly released. Standing in front of Meng Su, green hair felt particularly creepy. The biting coldness made green hair feel like he was in a world of ice and snow. The scene in front of him seemed to have changed dramatically. The surroundings had suddenly turned into a sea of blood and corpses. An invisible wave spread in the air. This breath made people feel extremely cold and gloomy, as if the whole world was on the verge of destruction. Hiss! In an instant, green hair trembled and collapsed on the ground. See? Lord Simon? Let those rubbish upstairs roll down. Meng Su flicked his sleeves, snorted coldly, and then said, Li Lu. Li Lu. I have heard from Jiang Jingwen that you are a scoundrel. How can you complete my master's great cause? After that, Meng Su looked upstairs a few more times and met the 3 people by the window. During this encounter, the observation of words and expressions has already started. Meng Su snorted coldly, and immediately said, Ji Chonglin, Zhang Yu, Chen Lin, step out. And there are a few others inside. Since you have seen Simon, why don't you bow? After saying that, Meng Su nodded to the side. The next second, the rear compartment of the truck was opened, and these mechanical zombies got off one after another. The cold light flashed with murderous intent. and various mechanical equipment were exposed, showing murderous intent. I went to the Magic City before, and moved some Sky Patrol reinforcements. It took some time to come to Shifeng. Why? Just because of the delay. You dare to rebel? Meng Su's voice sounded again. And while Meng Su was shouting, the other 5 people on the second floor of the Furniture City were greatly shocked. Is it Lord Simon? That should be it. He called our names. If it wasn't Simon, how would he know our names? It must be Brother Song and Boss Jiang who told Lord Simon. Yes. Yes. Look at these Sky Patrols behind Lord Simon. Oh my goodness, these are the armed forces from the Magic City. That Gu Dekong is really fake. Not only that, look at the box in Lord Simon's hand. Does the logo on it look familiar? Isn't this the treasure bestowed by my lord? In an instant, the 5 people on the second floor of the furniture store agreed, and all believed that Meng Su downstairs was the real Simon. Know our names, moved the Sky Patrol reinforcements from the Magic City, and held the divine object bestowed by my lord. In contrast, Gu Dekong, he knew nothing and had nothing. 3 o'clock. That's right, this must be Lord Simon. In an instant, the 5 people on the second floor burst into tears, and the one named Chen Lin, who looked like a normal person, burst into tears, jumped down from the second floor, knelt down, and came to Meng Su. Lord Simon, we have been looking forward to you for a long time, and finally you are here. When Simon comes, Shangfeng will really be in chaos. When Simon comes, there will be cloudy days. Chen Lin shouted, while secretly looking at Meng Su. That's right. That's it. Look at this appearance. Although he is dressed like a good person, he is a capitalist in disguise. At a glance, he is identified as a bad person who does all kinds of evil. Has black sleeves, is corrupt, takes human life lightly, and poisons the lives of all living beings. I guess his motto is don't do evil even if it's small. Don't do good even if it's small. If a dog passes by, he will be slapped twice. And if a little girl passes by, she will hand over her lollipop. Such a crooked capitalist is the fate master of our Nanjiang. Chapter 240 Gu Dekong. I am the real one, I am the real one. Meng Su's arrival, like a depth charge, caused a great stir in the entire Shangfeng City chosen circle. If we want to describe the situation of Meng Su's trip, we can only say that the evil Simon Lord arrived at Shangfeng City, where he is most loyal. Today, sitting on the most luxurious sofa in this furniture store, Meng Su was like an emperor, looking at the chosen one after another in front of him, and he almost couldn't hold back the smile on his lips. Meng Su had never seen so many chosen ones gathered together. If he counted them carefully, there should be more than 40. Right? The last time he saw the most was in the Magic City. Xiang Shucheng, the god of destiny in the Magic City, was very considerate. He brought more than 20 people with him at once. They almost ran out of energy for the exoskeleton magnetic power mecha. At this moment, it was even more like a crowd of stars and beasts. But no matter what, all the chosen ones had extraordinary respect for Meng Su. The reason was very simple. Every time a new chosen one came in, Meng Su could accurately call out the other's name. The chosen ones, who came here, had never seen Meng Su before. In addition, the mechanical zombie army from the Magic City was behind him, the terrifying box in his hand, and the ferocious aura of Meng Su, who had fought out of the sea of blood and corpses. Everyone knew at a glance that this was definitely Nanjiang Simon. No! How could it not be? My lord didn't have any warning. This package is real. But I don't know what's going on. The lord's recent signal seems to be a little bit wrong. The recent contact has been intermittent. And now it has even been completely lost. I don't know what happened. But it doesn't matter. Now that they have Nanjiang Simon Zhang Tao leading them, they will definitely be able to make the chosen bigger and stronger. After seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Chen Lin, the chosen who claimed to be a Zhuge Liang-like figure, immediately stepped forward and said respectfully to Meng Su, Master Simon, except for a few stubborn guys, the rest of the chosen in Shangfeng City are all here. Please give your orders. Master Simon? Meng Su looked around, and couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied, and then said, Why are there so few chosen in Shangfeng City? Not many. Boss. Chen Lin could only bite the bullet and say, Report to the Lord Simon, the rest are all stubborn and unrepentant. How many people are stubborn and unrepentant exactly? 33. After hearing this number, Meng Su was speechless. How come there are still 33 guys who haven't been fooled by me? However, there are only about 70 chosen ones left in Shangfeng City, which is actually a good thing. Get rid of them all immediately. While Meng Su was thinking secretly, he suddenly heard one of the chosen ones shouting, Lord Simon, we haven't worked together under a unified banner in Shunfeng City for a long time. What do you think we should do now? Should we destroy the families and clean up the camps of survivors who are like rats? Or launch a final raid on the remnants of the Shunfeng City safety zone? Or gather all the troops and go to Heqing to start a war? Wrong. 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 All wrong. Meng Su heard the words, followed his topic, and immediately shook his head, saying profoundly, superficial? Your ideas are too superficial. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words, and they all looked at Meng Su. Meng Su's aura is different from that in peacetime. In the iron and blood of the end times, the social animals of peacetime have become a towering mountain, which makes everyone breathless. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. Meng Su said in a sonorous voice, those safe zones, good people, and survivors are not worth worrying about at all. Gu Dekong, who pretends to be Simon, is the real trouble. Those guys who want to split the chosen ones are our real target. Think about it. Gu Dekong is obviously not Simon. Why does he pretend to be Nanjiang Simon? Humph. In my opinion, he just wants to disintegrate our chosen ones from within, and wants to lead everyone to do good things together. Meng Su's voice was loud and clear, and he woke up the dreamer with one word. So, the chosen ones have awakened. Yeah. No wonder they gathered us together those days ago, saying nice things like inviting reinforcements from the Magic City. It seems that they just want to contain us, stop us from burning, killing and looting, and influence us subtly. You're right. I saw him wiping his nose with toilet paper a few days ago. This is too civilized. Our real chosen ones all blow their noses on the wall with their hands. Damn it. His ability is definitely hypnosis. I almost blew my nose with toilet paper a few days ago. Yes. Yes. Extremely. I secretly saw him doing good things the other day. He even helped an old zombie who fell down a few days ago. Other than that, he never urinates or defecates anywhere. He always goes to the toilet. Humph. I think he is the black-skinned man sent by Shunfeng Security Zone. He is a cop. To be honest, I have heard of the name Gu Dekong before. He is one of the top 10 outstanding young people in Nanjiang. He has been a good guy since he was a child. He did part-time work and studied, took the initiative to pick up garbage, and helped old ladies cross the road. We all say do not do evil things for the sake of smallness. Do not do good things for the sake of smallness. But he is the complete opposite. Listening to the discussions below, Meng Su couldn't hold back. There is no other organization in the world that has such a clear understanding of itself as the chosen ones. The villains in the past all thought that they were the real ones, and that they were saving the world. In fact, the group of chosen ones led by Wang Xian in Wuyang City, that Meng Su first met thought that they were saving the world and clearing away the chaos. And the bad guys in Shunfeng City, each of them recognized their identity as bad guys. Meng Su's evaluation was, it's okay, these people at least know that they are not good people. They know how to take a piss and look at themselves. They are good idiots who can be fooled by themselves. Ahem. Meng Su coughed, and felt that he still needed to get the topic back on track. Our mission is to save this decadent and lonely world. Eliminate all inferior genes, and let truly excellent people dominate the world. Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone instantly became serious and shouted in unison, eliminate inferior genes, and welcome the glorious birth of our Lord. Meng Su nodded, and then waved his hand. Let's go. Speed is of the essence. Kill Gu Dekong before he reacts. Let those misguided chosen ones return to our arms. After that, Meng Su raised his fist, raised his arms and shouted, and said to the chosen ones, oh, you go first. I will let the sky patrol from the Magic City. We are following you. Just lead the way, don't be afraid. 80 against 30, the advantage is on me. After hearing Meng Su's words, the chosen ones nodded one after another, showing that they understood clearly, and shouted to each other, planning to find Gu Dekong and kill everyone. The red hair, green hair, and other chosen ones of the Rainbow Team were the main ones. They were the active advocates of war, and the anti-Valley faction. After hearing Meng Su's declaration of war, they were overjoyed and said that Si Ming had a good idea and wanted to rush forward. Shen Lin, however, felt something was wrong. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but was coerced by the other chosen ones. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything at all. He could only open his mouth, and finally followed the crowd, and walked out of the furniture city together. Outside, it was already overcast. The sky was like a torn black cloth, revealing a bottomless crack. Raindrops fell densely like fine needles, hitting the ground, splashing circles of water. The air was filled with the smell of moist soil and the stench of decay. And occasionally there were the roars of zombies in the distance. Occasionally, a few zombies would stagger on the street, and the rain would flow along their rotten skin, leaving deep marks on the ground. In the rain, the chosen ones were full of confidence, and one by one, they all came to their own vehicles. And Shenlin also sat on a pickup truck with a heavy face. The raindrops hitting the glass kept hitting the car window, making a crisp sound. And Shenlin himself felt more and more that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. He looked out the window. At this moment, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the thunder in the sky was deafening. Still believe in Lord Simon. Zhang Tao and Zhang Siming's various behaviors are all like the real Simon. If he was an impostor, how could he have the gift of God? How could he call out the names of all the chosen ones in Shunfeng City? And how could he have these murderous and emotionless Sky Patrol reinforcements move from the Magic City? Thinking of this, Shenlin immediately started driving the pickup truck, and in the heavy rain, he set off with the other chosen ones' vehicles. Mingsu was naturally not idle either. He also boarded the Optimus Prime early. After calling all the mechanical zombies back to the carriage, he leisurely followed these vehicles, and walked towards the base of Gudekong. Great. The third Nanjiang Siming. Right. I will make sure you have no way to escape. Mingsu felt that he was almost becoming a killer of Nanjiang Siming. He killed everyone who came out. Mingsu yawned. This time to conquer Gudekong, Mingsu planned to use the trick used by a certain bald man. The miscellaneous forces pushed forward, and the direct line supervised the battle. At the critical moment, the direct line came up again. The mechanical zombies, the general's good fighting skills, ensured that these chosen ones were almost exhausted, and then left. In this way, this is the most convenient method. However, Mingsu looked at the vehicle in front of him, and thought to himself, that Shenlin seems to be very cunning, and it seems that he is not easy to fool. Forget it, I will give him an order during the chaos, and kill Shenlin first. Thinking of this, Mingsu was extremely satisfied, and then, he began to look forward to it. Tian he gave him an exoskeleton magnetic power armor, and Xiang Shucheng gave him a weapon for the weapon slot of the exoskeleton magnetic power armor. Only Wang Xian was not very kind, and only gave me a sachet. Now a new Simon has come, I wonder what kind of surprise this Gudekong will bring me. I am so looking forward to it. Jiang Xiaqiu has been sitting in the co-pilot seat, looking at Mingsu suspiciously. She doesn't understand what happened now. But it doesn't matter, just fight, I will figure it out anyway. Shunfeng City, downtown. The rain outside is getting heavier, but compared to the suburbs, it is much lighter. Sometimes it is like this, in the same city, some places have rain and some places don't. Some places have heavy rain and some places have less rain. This is normal. The rain formed small puddles on the ground. When new raindrops fell, ripples were created one after another, and looking at the ripples in the small puddles, Gudekong was a little absent-minded. He felt heavier and heavier, and he had no idea what was going on. It seemed that he didn't take it seriously, but the expression in Gudekong's eyes could not hide the pain and confusion he felt. Why? Why didn't the reinforcements from the Magic City come? Didn't we agree on this? Where are they? Why don't these chosen ones from Nanjiang believe me? My strength is much stronger than theirs. Only I can lead everyone to the strongest and fight against Hiching. Why don't they believe me? The problem in Hiching is already very serious. The safe zone has been resurrected. Why doesn't anyone listen to my orders? Once the safe zone becomes a big deal, everyone will be blamed. Gudekong was very annoyed. He had no idea what was going on. Why is it that half of the people do not believe in him? A Nanjiang Siming, who was truly appointed by my lord. Just the day before yesterday, the Sky Patrol of the Demon City broke its promise, and 3 people suddenly attacked him, and he had already killed those 3 chosen ones with cruel means. Even so, they looked at him with doubts. Tired. Gudekong was really tired. When he came here from Handong province, he was ambitious, and felt that he would definitely be able to accomplish something great, but he did not expect that such an ending would be waiting for him. I feel so sad, shiitake mushrooms. Gudekong remembered the internet memes of his time, and immediately cheered himself up, and encouraged himself secretly, take a deep breath, don't feel stressed, everything is nothing. Cheer up. Thinking of this, Gu Dekong stood up immediately, with great enthusiasm, as if all the grievances he had felt before had vanished. He opened his mouth, and was about to say something, but suddenly heard the sound of vehicles coming from outside, and was stunned immediately, and then looked outside, and saw vehicles approaching. Seeing this scene, Gu Dekong was delighted and said immediately, Okay. I knew that our chosen ones are all good. They won't always quarrel with me. Haha. It seems that everyone still has a sense of the overall situation. Gu Dekong said so. And the chosen ones around him, who believed in Gu Dekong, nodded in agreement, indicating that Lord Simon was right. Although Gu Dekong said so, he had already decided that when he went to attack the Heching City security zone, he would put these guys outside into the death squad, and let them all contribute to my lord's holy war. Gu Dekong thought in his heart. But on the surface, he looked very generous, as if he really let bygones be bygones. With such a smile, Gu Dekong also walked out of the building quickly, without even wearing shoes, just to show his respect for others. It was a coincidence that when he went out, the rain had stopped, and there were splashes everywhere. The rain began to slowly flow into the sewer. The sound of water echoed in the sewer, and along with a flow of mud and sand, ripples were formed on the water surface. Bang! Bang bang! People kept getting off the car. Each of them looked aggressive, and Gu Dekong smiled at them. When he was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. Wait! It seems that they are not here to surrender. Gu Dekong has already keenly realized that something is wrong. Looking at the chosen ones surrounding him, he shouted, What do you want to do? After Gu Dekong's shout, the green-haired man was not afraid at all. He directly picked up a machete and rushed towards Gu Dekong while shouting, Brothers, don't talk nonsense with this fake. We are not a famous and upright sect. There is no need to talk about the code of conduct. Let's go together and chop him into meat sauce to serve Lord Simon. Hearing this, Gu Dekong was startled, and then he fainted. What fake? I am the real Nanjiang Simon. Gu Dekong's eyes flashed with cold light, and the aura emanating from his body suddenly burst out, and a powerful force surged out of his body, and instantly forced green hair back, and then Gu Dekong roared, What do you want to do? I am Nanjiang Simon. The guy you identified does not exist at all. Stop making trouble. If we continue to kill each other, how can we compete with Heching's safe zone? Just as Gu Dekong finished shouting, a clear and loud voice rang out from the Optimus Prime truck not far away. It's very simple. I'll just take action. Listening to this voice, Gu Dekong looked in the direction of the truck, but just happened to see a handsome young man, carrying a white suitcase, exuding the aura of the chosen one, standing there proudly, like a plum blossom in the winter snow, with a feeling of transcendence. Gu Dekong looked at Meng Su hesitantly and with surprise. Although he didn't know who Meng Su was, he was ecstatic about Meng Su's appearance, because he had seen the logo on the white suitcase in Meng Su's hand. It was the logo of my lord. That's right. With the oracle given by my lord, the other party must be a high-level chosen one. And why did a high-level chosen one appear in Shunfeng City, Nanjiang Province? Undoubtedly, it must be to clarify the rumors about his identity. Great. Finally, someone can prove my identity. At this moment, Gu Dekong felt like a daughter-in-law who had finally become a mother-in-law. After years of suffering, he finally got his reward. But the next second, Meng Su's words made Gu Dekong, who was just ecstatic, fall into the abyss. Deng Xian. Li Hao. Fei Jin Hui. What are you doing? Are you still going to work for the imposter? I am Zong Tao, the Simon of Nanjiang. The Gu Dekong in front of you is an imposter who has been doing good things since childhood. Kill him quickly. Don't be stubborn. Gu Dekong? Looking at the three loyal confidants of the Chosen One who were originally loyal to him, who were entangled and stunned after being named. At this moment, Gu Dekong realized and understood. I'm beating you. Lord, you transferred me to Nanjiang. Just to play with me? Speak up. Send down the oracle quickly. Or, do you actually want to kill me? Why? Because I'm in Handong, which affects the guy surnamedly to be the fate of Handong? Gu Dekong was completely confused. His eyes were slightly red. In this case, no one can survive. I'm going to kill you all. Gu Dekong was ruthless, roaring angrily, and the air around him seemed to be still, as if it was solidified by his breath. This aura was so strong that it made the surrounding chosen ones feel a sense of oppression. It seemed that in the next moment, everyone would be swallowed by this perverse and tyrannical aura. in this area shrouded by its aura. Whoever dared to resist. It seemed that he would not see the sun tomorrow. Seeing this, Ming-Su did not hesitate, and shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? He has stopped pretending, and is going to kill all of us Chosen Ones. How can we Chosen Ones be cowards? Let's fight him." As Ming-Su shouted, the Chosen Ones around him also thought that Gu Dekong might stop pretending, and they did not hesitate and acted decisively. The little green-haired man held a machete, and immediately became ruthless and slashed at Gu Dekong. As he raised the machete, Gu Dekong waved his sleeves, and in an instant, an invisible air wave rushed out from his hand and blasted towards the green-haired man. The body of the green-haired Chosen One seemed to have been hit hard, and was instantly knocked out, and then fell heavily to the ground. The force of this blow was amazing, and the body of the green-haired Chosen One drew an arc in the air, and flew dozens of meters before stopping. When the red-haired man saw his brother's tragic death, his eyes immediately turned red, and he roared, "He has taken action. He is indeed pretending to be Simon. Let's go together." Hearing the red-haired man's words, Gu Dekong's resentment became even greater, and this perverse aura became even crazier. "I am the real Simon." Chapter 241 Chosen One, we seem to have killed Jin Simon? Although the Chosen Ones are not strong individually, they are quite lethal when they rush forward together. The abilities of these Chosen Ones also made Ming-Su realize the diversity of superpowers again. "Ha!" A burly Chosen One shouted loudly, and then blew his nose. The long snot as long as slime instantly slanted out, like a chain, attacking Gu Dekong. It seems that the lethality is not very high. But no matter what, Ming-Su could only say, this thing is really good at making people sick. No wonder you don't use toilet paper to blow your nose. Other people blow their noses to wipe their noses, but you do it to raise slimes? Obviously, although Gu Dekong is furious now, his violent aura is almost tangible, but looking at this nauseating snot, Gu Dekong regained his sanity immediately. The next moment, Gu Dekong did not hesitate, and immediately concentrated his whole body aura, making the invisible aura overwhelming and pressing towards the snot Chosen One. The snot of the Chosen One had not yet touched Gu Dekong, but was blown away by Gu Dekong's invisible aura, and instantly landed on several Chosen Ones around him, which immediately made them so disgusted that they didn't want to talk. And this invisible aura had not stopped yet, and directly followed the path of the snot, and instantly engulfed the Chosen One. "Ah!" The Chosen One looked around in horror. He felt like a prey entangled by a python at this moment. He felt a twisted pain all over his body, and his chest was extremely stuffy, and he was a little breathless. As the powerful feeling became more and more obvious, the snotty Chosen One was suffocated to death. His face was rosy. Gu Dekong was furious. "Chosen One? Our own people? It doesn't matter, kill them all. I won't stand this." Gu Dekong was very angry. He was a tough guy in Handong. How come after coming to Nanjiang, he was framed as a good man? This is intolerable. I can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Then, Gu Dekong activated his invisible air sense again. The 3 or 4 Chosen Ones who were close to him couldn't see his figure clearly, and could only hear the sound of the airflow breaking through the air. "Damn it! Watch out for the attack! Damn, I can't see clearly! Be careful, he's coming!" These Chosen Ones close to Gu Dekong had no idea when the invisible aura would attack. They could only look around in despair, with their hearts filled with fear and helplessness. Gu Dekong did not give them any chance to breathe, and quickly attacked, killing them one by one. The whole scene was extremely bloody. In less than a few seconds, the ground was covered with blood and debris, which was shocking. Gu Dekong's eyes were full of ferocity and cruelty, like a ferocious beast, which made people shudder. He faced the Chosen Ones, who had hurriedly surrounded him. Although his hair was disheveled, his eyes were extremely bright, as if 2 flames were burning. He clenched his fists tightly, panting slightly, and seemed to be exhausted, but he still looked like an angry lion. His aura was full of absolute power and irresistible pressure. This scene made the other Chosen Ones around him shudder, and they deeply understood how terrifying this invisible and terrifying fake was. This is definitely the top expert in the safe zone. Such an expert actually came here as an undercover agent among our Chosen Ones? Fortunately, Zhang Siming reacted in time and found this big trouble. It is because of such an expert that he came here as an undercover agent. Damn, I just don't know how this undercover agent simulated the aura of our Chosen Ones. If he is killed, The safe zone will definitely lose a general. Such a powerful psychic, I am afraid there are not many in Nanjiang province. From this point of view, this Gu Dekong is clearly a pseudonym. His real name, I am afraid it is Ming Su, who killed Tian Siming and Wang Siming. The surrounding chosen ones were thinking one after another, and they had already determined what they thought in their hearts. This Gu Dekong is too abominable, so powerful that he is hiding among our chosen ones. Luckily he was discovered in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After hearing the discussions of the people around him, Gu Dekong was about to go crazy. I am Nanjiang Siming, I am Nanjiang Siming. The one behind you is a fake, he is a fake. Gu Dekong was furious, he clenched his hands into fists, and a strong aura emanated from his body, as if he was going to tear the air around him apart. Go to hell. Under such heavy pressure, a chosen one who was only level 4 or 5 in Ming Su's eyes felt the terrifying pressure of Gu Dekong, and could not help but feel fear. However, before he could react, Gu Dekong's aura struck like thunder. Gu Dekong punched out, and the invisible energy hit the chosen one like a cannonball. In an instant, the chosen one's body was severely injured. Blood splattered, bones and flesh were broken, and the whole body instantly became bloody and horrible. Good for you, Ming Su. You are furious after the truth was revealed, right? Seeing this, Ming Su did not hesitate, pointed at Gu Dekong and shouted, "Don't be afraid of him. Although he is powerful, there are so many of us. He can't be killed. Look, he has begun to breathe heavily. Let's go together. Even if we have to wear him out, we can wear him out to death. Kill this Ming Su. Take back my lord's treasure. Everyone will be rewarded, and your soul will return to heaven after death. My lord will resurrect you. Hearing souls will return to heaven after death." S words, the surrounding chosen ones, all of a sudden, they rushed towards Gu Dekong desperately, while killing. They shouted, "Ming Su, die. Go to hell. Ming Su, I've heard that you are so daring, but I didn't expect you to dare to pretend to be Siming I. Zhang San must deal with you, and work for Zhang Tao Siming." Listening to the shouting and killing around him, Gu Dekong had fainted. What Ming Su? I am not Ming Su. I am really not Ming Su. I am really Nanjiang Siming. Why does no one believe me? Is it because the other side can call out your names? There are reinforcements from the magic city. There are divine objects bestowed by my lord. And I have nothing? From this point of view, it seems that the other side is indeed more like Nanjiang Siming. Gu Dekong waved his sleeves, and the invisible aura repelled several chosen ones with different abilities, gasping for breath, and fell into a stage of self-doubt. He has now fallen into a strange circle of self-doubt. He has even begun to question himself. Yes, everything about Zhang Tao is true. It really looks like the configuration of Nanjiang Siming. He has also seen Hanong Siming. Hanong Siming is not as good as Zhang Tao in front of him. Could it be? I am really fake. I was actually hypnotized? Gu Dekong fell into hesitation. His actions became slower and slower. After all, there are many enemies around. Although he has a strong invisible aura, it is difficult to kill all the chosen ones. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ming Su couldn't help but raise his mouth slightly, revealing a smile. It's really good. It feels good not to have to do it myself. Kill. 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 I want this kind of cannibalism. Hee. Lord Siming. Just as Ming Su smiled like an elder of the Soul Palace, he suddenly heard an anxious voice in his ear. Ming Su turned his head and saw that the person who came was Chen Lin, who claimed to be the little Zhuge among the chosen ones. Chen Lin looked at Ming Su anxiously, and said to Ming Su, "Lord Siming, let the reinforcements of the Demon City take action. Ming Su is extremely cunning and insidious. All of our Shenfeng chosen ones are about to die. Of course, after our chosen ones die, they will be absorbed by our Lord, and their souls will return to heaven. But, if all the chosen ones are gone, it will not be conducive to your next work." Chen Lin was very anxious. In his opinion, there was no need to explain the identity of Zhang Tao. He must be Nanjiang Siming. If nothing else, just based on the GGG laughter before he spoke, he must be an elder in the Soul Palace. Moreover, the Ming Su on the opposite side had gone crazy. If he was really Siming, how could he kill the chosen one so wantonly? Therefore, Chen Lin did not understand why Zhang Siming sat back and watched the chosen ones of Shenfeng being slaughtered by Ming Su. How dare you? Ming Su pretended to be furious, snorted coldly, and said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things?" Are you Nanjiang Siming, or am I Nanjiang Siming? Listen to my orders, machine gun squad. No, Qinlin's team move forward 30 meters. Kill Ming Su. My micromanagement is invincible. He is exhausted. Don't be afraid, don't panic. Ming Su's voice was still shouting loudly. In fact, these chosen ones in Shunfeng City have realized that something is wrong. Why are the reinforcements not coming down yet? What is this doing? Does Lord Siming treat us as cannon fodder? Everyone has realized this, but no one dares to resist Nanjiang Siming's orders. Therefore, there is still a glimmer of hope if we go up to surround and kill Ming Su. Everyone can only grit their teeth and fight Ming Su. The real Ming Su, the fake Siming, is watching the show. The real Siming, the fake Ming Su, has begun to doubt his life. Am I hypnotized? I don't feel any problem. What's the situation? The memory is real. I am really the Siming of Nanjiang? Could it be that my master has Alzheimer's disease, appointed 2 Simings of Nanjiang? So this situation today has occurred? Boom! The invisible aura once again repelled the invading enemy, and at this moment Gu Dekong was already a little powerless, and was sweating profusely. More than 20 of the chosen ones around him have been killed by him. He was really brutal. Among Gu Dekong's supporters, there are still many who believe in him. So they are fighting with other chosen ones. And naturally there are casualties. Gu Dekong can't hold on any longer. Not only physically, but also mentally. His mental state changed from tired to angry. And from angry to confused. He couldn't tell who he was, which shows how confused he was. If there must be a Shinsu present, then this Shinsu must be him. It seems to realize that Gu Dijing's state is wrong. The Hu Xian, who came from Handong to Nanjiang with Gu Dijing all the way, was all bloodstains. But still pulling my throat, he shouted loudly to Gu Dijing, "Good brother, don't be deceived. Let's come from Handong together. Not only did you receive the instructions, I also received the instructions. Li Sifeng of Handong also received instructions." His whore. Exhausted, hysteria. I heard Hu Xian's words. Gu Diyu suddenly realized. Yes. How could my hack be hypnotized? Li Siming of Handong heard it. Hu Xian heard it. And I heard it too. Who is so powerful that he can capture all the high-level chosen ones of Handong? So, am I real? The moment Gu Dekong realized this, his younger brother Hu Xian, who he brought from Handong, was not paying attention, and was hit in the neck by a red-haired chosen one. His throat was cut, and bright red blood gushed out like a fountain. In an instant, the blood splashed everywhere, like a blooming flower, scarlet and gorgeous. Blood splashed on the ground and walls around, and the strong smell of blood filled the air, making people sick. Seeing Hu Xian die tragically in front of him, Gu Dekong's eyes instantly turned red. At this moment, he was no longer confused. It didn't matter. Even if my master was stupid and appointed 2 Nanjiang Siming, it didn't matter. Hu Xian now had only one thought in his heart. That was that he wanted these people to die. And he wanted Zhang Tao to die. Immediately, Gu Dekong's face became hideous and twisted, as if he was suffering from great pain and torture. Suddenly, he spit out a large mouthful of blood, and the blood flew in the air and splashed on the ground around him. At the same time, an illusory flying needle that looked extremely fierce and sharp suddenly appeared in front of him. Gu Dekong's eyes were full of madness and determination. He stared at the flying needle with a cruel smile on his face. His voice was like a devil, roaring, "I am willing to sacrifice my entire life, just to kill Zhang Tao. Kill him for me. Kill him." With this hoarse roar, the flying needle seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power, and began to tremble violently and make a buzzing sound. However, at this moment, Gu Dekong's body underwent an amazing change. His originally young face instantly aged by several dozen years, with white hair and wrinkles all over his face, as if the years had passed him by very quickly, and his vitality seemed to be constantly draining from his body. But his eyes remained firm, without flinching, and he looked at Zhang Tao with a grin, revealing a happy smile. Yes, he was going to die. This was the divine object given to him by the Lord. Its function was very simple. That is, to call out a person's real name in front of him, so that this flying needle would burst out with unprecedented power, and deliver a blow that was enough to destroy everything. It sounded amazing, but it was true. The real name is a mark that a creature is born with. Any creature will be familiar with this mark. Therefore, when the name is called, no matter who it is, it will react subconsciously, which is equivalent to further marking his target from the soul level. In this way, it will naturally hit the target accurately. Similarly, the energy source of this flying needle is the life of the caster. In the vast universe, life force is also an extremely simple and cheap power. Evolution crystals, evolution gems, are essentially harvesting life force in exchange for resources. The vitality of one person is naturally insufficient. But Gu Dekong is not an ordinary person after all. He is now a level 20 chosen one. And his vitality is naturally terrifying. He sacrificed all his life. And he could barely activate this one-time weapon. Buzz! The flying needle was roaring. And the next second, it flew out like a meteor, attacking Meng Su. Meng Su was shocked when he saw this. The next second, the armor was attached to his body, and the exoskeleton magnetic power armor was already on his body. At the same time, the weapon that looked like a flashlight was also unfolded by Meng Su, and the light shield wrapped Meng Su tightly. Meng Su didn't know what this thing was, but looking at Gu Dekong's appearance, it felt like a killer weapon in some fairy tale or fantasy novel. It was a bit scary, so he decided to defend himself. Boom! With a loud noise, the flying needle passed through the air as fast as lightning and hit the building behind Meng Su accurately. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, as if the whole world was shaking. The building that was originally solid and unshakable now seemed as fragile as paper. The power of the flying needle was too strong. It penetrated the walls and roof of the building at an astonishing speed, completely destroying it. In the blink of an eye, a huge hole was instantly drilled through the small building that was about 4 or 5 stories high. Then, the whole building began to shake violently, and finally could not withstand the powerful impact and collapsed into pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air. Bricks and debris flew everywhere, and the surrounding chosen ones panicked and dodged the debris and bricks. Many innocent zombies were implicated. Their heads were bleeding, and they let out terrifying roars. Meng Su stood there, motionless. The smoke and dust seemed to cause no harm to him at all. In fact, it is true. After all, the light shield is deployed. However, Meng Su's current mood can be described by a symbol. Meng Su, what happened? The last blow. Missed? And your attack. It doesn't look good. Aliens are like this. It feels worse than a missile. As confused as Meng Su. There is also the old Gu Dekong. Gu Dekong also has a question mark on his face. What happened? Missed? Impossible. This is derived from the real name. Could it be that Zhang Tao changed his name? This is not his original name. No. 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 Even if he changed his name, this name should have been used for several years or even months. Could it be that he just changed it after the end of the world? No. No. Damn it. You are not called Zhang Tao, because you don't approve of this name at all, otherwise. No matter how off-center it is, you can't miss it. He was fooled, and fooled around. At this moment, Gu Dekong's eyes widened, looking at Meng Su, tremblingly stretched out his finger, pointed at Meng Su, and roared, "You are not Zhang." But when he said this, his voice stopped abruptly. The third chosen one of Nanjiang province, Simon, had reached the end of his life, ending the aggrieved life of the chosen one. After Gu Dekong died, Meng Su became more excited. With such a high level, the zombie he turned into must be awesome. Now that he had the evolution gem, he could add more points. So cool. But after waiting for a long time, Gu Dekong didn't turn into a zombie either, which surprised Meng Su and made him a little confused. What's going on? Why don't you turn into a zombie? If you don't turn into a zombie, how can I improve? Look, this guy is really an imposter. Our real chosen ones, as long as their heads don't explode after death, will all turn into holy warriors. Seeing this, Qinlin laughed loudly and quickly announced the exciting news. If you don't believe me, look. The colleagues around whose heads didn't explode have turned into holy warriors and are attacking us. It sounds strange, but the zombies turned into zombies by these chosen ones are much less dangerous than Gu Dekong. Meng Su's face was gloomy, and he was very unhappy. He waved his hand, and the mechanical zombies behind him went out and began to clean up the zombies that had become holy wars after the death of the chosen ones. Qinlin was very proud, and immediately stepped forward and bowed to Meng Su, saying, "Lord Simon, now that the civil strife has been eliminated, should we call together the chosen ones of the entire Nanjiang, and let everyone gather together to launch an attack on the Heqing City security zone?" Meng Su nodded perfunctorily. He was a little unhappy now, But when he thought about being able to trick the other chosen ones of Nanjiang province to come and kill them, his unhappy mood slowly calmed down. Chunlin began to express his ideas incessantly, including tactical arrangements, and seemed determined to be a little Zhuge. Just now, so many chosen ones were killed or injured. Chunlin did not want to be used as cannon fodder by Lord Siming, so he felt that he had to let Lord Siming see where his value was. At this moment, Chunlin seemed to have thousands of military books in his mind. He talked about strategies incessantly, but Meng Su was not interested in these strategies at all. What he was really interested in was how Chunlin tricked the other chosen ones to come here. Although Gu Dekong is dead, there are so many chosen ones in Nanjiang. The evolution gems after their death should be enough to increase my physical and mental values by 2 units. Right? Believe it. Meng Su thought so. So, Lord Siming, I personally think. Chunlin kept talking, as if he was really Meng Su's personal advisor, and the chosen ones below were dealing with the aftermath. After all, although Gu Dekong was dead, the casualties he caused were not small, and the injured chosen ones also needed to bandage their wounds. However, just when Chunlin was giving advice to Meng Su, a different signal suddenly came from the sky. This signal was instantly transmitted to the minds of every chosen one. Even Meng Su received it. An extraterrestrial signal is detected to be transmitted to you. Do you accept it? This signal has transmitted 45 spam messages to you. This time, it simulates a biological signal for you to actively receive this information. Do you accept it? Seeing this, Meng Su could not help but feel happy. An extraterrestrial civilization is coming. Receive, only this time. Meng Su confirmed immediately. Only receive this time, so that he will not be bombarded with junk messages in the future. With Meng Su's authority opened, soon, Meng Su sensed the signal of extraterrestrial civilization. The general content is a question full of doubts. What happened to your Nanjiang Siming? Why did the third one die? What caused it? In addition to this question, there is also an introduction. That is, the original master in charge of this area was temporarily transferred away, and now another master is in charge of them. After receiving this news, all the chosen ones looked at each other in bewilderment, and Chunlin's voice was stuck. His eyes, looking at Meng Su, were full of astonishment and fear. The third Nanjiang Siming died? Ah? Wasn't Siming the Zhong Tao in front of him? Could it be? Thinking of this, Chunlin's heart skipped a beat. But before he could finish his sigh, Meng Su sighed, alas. I can't act anymore. Okay. I won't pretend anymore. I'm Li Xiang and I'm showing my cards. Meng Su chuckled and stopped pretending to be Zhong Tao. He was arrogant and domineering. After killing Chunlin in front of him with a punch, he shouted, "Terrorist mobile team. Kill them!" High-end business war often adopts the simplest way. Although you are undercover in a terrorist group this time, and have been discovered, this disguise experience is a rare opportunity for you to hone your skills in the future business war. Think about it. In the near future, you will disguise yourself, infiltrate the enemy company, and become a cleaner. A cleaning boy. If you turn off the power of the company every minute, wouldn't it cause a heavy blow to the enemy? Task completed. Current task evaluation. 1,000-faced actor. Task reward. Breakthrough point +1. Credit points +200,000. Points +50. One-time props mosaic camouflage mask x10. The reward in front of him is very generous. And Meng Su is also full of size. It seems that the fact that I am not the Siming of Nanjiang has been exposed. However, the previous master was transferred away because of something? I don't think that's the case. It should be that he was doing things with the exoskeleton magnetic power armor in private, and then he was discovered, and then he was fired or demoted, and a new person was replaced in charge. But this newcomer is also straightforward. He directly said this area. Could it be that the person in charge of each area is different? Is their area divided by province or something? It shouldn't be as simple as one person in charge per province, otherwise the guy from the previous extraterrestrial civilization would not have transferred Gu Dekong from Handong province to Nanjiang as Siming. It is probably a rough division, and several areas were assigned to persons in charge. Right? Thinking of this, Meng Su took a deep breath, listened to the killing of the chosen ones in his ears, and looked up at the sky. The sky was gloomy. What's wrong with this extraterrestrial civilization? What exactly does it want to do? Why doesn't it come to Earth directly? Can't come, or don't want to come? Chapter 242. He has been wandering for half his life. and he only regrets that he has never met a wise master. After a bloody storm, all the chosen ones, who could be gathered here in Shunfeng City, died. The mechanical dead also quickly presented their evolution crystals one by one, and Ming Su just nodded casually, and then said, "Pick out the agility ones, and the rest are given to you. Eat them yourself." Chairman Ming Su is now rich and powerful, and he doesn't care about the small evolution crystals at all. He left the agility evolution crystals for Jiang Xiaqiu to eat as snacks, and he divided the rest among himself. With a strange heavy, and in the building of peace and order, there are now many evolution crystals accumulated. Ming Su also plans to wait until he finishes dealing with the affairs of Shunfeng City, and then find an opportunity to consume these evolution crystals internally, so that the soldiers who want to participate in the order guarding will each have a superpower condensed by evolution crystals. With this thing, the combat effectiveness should be able to be greatly improved, and the survival ability should also be improved, so that he will not have to pay compensation for the pension. Ming Su thought of this, nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the wreckage all over the ground and the zombies around him, who were already impatient, and sighed. That new person in charge of the extraterrestrial civilization. What are you doing when you have nothing to do? They could have lived a few more days, but you killed them all with just one sentence. Ming Su was very sorry about this, and said that the new person in charge of the extraterrestrial civilization, the so-called master, should bear the greatest responsibility for their death. But things have already happened. What else can be done? Ming Su could only reluctantly accept this result. Well, let's go. Go to the Jianshan Group's building. See how the branch employees are handling it. Why did it take so long to rescue 20 Jianshan Group employees? What went wrong? Ming Su shook his head, then stretched, took the initiative to sit on the Optimus Prime-style Cybertron truck, and started the automatic driving without hesitation. The automatic driving system starts directly. The Optimus Prime Cybertron truck originally had no default map, but Ming Su was very smart, and directly loaded the map before the end of the world, and let the Cybertron truck go by itself if there is any emergency on the road. This Optimus Prime Cybertron truck is not stupid, and it will naturally take a detour. Buzz! The truck was moving, the zombies along the way were roaring constantly, and Ming Su's expression was indeed cold and ruthless. After using conspiracy and trickery, a little trick to destroy the chosen one of Shunfeng City, Ming Su had become an emotionless killer. This is Ming Su, powerful and confident. Jianshan Group, it's a familiar and strange name. Ming Su sighed, and Jiang Xiaqiu, who was in the co-pilot seat, was obviously touched when he heard the words Jianshan Group, but his expression was still indifferent, as if he had just heard a familiar name, and he couldn't tell at all that this was his own asset. Ming Su also took the task map in his hand, looking at the dense red dots of employees in Shunfeng City, and sighed deeply. Then he looked at Jiang Xiaqiu beside him, and chuckled. "Xiaqiu, you have a lot of employees. Anyway, it's on the way, so just look for all the red dots along the way." "Yeah." Jiang Xiaqiu nodded very softly and said yeah. Although she couldn't see any red dots, she could only see Ming Su pointing at the air and talking. But she didn't think that Ming Su's mental illness had worsened like others did. She just thought Su was great, and said it very well, and his ideas were exactly the same as hers. Only Ming Su didn't know what Jiang Xiaqiu was thinking. Otherwise, he would have sweated like a bean. He just felt that Jiang Xiaqiu seemed to be much gentler and more disciplined recently, and couldn't help but sigh. The ancients still have a point. Reading makes zombies wise. Is Dream of Red Mansions so effective? It seems that the company will list Dream of Red Mansions as a must-read classic book for zombies in primary and secondary schools across the country. Wisdom starts with zombie dolls. Go, go, go. Let's go. There is an employee of Jianshan Group on this street, namely Ming, a technician. Suddenly, the Cybertron truck stopped abruptly, and then Ming Su pointed to a street and shouted excitedly. Following Ming Su's command, the carriage was opened, and in an instant, the terrorist mobile team was dispatched. In order to confuse the chosen ones, the mechanical zombies in the terrorist mobile team all followed the command and took off their combat uniforms. Now that the chosen ones had been annihilated, Ming Su was no longer constrained. The zombies in the terrorist mobile team naturally did not need to pretend, and put on the combat uniforms with peace and order written on them. Go, go, go! Ming Su pushed open the car door and shouted to the members of the terrorist mobile team righteously, "Go! Rescue my employees. Your colleague, Mr. Li Ming, Roar! The elite terrorist mobile team rushed into the alley one after another. And then the alley was filled with the roars of zombies, and the sound of cold weapons cutting meat. After a while, a head with completely cloudy and white eyes, without any spirit, was just like a machine. The zombies that were making noises like crunching were pulled out by several members of the terrorist mobile squad. Looking at this zombie, Ming-Su was silent for a moment. Name, Li Ming. This zombie is the employee Li Ming. Ah. Ming-Su sighed, and then said, "Forget it, you and I are destined to be together. I will assign you to the order guard, and make you a gun to earn pensions for the company, and a brave and fearless warrior." After that, Ming-Su recruited this zombie named Li Ming into the ground cleaning force of the order guard, and issued him a set of combat uniforms. System, let's discuss it. Can you offer a cheaper package? No need for bulletproof ones. Just ordinary combat uniforms. Cheaper. 5,000 credit points per set. I'll buy them all. Ming-Su sighed deeply. This combat uniform is also a big deal. It's too expensive. Ming-Su would rather the system sell him a few inferior products, discounted ones. Sell inferior products as good ones and get out. But the system never responds to Ming-Su's thoughts. And what can Ming-Su say? Just save them. More than 1,000 employees. Even if they all become zombies, if they are organized, they can make a lot of money in the safe zone. Of course, the most important thing is to complete the task of inheriting Jianshan Group. In order to distinguish them, Ming-Su gave the zombies he recruited a new name. Ground Cleaning Team Jianshan Department. Jiang Xiaqiu is in charge of it. It can be regarded as a compensation to the original heir after he took over Jianshan Group. Jiang Xiaqiu did not speak. There seemed to be a softer look in her eyes when she looked at Ming-Su. She seemed to be more and more humane. However, Ming-Su did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he focused on the red dots on his task panel. And then said excitedly, "Oh my god! What is that place in front? Why are there more than 60 red dots? What's going on? When the end of the world comes, you company employees are having a party? I guess they have all become zombies. Let's go and have a look." With this thought, Ming-Su did not hesitate and directly urged the Cybertron truck to speed up. As quickly as possible. Rush to the location of the Silver Party. He wants to recruit workers. And let the employees of Jianshan Group continue to build a peace order group. After the heavy rain, the deserted city became more depressed. And the cracks on the walls became clearer. The humans walking on the street are almost extinct. The strange handprints and zombie claws on the glass windows clearly show that this place is not very safe. The air is full of the fragrance of soil. This fragrant smell makes Xiaoyan feel very unpleasant. But in the environment of the end of the world, this fragrance is several times better than the smell of blood. What happened to this world? Why has it become like this? Xiaoyan secretly watched the scene outside through the cracks in the window. Zombies were wandering around. And there were very clean corpses washed on the side of the street. The internal organs were already black and tattered, which made Xiaoyan feel heavy inside. He used to weigh more than 190 kilograms. But after more than 2 months of the apocalypse, he had lost weight to 150 kilograms. If he continued like this, as a fat man, he would probably be just skin and bones when he died. 2 months ago, he was an enviable project manager of Jianshan Group, mainly responsible for the development of new real estate. Jianshan Group was ambitious and was preparing to enter the real estate industry in the near future. He was responsible for the building materials project. Unexpectedly, when he went to the head office to make a report, he suddenly encountered a zombie crisis. He could only hide in the hotel of Jianshan Group, trembling and struggling to survive with other employees who did not turn into zombies. However, there are always unexpected things in life. The frequent accidents these days have reduced their small group of more than 10 people to 3 people. In this era full of blood and fire, a small group of more than 10 people will lose people due to accidents when searching for supplies. Now there are only 3 of them left. How can they survive this terrifying zombie apocalypse? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan was a little desperate. For a moment, he didn't even know where his future was. How about jumping from the building and falling to death while he was still alive and still able to move? I heard that people who starved to death were very painful. Just as Xiaoyan was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the sound of a car coming from outside. Hearing this sound, Xiaoyan was startled. And the other 2 also did a sit-up at the same time, and woke up from the doghouse-like bed. Is there a car? There is a car. The 3 of them came to the window at the same time. carefully looking at the situation outside, but suddenly saw a tall and mighty truck crushing countless zombies, and it went straight to the door of their hotel. Then, the car was opened, and countless soldiers wearing combat uniforms jumped out of the car and began to attack. Everyone was delighted when they saw this. Great! Great! Support! Support is coming! Everyone was delighted, and Xiao Yan's excitement was beyond words. However, everyone was very understanding, so they just lowered their voices and did not shout too much. After all, there were still zombies outside their floor, and Xiao Yan did not want to fall in the night before dawn. Swish! But just when Xiao Yan thought he had it safe, he suddenly didn't know why, and the fruit knife on the table suddenly fell to the ground, making a sharp sound. This scene instantly made Xiao Yan's heart stop. It seemed that the zombies outside did not notice the sound inside, and just wandered to the door again, making a series of low roars. Fortunately, this level of sound would not cause the zombies to howl. Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He did not dwell on how the fruit knife fell, all he had now was gratitude. But just when Xiao Yan was thankful, the other thin man beside him was shaking like a sieve, completely lost his mind, and did not judge any situation. He immediately opened the window roughly and shouted, "Help! Help! We are here! Come and save us!" Xiao Yan. Another man. The thin man's voice startled the other two people at once. The voice was sharp. Soon, the zombies outside the door began to sprint at the speed of 100 meters and began to attack the door continuously. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan couldn't help but want to curse his teammates, but there was no other way at this time. He could only pick up a fruit knife, looked at the door with a firm look, and be ready to fight to the death at any time. The number of zombies outside the door is increasing. He knows that the door of this hotel will not last long. The hotel more than 10 years ago still used wooden doors. Every impact of the zombies is a countdown to death for Xiao Yan. At this rate, he would be eaten by zombies before rescue arrived. He looked around, racked his brains to think, and finally took a deep breath. Without hesitation, shouted to the two people behind him, "Come with me. Jump off the building. There is still a glimmer of hope. Jump? Jump off the building? This is the 5th floor." The other person's face turned pale, and he shook his head like a rattle when he heard Xiao Yan's voice. "Let's drag the sofa over. They will come up to rescue us soon." "Idiot. Stay here by yourself." Xiao Yan cursed angrily, then threw the fruit knife without hesitation, and immediately stood in front of the windowsill, looking at the vehicles below, waving his hands hard, and shouting, "Help! Help! I'm going to jump out of the window. Can you pick me up?" After that, he looked at the situation outside the window anxiously. But the people on the ground floor seemed very calm. Only one soldier, covered in combat uniform and wearing a mask, stood in front of the first floor, looking at him calmly. What to do? This was completely different from what Xiao Yan thought. He thought that there should be an air cushion, like the fire brigade below. Forget it. Let's take a gamble. Otherwise, you will die. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, without hesitation, jumped down from the 5th floor. The moment he jumped down, he heard the sound of a door breaking from behind, and the screams of that stupid teammate. Good death, I really don't know how you survived for 2 months. Xiao Yan now had only this thought in his mind. Soon, he fell heavily, he felt a pain all over his body. Half of his body lost consciousness, but fortunately, he was conscious. He looked around drowsily, but found himself in the arms of the fully armed man, who held him like a princess, and put him down calmly. Xiao Yan was in pain all over his body, unable to move. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a beautiful figure in front of him. He was stunned and blurted out subconsciously, Mr. Jiang? Why are you here?" Xiao Yan was extremely shocked. He never expected that the person who appeared in front of him was the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Xiaqiu. Before he could finish being surprised, another sunny and handsome young man also looked at him, and was a little surprised. "Xiao Yan? Do you know me?" Xiao Yan grinned, although it was painful, but he still remained polite, and asked Meng Su carefully. Meng Su did not hesitate, and nodded immediately. "Of course I know you." Xiao Yan could not help but feel happy. Just when he thought he had it all figured out, he heard Meng Su continue to ask, "Where is Yao Lao? In which ring did you hide him? Call him out to see." "Xiao Yan? I am Xiao Yan, not Xiao Yin." The rescue work went smoothly. After several rescue operations, Meng-Su had saved 1 living employee and 47 zombie employees. The results were impressive. However, the capacity of the large truck was limited, so there was nothing he could do. Therefore, Meng-Su could only let these zombie employees rest in this hotel temporarily. They didn't need to follow the truck all the way. They just had to wait for Meng-Su's call. Anyway, the Jianshan Group building was not far from here. As for the living employee Xiaoyan, Meng-Su suspected that he had great luck. He might have a medicine master accompanying him. After all, he was called by this name. He couldn't get by without a medicine master to assist him. Right? But this was not the key point. Meng-Su was going to the Shunfeng branch's headquarters. As the vehicle moved forward, the number of zombies around was decreasing. It seemed that when Yuan and Lin Yi had worked. As he gradually approached the Jianshan Group headquarters building, Meng-Su also saw several zombie employees he had appointed. When the zombie employees saw Meng-Su, they also saluted blankly, and then reported one by one. At the gate of the company's headquarters building, 2 huge lion statues guarded it, looking majestic and solemn. The design of the whole building was simple and elegant, in line with the modern business style, showing the company's strength and ambition. This Jianshan Group is indeed extraordinary. Meng-Su sighed in his heart. Compared to the headquarters building of Jianshan Group, his piece building A and B are a bit inferior. The branch office is more impressive than the head office. After a while, when Yuan, the general manager of the branch office, and Lin Yi, the deputy general manager, hurried over from the head office building with very pleasant expressions. They never expected that Meng-Su would come in person. Chairman, why are you here? Do you have any latest instructions? When Yuan and Lin Yi greeted Meng-Su respectfully at the same time, and then asked their own questions carefully, and Meng-Su casually said, "The construction of the branch office seems a bit difficult. I am here to guide you to make the right decision." After that, Meng-Su walked all the way to the Jianshan Group's head office building. Lin Yi and Wen Yuan hurriedly accompanied him, and Jiang Xiaqiu also got out of the car to follow. There were only more than 40 members of the terrorist mobile team and Xiao Yin, who looked confused. In the car. What was going on? Who was I? Where was I? What was I going to do? Xiao Yin didn't know. But he didn't dare to move. He could only sit in the car and behave himself. Meng-Su, who had entered the company building, looked around and listened calmly to Wen Yuan's report. The work here was difficult. And their rescue operation was difficult. And they even lost a lot of manpower. Of course, for Meng-Su, it was a corpse hand. But this is not important. They are all ground cleaning troops. Li Xianbin's corpse is now patrolling the periphery to prevent any high-level zombies from coming here, while they are reinforcing the headquarters. Excluding the employees from Hiching, the company now has a total of 14 living people, including 6 former employees of Jianshan Group, and the remaining 8 are all nearby survivors, who were recruited as hourly workers, and are responsible for the infrastructure under the command of Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan's work report is very detailed. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at Lin Yi. After seeing Lin Yi, Meng-Su inexplicably thought of the Emperor South Chu of Charlotte's ability owner, so he asked casually, "Ai, if you make you emperor, what will you do?" Lin Yi heard the words, can't help but stunned. He didn't expect Meng-Su to ask such a question at all, so that he had interrupted his original thinking about the current situation of the branch. Meng Dong is going to do feudal restoration? Is his old man an emperor? Ask me what this sentence means. Meng Dong wants me to be a prince? Lin Yi couldn't help but happy at the same time. The mood is a bit complicated. The complicated thing is that I wanted you to be my brother-in-law. But you treated me as your son? The happy thing is that I have been wandering for half my life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise father. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to be your godfather. No. 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 That's not right. This is a test. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly became firm, and said to Meng-Su, "Mr. Meng, I will always follow your lead. The emperor is a symbol of feudal evil. Even if I die outside, I will never be the emperor even if I jump down from here." Lin Yi looked righteous. After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something, and his heart clicked, and quickly added, "Of course, if you want to be the emperor, I will support you with both hands. The whole world is the king's land. In the entire Nanjiang province, who is more qualified than you to be the emperor? If others become emperor, it is a feudal restoration, but if you become emperor, you are following the will of the people. Before the end of the world, many countries still retain the royal family, and now? After speaking, Lin Yi secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. It was a close call. I almost said the wrong thing. I must not be so absolute next time. After saying this, Lin Yi was a little proud again. Although I dropped out of junior high school and didn't study for a few years, after I showed my loyalty, Mr. Ming should know my feelings. Right? I am really smart, Lin Yi thought proudly. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Meng Su was a little upset. Good. The Emperor of Nanchu is flexible. Meng Su actually doesn't care about the identity of the Emperor. Even in the future that Xiao Luo's ability owner peeked into. Lin Yi is the Emperor. So what? In a world of peace and order, even if he is the Emperor, he has to work like a cow and a horse for me. Chapter 243. The second stage of the legendary road begins. Regarding Chairman Ming's question, not only Lin Yi, but even Wen Yuan noticed the strangeness in it. Why did Chairman Ming ask such a question? Wen Yuan felt that this question was definitely not a casual question. There must be a deeper big secret hidden in it. No, it's a big secret. Could it be, Chairman Ming really wants to be the king? Thinking of this, Wen Yuan took a breath of cold air, and secretly made up his mind. Then I must perform well, and strive to become the first prime minister of our dynasty. I can't let Zhang Luanping and those other guys get ahead. Thinking of this, Wen Yuan immediately took a deep breath, and felt that he had to work hard. When Meng Su saw Lin Yi, Wen Yuan had different expressions. And his expression was a little strange for a moment. I just asked casually. Don't think too much. What era is it now? You are still using the Emperor's system. We advocate democracy and freedom, not feudalism. Meng Su said seriously, all people are born equal. I will never allow any emperor to appear. Meng Su spoke righteously. With great righteousness. Brother, your current status in the company is actually no different from that of the emperor. Lin Yi couldn't help thinking silently in his heart. But he nodded immediately and said yes, Mr. Ming is right. We must strictly resist the emergence of the emperor. Any emperor is our opponent. It's the end of the world. Who doesn't think about survival and banding together? And still wants to be an emperor? What kind of good person can be? I suggest that whoever appears should be shot. Meng Su looked at Lin Yi strangely. I met a superpower in the Magic City who claimed to be reborn from the future. He said that in the future, there will be a huge empire born. The country is called Southern Chu. The Emperor of Southern Chu is in the southern border, and is known as the world's #1 superpower. After hearing Meng Su's words, Lin Yi nodded, and immediately said seriously, please rest assured, Mr. Ming, if this shitty Emperor of Southern Chu dares to come out and cause trouble for our company, I, Lin Yi, will not accept anything, and will be the first to take action and kill him without a single piece of armor left. After that, he wanted to spit fiercely to express his ferocity. But he had no spit to spit. So he could only spit to express his disdain. He is the emperor. So he must be the singer. Yes. Tell me. Who is this person? Wen Yuan carefully analyzed the feasibility of the matter. I think we can predict the enemy and control this guy who claims to be the emperor before the news is known to the public. Lin Yi looked murderous and said firmly, I think we can kill him first. Hearing what they said, Meng Su was silent. Are they so murderous? So scary. Meng Su only felt that these people were too impatient and too murderous. Unlike himself, who had a kind heart, sympathized with the world and people, and would never do anything cruel. After all, he was a pioneer of charity, one of the top 10 outstanding young people in many cities. Meng Su nodded and continued, you are right, I think it can be considered. The name of this Southern Chu emperor is Lin Yi, and he is from Heqing. Wen Yuan? Lin Yi? In a moment, Wen Yuan looked at Lin Yi, and Lin Yi was very surprised, and also looked at himself. Are you a feudal leader? I am a feudal leader? Both of them were startled at the same time, their feelings were very complicated, and Lin Yi even didn't dare to believe his ears. Ah? This emperor of Nanchu, is it me? For a moment, Lin Yi was stunned, his expression was very complicated, the words just now were still vivid in his mind, and he now felt that his voice and appearance were still there. So, is it time for me to commit suicide now? Lin Yi's expression was very complicated. After seeing Lin Yi's expression, Meng Su is quite a little bit crying and laughing, then he waved his hand, laughing softly. It's okay, no need to be self-raised, that guy was not really reborn back, there is no prediction ability, his ability is actually a Charlotte that is similar to Charlotte, just a future dream that he experienced with his cognition. This dream, in fact, nothingness, It's not true. Meng Su's calm opening explained the difference between the two. Lin Yi, Wen Yuan heard this and nodded immediately, indicating that he understood. Although he said so, both Lin Yi and Wen Yuan felt something was wrong. Especially Lin Yi, who was the person involved. He felt a complicated emotion and didn't know what to say. Skip this topic. Meng Su was very serious now. Facing Lin Yi, Wen Yuan said, I have to tell you about the Shunfeng branch. If you encounter an employee who is about to die, remember, fire him directly. There is no task issued by the system now. So Meng Su's performance is relatively normal, not as energetic as outsiders think. So, Meng Su proposed a statement that seemed normal to him. Lin Yi, Wen Yuan? Ah? What do you mean? The employee is going to die. Shouldn't he be rescued in time? What does dismissal mean? Wen Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked Meng Su, Mr. Meng, did you say the wrong word? Is it dismissal? Yes, it is dismissal. Meng Su nodded, as a matter of course. It can save a lot of pensions. Lin Yi, Wen Yuan. Meeting the family members who were born, really a top capitalist. Of course. I'm talking about the zombie employees, not the human employees. Meng Su suddenly thought of something and added, if you can save the human employees, you should save them. If you really can't save them, just mourn in your heart. Then choose to fire them. And finally find a way to get the bodies back. After hearing what Meng Su said, Wen Yuan and Lin Yi nodded. That's right. But it seems that something is still wrong. Wait. Suddenly, the two of them thought of a question at the same time. And they couldn't help but feel a little strange. No, zombie employees have no family or friends. What kind of compensation is there? Human employees are indeed like this, but aren't you just taking off your pants to fart? In the end, they will still be given housing and cars, which is no different from compensation. The two felt very strange, but they didn't dare to speak. After all, it was a very bold act to dare to ask Meng Su if he said something wrong before. Meng Su didn't have any opinion on this. After all, he was not an emperor, he was just an ordinary chairman. How are the employees of Jianshan Group doing now? Meng Su took a deep breath, then chuckled and said to the two people in front of him, We came to Shunfeng City this time, mainly to inherit the former employees from Jianshan Group. You also know that the company's vice president Jiang Ziakujiang is the first heir of Jianshan Group. Now she has merged Jianshan Group into our company, as a branch of our company, so we naturally have to take good care of it. Lin Yi, Wen Yuan heard this, naturally did not say any more nonsense, and said that he knew it very well. Isn't this nonsense? Deputy General Manager Zhang's name is Deputy General Manager, but don't you know her real identity? The chairman's wife. Although our chairman Meng has more than one wife, this Deputy General Manager Jiang is obviously one of the most valued ones. They naturally understand the importance of Jianshan Group. Wen Yuan took a deep breath, showed a shy smile, and said to Meng Su, Mr. Meng, we understand. Now the recruited employees are lining up in the hall waiting for your lecture. Would you like to give me some instructions? Wen Yuan was also a vice president of a university, and he was very familiar with the process after the leader came. After all, that's how he left back then. What instructions? I'm busy. Meng Su shook his head casually, and then said, You've done a good job. Keep working hard. I brought one in the car. You can take it later. I'm here to give you salary cards. Hearing Meng Su's words, the two were confused again. The company has opened a bank at the headquarters, which stores your monthly wages, because there are still some technical barriers. This thing can only be stored within the company. The current scale of the branch does not have the ability to open a branch bank. More importantly, it is useless to open a branch bank. Credit points in Shunfeng City can basically not be exchanged for any resources. Meng Su spoke very calmly, describing the specific situation. It is like this. The branch in Shunfeng City has just been opened. Where is the exchange of materials? The canteen cannot be opened, so we just use whatever we have, and wages are not suitable for this kind of branch that is in the early stage of its development. But wages still need to be paid. Even capitalists know that wages need to be paid, and those who do not pay wages are called slave owners. Therefore, Meng Su's definition of going to the branch is remote dispatch. Similar to working in Africa before, it is more tiring, harder, and more dangerous than working in Africa. As for the money, you don't have to spend a penny. You can save it. Lin Yi and Wen Yuan didn't expect this. After all, who would have thought that the chairman would come all the way from the headquarters just for such a small matter? This is too exaggerated. For a moment, Lin Yi and Wen Yuan didn't know what expression to use to describe their current mood. Without waiting for Wen and Lin to reply, Ming Su had already issued the salary cards. Naturally, they were all issued to the employees who had arrived at the unit before. As for the new ones, there are none for the time being. But the meaning has been conveyed. I don't have to come here in person to pay salaries in the future. Ming Su wandered leisurely inside the headquarters of Jianshan Group. He felt that the building of Jianshan Group was too good and magnificent. If he hadn't known where this place was in advance, Ming Su would have thought it was a hotel lobby, and that he was here to eat. And almost immediately, Ming Su came to the front desk. Ming Su found that there were a lot of information on the front desk. And not far away were the newly recruited employees. The new employees were secretly looking at Ming Su, wanting to see what this legendary figure, as described by General Manager 1 and Deputy General Manager Lin, looked like. However, many former employees of Jianshan Group were stunned when they saw Ming Su and the girl who followed him silently. They looked at each other and wanted to whisper to each other. After all, the moment they saw Jiang Xiaqiu, many old employees of Jianshan Group recognized Jiang Xiaqiu's identity. How could the eldest daughter of the Jiang family appear here? Everyone had different thoughts and emotions. But in today's environment, no one dared to whisper anything. Just kept their heads down. Ming Su was not worried that some rubbish would sneak into these people. After the establishment of Shunfeng branch, every time someone was recruited, the system would prompt a no criminal record at the end. After all, Peace Order Group is now a large company, and employees with criminal records must be handled with caution. Under this premise, once an employee with a criminal record joins the company, Ming Su's back end will receive a serious reminder from the system, hoping that Ming Su can distinguish and understand. After all, some criminal records are not so fatal. If you have to say it, I am still willing to give the same treatment to the released prisoners. However, in the end-time environment, the number of cases with criminal records has increased significantly. So once an employee with a criminal record appears, Ming Su can only say that he understands everything. Therefore, in this environment, Ming Su is very confident that the employees of Shunfeng branch have absolutely no criminal records. As for whether they are good people, it doesn't matter, there is no need to force it. An employee who is neither good nor bad is already rare and precious. Ming Dong, you came here this time, Wen Yuan quickly caught up with Ming Su, and said respectfully to Ming Su in his ear, although there was a lot of nonsense. But Wen Yuan's core argument was actually to let Ming Su take charge of the overall situation and lead everyone to build Shunfeng branch. If it doesn't work, you can send more people. Ming Su naturally understood Wen Yuan's meaning. He smiled lightly, opened his mouth, and was about to say something, but suddenly found a flash of light in front of him, and a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. After 3 days of rest, I guess you are more interested in the legendary road now. There are 5 stages of the legendary road, and the second stage of the test is about to begin. I wonder if you can go through the test of this legendary road and become a legend. Let's wait and see. Trigger the second stage of the task of the legendary road. Task content, Jianshan Group. As one of the most developed groups in Nanjiang province, has many industries, but the management unfortunately suffered a disaster. The burden of Jianshan Group fell on a little girl. Today, Jianshan Group is like a pile of loose sand. The employees have not been to work for 2 months. Please deliver a courier named Courage to every employee of Jianshan Group in Shunfeng City, so that they can cheer up and help Jianshan Group get out of trouble. Task requirements, send out 1,000 pieces of courage. Task progress, 7/1000. Stage task rewards, breakthrough points +2. Credit points +30 million. Anti-gravity device research drawings X1. Legendary talent search card X1. Ming Su? This task. Is it to give me money? Oh, yes. If the task hadn't appeared suddenly, I would have forgotten that the breakthrough point is useless. Add points, add them all to spirit. Breakthrough successful. Your spirit value is currently 36 points. Please note, you have completed the 3rd stage of spirit value progress, solved the mystery of spirit, and can make a new round of choices. Looking at the 36 points of spirit value, Ming Su nodded with satisfaction. Even the 2nd stage of the legendary road mission just now, he didn't care much. After all, I can choose my ability again. My family. 36 points of spirit value, woohoo. Chapter 244. The Shunfeng recapture operation begins. Psychic shock wave. You have uncovered the secret of spiritual evolution, and you can currently choose 2 of the following 4 blessings. Inception. You will sneak into the dreams of those with weak spirits, and play with his/its dreams in the dreams. Psychic oppression. You will generate an extremely strong spiritual aura, and anyone who approaches you will feel a splitting headache, and similarly, you will also consume some of your energy. The effect of the spirit is mutual. Psychic shock wave. Launch an indiscriminate mental attack forward, depending on the strength of the mental power. It can make the opponent dizzy at the least, and mentally ill at the worst. Emotional giant. You can use mental power to evoke emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, happiness, fear, etc. of any target. The lower the target's mental value, the higher the success rate, and the more obvious the effect. The higher the target's mental value, the lower the success rate, and the worse the effect. It's time for Meng Su's favorite ability selection link again. It is almost the same as the last time when the spirit value was 31 points. The 3 options are the same, but there is one more spirit shock wave. This time, Meng Su can also choose 2 abilities. Huh? Meng Su exhaled, and made a choice without hesitation. I choose Emotional Giant and Spirit Shock Wave. Inception is meaningless. What's the point of entering other people's dreams? It can't cause any actual damage, so it's better to choose the other 2 instead of this one. Between Mental Oppression and Mental Shock Wave, Meng Su felt that the Mental Shock Wave was more reliable. At least, he would not be hurt by the counterattack. Mental Shock Wave might accidentally hurt friendly forces, but Mental Oppression could accidentally hurt himself. In that case, let's just accidentally hurt friendly forces. The lesser of 2 evils. Choose success. As the small gilded characters appeared in front of him, Meng Su's eyes flickered, and he seemed to have a completely different ability in an instant. Wen Yuan, who was standing beside Meng Su, and Lin Yi seemed to have keenly noticed the changes in Meng Su, although they didn't know what this change was. They also felt that Mr. Ming seemed a little different now, and his back was more fierce. Wen Yuan paused, and then whispered, Mr. Ming, what should we do next? Attack, rescue, and recapture Shanfeng. Meng Su spoke calmly, with a sense of confidence that looked down on the world emanating from him. He said to the 2, Wen Yuan, you stay here and wait for the reception. Call Li Xiang back to protect together. Lin Yi, you are responsible for patrolling the surroundings and gathering all the survivors. If there are any criminals, they will be executed immediately. The Shanfeng safety zone has dissipated. In this case, the order of Shanfeng City will be contracted by the peaceful order. After the recovery, sell them all to Lu Song in one go. It's not too much to ask him for 2 billion. Right? Let alone 2 billion, 20 billion, 200 billion are not too much at all. It's already a reasonable price. After hearing Meng Su's words, Lin Yi, Wen Yuan felt like they were burning at the same time, and their blood was boiling, and they said in unison, we will listen to the chairman's orders. They could already feel that. There was a blazing flame burning in Meng Su's body. If any enemy appeared in front of them, they would be swallowed by this flame, and then burned to ashes, turned into dust. Their feeling was actually right. Meng Su did have a fire in his heart now, and he couldn't wait to release it. After all, I just got 2 abilities, and it would be a bit too abstract to not use any of them. But these 2 abilities are not ordinary abilities, and it is not good to use them on one's own units. So Meng Su thinks it would be better to go out and find a beast to use them. Let's go! Thinking of this, Meng Su waved his hand, with a somewhat Wei Yongbian attitude, and said with great passion, the first step to recapture Shanfeng City is to rescue the employees of Jianshan Group and the survivors near the location of Jianshan Group employees. Whether the former employees of Jianshan Group can be rescued is related to 2 tasks. This is the biggest requirement in Shanfeng City. Only by completing this, Meng Su and the Peace Order Group can grow bigger and stronger together. Let's go! Meng Su waved his hand and stepped out directly, and walked out of the headquarters. Meng Su no longer had the energy to visit. He was already impatient to save the Jianshan Group employees trapped in the zombies. After seeing Meng Su's vigorous steps, Lin and Wen looked at each other, and then immediately began to follow Meng Su's steps. Xiaoyan sat in the car, feeling quite uneasy. He had no idea what was going on, so he could only secretly look through the car window to observe the situation outside. After seeing those fully armed but murderous soldiers, he retracted his neck with a whoosh and dared not continue to look. A bit scary. Although it is a bit treacherous to say this, after all. It was these soldiers outside the car who saved him from danger, but every time Xiaoyan saw these soldiers, he would feel like a thorn in his back, as if what he saw were not soldiers, but very strong and scary zombies. But if they were called zombies, they didn't look like zombies. After all, Xiaoyan could see that many of the soldiers had different parts, such as mechanical knives clearly installed on their hands. This made Xiaoyan even more weird. What's going on? I traveled to Cyberpunk? How come there are mechanical knives and mechanical legs? I've only been trapped in the apocalypse for 2 months. How did you defeat the rejection reaction? Although he didn't know why he had this illusion, Xiaoyan was already a little afraid of these soldiers around him. He was uneasy, not knowing what to do, so he could only sit in the car and try to shrink himself into a corner, thinking wildly, wanting to know what Chairman Ming meant by pulling him to the company building. It can't be that the group finally thought of the workers and sent someone to rescue them? Are you kidding me? The safe zone is gone. How can the company be so kind? If Jianshan Group can send such an elite force to rescue employees, Xiaoyan will just take his head off and kick it like a ball. Xiaoyan thought to himself. But he still doesn't understand Meng Su's motive. Just when he was worried and guessing, he saw Meng Su in a suit and tie walking towards the truck with 2 people who were obviously the leaders of the survivors' camp. Talking and laughing. Xiaoyan immediately became nervous, swallowed his saliva, and tidied his appearance. These people will decide your fate. Hey, why are you still in the car? When Meng Su arrived in front of the truck, he suddenly saw Xiaoyan was still in the car. He was stunned and said, "Get down." Xiaoyan opened the door with weak legs and walked down from the truck. He said to Meng Su timidly, "This car is really too comfortable. Don't blame me, Mr. Meng. Don't blame me." Seeing Xiaoyan's cowardly look, Meng Su was a little disappointed. Where is Emperor Yin Xiaoyan? Forget it. Forget it. You should just follow General Manager 1 and Deputy General Manager Lin in the future. Meng Su waved his hand casually, then glanced around lightly, and then the members of the surrounding terrorist mobile team immediately acted silently. With uniform movements, all came to the back car, entered the car, and prepared to evacuate. Everything was like a machine produced on an assembly line, without any personal emotions or actions, only cold and ruthless steps. This scene amazed Wen Yuan and Lin Yi. Jiang Xiaqiu also skillfully came to the co-pilot, after carefully adjusting the seat height, sat in the co-pilot very obediently, waiting for Meng Su's operation. As for Meng Su's operation, what does the artificial intelligence driving operate? Just start it. Meng Su did not hesitate at all, directly input his mission map into it, then confidently said to the Cybertron truck, "Follow this map. Let's go." Received, on the way, please wait. As the panel of the Cybertron truck appeared, the Cybertron truck started and drove away. Looking at the back of the truck, Wen Yuan and Lin Yi were filled with emotion. Xiaoyan was a little reserved. Looking at Wen Yuan and Lin Yi, his expression became more respectful. After the Cybertron truck gradually moved away from the Jianshan Group headquarters, Wen Yuan and Lin Yi came back to their senses and looked at Xiaoyan at the same time, which made Xiaoyan's heart click immediately. He said to the 2 of them, "Manager, what do you want? Your name is Xiaoyan?" Lin Yi looked Xiaoyan up and down, and Xiaoyan heard it and immediately nodded and said to Lin Yi, "Yes. Yes. I am Xiaoyan. Manager, what do you want?" Xiaoyan nodded and bowed. He didn't know whether the person in front of him was General Manager 1 or Deputy General Manager Lin, so he could only call him Manager. However, Xiaoyan was a little nervous about the manager's questioning. His brain was spinning at high speed, and he was thinking nervously about what to say. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly heard Lin Yi say seriously, "I heard from Director Ming that you have a pharmacist. Call him out to have a look." Xiaoyan? Ah? Xiaoyan was confused. "Okay. I see that your information shows that you are a building materials manager, and you graduated from the School of Civil Engineering of Xiazhong University. Very good." Wen Yuan on the side looked at Xiaoyan seriously, smiled and nodded, and smiled at Xiaoyan, "Very good. A good seedling of the civil engineering department. Work hard in the future, and the company will not be able to do without you." "Okay, manager." Xiaoyan immediately nodded and bowed, with a complicated expression. "After working hard for several years, I finally got promoted from a worker to a manager. And now I have to go back to work. Alas. But being alive is good enough." Thinking of this, Xiaoyan immediately began to cheer up and became full of confidence. "It doesn't matter. I was able to work diligently for 10 years from a college student who worked hard on a construction site to become a project manager. Now it's not a problem to work another 10 years to become a project manager. After seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, Wen Yuan was even more satisfied. Not bad. Very energetic. A good seedling for plastering. We need talents like you in civil engineering. Can you drive? Get ready. Drive behind Chairman Meng. And receive the survivors. Roar. The zombie was roaring. And a sharp knife pierced the zombie's chest directly. And blood instantly spilled all over the ground. The blade was narrow and long. And it looked extremely terrifying. The arms of the members of the violent terrorist squad turned into knives. Like a ferocious mantis. Shuttling through the ruins. Its blade flashing in the sun. Bringing the breath of death with every swing. The zombie's body was split in two by the blade. Blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. And the streets were full of zombie corpses. They fell to the ground in all directions. With their eyes wide open. The violent terrorist squad walked through the streets. As if they were strictly following procedures. Resolutely implementing the zombie elimination plan. Ming-Su carried a white suitcase. Walking in the ruins of the sea of corpses and blood. And looked very relaxed. Without any discomfort at all. Ming-Su glanced around. And then immediately locked onto a building. And then pointed at one of the buildings and said unceremoniously, "It's in the building in front. On the 3rd floor. Get the person out for me." Roar. The members of the terrorist mobile team immediately followed orders, and began to march towards the building like wolves and tigers. Ming-Su could see that the survivor on the 3rd floor looked at the situation outside in horror. And shouted desperately. Listening to the shouting. Ming-Su was a little confused. And couldn't help but sigh. Is it an accent problem for Shunfeng people? Why do they sound desperate when they are excited? Forget it. Forget it. As long as we can save the people. Ming-Su felt very strange. After being rescued, these survivors in Shunfeng City all made such terrifying sounding shouts. Is this the sound of excitement? It may be a regional dialect problem. It is impossible that after seeing me, they feel. Are you scared? Ming-Su shook his head, then looked at the clever Jiang Xiaqiu, feeling strange. What's wrong with you recently? You don't talk anymore? Humph. Jiang Xiaqiu turned her head away proudly, showing a very proud expression. The quieter the voice, the more powerful the aura. As long as I don't talk, I am the person with the most aura. Ming-Su raised his eyebrows. Who taught you that? Shaolin taught me. Jiang Xiaqiu thought for a while, and replied. Ming-Su. Ming-Su sighed softly. And said immediately, I will punish her later. Just speak normally. You have a strong aura standing here. You don't have to pretend to be dumb. No one was talking around him. Ming-Su always thought that there were zombies around him. Ah? There are really zombies around, then it's okay. Really? Jiang Xiaqiu was like a child who had not grown up when he heard this. He couldn't help but be excited and smiled. And Ming-Su also showed a relaxed smile. At this moment, he suddenly felt that a malicious force was attacking him. After sensing this malicious intent, Ming-Su's brows suddenly frowned, and then a golden light suddenly flashed across his eyes, and then, an extremely powerful mental force, spreading forward. Mental shock wave. In an instant, Ming-Su's mental power spread in the direction of the malicious intent. Ah! The next second, a scream rang out. And Ming-Su's figure also became illusory, and in an instant he arrived in front of the malicious master. Name, He Mengcheng. Occupation, psychic, pipeline maintenance worker, perverted killer, sadist, rapist. Level, 15/14/7/5/6. Chapter 245 Jiang Xiaqiu. Next. I will talk about 3 points. It's over. It's over. It's all over. The apocalypse lasted for 2 months. Has this world become something I don't understand? Why can zombies act together with these fully armed soldiers? And then slaughter zombies? Moreover, why are these fully armed soldiers in very strange postures? They don't use guns to fight like we have seen in TV dramas and movies before, but use weapons that make everyone feel very magical, fantasy and science fiction? Is it an implanted prosthesis? If it is an implanted prosthesis, why doesn't it produce rejection reactions? You know, even human organ transplants, there may be some rejection reactions, not to mention these cold machines. Once they are forcibly connected to people, it is definitely a dead end. On the 3rd floor, the survivor, whose face was as pale as a sieve, kept thinking in his mind. Although he was very desperate now, his reason still made him keep thinking wildly. What should we do? Xiao Li, what should we do? They are coming. Are we dead? A middle-aged man wearing glasses was sweating profusely. He seemed to be extremely frightened by these things. He couldn't help asking questions to the young man who was thinking wildly. He seemed to have a low psychological quality and was in a panic. He is a researcher at Jianshan Group. Usually, he only needs to do scientific research. He has never done anything else. After encountering a big event, he is naturally panicked. The other survivors present are the same. Listening to the sounds coming from their ears, they are panicked. There are surprisingly many survivors here. There are more than a dozen people. They look in good condition. It seems that they have not felt any unusual changes because of the 2 months of survival in the apocalypse. The reason is very simple. The building they are in is the Research and Development Center of Jianshan Group. There is a storage room on each floor, which contains 2 weeks of emergency rations, just to prevent dangers such as earthquakes. The original staff of this floor was at least 50 people. After the end of the world, there were naturally fewer people. The emergency rations that could feed 50 people for 2 weeks could naturally keep these dozen people alive for 2 months. In addition, they also spontaneously planted some fruits with fast growth cycles. Although it was a drop in the bucket, it was better than doing nothing. The effect is very significant. The small tomatoes are sour, and dogs won't eat them. But dogs don't eat them, but they eat them, after all. It can be regarded as a vitamin supplement. It is good for health. But such a good life is coming to an end. Everyone looked at the direction of the door in horror, listening to the numbing sound outside. Each of them was trembling with fear. Unlike Xiao Yin could jump out of the window to escape, but they couldn't, because there were those weird guys downstairs. Jumping down would be like putting dumplings in the pot, and they would be eaten up directly. Everyone was in despair. And at this moment, there was a bang at the door. The fully armed soldiers and zombies had rushed in, and let out a heart-stirring roar. Ah! The researchers who saw this scene couldn't help but scream in fear. In the midst of the screams, Ming-Su kindly appeared. After entering the 3rd floor, he looked around and looked at the researchers shivering in the corners. Then he calmly said, "Don't panic, everyone. I am Ming-Su, the chairman of the Peace Order Group. You are all former employees of Jianshan Group. Now Jianshan Group is taken over by me. Congratulations. You are saved." This sudden sentence made all the former researchers in the research department of Jianshan Group look confused in an instant, not knowing what happened. This young man who looks like a murderer, is he here to save us? Peace and Order Group? Take over Jianshan Group? What does that mean? So, is he actually sent by the new company to rescue us? What about these zombies? Why do these zombies look so familiar? As if I have seen them in the company? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. And Ming-Su coughed lightly, very calm. After thinking about it, this combat uniform is too expensive, 50,000 each. There is no need to equip these ordinary zombie employees. Equipped in Hiching City, it is to deceive. Ahem, to make Lu Song make some contribution to the sacrifice of Peace Order Group, using combat uniforms to pretend to be normal combat employees, so that it is legitimate. As for whether the identity will be exposed after death, it will not be exposed. After the zombie employees sacrifice, they die in the form of zombies. After the bodies are found, they will directly say that the employees of Peace Order fought to the last moment. Unfortunately, they were infected and turned into zombies, so they can only kill their relatives for the sake of justice, and bear the pain. Such a reason is enough to shut up the mouths of those who are talking. After all, in this era of fighting against zombies, the highest mortality rate is being scratched by zombies, and then becoming a new zombie. Very few people actually die directly in the bloody mouth of zombies. In Shufeng City, Ming-Su doesn't need to pretend, because the Shufeng City safety zone was destroyed a month ago. No one will pay Ming-Su a pension for dying here. In this case, Ming-Su will not change their combat uniforms. Only the first few small zombies got lucky, and got combat uniforms. All other zombie employees used their original skins to fight, save money and effort. And looking at the doubtful eyes of the researchers around him, Ming-Su didn't complain too much. After all, this park was the previous Medical Research and Development Center of Jianshan Group. All the people in the park are scientific research talents, the talents that the company needs at present. They should be packed up and taken away. We can't let them run away. Seeing that the old man in the lead seemed to want to ask something, and Ming-Su glanced at the task panel, there was no time. Several red dots were ready to run away. So, Ming-Su did not hesitate, and immediately arranged the troops, take them all down. The first team, the second team will follow me. If there are a few who want to run, catch them, stop them, and bring them back. Take them all away. After that, Meng Su hurriedly took a team of zombies and a team of violent terrorist mobile teams downstairs. Another team of violent terrorist mobile teams was left there. They didn't speak, but just looked at the researchers present indifferently. One of them knocked on the door, the meaning was very clear, and motioned them to follow him downstairs. Seeing this scene, the researchers, who were originally a little relieved, began to worry again, and their bodies trembled. It felt like he was not a good person. But what could they do now? They could only take it one step at a time. And they could not die now. They felt that their future was doomed. But under the watchful eyes of the terrorist squad, they could only support each other and go downstairs. Some of the researchers were a little out of control. But they did not dare to lose control and annoy the terrorist squad next to them. So they could only cry secretly. It felt like being caught to build a great wall and doing corvée labor. However, when they walked down from the building with their heads down and stepped into the outside world for the first time, they felt a long-lost sense of strangeness. This street was so familiar and strange. Xiao Li, a health product researcher, looked at the scene around him, feeling a lot of emotions, and was somewhat happy. However, when he thought that he had fallen into the hands of a possibly very scary evil gang, his mood suddenly became a little gloomy. He had seen the following plot in a movie. Imprisoned in a dark cave, he was forced to study a super potion that could destroy the world. And then, he used his advanced knowledge to break out of the siege and officially became Iron Potion Man. Nothing wrong with that. It's like that in the movies. But just when Xiao Li was imagining himself becoming Potion Man and forming the Avengers Alliance, he suddenly saw a few people standing in the square. The leader had a cold face, noble and stern, like a solitary peak. No one could catch her emotional fluctuations, except for those cold and ruthless red eyes. There was no other emotion flowing. There was a smile on the corner of her mouth, but that smile was like a piece of ice, making people feel endless oppression. Around the leader, there were a few other people, but the more eye-catching one was a guy lying on the ground, moaning constantly. Everyone recognized him as a young man named He, who was mainly responsible for the pipeline maintenance in this area. However, the young man named He was not important. After seeing the leader, Xiao Li was stunned and felt a little incredible. Many old people who had worked in Jianshan Group for a long time also recognized this person's identity. The eldest lady of the group, Jiang Xiaqiu. Although Jiang Xiaqiu's inheritance ranking was relatively low, she was also cultivated as a core member by the Jiang family. There were only a few people in the Jiang family, and most of those who could work in the management of Jianshan Group knew these core members. So it was not difficult to recognize Jiang Xiaqiu. After seeing Jiang Xiaqiu, everyone was shocked. In addition, they also saw a group manager-level senior executive and a strange elegant man in his 30s or 40s next to Jiang Xiaqiu. Hello, everyone. I am the general manager of Shunfeng branch of Peace Order Group. My name is Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan stepped forward and introduced himself enthusiastically. I believe everyone knows the people around me. Yes, this is Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu, the heir of Jianshan Group. Now Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu has joined our Peace Order Group and become the executive vice president of the group. She has completely merged Jianshan Group into our company. The chairman has appointed and ordered that Jianshan Group be changed to Shunfeng branch. You all had labor contracts with Jianshan Group before, so you are naturally a member of our Peace Order Group. Our Peace Order Group is committed to restoring world peace and has achieved initial results in Hiqing City. Hearing this, researcher Xiao Li was a little confused, and other researchers were also a little stunned. So, are you really here to save us? Then why are you acting like a villain? It's a bit weird. And why are the zombies also following orders? Could it be that the Peace Order Group is an umbrella company? Everyone's mood became complicated again. And at this moment, Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly spoke. You are all the pillars of my Jianshan Group. Now that Jianshan Group has officially joined the Peace Order Group, I guarantee that your safety will never be threatened. And with top-level resource investment, your treatment will be higher than in Jianshan Group. Chairman Meng is committed to restoring the world's order and bringing peace back to the world. I hope everyone can work together to help Chairman Meng achieve this ideal. If anyone drags the company down and makes everyone's efforts go to waste, he will be killed immediately. Jiang Xiaqiu said this, and a murderous intent instantly spread. He then said, Chairman Meng has a tight schedule in Shunfeng City. He will rescue all employees and their families of the former Jianshan group as soon as possible. After you return to the headquarters, you can write down the names of your family members and their places of residence. The company will do its best to send a special forces team to rescue them. As for the zombies around, they are employees recruited by the company. Chairman Ming is the world's #1 supernatural being with invincible magical powers. If you don't want to work for the company, you can leave now and walk freely. However, this park once belonged to Jianshan Group, so we will definitely take it back. All the materials here are owned by peace order. Those who leave need to stay away from this place. In addition, you can go wherever you want, and the company will never pursue you. If you want to join the company, there is a bus prepared by General Manager 1. When you get on the bus, a supernatural person Li Xiang from the Order Guard will escort you back to Shengfeng headquarters. After the company cleans up the surrounding area, you will participate in the research. Jiang Xiaoqiu's words were clear and sharp, without any extra nonsense. He explained all the situations at the first time, which immediately startled the researchers around him. And when Yuan on the side also nodded in agreement. After understanding Jiang Xiaoqiu's words, the researchers had nothing more to say, and they all expressed their approval. With the endorsement of the core successor of the former company, everyone had more trust in the peace order group, which they had never met before. Many people even relaxed and felt a sense of belonging. In the end times, they could not display their abilities at all. After studying hard for more than 10 years, what use would the knowledge they gained be in facing zombies? Should they talk to zombies about cell division? But now, by joining the company, their talents can be displayed, and they will not have to worry about food and drink. More importantly, the company also promised to help them find their families. Although everyone has accepted the reality and feels that their relatives may not be alive, after all, they have not seen their relatives die with their own eyes, so they naturally still have a hope. What if they are still alive? So, even if it is the umbrella company, we will do it. Manager Jiang. Vice President Jiang, we trust you. Great, I thought they were here to kill us. Woo, how come it's like a terrorist attack? After I'm safe, I must take a hot bath. This group of researchers immediately chose to join the company and boarded the bus. In the bus, there were already several survivors sitting here, with expressions that looked like they had survived a disaster. Several of them looked very familiar, and they seemed to be employees of Jianshan Group. I had seen them briefly in the cafeteria. Hey, Lao Zhao. You are not dead. I thought you were dead. Haha. Fortunately there is Mr. Ming. You don't know. I almost died. I met a damn mutant zombie. The zombie almost killed me. Fortunately, Mr. Ming arrived in time and punched the zombie to death. That saved me. The company is so friendly to workers. With our level, we are not senior talents. I didn't expect to be rescued, and we were rescued directly to our homes. The survivors on the bus discussed with each other. Although before the end of the world, they seemed to be just nodding acquaintances. But after the end of the world, they looked at each other and felt very cordial, as if they had met their family. Outside the bus, Jiang Xiaoqiu looked around expressionlessly, serious and responsible. Not far away, Mingsu seemed to have caught a few more researchers. But Jiang Xiaoqiu seemed very happy to see Mingsu, and a silly smile appeared on her icy face. She knew the old man, Han Bingren. He was the chief researcher of Jianshan Group and a professor at a certain university. He had been nominated for the Wolf Prize in Chemistry. Although he did not win the award, he was also a master in the chemical industry, and a leading master in China. After retirement, she was hired by her grandfather with a high salary. She was nominally the chief, but in fact, she was just a figurehead to tell investors that our group's R&D department was awesome. Such a talent was recruited by Xiu. Xiu is really too powerful, Jiang Xiaoqiu thought in his heart. Mingxu is now extremely satisfied and full of size. It seems that after the raid, we can raid all the R&D centers of several large companies. Mingxu thought so, but he also understood that this kind of situation is rare, and ordinary cities will not let themselves catch talent so easily. After all, after the establishment of the safety zone, the first priority is probably to gather top talents. The main reason why Jianshan Group was not won over by the safety zone is that the research center of Jianshan Group is in the suburbs, and Shengfeng City Safety Zone was hit hard and died too quickly. Otherwise, how could Mengsu get this good thing? Chapter 246. This Tongzi is sensible. Good. Boom boom. The bus drove away, with With a jeep in front and back as guards, Li Xiang sat in the front car, and Meng Xuanping sat in the back car, which can be said to be an extremely safe measure, unless the zombies are level 30 special zombies. Otherwise, it is safe. As for the problem that zombies can't drive, this is an eternal prejudice. Doesn't Jiang Xiaqiu know how to drive? Of course, Jiang Xiaqiu is not an ordinary zombie. Li Xiang and Meng Xuanping don't know how to drive. But it doesn't matter. Meng Su's peace order group is not only staffed by zombies, but also half of the employees belong to human beings. So, the drivers are human employees who have passed the driving test. All of them are old people from Heqing City, and they are already familiar with driving, and they are not surprised by all kinds of strange things, and their mental state is highly consistent, which means that our company and our chairman are like this. What, are you not convinced? If you are not convinced, then have a fight with our boss. Standing in this research center, Meng Su looked at the bus leaving this place, and his heart was filled with emotion, just like an old farmer who was very satisfied after harvesting the grain, and had an unprecedented sense of pleasure. This task is being steadily completed, and the feeling of having all the talents in the world within my reach is really hard to describe in words. But, Meng Su turned his head, looking at the man who was still humming on the ground, and his body was trembling slightly, and immediately snorted coldly, and waved his hand. After Meng Su made this move, a mechanical zombie with a mechanical claw arm, a member of the terrorist mobile team, immediately came forward and grabbed the man's collar with the mechanical claw arm. Then the arm suddenly became longer like a telescopic rod, and lifted the man high above his head, making him look like he was hung up. The man opened his eyes a little in a daze. Although he was attacked by Meng Su in the form of a mental shock wave, he was obviously still very dissatisfied with Meng Su. So he stared at Meng Su with a provocative look. Although he didn't say anything, he inexplicably had a sense of ridicule. Seeing this, Meng Su was not annoyed. He said slowly, "He Meng Cheng." After hearing the 3 words He Meng Cheng, He Meng Cheng couldn't help but tremble. His originally provocative eyes were immediately filled with astonishment. Who is he? Why did he call himself He Meng Cheng? He Meng Cheng was extremely astonished. Since the end of the world, he often wandered around Shunfeng City under the pseudonym Cheng He. Before the end of the world, he was timid and introverted. Although he was good at pipeline maintenance, many people only called him Xiao He and didn't know his full name. He often used his identity as a plumbing repairman to secretly memorize the house number of the owner, privately configure a key, and sneak into the house to steal underwear. After the end of the world, when most people were confused and frightened, he felt relieved and happy. He used to steal petty things, but now he could finally do it freely. So, he joined forces with some ambitious people and gradually began to prepare to dominate the world and dominate the end of the world. It's just a pity that He Meng Cheng was captured effortlessly by Meng Su just 2 months after he dominated the apocalypse. After seeing the surprise in He Meng Cheng's eyes, Meng Su's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise, and he began to think about it. Good. I haven't had time to use the skills I just got, and this beast took the initiative to come to me, giving me a chance to use my abilities. Meng Su approved it, and after the ability experiment is completed, he will issue him a sign with the words Best Beast of the Year written on it, to show his approval of him. Will you tell me? Meng Su looked at He Meng Cheng calmly. Although he was asking, he did not want to know the answer. Instead, his eyes glowed with a light red luster. This luster was a little different from the scarlet of zombies. Its light was a little soft and seemed to be able to arouse people's emotions. That's right. The king of emotions. The ability is activated. What to say? He Meng Cheng was also stunned. He didn't know what to say. He was already a little uneasy. After he had such a thought, he accidentally saw a flash of red in Meng Su's eyes. He was stunned immediately. The next second, a huge sense of fear came over him like a cold shiver. He Meng Cheng's eyes widened instantly. His forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his tightly closed lips trembled slightly. He heard a faint breathing sound, as if a frightened little animal. His body trembled slightly, and his hair moved with the trembling sound, which highlighted the fear deep in his heart. He felt as if his whole heart was about to be crushed. However, this fear did not stay in his body for too long. It was gone in a flash. Suddenly, he seemed to hear a faint cry in the distance, like a lonely soul calling. This sadness permeated the air, making him feel like he was floating in the vast ocean, lonely and helpless. A huge sadness rose from his heart again. But the sadness did not last long. Then, A sense of impatient joy arose spontaneously. Something was wrong. Something was wrong with my state. Almost in an instant, Mengcheng immediately realized that his emotions were not right. He was trying to control his mood, which was sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes angry, and sometimes frightened, but he found that his mood was like a barrel of explosives, which was ignited all at once and was difficult to calm down. This. What kind of ability is this? You still don't tell me. Right? After the ability of the emotional giant was activated, Ming-Su saw that the other party's expression was full of joy, anger, sorrow, happiness and fear, and he couldn't help but laugh. Then he snorted coldly, and before Mengcheng could react, he launched another mental shock wave. The powerful mental shock wave hit instantly, and Mengcheng was still trapped in the emotional trap set by the emotional giant. He was suddenly disturbed by the mental shock wave, and immediately felt a splitting headache. His brain was in a mess, and his thoughts were in a mess. As if all his memories flashed in an instant. He saw the happy times of his childhood, and also saw the frustrations and pains of adulthood. These memories intertwined, making it impossible for him to distinguish between reality and illusion. Ah! Mengcheng groaned in pain, his heart beating rapidly, and he felt that he could hardly bear this intense mental shock. Closing his eyes, Mengcheng tried to calm himself down, but it was no use. He felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring, and the splitting headache made him miserable, making Mengcheng feel that he had lost everything and was about to fall into eternal darkness. Just when he felt the pain was unbearable, he suddenly heard Meng-Su's surprised voice. Oh my god! You are so stubborn. You don't even say it? Emotional giant. Mental shock wave. Meng-Su has experimented with these two abilities, and they are very useful, although the emotional giant seems to be useless. If you fight with an enemy of equal strength, in that split second, you can use this magical skill to ignite the fire of emotion in the opponent's heart, which will inevitably make him feel uneasy, thus affecting his subsequent combat power. Not to mention the mental shock wave, it was a completely active release, a mental skill that would not be backfired. 36 points of mental value, really too strong. But this kid is also very powerful. Affected by the emotional giant and the mental shock wave, he just kept silent and said nothing. When Mengcheng heard Meng-Su's voice, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and felt dizzy. Say? What? Why the hell are you asking? You're just going to beat him without judging him. Right? Mengcheng opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, and Meng-Su at this moment was ready to torture him physically. When Mengcheng saw a strange man with a palm connected to an axe coming over, he didn't care about his splitting headache, and shouted loudly, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Just ask me any questions. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It seemed that Mengcheng was a little hysterical and mentally unsound. The provocative look before was gone, replaced by bloodshot eyes and panting. Oh, yes. I forgot to ask. Meng-Su didn't feel embarrassed, but just felt that he had made a mistake in an ordinary matter. He immediately continued to ask, Who sent you to follow me? Since my convoy arrived at the headquarters of Jianshan Group. You have been here all the time. Right? I ignored you before, but you became rampant, and the distance was getting closer and closer. What do you mean? Do you want to find out my strength? The effect of the emotional giant was removed by Meng-Su, and Mengcheng was panting heavily. After hearing Meng-Su's question, he blurted out without hesitation, Brother who asked me to come. Brother who? After hearing this name, Meng-Su didn't even think about it, and said immediately, Mark your nest. And talk about the staffing by the way. Meng-Su has seen a lot of such things. It's nothing more than a gathering of beasts who want to rule the mountain. If the cockroaches are not discovered, they can still survive. Once discovered, they will inevitably be flooded with pesticides. The development of a branch company, it is inevitable to deal with the local evil forces. Most companies will choose to keep things quiet and not have any major conflicts with those evil forces to avoid some irrational behavior. But you, Meng-Su, the chairman of the Peace Order Group, I believe you will not be soft-hearted to those evil forces. Trigger task, solve the trouble. Task requirements, destroy the largest evil gang in Fenghe District, Shunfeng City. Brother Tiger. Task rewards, credit points plus 1 million, points plus 50, breakthrough points plus 0.5, intelligent weapon Red Heart X10. Seeing this, Meng-Su, he couldn't help but smile. Oh, there is a task here? Great, Tongzi is really good at doing things. Mengsu nodded with satisfaction. I had originally planned to kill this brother tiger, but I didn't expect Tongzi to come to make up for the task, and give some money and rewards. Not bad. Not bad, a good Tongzi sensible. I wronged you before. Shufeng City, Fenghe District. In a house that looked particularly high-end, a low voice came from the master bedroom of this house. Some unbearable sounds that lasted for only 30 or 40 seconds and then ended, and then the man's scolding and the woman's crying could be heard. After a loud slap, a burly man with scars on his face came out of the master bedroom. Cursing, he held up his belt, held a cigarette in his mouth, and looked at the 3 or 4 armed brothers waiting at the door. He said casually, I'm done. Whoever wants to go can go. Okay. Brother who? One of the brothers couldn't stand it anymore. After getting the permission from the eldest brother, he rushed in a hurry and slammed the door. Not long after, another noise was heard. The boss, who was called Brother Tiger, laughed loudly, then looked at the other 2 brothers beside him, and said very impolitely, How is the business recently? How many people patronize? Brother Tiger, this week's business is not ideal. Only 4 people patronized, but 2 of those bitches couldn't stand it and jumped off the building. A younger brother smiled and told Brother Tiger about the situation here. The situation here is very simple. That is, Brother Tiger controlled a group of female survivors, and then engaged in the business of forcing good women into prostitution, mainly for free to the brothers who followed him, and at the same time collected some rewards from the outside. Damn it, Brother who cursed, and then stretched out his hand. Come on. Where's the reward? Hearing Brother who's words, the younger brother quickly handed over a bag. Brother who took it and opened the bag. Looking at the scattered evolution crystals inside, greed appeared in his eyes. Then, without saying a word, he poured out the evolution crystals inside, carefully picked one, and then couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. His eyes were full of confusion, looking at Brother Tiger's appearance. The 2 younger brothers couldn't help but feel envious, but they didn't dare to imitate him. Brother Tiger's ability, it is said, was obtained from these crystals, and these crystals were dug out from the heads of those powerful zombies. Before, a brother also wanted to get some abilities, so he followed Brother Tiger's example and secretly ate one. As a result, not only did he not get the ability, but he turned into a zombie at the fastest speed, which made Brother Tiger furious. Of course, it happened more than once. This kind of thing has happened 4 or 5 times, including the former second-in-command, a very powerful supernatural person. But without exception, everyone except Brother who turned into zombies. Only Brother who can become stronger in this way. This makes the younger brothers firmly believe that Brother, who is the son of destiny, much more powerful than those guys who call themselves chosen ones. With Brother who around, we don't have to worry about food and clothing. Although the younger brothers are extremely envious, they still think so. After eating a piece of evolution crystal, Brother Tiger, as if he was taking a stroll, had an intoxicated look in his eyes. After a moment of confusion, he regained consciousness. Then he grinned, picked up the remaining bag, said not bad, and roughly pushed open the door. Brother Tiger, why are you here? Get lost. With a short sound, Brother Tiger threw the impatient younger brother out. The naked little brother was embarrassed for a moment, while the other 2 brothers laughed unscrupulously. You, Brother who just said it casually, and you really believed it? If you really want to play, you will have time to play after Brother who leaves. This time Brother who didn't crush you to death. You are lucky. The naked little brother heard the words, and his face was annoyed. But he didn't dare to get angry. He could only put on his clothes quickly, and then took out a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, he thought of something and immediately said, I'll go to the corridor to smoke. After hearing his words, the other 2 nodded. The younger brother took out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and walked into the corridor, intending to relax and vent. However, just after he came to the corridor, he couldn't help feeling a chill, as if something was watching him from behind. He slowly turned his head and saw a group of people standing in the corridor who came from nowhere. Most of them were wearing black helmets that completely covered their faces, bulletproof vests, and combat uniforms that showed murderous intent, with the words peace and order printed on them. The gray-brown wall of the stairwell reflected the light of the setting sun, emitting a faint light. which set off the black uniforms of the terrorist mobile team, making them look more fierce under the dim light. The leader was a man carrying a white briefcase. This little brother was terrified. Has the safe zone been fought back? Before he could react, he was suddenly hooked by a hook claw. Then, he felt severe pain all over his body, as if he was pressed under the feet of several people, and a pair of hands pressed tightly against his mouth, making him unable to speak. Shoo. The man squatted in front of him, put his finger to his mouth, and said shoo to the younger brother, and then asked gently, "Is Brother Tiger here?" Nod yes. Shake your head no. If you are found to be lying after entering, you will be finished. The voice was very gentle, but the content was full of murderous intent, just like the God of Death. Chapter 247. Don't be afraid. I'm a good person. There is actually no tiger in Brother Who's name. He is just good at fighting and fighting. And he looks a bit like a tiger. So he is called Brother Who. Brother Who actually doesn't like this name, but he is used to it. After the end of the world, Brother Who accumulated strength for a period of time. And then he punched the boss, who had given him a lot of financial support and the name Brother Who, and officially took over his boss's gang, and began to do whatever he wanted in the end of the world. There is no way. As a first-generation superpower user, Brother Tiger's superpower was actually relatively weak at the beginning of the apocalypse. But as his strength grew stronger, he gradually became more rampant. He did not have a deep understanding of his own abilities. He only knew that he could eat anything without restraint. The more potent the toxin, the stronger the feedback he got. In the early days of the disaster, he smoked, skated, and did all kinds of evil. Later, he tried every possible way to get all kinds of toxic drugs. No matter what the drugs in the pharmacy were for, he stuffed them all into his mouth. But this kind of thing is ultimately a drop in the bucket. Finally, on a stormy night, Brother Who made up his mind and ate several kilograms of zombie meat. He found that he did not mutate into a zombie, so he was ecstatic and started a new round of eating broadcast journey. After swallowing a large amount of zombie meat, when he killed a mutant zombie, Brother Who accidentally learned that there was a crystal with special energy in the brains of these mutant zombies. After a little trial, his ability was significantly enhanced. At the same time, he also felt an indescribable deliciousness. Therefore, Brother Who began to be greedy and wished to eat the evolution crystal every day. It was just a pity that, although his strength was growing day by day, he rarely encountered mutant zombies. Moreover, Brother Who had seen a terrifying black zombie flying in the sky and hiding in the ground from a distance. The zombie's strength was beyond his imagination, which made Brother Who a little afraid. He felt that if he faced the powerful black zombie, he would definitely die. Therefore, Brother Who began to be cowardly, but he was also envious of the crystal that contained powerful energy. So, he came up with a solution. That is to open some transactions, so that those psychics who are unwilling to join the group can use these crystal stones, which are useless to them, to exchange various props and services. And Brother Tiger's idea also began to change, from hunting zombies to looking for survivor camps everywhere. If there are psychics in this survivor camp, then tell them that you have everything here and can exchange them with zombie crystals. If there are no psychics in this survivor camp, then they will become Brother Tiger's nutrients. The order has disappeared, and violence has taken over the world again. In this case, it is his turn to establish a new order. Brother Tiger thought so, and at the same time sprinted, releasing all his excitement just now, then spitting fiercely, looking at the dying woman on the bed, and shook his head. Died again. There is no way. Once you swallow the crystal with extremely pure energy concentration, you must vent it, otherwise you will be upset for several days, and kill people indiscriminately. What a pity. Brother Who shook his head regretfully. After all, he quite likes this woman, but it's a pity that there is no one else at the moment. You can't use your younger brother to relieve your anger. Right? Putting on clothes, Brother Who kicked the door open with a curse as usual, while smoking a cigarette, and shouted, "Fuck, where are all the people dead? I'm done, next follow me to another place." Before he finished speaking, Brother Who suddenly realized something was wrong. Something is wrong. Something is definitely wrong. Where are his three little brothers? Why are they all silent? Damn it! Thinking of this, Brother Who carefully touched the pistol on his waist, slowly loaded it, watched the surroundings vigilantly, and was very careful. Although Brother Who knew that this small pistol was almost useless against some ultimate creatures. But Brother Who lacked long-range attack means. So the pistol just became an excellent long-range attack means, and Brother whose own attack power, actually, was not as high as the pistol. It was just that his body was hard. If the pistol couldn't do anything to others, then his attack would probably be useless to others. With Brother whose cautious attitude, Ming-Su outside the door thought for a moment, and felt that there was no need to pretend. So he kicked the door open and said arrogantly, "You are the fucking Brother who?" His voice was like thunder in the sky. Under Ming-Su's angry rebuke, Brother who was stunned. The next second, a strong sense of fear emerged in Brother whose heart, lingering tightly and unable to dissipate. This feeling made Brother who feel extremely panic. Even when he looked at the black zombie from afar before, he didn't have such a big emotional fluctuation in his heart. Thinking of this, Brother who was frightened for a moment. While Ming-Su kept smiling, the zombie employees of the violent terrorist mobile team beside him immediately passed by from both sides, and quickly surrounded Brother who. Name, Wang Indy. Occupation, Psychic Pika, Master of Human Meat Cooking, Rapist, Evil Force Leader, Serial Killer. Level, 19/20/14/19/1020. Looking at the record of this Brother who, Ming-Su took a breath, and said in shock, "If your name doesn't contain tiger, what are you called, Brother who? Damn it, I'll beat him up." As for occupations, Ming-Su is no longer surprised. When a true conscientious survival leader appears, Ming-Su will be surprised. What really surprised Ming-Su was the name Brother Tiger. There was no tiger in his name. Damn it. Tang Xiu's name had the character tiger in it. So he called himself Brother Tiger. Tang Xiaolong was not called Brother Long, but Brother Dao, which was more of a nickname in the underworld. You are confusing the generations. In an instant, Brother Tiger had reacted, and immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out from the gun barrel, carrying a fierce airflow, and rushed through the air. Brother whose shooting was very accurate. All the bullets hit the charging terrorist mobile team. After all, it was close to their faces. How could they miss? But the bullet had no effect. It hit the bulletproof vest accurately. But at the moment of hitting the bulletproof vest, the bullet seemed to be caught by a big hand. There was an obvious dent on the surface of the bulletproof vest. The bullet head had hit the clothes, but it did not penetrate. Instead, it bounced off like a rebounding ball and fell to the ground, making a ding-dong sound. After the shot, Brother, who had no chance to shoot again, because the long knife has arrived. The leader of the terrorist mobile team was naturally the most decisive long knife man, wielding a sharp hand knife. And in the blink of an eye, he raised his knife and chopped it down. Instantly, there was a long and crisp sound of metal, and Brother whose wrist was broken, and blood immediately gushed out, like a spring. "Ah!" Brother who screamed, and then he hurriedly grabbed his wrist. His breathing was disordered. His face was pale. But soon, he showed a determined look on his face. And then his whole body was wrapped in a strange black air. And the wrist that was originally cut off and spraying blood was also wrapped in the black air. And the bleeding stopped abruptly. Swish. 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 The mechanical zombies around attacked one after another, with all kinds of weapons, whistling in the wind, but these mechanical blades attacked the black gas, and only dispersed some of the black gas. After a while, the black gas slowly condensed back, seemingly to Brother who, these mechanical blades did not hurt him. Brother whose face was extremely pale, as if something was constantly absorbing some of his vitality. He held on, looking at the members of the terrorist mobile team who were constantly attacking him. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, looking around carefully, trying to find a way to escape. It is impossible to resist. I will never resist in this life. These guys in combat uniforms around me can hold their own against me. Sooner or later they will besiege me to death, not to mention the guy who just stood there, bringing me great fear. Run must run. Brother who immediately set his sights on the balcony. Although this is the 8th floor, I believe that my black energy ability can protect me. I will not fall to death from the 8th floor. Thinking of this, Brother who did not hesitate, immediately manipulated the surrounding black energy, turned himself into the appearance of fighting energy into armor, and then, like a rugby player, rushed towards the balcony. Perhaps due to the interference of the huge desire to survive, Brother who immediately knocked aside the 2 mechanical zombies that surrounded him, and in 3 steps, he had already reached the balcony. At this moment, the light of the setting sun poured in, through the balcony, shining on Brother who. This gentle and warm light seemed to blend the warmth of the sun into Brother Tiger's body, making him feel unprecedentedly refreshed. The light of the setting sun was so beautiful. as if it was guiding Brother Tiger to pursue his dreams and the meaning of life. However, at the same moment when the setting sun shone on Brother Tiger, a mechanical hook suddenly hooked out from the direction of the living room. Brother Tiger, whose half body was originally covered by the setting sun, was suddenly completely caught back by this mechanical arm, and his whole body was once again shrouded in gray. No! Brother Tiger was terrified. He never expected that there was a blitzcrank hidden in this terrorist mobile team. After being hooked back, 2 soldiers like high walls stood in the direction of the balcony, completely blocking Brother Tiger's only escape direction. And Ming Su also came to Brother Tiger in an instant, startling Brother Tiger. Brother who subconsciously wanted to resist, but Ming Su's speed was too fast. It was just an ordinary punch, but in Brother Hu's eyes, it was like a blow that destroyed the world. Puff! Ming Su punched out, and the wind from his fist rang loudly, hitting Brother Hu like a lightning. His fist carried unparalleled power and might, and instantly broke the black air that had blocked countless attacks by the terrorist mobile team. This punch was devastating, and completely defeated the black air on Brother Hu's body, making it unable to condense again. Brother Hu himself could not bear the strong impact, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He stared at Ming Su in front of him with wide eyes, looking at him in astonishment, obviously not expecting that the other party could break his defense so easily. Pain. 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 Brother Hu had not felt such severe pain for a long time, and he curled up in the corner, groaning. Ming Su did not bother to complain, but squatted down, grabbed Brother Hu's collar, pointed at Brother Hu and said, "Next, I will ask you some questions, and you just need to answer honestly. Understand? If you say a wrong word, I will chop off one of your fingers," Ming Su said calmly. In Ming Su's eyes, this black air was a little interesting, but only a little. It feels worse than a bulletproof vest. But to be honest, this black fog is like a special defense. Only magic output can defeat it. But if the physical damage is too high, then the black fog can be completely ignored. However, Ming Su has a physical value of 31 points, so he can just hit randomly. You say? Brother, who was in so much pain that he vomited his gallbladder, but he still tried his best to keep his spirits normal, and said weakly to Ming Su. When Ming Su heard Brother Hu's words, he thought about it, and for a moment, he didn't know what to ask. After all, he doesn't have a plot. He is the target of the mission. After thinking about it, Ming Su finally thought of a question, and immediately said to Brother Hu, "Oh, by the way, you asked that person to follow me. What to do?" That person? Follow? After Brother, who was confused for a while, he immediately thought of a recent random command, and was immediately stunned. His face turned pale. He Mengcheng. It was He Mengcheng. Brother Hu thought of what He Mengcheng had told him before. He saw a very new, very bright, very good-looking big truck, with many people inside. At that time, he did not take it seriously, and casually asked He Mengcheng to follow, and take a look. But he did not expect to attract such an evil star. Brother Hu is now regretting his actions. If he had known, he would not have let him go. Ah! One careless move, and the whole game is lost. Seeing Brother Hu's gloomy face, Ming Su could not help but frown, and chopped it down with a knife. Immediately, a bloody finger was chopped off by Ming Su. Immediately, blood was dripping, and a finger with black hair fell to the ground. Ah! Brother Hu cried out in pain, and said repeatedly, I didn't know it was your car. It was He Mengcheng who reported it on his own initiative. After hearing Brother Hu's words, Ming Su immediately understood what was going on, and immediately said softly, "Don't worry. I'm a good person. I won't do anything to you. Now just tell me. Tell me about the situation in Shunfeng City. And where do those guys you usually trade with live?" After that, Ming Su continued, "Be more detailed. Write it on the map." After hearing Ming Su's words, Brother Hu trembled. "Brother, can you call you a good person? Your methods are more like those of a gangster than mine?" But Brother Hu didn't dare to say anything, and could only tremble and say, "Brother, I don't have no pen." Ming Su raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you just break your finger? Don't waste the blood. Just use this blood to mark it." Ming Su said very calmly, "By the way, tell me where your little brother is." The prompt for the completion of the task has not appeared yet, which can only mean one thing. This small gang needs to be wiped out to complete the task. Chapter 248. It turns out to be a real stowaway. Ah! Ah! Screaming continuously, all 5 fingers were broken. After that, Then the toes were broken. In this regard, it is a pity that the right wrist was cut off before, which made Meng-Su lose 5 opportunities to operate. Otherwise, he could have cut 5 more times. What a pity. The cat brother, surrounded by black air, shivered and curled up in the corner. His body was covered with blood. He was already shivering, dared not speak, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Why not call him Tiger Brother? Because he has been called Cat Brother. And Meng-Su was lost in thought, and began to think about the new information he had just obtained. In order to avoid having his fingers chopped off, this cat brother, whose name does not contain tiger, told all the news, even the incident in kindergarten, when he secretly pretended to cry and watched the teacher go to the toilet. And in the 2 months after the end of the world, he told everything. Almost everything every day. Meng-Su was very satisfied with Cat Brother's attitude, so he slowly cut off 7 of his toes and 5 of his fingers, and did not completely kill him, which was already considered merciful. Alas, I am such a good person. Meng-Su sighed, feeling that there are no good people like me in this world. Group 1. Meng-Su said a sentence indifferently to the mechanical zombie beside him in the dialect of Shanghai. These mechanical zombies were all caught by him in Shanghai. I believe that the appearance of such a friendly dialect should make them work harder. Right? Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he was a qualified boss. He sat on the sofa and thought about the situation. According to this cat brother, the situation in Shunfeng City is extremely bleak. Due to the collapse of the safe zone, the militants in Shunfeng City are more or less armed with guns. Therefore, here, except for those mutant zombies with strong individual strength, the threat of zombies to large survivors' camps is not high. The threat mainly comes from other survivors' camps. Of course, some people have proposed the words "we should unite and end the apocalypse together." But soon, his camp was destroyed by unidentified attackers, and everyone in the camp became food for zombies. In this situation, naturally no one would mention it again. In addition, he also mentioned several areas, and said that several powerful zombies appeared, especially an extremely powerful black zombie, which came and went without a trace. A bit like an Enderman. Brother Cat observed him for a long time, and basically confirmed that he was a zombie. There was also a powerful zombie leopard entrenched in the Shunfeng City Wildlife Park. It was even more heavyweight. The surrounding survivor camps were almost completely killed by it, and not even a single zombie was left. Such a powerful zombie leopard, naturally, was marked by Brother Tiger, indicating that he would never go to that area. Although Brother Tiger's name has the word tiger, if his tiger were to collide with a leopard, it would only be dead. However, this news provided Meng-Su with a lot of information. Several major survivor gathering points. Zombie leopards. Black mysterious zombies. It seems that this is the main problem of Shunfeng City. The most difficult chosen one has been solved by himself now. Taking advantage of this gap without the chosen one, Meng-Su feels that he can swallow the tiger and let the Peace Order group occupy a share of Shunfeng City as soon as possible. The kitten in the zoo was too naughty, and actually escaped from prison, causing a cannibalistic tragedy. Is this a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? In any case, as a leading enterprise in Nanjiang that is entering Shunfeng City, if the Peaceful Order can solve this nightmare that troubles the residents of Shunfeng City, then Shunfeng City will surely achieve unprecedented development. Trigger mission: deal with the kitten. Task requirements: kill it on the spot or kill it after being captured alive. Task rewards: credit points plus 1 million, points plus 100, Shunfeng City prestige plus 300. Complete laboratory optional X1. Meng-Su looked at the gilded small character mission that appeared in front of him, and immediately exhaled a breath, and nodded with satisfaction. It feels good, it's a good task. It's just right to leave a biological laboratory or a chemical laboratory in this Shunfeng branch company, so that the talents of the branch company can be utilized. But just when Meng-Su was extremely satisfied, the system task followed him like a shadow, and soon brought the second one. The Black Shadow is wandering. The stowaways from foreign lands are killing people recklessly. The security company's chance has come. As long as we take this guy down, I believe that the Peace Order group will become famous, and then the whole Shunfeng City will cheer for your arrival, and you, my friend, you will become the most popular chairman in history. Trigger task: daily security. Task requirements: kill the Black Shadow wandering nearby. Task rewards: credit points plus 1 million, points plus 100, Shunfeng City prestige plus 300, Weapons Manufacturing and Processing Plant X1. Light weapons as the main. Heavy weapons as the auxiliary. Incapable of producing high-precision armored vehicles, aircraft, etc. After seeing this task, Meng-Su couldn't help but be surprised. Stowaways from a foreign land? What does that mean? The other party is a guy from another dimension. Is he really the Enderman of MC? Meng-Su suddenly became cautious. He felt that he should be careful, lest he really encounter an Enderman. After all, this thing is very mysterious. No one knows what it is. But Meng-Su looked at the map. The area where the Black Shadow zombies appeared, there were quite a few employees of his company. And the area where the zombie leopard appeared, there was no red dot at all, which meant that the former Jianshan Group employees living in this area had been wiped out. Of course, what worries Meng-Su more is the densely packed red dot area in the west. After Meng-Su asked the former employees of Jianshan Group, he learned that it was the suburbs. There is a rubber processing factory of Jianshan Group with 400 or 500 employees. And because most of them are not locals in Shengfeng City, they live together in the dormitory of the processing factory. Alas, Meng-Su stretched and decided not to rush to the dormitory. Although the location of the dormitory building, almost 1/3 of the mission targets. But obviously, with that density, people were long gone. All of them were zombie employees. So there was no need to rush. It would be better to kill that foreign stowaway first. To see what it was. To satisfy Meng-Su's curiosity. To see if it was really an Enderman. If it was an Enderman, then the Ender Dragon would probably be here soon. With that in mind, Meng-Su stretched without hesitation, and said to a team of zombies beside him, "Go to the place that Brother Tiger told you before. Kill all their minions, and leave those oppressed people, where they are, and protect them." After thinking about it, Meng-Su felt that according to their level, it might not be possible to explain it clearly. So he wrote another note, and handed it to a mechanical zombie with mechanical legs, saying, "Send it to the headquarters, and let Lenny come, and go directly to the place that Brother Tiger told you before. Let Meng-Su come and find me at the location of the black zombie." Meng-Su arranged everything very calmly. Everything is under control. Roar! After receiving Meng-Su's order, the mechanical-legged zombie immediately followed the order and flew out like a cheetah, jumping down from the 8th floor and landing steadily on the balcony downstairs, repeating over and over again, just like Spider-Man. Everyone has his own specialty. Although the mechanical-legged zombie's combat power is not that good, it is not slow, and its landing cushioning ability is also good. Many superpowers and mutant zombies do not have such strength. In this respect, the mechanical-legged zombie is also good. Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction, then opened the task interface and found that there were 2 of his employees in the community. Therefore, Meng-Su did not hesitate, looking at the 5 zombies left around him, and waved his hand. "Go! The rescue operation begins again!" Roar! The low roar of the zombies sounded on the main road, and a large group of zombies was marching. The night was as dark as ink, and only the moonlight fell on the silent, deserted street. With the weak light, a group of zombies could be seen wandering and marching. Their figures swayed, and they staggered, like forgotten ghosts, on both sides of the street. The old billboards and posters were blown by the wind, as if they were telling of the prosperity of the past. And these zombies, they looked normal, but they looked strange when they looked closely. These zombies had desire and hunger in their eyes, and some of them had signs of being bitten, which was no different from ordinary zombies. But there was one thing that other zombies around could not do. Many of these zombies wore small vests of Jianshan Group, which seemed to tell of their identity. In the center of these zombies, there were 4 zombies carrying a tattered judicial carriage, moving forward with difficulty. The judicial carriage was already tattered, covered with dirt and blood, and looked like it was found in a theater. But the person sitting on the judicial carriage exuded an extremely terrifying aura. That's right. This is our old friend, old Meng-Su. Meng-Su sat on a temporary judicial carriage, yawning calmly, although he already understood that sitting on the judicial carriage might cause others to misunderstand. It didn't matter. There were so many zombies now, and letting Meng-Su walk was indeed a very bad decision. There was no way. Meng-Su met very few living Jianshan Group employees. Even if there were any, Meng-Su immediately arranged for them to leave. Only the huge Jianshan Group zombie team was left around him. If the order guard was organized in the future, these people around him would be the Jianshan camp. There were about 70 zombies around him now. In fact, this was Meng Su's selection. Those garbage zombie employees were left near the headquarters for daily patrols. The mission is halfway done. We just need to take over the dormitory of the rubber processing factory. The mission of Jianshan Group will be completed in all likelihood. We can get 1.08 billion in assets. Hee. Meng Su thought to himself. Although the mission has not been completed, it did not prevent Meng Su from laughing. Of course, he has already arrived at the place where the Black Shadow zombies appeared, and he plans to solve this problem first. After all, this mission can get him an arsenal. Although this arsenal has been said to be mainly engaged in the manufacture of light weapons, supplemented by the manufacture of heavy weapons, and not capable of producing high-precision armored vehicles, aircraft and other items. It is already very good for Meng Su. It is an advanced version of the mechanical laboratory. And Meng Su also believes that in the peaceful era before the end of the world, owning such an arsenal is definitely more valuable than 1.8 billion. The reason why Meng Su values 1.8 billion more is purely because Meng Su really needs credit points. Of course, if other people were given the choice, in peacetime, most people would choose 1 billion. After all, to own a military factory, one also needs to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, one would be a scapegoat for others. And in the apocalyptic environment, Meng Su is least afraid of not having strength. In the apocalyptic environment, he is invincible, no matter how strict the opponent's organization is. As long as they cannot find a single person who can compete with Meng Su in terms of individual strength, then they can only live endlessly in the fear of being assassinated at any time. This is also Meng Su's confidence. At worst, the peace order will fail, and he will be in debt, and then he can just start assassinating them one by one. Meng Su has nothing to fear. After taking a deep breath, Meng Su has entered the core activity area of the so-called Black Shadow zombies. Meng Su carefully felt the atmosphere around him, and naturally noticed that there were pairs of eyes staring at him. Those eyes with awe and fear on the road were mostly human survivors. Meng Su marked their positions, and decided to return and take them away after dealing with the Black Shadow zombies. In addition, the zombies' eyes are also very easy to identify. You don't even need to identify them, because they can't help but come out to give themselves up. In this case, Meng Su's identification method is naturally much simpler. The army marched along the way, and suddenly, Meng Su suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him. The next second, he felt a hint of danger. Humph! Meng Su's mouth corners slightly raised, and he launched a mental shock wave in the direction of the eyes. Then, without hesitation, he stood up from the Imperial carriage, holding the insect killer, and fired 3 shots in a row. Bang, bang, bang! This smooth operation immediately blocked the figure that was originally planning to attack Meng Su. The figure did not seem to stop in a hurry, and crashed into the billboard on the roadside, causing a crackling sound. And Meng Su took this opportunity, without hesitation, to directly use the Observe the Expression to see if this person was an Enderman. But at the moment of using the Observe the Expression, Meng Su seemed to see a figure like charcoal. Name: Curry Tua Tua Zon Dala La Du Lulu Meng Kapalala and Jahahong. Occupation: Zombie Stalker. Level: Level 28. Seeing the charcoal-like zombie in front of him, and his name that was so long that Meng Su could not pronounce it a second time after reading it once, Meng Su fell into a deep silence. It's not an Enderman. It's a real stowaway. Are you, a stowaway from Africa? How did you sneak into Shumfeng? Shumfeng is not near the sea. Chapter 249 cut off one head, and 2 heads appear. This black zombie with a long name seems to be extremely spiritual, and can be said to have become a kind of humanoid creature. He looked at Meng Su, his eyes were extremely cold, and his scarlet eyes were full of deep night. Roar! He let out a low roar, and his eyes were full of vigilance and provocation when he looked at Meng Su. When Meng Su saw this, he did not say anything, and directly waved his hand. Get out of my way! This time, Meng Su did not say anything like don't talk about the code of conduct with this evil demon. This time, Meng Su decided to talk about the code of conduct and have a 1v1 duel with this black zombie. The reason is also very simple. This black zombie was too powerful, and the zombie employees around him were all ordinary zombies. At best they were a little higher level. But for this black zombie named Stalker, there was no difference between ordinary zombies at level 10 and level 1. Therefore, although everyone worked together, the chances of winning were much greater. But Meng Su's economy would also be consumed very quickly. Unless Meng Su took out some energy to optimize those zombie employees who were about to die. Otherwise, these zombie employees around him would make him pay an astronomical amount of money. Meng Su didn't have that much money. Therefore, Chairman Meng decided to use the most cost-effective method. That is to go down on his own and fight the Black Zombie 1v1 and play a solo match. The winner takes all. Of course, if Meng Su can't beat him, then don't blame everyone for joining forces. Meng Su felt that the probability of this happening was very small, so there was no need to think about it so much. This is the confidence of the first wall hanger on Blue Star. Do you have a plug-in like the Perfect Life system? It's really perfect and beautiful. Meng Su jumped down from the Imperial carriage, stepped on the ground, and immediately stirred up a cloud of dust. The ordinary zombies around him immediately spread out to both sides like waves. Just like Morgan splitting the sea, Jiang Xiaqiu stood silently in a corner not far away, and quietly disappeared, as if he had dispersed into the shadows of the city ruins. Jiang Xiaqiu's presence was not high. This was an opportunity for Jiang Xiaqiu now. Roar! The black zombie did not notice Jiang Xiaqiu at all. He was now concentrating on Meng Su. From the expression in his eyes, it can be seen that he seemed very excited. He could see that Meng Su had strong energy in his body. As long as he could eat Meng Su, he would definitely be able to improve his strength. But for Meng Su, the same was true. This black zombie was already the strongest zombie Meng Su had ever seen. As long as he killed this black zombie and dug out the evolution crystal in its brain, his physical strength would definitely increase. At least by 1 point. Right? However, there was a reason why this black zombie could run rampant in Shumfeng. After all, his skin color is like a fucking natural ghillie suit. It is impossible to see where he is. There are different types of black people. Some are light black. Some are medium black. Some are pure black. What is this one in front of me? Anyway, it is the one with a long name. He is pure black. In addition, the power system collapsed, and it was almost pitch black at night. In such a situation where you can't see your hand in front of you. A pure black zombie. Which survivor can find it? No wonder this black zombie can upgrade so quickly. There is a reason. Good guy. If it weren't for Meng Su's different physique, he probably wouldn't be able to see where this thing is. But Meng Su didn't hesitate, and decisively chose to strike first. In an instant, the bug killer appeared in Meng Su's hand. Meng Su didn't even look at it, and fired casually, not even pointing at the black zombie. Because of the gun fighting technique. No, because the characteristics of the bug killer will help Meng Su stabilize the aiming and locking the head. When seeing Meng Su take out the bug killer, the black zombie couldn't help but be alert and showed a cautious look. The black zombie's intelligence has not been specially trained, so it is only equivalent to some spiritual creatures and wild animals, such as killer whales. He has also seen the power of guns, and the imprint in his mind also tells him that guns are unmatched. He was also hit by Insect Killer just now. Therefore, when he saw Insect Killer, he immediately became cautious. However, when he saw that the muzzle of the gun was not pointing at him, he was stunned, and then he felt a little surprised. But soon, the black zombie felt a burst of hair stand on end, as if something was falling from the sky. For a moment, the black zombie roared and began to dodge. But he could not predict the source of the bullet in advance, so he could only take the hit. Roar! The black zombie roared ferociously, and Meng Su saw this situation, and was surprised. He also fired dozens of shots, and directly emptied the magazine. Meng Su was very surprised by the reaction of the black zombie, because Meng Su had tested it before. Although the power of the bug killer was stronger than that of an ordinary pistol, it was only about the same as a rifle at most. Facing a zombie of the black zombie's level, it was not very effective. But why did this black zombie seem particularly irritable and fearful? TSK? Meng Su shot and suppressed the black zombie while preparing to get close and then suddenly attack and kill the black zombie with one shot. The bullet was able to suppress the black zombie, making it jump up and down, hiding here and there, probably because of the imprint of memory deep in the soul, although it has become a zombie. But in the subconscious, it still has a certain memory of fear in the human period? Only this explanation can explain why this situation occurred. But that's not right. This guy is a stowaway from Africa, as you can see from his name. So why would he be afraid of bullets? He's not from America, where black people can be pinned to the ground and shot when they walk. Meng Su couldn't figure it out. Maybe it was because of the war, or maybe it was because of some other reason. But after understanding this situation, Meng Su felt that this battle could be easily won. This was the first time I saw a zombie with other weaknesses besides low IQ, which was great. Meng Su sighed in his heart. But he still fired at the first moment. Approaching the black zombie. Preparing a sudden attack to smash the black zombie's head. Like opening a coconut shell. Digging out the evolution gem inside. It may be a bit exaggerated. But Meng Su's full strength attack now is as powerful as a missile. Except that the range is not so wide. However, as Meng Su approached the black zombie seemed to notice Meng Su approaching. And suddenly raised his head and looked at Meng Su. With a strange red light in his eyes. This red light, like a laser, instantly penetrated the space and was released from the black zombie's eyes. Meng Su was also shocked when he saw this. But he was not afraid at all. He directly used the mental shock wave and blasted against the black zombie. In terms of spirit value, Meng Su, who has 36 points of spirit value, is not afraid at all. Let's fight. Right? Let me see how you, a zombie and an African zombie, can compete with me in spirit value? Meng Su's expression remained unchanged, and he stood firmly in place, while the black zombie was shaking and almost fell. Obviously, in this battle of spirit power, Meng Su had an absolute advantage. The red light in the black zombie's eyes gradually dimmed, but his expression was already full of ferocity, as if he was going to tear the enemy in front of him into pieces. However, at this moment, Meng Su snorted coldly. His figure flashed, and he teleported directly behind the black zombie. He raised his fist, swung it forward, and a powerful force burst out instantly. This punch was like a cannonball, with a fierce momentum, and hit the back of the black zombie fiercely. Bang! With a loud bang, the black zombie was hit by this punch and flew far away, and fell heavily on the broken wall in the distance. Even the wall was cracked because of this blow, and a cloud of dust was raised. At the moment when the black zombie was knocked down, Meng Su teleported in front of him again, stretched out his hand, and the equipped flashlight appeared in his palm. After pressing a button, the lightsaber unfolded in an instant. The black zombie was previously knocked away by Meng Su's punch. Although it looked powerful, it actually did not cause any fatal damage to the black zombie. It was just a concussion. The appearance of the lightsaber made the black zombie feel threatened, so he got up instantly. As if he was going to continue roaring, Meng Su swung his lightsaber and chopped the black zombie's head. However, when the lightsaber came into contact with the black zombie's head, the result Meng Su expected did not occur. Instead, he saw a deep burned scar on the black zombie's head, as if it had been burned by a laser. Although the scar was deep, it did not cut the black zombie's head open as he imagined. Useless thing. Meng Su snorted coldly, after cursing, then went up with his bare hands. With 3 or 2 punches, he started to crack the black zombie's head, just like peeling off the durian shell before eating it. Blood kept spurting out, and the black zombie's throat still made hoarse groans. A pair of eyes stared at Meng Su, and his sharp teeth kept biting, as if he wanted to bite Meng Su. But Meng Su was not affected at all. He just swung his fist coldly, through the gap of the burned scar, trying to pry the head open directly. The zombie resisted very hard, but was suppressed by Meng Su. Whether in terms of spirit or physical strength, Meng Su's attributes are higher than his. And stronger. Roar! The black zombie had a splitting headache. He could feel his head being stretched open little by little, and could even hear the sound of bones breaking. A gap had been opened in his head by Meng Su, and black water was constantly flowing out. But he still tried to stretch out his hands and grab Meng Su's hands, trying to get rid of Meng Su's horrible peeling durian behavior. However, Meng Su's strength was very strong. His fingers were like iron pliers, tightly pinching the black zombie's skull. No matter how the black zombie struggled, he could not break free. As time went by, the black zombie's head gradually deformed. The cracks became larger and larger. Black liquid flowed out, dripped on the ground, and formed a pool of disgusting stains. But Meng Su was also very angry now, because he was also hurt by the black zombie. His arms were blue and purple, and the black zombie was also very strong. You like to smuggle? Right? Smuggling is fine. But you smuggled in and killed people indiscriminately. Today I will teach you a lesson, and let you know what the price of committing a crime here is, Meng Su said viciously. And at the same time, he further broke it. You can even see the round evolution gem in his head. The zombie employees around him stood in a row, just standing there quietly, their bodies shaking slightly, but generally maintaining a formation. And the roar and shouting of the black zombie were all in their ears. But they remained indifferent. Jiang Xiaoqiu, who had been planning to go around, felt like a clown. After going around for a long time, she just arrived behind the enemy lines and found that her teammates had won the team battle. It seemed that this team battle had no impact without her. She was very unhappy. Nearby, the survivors who were very unlucky and hiding here were trembling. They could never have imagined that such a situation would happen. Zombies would clash with each other around them. One was the old and powerful zombie He Nige in the vicinity, a zombie that made everyone miserable. The other was the terrifying zombie king who seemed to have rushed over from somewhere else. The new terrifying zombie king had fought alone against the black and eye brother zombie that was originally active in the vicinity. And he directly broke open the black zombie's brain with blood. Oh my god! Just after driving away a big bad wolf, a fierce tiger king came. What kind of world is this? Everyone was confused. But there was nothing to say. It can only be said that this is the case. Ha! Accompanied by Meng Su's chuckle, the black zombie's head was directly broken into two halves. And in it, a huge evolution gem appeared in front of Meng Su, which immediately made Meng Su smile with satisfaction. Picking up the evolution gem, Meng Su already has 2 evolution gems in his hand. Very good. A criminal gang was destroyed in your hands. This group of evil guys has been going on for a long time. You are indeed an outstanding young man who moved Nanjiang, a pioneer of charity. I am proud of you. Please keep working hard. I believe you can definitely establish a great business empire. Task completed. Task evaluation. Chairman Ming doesn't need to take action for this little thing. Task reward. Credit points plus 1 million, points plus 50, breakthrough points plus 0.5, intelligent weapon red heart x10. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. When he was about to say something, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. That's not right. The reward for this mission is the mission to eliminate Brother Tiger, not the wandering black shadow. So, Meng Su looked at the 2-headed black zombie that he had split in half, which was covered with black blood, and his expression became a little strange for a moment. It won't die. Cut off one head, and 2 heads will appear. Meng Su was a little skeptical before, but now he is no longer skeptical. This black zombie must have sneaked in by kayaking, and his physique is amazing. He is obviously an old stowaway. Chapter 250 Mission accomplished, Meng Su's principles. The black zombie whose head was forcibly split open by Meng Su lay on the ground, motionless, like a corpse. The acting is quite realistic. Meng Su couldn't help but give a thumbs up, expressing his recognition of the acting skills of this zombie, who had sneaked in from Africa. If it weren't for the hostile situation, Meng Su would have wanted to invite him to participate in the movie being prepared in Heqing City. But unfortunately, he didn't have any chance to participate. Meng Su shook his head, then turned around, looked at the zombies around him, and then waved to Jiang Xiaoqiu, who was not far away, signaling Jiang Xiaoqiu to come over. Jiang Xiaoqiu, who had originally planned to attack the enemy in a roundabout way, was very unhappy when Meng Su won. However, after hearing Meng Su's call, he immediately came over, like a kitten, and blinked at Meng Su fiercely. Su, is there anything I can do for you? After saying that, Jiang Xiaoqiu put on a pitiful look, like a stray kitten. Meng Su had long been immune to Jiang Xiaoqiu's situation. He just gently touched Jiang Xiaoqiu's head, felt Jiang Xiaoqiu's hair was very floating, and couldn't help but chuckled. Have you been using Rejoice to wash your hair recently? Jiang Xiaoqiu? Jiang Xiaoqiu tilted his head, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly heard Meng Su say again, I'm getting off topic. Where is the knife I asked Lao Hu to make for you? Lend it to me. Oh! Hearing Meng Su say this, Jiang Xiaoqiu was a little disappointed, but still nodded, pulled out the specially customized short blade that had been hanging on his waist, and handed it to Meng Su. Meng Su calmly took the short blade handed over by Jiang Xiaoqiu, and swung it a few times casually, feeling particularly satisfied. Not bad, it seems that old Hua is still quite reliable. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and at the same time began to miss his 5th weapon, the black cleaver. That axe was made by Hu Guangqing. Meng Su was very satisfied, but it was a pity that it broke very suddenly. Jiang Xiaoqiu saw Meng Su boasting about this sword, and was immediately a little overjoyed. After all, this short blade was the first gift Mengsu gave her. Jiang Xiaqiu took good care of it, and usually used the 9-in white bone claw to kill zombies, or another cheap short blade, and never used this one. Seeing Mengsu praising the short blade so much, Jiang Xiaqiu was naturally overwhelmed. Just as she was about to say something in a coy way, she saw Mengsu holding her short blade, squatting in front of the big black zombie, and starting to gesture. Jiang Xiaqiu tilted her head, seeming a little confused and puzzled. And the next second, Mengsu had already swung his knife and chopped it down. Jiang Xiaqiu. What? Swollen and fat? Jiang Xiaqiu was stunned. And Mengsu did not hesitate at all, and directly faced the corpse of the big black zombie, and began to slaughter crazily. This big black zombie really made Mengsu feel helpless. It was fat and round, and had fat all over its body. Every time he chopped it, some black viscous substance would splash out. He didn't know if it was oil or blood. Anyway, it was very similar to the liquid that splashed out when he broke its head. Mengsu's evaluation of this was, if Zheng Guanqi had slaughtered this black pig, then the first sentence Lu Zhishan said was, "I want 10 pounds of lean meat and sauce." And Zheng Guanqi would know that he was here to cause trouble. But it doesn't matter. Without 10 kilograms of lean meat and sauce, Mengsu also cut it into 10 kilograms of fat meat and sauce. Mengsu didn't believe it. After being chopped into this, can he still be resurrected? Then Mengsu is willing to call him the strongest in the world, destroy him, humanity is hopeless. However, Mengsu still felt that it was a little unreliable. So, he decided to make a bold decision. Brothers, each of you take a bag, and then scatter, drop some everywhere, east and west of the city, south and north of the city, and let Meng Xuanping deal with the remaining trunks, eat them all. Mengsu shouted loudly, giving instructions to the employees from Jianshan Group in front of him. In fact, the simplest way is to let these former Jianshan Group zombies eat up the big black man. Mengsu didn't believe it. Could this guy be resurrected after being swallowed? But thinking that these were all his own corpses, it was not appropriate. After all, for Mengsu, such behavior was too shameless. After all, there might be a vaccine in the future, and the zombie employees of his company could sacrifice themselves for the sake of human beings and become Mengsu's pension. However, some zombies could survive the crisis and wait until the day when the antidote for the zombie virus appeared, and they still had a chance to turn back into humans. Mengsu doesn't care what happened before. But now, it's not okay. Although it seems a bit double standard. You can die, but you can't eat meat. But Mr. Meng's main point is to have a clear conscience. As for Meng Xuanping, oh, he's not a human, but a zombie dog, so it doesn't matter. After hearing Mengsu's order, the zombies around responded with roars, and then stepped forward, intending to gather the smell and start moving it all over the place. Oh my god, you actually caught the stowaway who has become a murderer. What kind of super powerful existence is this? Moreover, you completed this task in a 1v1 environment, under the eyes of everyone, under the gaze of 319 employees. Damn, what do they do for a living and they let you? The chairman. Do it yourself? My suggestion is to fire them all. But you have to be careful. If you are finished, the perfect life will be over. Task completed. Task evaluation. Buddy, are you the reincarnation of Xiang Yu? Task reward. Credit points plus 1 million. Points plus 100. Shangfeng City Prestige plus 300. Weapons manufacturing and processing plant X1. Light weapons as the main, heavy weapons as the auxiliary, and capable of producing high-precision armored vehicles, aircraft, etc. Seeing the small gilded characters in front of him, Mengsu nodded with satisfaction, indicating his approval. Good. Finally dead? It seems that the big black zombie is not dead. It was so loud. This thing didn't die even after I opened its head. It seems that I should be more careful in the future. Every failure makes you wiser. Although Mengsu hasn't failed yet, he has definitely learned a lot. It seems that I should be more careful in the future. There are only two choices when facing such zombies. Either chop them into pieces, or punch them into a pulp. Mengsu nodded and glanced at the evolution gem. At present, I have 2 in my hand, which can add 2 breakthrough points. It's okay. Hide for a while. Mengsu exhaled, and then looked around. Those seemingly empty buildings seemed to hide some survivors. Mengsu adjusted his state, and was about to introduce himself to let these survivors come out and follow him. But suddenly, his smart IQ took over the high ground, and he thought of something. Oh no. I'm a bit like a villain now. Meng-Su suddenly realized, looking at himself who was splattered with blood, and the short blade stained with meat in his hand. He felt that speaking now would only backfire. So he gave up and decided to wait until he returned, and let the few employees in the company, who looked like human beings, come over to trick the survivors here, and let them come to work in his company, and work like slaves. Of course, it is ironic that, in the end times, being a slave seems to have become a compliment. Meng-Su shook his head, and then waved his hand casually. The 4 zombie employees, who were originally carrying Meng-Su's sedan chair, immediately understood, and decisively lifted the sedan chair to welcome the arrival of their chairman Meng-Su. Meng-Su handed the short blade to Jiang Xiaqiu, and praised, well maintained. Xiaqiu is the best at casually chopping special zombies above level 20. Hearing Meng-Su's praise, Jiang Xiaqiu, who was originally depressed, suddenly became a little shy. She stared with big eyes, blinking, and said, "Is it true?" "Really?" Meng-Su nodded seriously. His expression was very natural, and there was no trace of lying. After hearing what Meng-Su said, Jiang Xiaqiu was immediately happy. He jumped and took the short blade handed over by Meng-Su, and happily cleaned the meat on his short blade. Looking at Jiang Xiaqiu's happy look, Meng-Su couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of confidence. Although he spoke fluently, his intelligence still seemed to be behind. However, this short blade seemed to be very important to Xiaqiu, so he should be more careful when using it in the future. Meng-Su thought to himself, and at the same time, he felt that he should improve Jiang Xiaqiu's IQ, and perhaps set up a preschool class. After the celebration, I will discuss school matters with Lu Song. How can children not go to school? What is the most important thing at the end of the world? Talent is the most important. Mr. Ming has decided that the Peace Order Group will subsidize kindergartens, elementary schools, junior high schools, and universities, and establish Peace Order kindergarten/elementary schools/junior high schools/high schools/universities. No matter how hard life is, we cannot let children suffer. And no matter how poor we are, we cannot let education suffer. Meng-Su feels that if the children in the safe zone know that they can truly and systematically resume going to school and doing homework, they will be ecstatic and write hundreds of questions immediately. Meng-Su nodded, then shook off the blood on his hands, and then boarded the prepared carriage. "Get ready. Set off." Meng-Su calmly commanded the zombie employees around him, "March into that dormitory building." The leopard in Shunfeng Wildlife World was a bit off the track. There were many zombies around, so let the leopard run rampant for a while, and finish the task of inheriting 1 billion first. With 1 billion, Meng-Su directly combined the paper armor to let the zombie leopard see what technology changes destiny. If he doesn't learn, he will always be an uneducated leopard, and he will be destined to become the leopard print on the ant's skirt in the future. With this idea, the zombie army began to march. But this time, there was a little girl named Jiang Xiaqiu beside Meng-Su's carriage. "Oh, by the way, the third column should notify Lin Yi and ask them to come back and recruit the survivors here." Suddenly, Meng-Su thought of something and immediately took out the pen in his pocket, then found a piece of paper to write on, and began to write a paragraph, and handed it to the third column he mentioned before. As for why he carries a pen with him, this sentence is very strange. As a chairman, isn't it normal to carry a pen with him? It's just that other people's pens are filled with black ink, but Meng-Su's pen is filled with red ink. I don't know why. Is the zombie king gone? In an abandoned residential building, the survivor hiding in the closet was trembling. His whole body was soaked with sweat, and he couldn't help but breathe heavily, which made him feel a little fortunate. The zombie king really left. He stayed in the closet for a full hour. The survivor quietly walked out of the closet, and not long after, a thin little girl who looked extremely malnourished crawled out of the closet. "Dad, just now. Was it my brother and mom who came back?" "No." The survivor wiped the sweat off his face, then squatted down, and squeezed out a smile to the thin little girl. "We still have to play hide and seek. Mom and brother are out buying you princess clothes. You must be obedient." "Yeah." The little girl nodded. Looking at only 4 or 5 years old, she was quite sensible. It seems that she knows nothing, but in fact, she has understood a lot. "You continue to hide here. Don't be discovered. Dad will go to see the situation outside. Don't get caught," the survivor said with a smile, and at the same time nervously came to the window. secretly opened a corner of the dirty and blood-stained curtain, and looked outside. Mom? The blood on the curtain is Mom's blood. As for my brother, he is studying and hitching. And now there is chaos and war. And he has lost contact with him. He thinks his eldest son is dead. Alas. The survivor sighed in his heart. The Zombie King was really terrifying. Fortunately, the Zombie King seemed to be uninterested in this place. Instead, he killed the black zombies that had been in this area and frightened people. This made the survivor very happy. However, when the survivor opened a corner of the curtain, he suddenly found that there were many more soldiers wearing combat uniforms downstairs. The bulletproof vests had the words peace and order written on them. There were also steel guns and 3 modified bulletproof buses. Huh? Seeing this scene, the survivor was stunned. What is this situation, peaceful order? I have never heard of it. He felt a sense of vigilance in his heart and dared not relax. In the first month of the apocalypse, someone who claimed to be the chosen one pretended to be the armed forces, said that they wanted to build a harmonious and civilized apocalyptic environment and wanted to deceive them. At that time, I was very naive and really believed this nonsense. Fortunately, I was agile and I was able to crawl out of that hellhole with my daughter. This peaceful order is probably the same stuff. The survivor was very vigilant, holding his breath, trying not to be discovered. But just when he had this thought, he suddenly heard a crisp cough behind him. Huh? The survivor was shocked and turned around quickly, only to see a young man who seemed to have just reached adulthood standing in front of him, wearing a bulletproof vest and holding a very delicate rifle. Hello. I am the manager of Shanfeng branch of Peace Order Group. Are you Jiang Bomeo? Hearing that the other party even called out his name, Jiang Bomeo couldn't help but tremble, clenched his fists, and whispered, "It's me. Who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Jiang. Your son Jiang Shuilin is currently a K7 employee of our company, and his position is a production assistant in the mechanical laboratory of the head office. According to the company's instructions, we are here to rescue you, and we hope you will cooperate with our work. It is written in our list that your family members include your spouse Song Si and your daughter Jiang Shiqing. Are they still safe? If they are not at home, please write down the detailed address that may appear, and our employees will verify it." Chapter 251 Director Ming's Decision. Swish. As the vehicle was driving, strong wind blew through the car window glass, making a strange swish sound, which seemed to prove that the car had some air leakage. Jiang Bomeo sat on the seat, looking outside through the bulletproof glass. Everything was like a dream, and the whole person had a feeling of sudden enlightenment, as if he couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. Not only was his son fine, but after the end of the world, he joined a very powerful company, and this big company even had the strength to send people out to rescue the relatives of the company's employees? What a powerful company! For this, Jiang Bomeo could only describe his feelings at the moment with the word shocked. "Excuse me. Where are we going?" Jiang Bomeo held his little daughter's hand, calmed himself as much as possible, and whispered to a murderous soldier standing beside him. Although the other party reported his son's information correctly, Jiang Bomeo still had a strong sense of insecurity. He always felt that the plot was weird and should not be unfolded like this. The most important reason was, Jiang Bomeo thought that the safe zone was not able to launch a rescue in time. So how could a small company rescue its employees' families so quickly? The soldier ignored Jiang Bomeo's intentions and just stood guard quietly. After all, the person he was asking was a member of the terrorist mobile team who was unlikely to speak. Jiang Bomeo could only feel the murderous aura on the other person, and had an ominous premonition in his heart. At this moment, an employee with a gun came over and said to Jiang Bomeo, "We are now heading to the building of Shanfeng branch, which is the former headquarters building of Jianshan Group. Jianshan Group has been acquired by our company. Shanfeng Jianshan Group is now the Shanfeng branch of Peace Order Group. The chairman is presiding over the work in Shanfeng, actively rescuing local survivors, former employees of Jianshan Group, and trying to get in touch with Shanfeng Security Zone for common development." The gunman was not Lin Yi, but a member of the first special operations team brought by Lin Yi. He was obviously in good spirits. As for anything else, you don't need to worry. Chairman Ming said that Shanfeng branch and the head office will have rotating positions, and you can join us at that time. Go back. I met Jiang Shuilin in the cafeteria of the head office. He was a rather dull young man, following behind Academician Hua. He seemed to be trained by Academician Hua as a disciple. Haha. I didn't expect his father to be so powerful, able to survive for such a long time in the apocalypse. The armed employee said casually, to be honest. When we went to your house to look for you before, your house was empty. We thought you were dead. We planned to try our luck after establishing the Shunfeng system. Unexpectedly, Chairman Ming passed by here in advance and found your situation. He cleared the danger here again and saved you. You were lucky. After hearing the words of the armed employee, Jiang Bomeo felt a little complicated. He didn't know what to say for a moment. He just sighed and didn't say anything. It's just his words about the employee, still a little puzzled. Chairman Ming, after here, discover yourself? What is the matter? Why don't I know it at all? Jiang Bomeo's face puzzled, after all. In his impression, except for the Black Zombie and Zombie King, no one else passed by. Jiang Bomeo thought so. Then there is only one possibility. That is, this Chairman Ming is a top sneak master, so I didn't see him at all. Ah. Thinking of this, Jiang Bomeo sighed sincerely, and felt that Chairman Ming was really amazing, and had the ability to turn the world around. No wonder he could build such a powerful company in the end times. It seems that his son has really found a good home. For a moment, Jiang Bomeo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, sweeping away the haze of more than 2 months. Daughter Jiang Shiqing sat next to her father very obediently, holding a lollipop in her mouth, curiously staring at the world outside the window. Looking quite cute. The lollipop was given to her by Lin Yi, and the scene outside the window was full of disemboweled corpses and blood splattered on the wall. However, Jiang Shiqing did not seem to react much to these scenes, and felt quite accustomed to them. It can only be said that the impact brought to everyone by the end of the world is enough to change everything. As the vehicle moved forward, there were fewer and fewer zombies in front, and the road became cleaner and cleaner. Soon, a scene that shocked Jiang Bomeo and puzzled him appeared. Through the car window, Jiang Bomeo actually saw a lot of zombies cleaning. Ah? What is this operation? Jiang Bomeo was confused. The zombies in front of him were constantly carrying some abandoned vehicles to the roadside, not letting these vehicles block the road, and also killing all the wandering zombies. And these abandoned vehicles were not abandoned, but were methodically pasted with paper strips by these zombies? Seeing this scene, Jiang Bomeo was extremely shocked. He never expected that there is such an operation. So, this peace order group can manipulate zombies? Then, Jiang Bomeo took a deep breath, and an idea came to his mind. The person he thought was the Zombie King before. Could it be Chairman Ming? Jiang Bomeo was shocked. As for the abnormal behavior of zombies, the company didn't want it. But a car actually has a lot of resources, and it would be a pity to throw it away. It would be better to take it back and reuse the resources. As for why we didn't use a forklift or something like that, wouldn't that waste fuel? Anyway, we have this free labor, so it's a waste if we don't use it. Zombies have strength all over their bodies, and they have exceeded the limits of the human body. If we don't use it, wouldn't it be a big loss? While Jiang Bomeo was shocked, others didn't seem to react. There were not only Jiang Bomeo and his daughter in the car, but also 7 or 8 survivors who were rescued with him. It's just that their mental state seemed a little bad, so the company was still quite cautious about it, and would not hire them casually, but would make other decisions after a certain mental assessment. In this regard, the Peace Order Group does have some experience. However, this experience is not learned from personal experience, but obtained through the Heqing City Safety Zone. In the end-time environment, not everyone is mentally stable. Some people witnessed their relatives die tragically in front of them, and some even killed their relatives, who turned into zombies with their own hands. They suffered a major mental blow. Therefore, after being rescued by the safety zone, some people will become psychologically distorted, and some ideas such as "why are you okay?" will be born, and they will start to retaliate against society at all costs. Therefore, a certain mental assessment is required. Although the Peace Order Group's recruitment in Shunfeng branch is relatively simple, anyone who is willing to work can join the branch. But the company will not recruit survivors with unstable mental health. As for the survivors who did not join the Peace Order Group, what should they do? This is the importance of the safe zone. The Peace Order Group does not want to bear too much burden, so it can only cooperate with the safe zone. It's just a pity that the Shunfeng safe zone has been broken long ago. There may be some remnants in various places, but it can't be formed as the chairman of the Peace Order Group. Meng Xiumeng expects. Lenny sat in the driver's seat. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings. His mind was in a state of uncertainty, fearing that there would be a madman among these survivors. After all, no one knew what would happen. Have you contacted the safe zone? Lenny shook his head, and after trying to sober himself up, he said to another armed employee who came with him, "We made such a big noise. Except for the zombies. Didn't we get in touch with any Shunfeng safe zone team?" "Yes, Captain Lin." The armed employee nodded, and said to Lin E, "During this period, we received 4 radio transmissions, 3 of which questioned our identity, and only 1 expressed goodwill, but was also very vigilant, and did not contact us directly. Forget it. We are not recruiting them. So if there is no contact, then there is no contact." Lenny shook his head, and casually took out the map of Shunfeng City. After looking at the map, he drew a circle and spoke. He said, "What do you think? How about planning this community as a temporary safety zone? This place is very close to our company building, and we have enough manpower now. Even if there is a zombie tide, we should be able to resist it perfectly." The armed employee hesitated for a moment, and said to Lin E, "Captain Lin, I think it's a good idea, but now that Director Ming is here, I think we can ask Director Ming for instructions." "You make sense, but Director Ming should agree to this application." Lin E nodded. He almost forgot that Ming Su came to Shunfeng, and then he said curiously, "I don't know what Director Ming is doing now. Director Ming has killed his way through, leaving many survivors for us to take away, and we don't have enough cars." Lin E now has some happy troubles. When he and Wen Yuan first came to Shunfeng, they had a very hard time. Although there were many people, they did not dare to take action when they encountered a large group of zombies. They had to take a detour, and they did not dare to shoot unless they had no choice. After all, once the gunshot was heard, everyone would understand. Even if the silencer was equipped, it would still make a crisp sound. As a result, their rescue plan was not smooth, and it took such a long time to barely recapture the headquarters of Jianshan Group. But now it is different. With Mr. Ming, Qi Tian has arrived. With Mr. Ming, Shunfeng is peaceful. Good guy, there are hundreds of zombie employees on the road. What zombie tide? With Mr. Ming's order, there is no need to even do anything. Just rush through, let the zombies feel the strength of the zombie tide. And Mr. Ming himself is even more amazing. One person can kill through a zombie tide of tens of thousands of zombies. I can only say, if I had known it would be so easy, only a fool would fight on his own. Following Mr. Ming, you will have to eat 9 meals in 3 days. The only thing Lin Yi is worried about now is where Mr. Ming is killed again, and whether he can go back to refuel and come back to pick up the new survivors rescued by Mr. Ming. Roar! Hiss! In a factory dormitory in a peaceful suburb, the zombies were roaring and fighting. But the scene was very strange. It would be fine if 2 groups of zombies were fighting each other, but what was very strange was that, at the moment when the 2 groups of zombies clashed, one of them suddenly seemed to be controlled, and suddenly turned its gun around, and continued to kill its original teammate, and then it went on and on. This led to the 2 sides joining forces, and the number of zombies increased, and there were already 600 or 700 of them. Of course, all of this, all originated from Ming Su. Huh. Ming Su yawned on the Dharma carriage. The strong mental power allowed Ming Su to control the zombies of the former Jianshan group that originally belonged to him from dozens of meters away, making them his employees. But after controlling more than 300 zombies in one breath, Ming Su felt a headache. Through this, Ming Su seemed to understand that his limit of controlling zombies was more than 300. Of course, this was the control in one breath. I will be able to slowly release these controls later. And these zombies will obey my command, because they have become employees. Isn't it normal for employees to listen to their bosses? In this way, there are only 153 people left, and Jianshan Group's mission is completed. Ming Su smiled. I thought that 1.8 billion was difficult, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. This employee dormitory was just as Ming Su expected. There was no living person, and they all turned into zombies. Maybe there were some living people, but they had escaped long ago, so there were only a group of zombies left here. But for Ming Su, it doesn't matter. Sooner or later, he will be in his hands anyway. The only question now is, should I go back to Hiching City first and ask Hiching Safety Zone to send a special team? Or should I kill the leopard in one go? Ming Su casually commanded the zombie employees to attack, while thinking in his heart what choice he should make. After thinking for a while, Ming Su felt that it would be better to bring the safety zone into the game. After all, Only by bringing Lu Song in can he get his pension reimbursed. Otherwise, although Meng Su can afford the money now, he still hopes to make some money. Moreover, when the safe zone comes, I can also immediately reorganize the broken and damaged safe zones in Shunfeng City, let them become loyal partners of the branch company, and settle the survivors. At the same time, I also have the opportunity to return to the head office to put the military factory away, let the mechanical laboratory relax. That place is not a place for mass production of firearms. By the way, I can see how the movie is made, and see if I can play a cameo role. After all, the image of our Lao Ming is also a famous handsome young man in the surrounding area, a positive character. Oh, right. Aren't there 2 more artists? Why haven't they come yet? After thinking for a while, Meng Su made this decision. As for the zombie leopard, let him live a little longer. Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel that his decision was perfect. He waved his hand and said to the zombie employees around him, "Return." Chapter 252 Zombies carry coffins. Director Ming returns to camp. Carry corpses, return the tide. Accompanied by Meng Su's order, the huge zombie tide immediately changed direction, and immediately returned the tide. The corpse movers responsible for carrying Meng Su's sedan chair immediately began to move, carrying the sedan chair for Meng Su, and moving forward in a mighty manner. On the way, people who stand in the way will be killed, Buddhas who stand in the way will be killed, corpses who stand in the way will be killed. All enemies who stand in the way of the zombie tide are torn to pieces. Huh. Meng Su yawned. Looking at the scene around him, he felt very bored. Employees of your company. Employees of your company. Looking at the few messages in small gold letters that occasionally appeared in the list, Meng Su just glanced at them casually and turned the page. Most of them were about zombie employees of the branch company who died in the battle, and they paid 300,000 yuan in compensation. There was no way. The number of zombie employees had exceeded 1,000, and although Meng Su had a high spirit value, it was impossible for him to be good at everything, so naturally some of the dead would die that Meng Su did not notice. But for Chairman Ming's great cause, it's not a big deal. This mere 800,000 yuan was very difficult for Meng Su in the early stage of his business. But for Meng Su now, it can be said to be a drizzle. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from the front, as if some mutant zombies encountered a tide of zombies and began to kill. Meng Su frowned. But before Meng Su could speak, a flash of lightning stepped on the heads of the zombies around Meng Su and killed the mutant zombie. Sizzle! Plop! Several sounds sounded, as if something was torn into pieces, and the next second, the lightning that had rushed out had returned to Meng Su's side, with blood dripping from his hands, holding an evolution crystal, without a word. The person who came was Meng Xuanpeng. Good dog, no good tiger. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, looking at the group's fierce tiger, very satisfied, very good, very good. After that, Meng Su took the evolution crystal, and then threw it casually, throwing it into the zombie group around, and was immediately caught by a zombie, and then refined it in an instant, and swallowed it in an instant. Immediately, accompanied by a twitch, Meng Su had a new mutant zombie under his command. Not bad. Keep him. And join the violent terrorist mobile team of Shunfeng branch. Meng Su nodded, indicating his approval, and said, when we return to the branch building, let him come to me to get the uniform. I'm afraid I'll forget it. Got it. Jiang Xiaoqiu, who was sitting next to Meng Su in the imperial carriage, immediately said that she had received it, and she seriously acted as a temporary secretary. She watched in Qiuyu for a long time, and learned a lot. Meng Su nodded, and Meng Xuanpeng also showed a hideous, terrifying smile because of the reward. The zombies continued to advance, but as the zombies advanced, the carriage also made a series of squeaky sounds. Meng Su's eyes were like torches, and he immediately realized something. He decisively grabbed Jiang Xiaoqiu's white wrist, and then jumped. The zombie employees around him were also taken over by Meng Su in an instant, revealing a clearing, allowing Meng Su and Jiang Xiaoqiu to land smoothly. Soon after Meng Su landed, the Dharma carriage was overwhelmed, collapsed, and turned into a piece of sawdust. Looking at the broken Dharma carriage and the zombies carrying it covered in sawdust, he shook his head and said, "It seems that this temporary Dharma carriage is unreliable. This Dharma carriage was not brought by Meng Su from Heqing City, but was temporarily assembled. After such a long journey, it was naturally unusable. What is around?" Meng Su looked around. thinking about what could replace the Dharma carriage. It's not that Meng Su is spoiled and must ride in a judicial carriage, but because there are too many zombie employees now. Meng Su needs to find a movable high ground to have an overview and command the overall situation. After all, he needs to fire more dying employees. Although Meng Su often misses things when sitting in the judicial carriage, it is better to miss something than to miss everything. Meng Su looked worried and looked around. There was basically nothing around. This place was on a highway, and there were almost no buildings around. However, when he looked around, Meng Su suddenly saw a funeral home within his sight. Huh? Meng Su thought for a moment. His expression seemed a little gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind, and began to command the zombies around him. Go, find an object that can carry me, and let's go. It didn't matter what the object was. As long as it could meet Meng Su's conditions, and become a temporary command post, it would be enough. After a while, Meng Su saw a dozen zombies, carrying something that made Meng Su's eyes go dark. Fuck, how did you carry someone's coffin here? Meng Su was stunned, feeling extremely surprised. Is this first-hand or second-hand? This thing made Meng Su, a spirited young man who was too spirited, feel very spirited. Forget it, those who achieve great things don't care about small details. Meng Su shook his head. After seeing the marks that seemed to be first-hand, he continued, come on, carry the coffin, let's go. Are there any black people? Find 4 black zombies to carry it. If not, find 4 black-skinned ones, and temporarily fill in. Peace Order Group, Shunfeng Branch Building, former Jianshan Group Headquarters Building. Survivors around are constantly gathering here. News will spread. As long as a few survivors are rescued, it will spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and eventually explode half of Shunfeng City. Therefore, this place has become a gathering place for many survivors. And the chosen ones, who everyone was worried about, did not appear here. After all, for other survivors, the existence of these chosen ones is really abominable. As for why the chosen ones did not appear here, the reason is naturally very simple. They have been wiped out by Meng Su. In a short period of time, the chosen ones of Nanjiang Province are no longer able to organize new personnel to enter Shunfeng City. Under such circumstances, Shunfeng Branch has become more prosperous. Jiang Bomeo has been here for half a day. After settling his daughter, he wandered around here. Strictly speaking, new survivors or new employees are not allowed to wander around outside the specified time. After all, their identities have not been identified and something may happen. So they must be isolated. But for Jiang Bomeo, the family of an old employee of the head office, there are naturally certain privileges, and there is no need to be isolated. There is no worry that he will be ruined by Jiang Bomeo. Jiang Bomeo still felt daunted by the surroundings. Those ferocious zombies were constantly working, moving cars, or building defense lines. Jiang Bomeo was really terrified and his hands and feet were cold. Jiang Bomeo only had a daughter before, so he could only be fearless and fight his way out. But Jiang Bomeo is different now. He has new hope. Seeing these working zombies, he immediately showed some incredible and very vigilant eyes. He was very worried that these zombies would suddenly go crazy and start attacking the survivors around them. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Bomeo was worried and thinking. But he suddenly heard a gentle voice. Jiang Bomeo looked back and saw a man who looked very kind. This man had a scholarly air, but also had a leader's temperament. However, Jiang Bomeo found him familiar. After thinking carefully for a while, he said hesitantly, "Are you, Mr. Wen?" "It's me." Wen Yuan smiled slightly and said to Jiang Bomeo, "Mr. Jiang, are you worried about the zombie colleagues around you?" Jiang Bomeo nodded first, but then he was extremely surprised. "Colleagues? Chairman Meng is the world's #1 extraordinary person, and his mental power is unprecedented. Therefore, it is not uncommon for our company to have zombie employees." Wen Yuan said easily and confidently, "For these zombie colleagues, they just look ferocious, but they will not attack us." Jiang Bomeo's face was full of disbelief. Seeing Jiang Bomeo's expression, Wen Yuan couldn't help but smile, and immediately began to talk about Meng Su's situation. From beginning to end, from rough to detailed, Wen Yuan told Jiang Bomeo almost all of his thoughts. And his praise for Meng Su in his words was as endless as the Yellow River. And Jiang Bomeo was a little stunned. What the hell is this? Where did it go? Is this still the same time and space? Why do I feel that Mr. Wen is talking about the Monkey King? Jiang Bomeo was very surprised. according to Wen Yuan's description. Although Meng Su didn't seem like a good person. He usually went out with zombies, and would break people's brains at any time. But he was sincere to many people's physical level. And he was not a bad person at all. Jiang Bomeo also gradually believed this. After all, what he said made sense. After all, Meng Su was indeed a legendary person. In the end times, he established such a company with extremely powerful means. From Huqing to Shumfeng, such a strong man did not survive alone, but led everyone to survive together. Naturally, he was a hero. Jiang Bomeo nodded seriously. Just when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw a group of zombies appearing not far away. A zombie tide. A zombie tide. In an instant, Jiang Bomeo was shocked. Wen Yuan also noticed the zombie tide not far away, and his spirit became serious in an instant. But he soon relaxed and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Chairman Meng is back. All around, there are zombies controlled by Chairman Meng." All? Jiang Bomeo couldn't help but feel very frightened. He looked at the zombie tide in shock. There should be nearly 1,000 zombies. Right? Chairman Meng is too powerful. That's right. Wen Yuan chuckled and said. And Jiang Bomeo was now looking forward to seeing Chairman Meng's style. Although he had seen Chairman Meng from a distance before. For Jiang Bomeo, Chairman Meng was the zombie king in his mind at that time. And he did not dare to look at him anymore. Nor did he have time to take a closer look. Now was the first time he had met Chairman Meng Su properly. And Jiang Bomeo was naturally very much looking forward to it. However, soon, he saw a coffin pass by zombies in the zombie tide? It was a coffin. That's right. After seeing the coffin, Jiang Bomeo didn't know what to say for a moment. But soon, he found that there seemed to be a figure sitting in the coffin. The man was covered in dried blood. His eyes were indifferent. His expression was very calm. And his every move would drive the zombies crazy. This is Chairman Meng? Jiang Bomeo was terrified. What Chairman Meng said was even more terrifying than what President Wen mentioned before. Jiang Bomeo could still barely stand, while the other new survivors were now frightened to the point of weakness. After all, when Meng Su marched, it really looked like a zombie tide. Everyone, listen to my orders now, and be under the command of Li Xiang. Use them for attacking. After arriving at the building, Meng Su waved his hand casually, letting the zombies wander outside the defense area to block all invading enemies. He himself, along with Jiang Xiaqiu and Meng Xuanpeng, entered the branch building. Director Meng, Mr. Meng, Wen Yuan, Lin Yi and several middle-level leaders of the branch appointed by them came over and saluted Meng Su respectfully. At the same time, they were also shocked by the zombie craze that Meng Su had set off. They had seen some superpowers with the ability to control zombies before, but they could only control 3 or 4, no more than 10 at most. And Director Meng, almost 1,000. Horrible, horrible. Director Meng, I have a suggestion. Lin Yi saw the right time and was about to say something, but he saw Meng Su waved his hand and said, "No need to propose. You are responsible for the affairs of the branch. If something goes wrong, I will directly hold you, and when you are accountable, you can do it yourself. For the group, you are the princes of a region, the frontier officials." Hearing Meng Su's words, Lin Yi was stunned in an instant, and soon, he was moved beyond words. I was so touched. Mr. Meng actually believed in me so much. Meng Su didn't want to waste too much time at this moment, but said immediately, Okay, let's talk about it later. I have to go back to the head office first to count the list. I will take half of the head office employees away and rotate them back. After I return to Huqing, I will discuss with General Secretary Lu Song and bring a group of people from the safety zone to rebuild a safety zone in Shumfeng City. At that time, the other half of the employees will also rotate. Of course, Lin Yi, if you want to go back, you can also say hello. If you want to meet my own sister, you and your sister both agree, I will bring her back to you next time. Meng Su said, and at the same time, one more thing, there is a zombie leopard in this area. Stay away from it as much as possible, don't provoke him. All the employees nodded immediately, and soon Meng Su suddenly thought of something. Oh, right. Wen Yuan, don't you have relatives here? Have you found your relatives? If not, you can ask Li Xiang to lead the team to check it out. After that, Meng Su looked at Wen Yuan with concern. Wen Yuan saw this inside, then said humbly, Mr. Meng, I have received the news that my uncle has passed away. I won't bother the company's human resources. My condolences. Meng-su also sighed. And then said, if there is nothing else, count the people. I will leave at noon. I will be back in 3 days. And by then, the company will completely clean up this area. Chapter 253. Our Meng family started with peas. The journey home was a happy one. Every employee in Meng-su's car felt extremely happy and comfortable. Even the music played by Optimus Prime had a cheerful feeling. Yes, it's time to go home. Who would not be happy? Facing this situation, Meng-su was naturally more relaxed and carefree. He let Optimus Prime drive automatically, and he integrated the current tasks to see if there were any tasks that he had forgotten. The unfinished tasks are inheriting the 1.08 billion of Jianshan Group. The legendary road continues. Make money, find girls, buy a house. Meet the leopard in Shunfeng City. This is the snow leopard. Be famous in Nanjiang Province. Open a film company, make movies. For now, there are only these tasks. Most of the other tasks have been completed by Meng-su. Perhaps it can be said that they were completed by Meng-su in a confused manner. For example, the search for the little girl. It's strange that Meng-su did not receive the system's prohibition of employing child labor prompt, but this task was still completed, and I don't know what happened. The 5 tasks seem very complicated. But in summary, there are actually many overlaps. For example, the road to legend and inheriting 1 billion. The tasks of these two are exactly the same. And making money to buy a house and becoming famous in Nanjiang Province can also be done at the same time. In this way, it can be roughly said to be a rescue mission, a construction mission, and a combat mission. Of course, the system naturally has another set of explanations, but it is not a big problem. It seems that it is still relatively simple. Meng-su nodded with satisfaction. He has begun to enjoy his current life in the end times. The system really didn't lie. This is a perfect life. Invincible in the apocalypse. How? Those so-called special zombies, zombie animals, superpowers, and the chosen ones, their own training strengths are too superficial. It's better to use the system to add a little bit to enrich it. In this way, the winner is immediately judged. Meng-su's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't help but take his hands off the steering wheel, and after turning on the automatic driving, he comfortably posed as I am the boss of the whole Nanjiang. Arrogant! But this time when we return to the celebration, there are many things to do. First, I have to find Lu Song and tell him about Shunfeng. He doesn't need to invest too much. Just find a few smart and capable people to contact Shunfeng's original safe zone. Meng-su thought to himself, and also decided to go and see the filming of the movie and the company's business situation. The military factory must also be set up, as well as the 10 intelligent weapons Red Heart. Meng-su didn't know what this intelligent weapon was yet. However, as the saying goes, a glimpse of the whole picture reveals a small part. Hearing the name, Meng-su could probably understand what kind of firearms it was, so he was mentally prepared. This time, Meng-su planned to equip this batch of intelligent weapons to the top human warrior team. It should be able to burst out different abilities. Right? Meng-su thought so in his heart. Take a step back, at least it is much stronger than before. At least, the combat effectiveness will be strengthened, and the company can be protected more vigorously. Meng-su thought so in his heart. And his smile became more brilliant and dazzling. Facing Meng-su's sudden smile, Jiang Xiaqiu on the side just looked at Meng-su with a gentle gaze, while Optimus Prime just drove seriously. This made Jiang Bomeo, Jiang Shiqing and Zhang Wenjiao, the deputy captain of the first action team, who were sent back by the way, feel uneasy. They wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask, and wanted to be afraid, but didn't dare to be afraid. Although everyone knew that Chairman Meng was a good person. This was just like the zombie colleagues in the group. Although they were good, they were still scary to look at. Chairman Meng's madness was well known far and wide, and they didn't dare to ask questions. Meng-su was very satisfied, and everyone was relieved. Just like that, under the extraordinary driving skills of Optimus Prime, they drove all the way to Heqing City. The vehicle drove smoothly. In just 3.5 hours, Meng-su had passed the highway from Shunfeng City and arrived at the highway near Heqing City. The speed was about the same as before the end of the world. But there was no other way. For various reasons, many places were not accessible. I still have to talk to Lu Song later and ask them to restore traffic first. Otherwise it will be very annoying. In the border area of Heqing City, Meng-su could already see some station soldiers and the sound of gunfire. He even saw that the violent terrorist mobile team under his company was leading dozens of employees of the local cleaning team to start the mission. The corpse in the lead was Sherwaning. Meng Su was quite satisfied with this. Although Sherwaning was a hardcore animal before, she was quite capable after becoming a zombie. No wonder the company's assets have been rising, thanks to the ground cleaning team, who are working hard to burn themselves and light up the company. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction and decided not to disturb Sherwaning and the others, so as not to delay their burning themselves because of his arrival. If Sherwaning died with him, would he be able to get more pension? After all, on the surface, Sherwaning is a middle-level manager of the company. A superpower, Meng Su thought to himself, but soon realized that something was wrong. No, she can't die, at least not outside my sight. She is a middle-level manager in the company. As far as the current situation is concerned, there is no one who is 2 levels higher than her when going out to perform tasks. She cannot be fired. If such a middle-level manager dies, Meng Su dare not think about how much money he will have to pay. Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but take a breath. It seems that we have to start a wave of training for these middle and senior managers in the company in the future. Meng Su thought to himself, to be able to get to the middle and senior levels in the company, I believe that they have a certain amount of wisdom. So, when they are performing tasks outside, Meng Su feels it is necessary to let them solve their own job problems. What's the problem? I just feel that before I die, I insist on persisting and voluntarily resign. If I don't die afterwards, Meng Su promised that I will be reinstated when I return to the company. After thinking for a while, Meng Su felt that this was a bit too unhuman. Forget it, I'll die if I die. The company doesn't need this little money. Meng Su sighed. Reason overcame greed. I thought it was better not to do such inhumane operations. Capitalists can be inhumane, but I am not a capitalist. I am just an entrepreneur who likes money a little bit. Shaking his head, Meng Su cheered up and left quietly without disturbing the employees who were working. In the system panel, Meng Su also saw the word Sherwaning, manager of the 3rd floor cleaning department of the Order Guard Company. Fired employee XXX. Okay, as long as there is profit. The vehicle drove. In the back seat, Jiang Bomeo and Zhang Wenjiao were a little weak, helpless, and pitiful. Of course, they couldn't hear Meng Su's inner thoughts, but they could feel Meng Su's sometimes cold and sometimes warm aura. When it comes to a life existence at the level of Meng Su, the momentum that is inadvertently revealed is enough to make people feel different. Zhang Wenjiao is not so bad. Before the end of the world, he was a retired soldier who had just been discharged from the army, and his figure was still good. His parents funded a veteran barbecue. Later, when the end of the world came, he came to Meng Su and joined the Order Guard. He fought all the way and got the rank of deputy team leader. He also received Meng Su's gift before and was promoted to a body-enhancing superpower. Therefore, for Meng Su's change, he only felt terrified and did not have any other feedback. But Jiang Bomeo is an ordinary person. He is now unconscious. Where have I come from? Following Chairman Ming, I feel that it would be better for me to continue to face the zombies. Just as I was thinking wildly, the vehicle was driving the scene along the way, but Jiang Bomeo's mood gradually stabilized. As he went deeper into Hiching City, Jiang Bomeo's expression gradually changed from stable to astonished, and his mood fluctuated more. Not only Jiang Bomeo, even Zhang Wenjiao was very astonished. After passing the temporary inspection post, the sun gradually shone in the buildings on both sides of the street. After experiencing the baptism of the end of the world, still had scars. But the repaired scaffolding and the gradually emerging green plants really made Jiang Bomeo feel unreal. Several soldiers in uniform were patrolling the street. Their eyes were firm and powerful, and their weapons were tightly grasped, which was not only a defense against the remaining threats, but also a protection for the new order. From time to time, children's laughter came from the temporary playground at the corner, which was crisp and pleasant, as if it directly pierced into the long-lost peace. Traffic gradually began to flow in an orderly manner. The abandoned vehicles had been cleared. Some buses occasionally passed by on the road, with survivors rescued from dangerous areas on them. Most of the survivors no longer had panic on their faces, but were full of determination and courage, as if they were ready to face every new day. Seeing these scenes in front of him, Jiang Bomeo couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart. The desolation and despair of the past were erased bit by bit. He knew that this was not only the revival of a city, but also the victory of humanity and hope. Peace has been established in Hiching City. Then the good days of Nanjiang Province will not be far away. A line of tears flowed down Jiang Bomeo's eyes involuntarily. When Jiang Shiqing saw her father crying, she immediately said like a little adult, "Dad, don't cry." Then, she took out a pack of tissues from somewhere and wanted to wipe Jiang Bomeo's tears. Seeing this, Jiang Bomeo's tears flowed down involuntarily, and he broke down in tears. Zhang Wenjiao was also in a dream and felt very excited. When he left, the road was muddy and rugged, and there were zombies everywhere. Now, the zombies have been cleared. The city has slowly regained its former vitality, which is the meaning of his joining the Order Guard. Zhang Wenjiao felt very ashamed for not responding to the call of the safe zone to join the emergency corps in the first place. But at the most dangerous time, it was the company that accepted him. And he would not learn the behavior of the three surnamed servant and abandon the company now. The passengers in the car were so excited that they were speechless. While Meng Su looked around calmly and nodded with satisfaction, as long as Lu Song can send a talent who can make everything in order, Shanfeng City can also be taken. After taking Shanfeng City, Zhangde City, which is sandwiched in the middle, will be even more in our hands. To be honest, although Wen Yuan became the general manager of the branch company, but Meng Su felt that he seemed more suitable for land planning, and knew nothing about management. He needed the safety zone to cooperate. After shaking his head, the vehicle drove and soon arrived at the company building. Zhang Wenjiao was not excited this time, because he recognized the company building, a place full of legends. Jiang Bomeo was very surprised. The little girl Jiang Shiqing also widened her eyes, pointed at the scene outside the window, and said curiously, "Why are there so many peas here? They are chubby, and there seems to be something different." Jiang Bomeo quickly grabbed Jiang Shiqing's arm, signaling Jiang Shiqing not to speak casually. Meng Su, on the other hand, didn't care much. He said kindly, "These peas are the secret weapons to protect the company." Speaking of peas, Meng Su was also filled with emotion. The pea shooter seemed to have been put into use. He could also discuss the purchase plan of the pea shooter with Lu Song. He could think of a way to sell the pea shooter to Lu Song. But it was a coincidence that peas and their Ming family had a good relationship. The Ming family could always make a big business through peas. What? You asked what the relationship between Meng Su's family and peas was before? Meng Su's family really had no relationship, but all the people with the surname Meng in the world are from the same family except Meng Xuanping. So, haven't you heard of the famous person in the old Ming family, Mr. Mindel? Plant hybridization experiment, very famous. As soon as the car stopped at the company gate, Meng Su saw in Qiuyu, Qi Liao, Zhang Lunping and other company executives coming downstairs to greet Meng Su. The technical level is different. Since Meng Su came into contact with the sentry in the safety zone notified the company's senior executives of the chairman's return, so they greeted him in time. For this meeting with Meng Su, and Qiuyu has something important to announce. It is related to the overall framework of the company. The previous company's system was chaotic. Managers, directors, and general managers were all very chaotic. They were almost used as they were. Moreover, there was no complete system for employee promotion. Based on her experience, and Qiuyu compiled a detailed company system. If Meng Su is satisfied, he can adopt it directly. The company's leadership includes 13 levels, including president and vice president general manager, president and vice director, senior manager, president and vice manager, president and vice supervisor, and president and vice team leader. Above the director level, they are senior managers, and the rest are middle managers. Employees are restricted according to X1, X6, while deputy team leaders are X7, team leaders are X8, and so on. The president is X19. As for technical positions, they are not involved in the leadership level. With M as the level, they are also divided into 19 levels from M1 to M19, with equal status. The administrative position is Su, and the technical position is Ming. Together, it is Meng Su. I believe Mr. Ming should be very satisfied. And Qiuyu thought in his heart. And at this moment, Optimus Prime has stopped. Meng Su jumped out of the car and looked into Qiuyu's eyes. And Qiuyu was about to say something. But Meng Su looked around and said curiously, "Qiuyu, has that so-and-so, what's his name? That male star, made a movie? Where is it being filmed? Take me to see it." Meng Su is very interested in making movies. When Qiuyu heard Meng Su's words, her thoughts were disrupted. But it doesn't matter. She is already a mature company president. And Xiaoyu took a deep breath, blinked, and immediately came to Meng Su, exhaling, in the safe zone. But if Mr. Meng is interested in this, Xiaoyu, I also know a little about filming techniques. How about shooting a movie for Mr. Meng with you as the protagonist? Oh, I can also be the male protagonist? Chapter 254. Director Meng has already decided, you will devote yourself to art. All departments get ready. Camera on, recording on. Plant Man vs. Zombie Monster. 1 Scene 2 takes 4th time. 3, 2, 1. In a ruined building, the director excitedly held up a loudspeaker, looking at the camera and monitor in front of him, and then looked at Qin Baochuan, a well-known screen face in front of him, and he was filled with emotion. Tell me, I am a junior student at the Film Academy. How did I have the opportunity to lead the shooting of the first film after the end of the world? The director is a student of the Film Academy, and there are few professionals in lighting, camera, and makeup. Most of them are people working in this industry. For example, the cameraman goes to various ancient villages to take photos of people in ancient costumes. The makeup artist is from a Hanfu rental store, and the lighting and camera are from the photo studio, and they are directly brought in by the city TV station. As for the actors, except Qin Baochuan, there were only a few extras who had been drifting in Hengyang, who had been extras, and a few hosts who were rescued from the city TV station. The whole thing was a makeshift team. But there was no other way. The conditions were difficult, so we had to make do with the shooting. Heching City was not a big city to begin with. It had been glorious in history, but now it is just a singing girl. The actors either lived in big cities like Shanghai, the imperial capital, Yangcheng, or followed the crew, visiting various scenic spots, or at the very least, they were in second-tier cities, such as nearby Shenfeng, Wuyong, and so on, who would choose to live in Heching. So we can only make do with what we have. The conditions are tough, and everyone is trying hard. Qin Baochuan performed with all his strength. While looking at the surroundings, his eyes were full of wonder. He really didn't expect that. The current environment in Heching is so good. Although, there are still some areas that have not been cleaned up, and it is still a little worse than before the end of the world, but in the environment of the end of the world, this place is more dazzling than the Magic City. I must make a good movie, to repay Chairman Meng, to repay the company, to repay the safe zone. Qin Baochuan's eyes were firm, thinking so in his heart. After all, he didn't have any other skills, so he could only do this. To use the film to inspire people. Around the filming site, there were many soldiers with real guns and ammunition, standing guard everywhere to prevent the crew from being attacked by zombies that were not completely cleared. Although this area has been marked as a safe area, zombies will move, and there will always be some missed zombies, such as those hiding in the sewers, and those that appear due to some unexpected reasons. Fortunately, the Peace Order group has contracted the sewer zombie cleaning work, and there are special teams going to the sewers to clean up the zombies that may remain there. So the number of zombies remaining in the safe area is getting fewer and fewer. But for the sake of insurance, there is naturally a team responsible for protecting the filming crew. This is not a privilege. After all, the real meaning of the film is to ease people's hearts and inspire survivors in the end-of-the-world environment. The currently filmed Plant Man vs. Zombie Monster is such a movie. The plot is adapted by Shen Xiaoxiao, the chief war correspondent of the Peace Order Group's Order Guard Security Company. Based on a true story, it tells the story of an ordinary middle-aged social animal played by Qin Baochuan, who awakens plant-related supernatural powers in the end of the world, and brings his daughter played by Zhang Wenqi to help others and help the safe zone. The story of the Peace Order Group's recovery of fucking city. The final villain of the movie is a huge zombie monster composed of thousands of zombies. The final result is a family-friendly movie. How to say it? A popcorn movie without much substance, just a simple brainless long out-yin. In this regard, the original director sneered, thinking that the plot was too ridiculous. How could someone kill a whole group of zombies with only one gun and one horse? Adaptation is not random editing, and parody is not nonsense. He felt that something artistic should be filmed, so he immediately raised objections, and made comments on the unreasonable parts. As a result, after a phone call between President and of the Peace Order Group and General Committee member Liu of the Security Zone, the two sides reached an agreement, and he was fired. The director was replaced by a local film school student, who had excellent academic performance, and was ranked among the top. After all, the true story part of this is part of Chairman Meng Shumeng's experience. This person actually dared to say that Chairman Ming's experience was nonsense. If he doesn't leave, who will leave? In short, if this movie was released before the end of the world, it would be a top-notch bad movie. But if it is released now, it is too real. Why? Because in this movie, all the zombies are played by real zombies. Only the last zombie monster needs computer special effects synthesis, which is a bit of a waste of time. While everyone was performing, the director suddenly received some notice. He sat up straight, bowed and nodded for a while, and then stood up and clapped his hands when he saw the performance was over. After hearing the director's voice, everyone looked up at the director in confusion. The director cleared his throat and said, "Dear teachers, the filming was great. Great. But I just received a notice that Chairman Ming-Su will come to visit the studio. Let's take a break. We will try to present the best performance to Chairman Ming later." Chairman Ming is coming? Ah? The chairman of the Peace Order Group? I know, the world's #1 superhuman. Superhuman? Isn't he a psychic? No. No. No, superhumans are more powerful than psychics. They are so powerful that they can easily wipe out an entire group of zombies. Wow. Isn't that almost like Superman? After hearing the news, everyone started talking about it. As for the name Ming-Su, everyone has heard of it. Just like Lao Ma of Penguin Group, everyone knows who he is. Unlike Lao Ma, Ming-Su is more powerful, because in addition to being the chairman of Peace Order Group, he is also the world's #1 extraordinary person. Naturally, there are more topics, making everyone yearn for it, and wanting to become such an existence. In short, under the deliberate arrangement of the safe zone, Ming-Su has a great reputation, and can be said to have become a national idol, and being able to work in Peace Order Group has also become the dream of many survivors. After hearing the news that Ming-Su would come, the company employees on the scene were overjoyed, while those who were not survivors of the Peace Order Group became a little reserved, as if they wanted to take this opportunity to perform well, and see if they could be exempted from the interview, and directly be recruited by Chairman Ming-Su to become a working cow and horse. In today's environment, being a cow and horse in the Peace Order Group is a golden cow and a golden horse, which is very comfortable. Everyone was overjoyed. After a short break, everyone immediately resumed filming, and immediately began a grand filming day. At this time, Ming-Su's motorcade arrived. Ming-Su did not drive an Optimus Prime, but a very low-key Maybach. There were no people in the car, and it seemed that Ming-Su came alone. But it was no problem. After all, Ming-Su's current strength did not require any bodyguards to escort him. If there were bodyguards, it would be unknown who would protect him. "Hello, Mr. Ming." As soon as Ming-Su's car stopped, the director stood up and took the initiative to open the door for Ming-Su, and gave a big greeting to Ming-Su in the driver's seat. "Mr. Ming, you've worked hard. You sit down, you sit down." While saying this, he nodded and bowed to welcome Ming-Su to sit in the director's chair. And Ming-Su took the lead, and sat down directly, and began to scan the people around him with his words and expressions. Not bad. Ming-Su nodded, and then looked at the director named Cui Yanfan in front of him, and said, "Where is the filming of the movie?" Cui Yanfan immediately said, "Mr. Ming, 1/3 of the filming has been completed, and there is still a part about zombies, and you need to coordinate some things." After that, he looked at Ming-Su carefully, and suddenly thought of something, and continued to whisper, "Mr. Ming, would you like to come here to play a cameo role?" He had heard before that Chairman Ming seemed to be very interested in filming. "No." Ming-Su shook his head, rejecting the idea. "As for the zombie actor, you can discuss it with my company later. I'm just here to take a look," Ming-Su said casually. He was indeed very interested in filming before. But last night, Ming-Su experienced it all night. From the gangster boss and the investigator, to the patient and the nurse, to the bad student and the teacher. And Qiuyu's acting is very good. Ming-Su felt that the rumors he had seen before the end of the world were all false. And Qiuyu deserved the title of Best Actress. Of course, there was no camera last night, and I just wanted to experience this feeling. Very good. Anyway, Ming-Su was very satisfied. To some extent, and Qiuyu's identity as a physical superpower was quite correct. In addition to the performance, Ming-Su also immediately built a military factory within the company's planned area, which was about 4 kilometers away from the company, not very far. At the same time, he informed Hu Guangqing, and asked Hu Guangqing to prepare to take over. The intelligent weapons were not immediately issued. Ming-Su planned to wait until the next departure to discuss it. This morning, Meng Su first drove to the self-help committee building, met Lu Song, and discussed the issues in Shunfeng City with Lu Song. Lu Song was very supportive of this, and proposed to send a team of 100 people to cooperate with Meng Su in Shunfeng City. He would personally go to Shunfeng to preside over the work after coordinating the situation. However, the large force did not cancel the matter of entering Wuyong. Lu Song wanted to operate on 2 fronts. In addition, Meng Su also talked about the sale of pea-shooter. As for the pea-shooter, Lu Song treated it as a joke and didn't take it seriously. Meng Su didn't mind it, because he planned to bring a group of pea-shooters with him when he went to Shunfeng next time, so that the team in the safe zone could see the level of the pea-shooter. After seeing the level of the pea-shooter, they would naturally spend money to buy it. After the coordination was completed, Meng Su thought about the filming process again, and came here with great interest, intending to see how far the filming had progressed. Good. Let's continue filming. Meng Su nodded, and then looked in the direction of the actors. Qin Baochuan, needless to say, was the leading actor. What surprised Meng Su was that he actually saw Zhang Wenqi. Zhang Wenqi also noticed Meng Su, and stretched out her hand to Meng Su, saying hello. Zhang Wenqi is the daughter of Zhang Luanping, and plays the daughter of the male lead in this drama. According to the role, she is actually the female lead. Okay. Meng Su nodded, smiled at Zhang Wenqi, and then continued to check other actors. While scanning with the observed words and looks, Meng Su was thinking in his heart why the remaining few talents had not come yet. In crowded places, it has become Meng Su's habit to use the observed words and looks. After all, these chosen ones are omnipresent. And who knows where these bastards will pretend to be? Scan as many as possible. And scan as many as possible. Anyway, for Meng Su, it is not a big deal. Basically, the information seen by observed words and looks is what he can see. Soon, Meng Su scanned most of the people, until he stopped at an actor. Name, Kong Liang. Occupation, Gene Enhancer. Actor, Killer. Level, 10/7/9. Oh, the chosen one. After seeing this chosen one named Kong Liang, Meng Su's mouth corners couldn't help but slightly rise. He hadn't seen the chosen one for a long time. Meng Su didn't make a move, but whispered to the director beside him, "What role does Kong Liang play?" Director Cui Yanfan was stunned when he heard this, and then said to Meng Su, "Mr. Meng, Kong Liang plays the 5th male, a survivor, who was later rescued by the male protagonist and followed the male protagonist. And together with the male protagonist, after listening to the character setting, it was probably a combination of Xiang Jinzhong, Wang Yong and Zhang Qingyang." Meng Su nodded. "I know, what is his next role?" Cui Yanfan said. After the male lead's team was surrounded, he offered himself, driving a big truck to lead away the zombies, and finally died in the zombies. "Okay, let's shoot this part first." Meng Su nodded, then smiled and said, "Change the script, the big truck." Although Cui Yanfan didn't know why he did this, he still flattered Meng Su. "Okay. Mr. Meng, I'll find the makeup team to make up for the extras. Zombie actors, ready-made? But we can't let the zombies really eat people. Right? So when filming the plot about humans dying at the hands of zombies, it's natural to fake it a little bit, and put on makeup. No need for makeup." Meng Su shook his head, and smiled. Movies should be real, so that the audience can experience the feeling of being in the scene, so that they can feel involved, and the audience can get their money's worth. "Okay, give me a camera, and a micro camera, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Although I don't know why a single chosen one appears here. But it doesn't matter. Ming Dong has decided, you will dedicate yourself to art." Chapter 255. Kong Liang's acting is so good, it's like he really cut off his hand. "My name is Kong Liang, I'm from Zhangde City, I'm a killer. I'm on a mission now, hiding in the crew, waiting for that hateful Meng Su to come for inspection, trying to kill him with one blow." As a member of the Chosen One, Kong Liang came all the way from Zhangde City, just to find a way to kill Meng Su. As a Chosen One with the ability to sneak and hide his breath, Kong Liang is the Chosen One in the entire Nanjiang province, who is most likely to succeed in stealth assassination. In this regard, Kong Liang is also very confident. After all, he had successfully joined the crew with his superb acting skills, and became an actor of some importance. You know, this crew can be said to be a very powerful existence in the end times. The salary alone is enough to provide food for 3 months. That's right. The Peace Order group does not pay for the film. but only promises to provide food. The safe zone pays for the film and provides food. But Kong Liang applied for the actor position of the peace order group, so he is not very clear about the salary and benefits there. But for Kong Liang, it doesn't matter. After all, he didn't go for the pay. He wanted to find a way to assassinate Meng Su. Even if he didn't find a suitable opportunity to assassinate Meng Su, he wanted to rely on his diligent performance in the crew during this period of time to attract the favor of the producer, so that he could join the peace order group in this way, become a part of the company, and start his undercover work. In the past, the chosen ones who lurked in the peace order group often failed, because they were not good enough. If I take action myself, I will definitely be able to hide safely, Kong Liang thought to himself. He sat in the rest area, wiping his sweat while observing Meng Su, who was whispering with the director. The moment he saw Meng Su, Kong Liang felt his heart pounding. He immediately lowered his head and did not dare to look at Meng Su. To be honest, for Kong Liang, Meng Su gave him a heavy sense of oppression. Damn it. There is such a strong sense of oppression in this world? Kong Liang was a little shocked. He felt that his previous thoughts and plans were a little ridiculous. How could such a powerful being be assassinated by me? Even if I have the divine object given by my lord. Thinking of the protective suit under my clothes, and the pistol in my hand, Kong Liang's uneasy heart calmed down a little. Forget it. It doesn't matter. No matter how powerful Meng Su is, can he be stronger than the divine object given by my lord? Kong Liang thought in his heart. It was a little unexpected that Meng Su would appear today. Kong Liang's original plan was to give Meng Su a heavy blow at the celebration banquet. Should I do it now? After thinking for a while, Kong Liang made a decision. The time is not right. We need to wait and see. After all, the current situation is very complicated. Kong Liang felt that he was not ready yet, and Meng Su was very likely to distrust him, and was in a state of vigilance. He needed to wait until Meng Su relaxed his vigilance before assassinating him. But just as Kong Liang was thinking about this, he saw that the chubby director suddenly looked happy, jogging all the way with great interest, and came to Kong Liang's side, and said to Kong Liang, good news, old Kong. A great thing has fallen on you. Kong Liang saw this, and couldn't help but feel alert. Director, what's wrong? After Director Meng came to the scene, he watched some samples, and was very impressed with your acting skills. Cui Yanfan said to Kong Liang happily. So, Director Meng asked to rewrite the script. Now you have the most scenes. You have successfully become the second male lead. Come on. I don't know what the entertainment industry was like before, but in the current entertainment industry, you will definitely be a future star. After hearing Director Chui's words, Kong Liang was stunned for a moment, and became very alert. What do you mean? Why do you think my acting is good? Have I been discovered? At this moment, Kong Liang exploded a strong sense of crisis. As an undercover agent, it is best to perform mediocrely, not so outstanding, not so backward, so that you can continue to lurk for a long time and carry out assassination. Of course, this is when there is no one to cooperate. If someone cooperates, you can swagger to the roof of the house to put on the sniper rifle and sniper from a long distance. Kong Liang was extremely frightened and shocked at the moment. However, in the eyes of director Cui Yanfan, Kong Liang's performance was just like being hit by the good news. He was so surprised that he couldn't express it in words. He chuckled, patted Kong Liang on the shoulder, and advised Kong Liang, okay, Lao Kong, your chance has come. My chance has come too. I have been promised by Director Meng to officially join Order Interactive Entertainment and become the first contracted director of Order Interactive Entertainment. There will be plenty of opportunities for us to cooperate in the future, Cui Yanfan said naggingly, and at the same time said, today is all your part. Okay. Get ready. And start shooting immediately. Okay, director. Kong Liang forced a smile to Cui Yanfan, and then started acting immediately. However, in this performance, Kong Liang always looked worried, which caused the filming to be a little difficult, and there were countless cuts. Meng Su watched calmly from the side throughout the whole process. Since Kong Liang's identity has been confirmed, it is natural to make full use of him. Let Kong Liang finish filming all the scenes, and then it will be easy. Therefore, Meng Su was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he sat on the chair next to the director, crossed his legs, and calmly followed the crew to film, as if he was visiting the set. What's more, Meng Su just received a task. A perfect life is to experience all kinds of life. The profession of actor is bright and beautiful on the surface, but in fact, it is also very bright and beautiful. Who didn't have a dream of becoming a star when they were young? How can a perfect life allow regrets in life? Trigger task. I am a big star. Task requirements. In a TV series/movie, play a role with more than 30 lines and no less than 5 minutes of screen time. Task rewards. Actor career introduction letter X1, entertainment senior talent X1, credit points plus 1 million, points plus 20, holographic projection equipment house X1. With a task, Meng Su naturally has to complete it well. Nothing else matters. Meng Su just wants to see what the holographic projection equipment room is. For this reason, Meng Su behaves calmly, silently watching this masterpiece that Peace Order invested 10 million, and Safe Zone invested 20 million. Okay, shooting is over here. Let's go to the next venue. Everyone is great. Great, Ming Dong said. We'll have an extra meal tonight. Thank you for your hard work. Next scene. Next scene. The shooting progress is very fast. Perhaps because Meng Su was here. All the actors began to concentrate, using their years of experience as extras to show Meng Su their best acting skills. Although their best acting skills were just that, they were still good. Kong Liang's current state was also slowly recovering, and he even became more skilled. After all, Kong Liang was always worried that he would be exposed. But after filming for a long time, Meng Su did not step forward to reveal his identity, which made Kong Liang's heart slowly let go and gradually relaxed. It seems that my acting skills are really amazing. Otherwise Meng Su wouldn't have taken me seriously at first sight. If there hadn't been this evolution, I might have become a famous movie star or TV star in China and abroad. Kong Liang was acting, imagining the future, and entered a fantasy moment. Soon, another scene was filmed. Next, the director and Meng Su suddenly waved and asked Kong Liang to go to a basement for filming. Teacher Kong, please take a moment. The next scene is your one-man show. Hearing the director say this, Kong Liang was a little confused. But he soon thought of something and nodded immediately. Okay, I'll get ready. The script was changed. In the new script, he would be captured alive by the villain. And after being severely tortured, he would rather die than surrender. And finally escape the enemy's torture and reunited with his teammates. The content after the reunion has just been filmed. It's like this. After all, filming of movies is not in the order of narrative. But for convenience, whichever part is needed is filmed. After that, the director smiled lightly and said to the other actors, Everyone, today's filming process ends here. You all have no role. And the military bus will escort you back to your residence. Today is here. Director, you have worked hard. Meng Dong, can you sign for me? In the past, the actors would complain when they finished work. But today they became very active when they finished work. Everyone looked at Meng Su like little fans. And Meng Su also smiled in response, waved at them, and began to come forward to sign one by one. After seeing this scene, Kong Liang nodded, thinking that Meng Su was approachable, and it was a good opportunity for him to assassinate him. But not now. Kong Liang took a deep breath, and then followed the director to the basement. This basement seemed to be a basement in a community before, with a secluded environment and a faint smell of blood and mold. The basement was full of bloody torture instruments, which looked a bit creepy. Looking at the torture instruments in the room, Kong Liang couldn't help but feel a bit familiar. This place seems to be the residence of a group of compatriots. After a while, Kong Liang recognized the situation here. This place should have belonged to a group of chosen ones. Now, this place has become a filming location. The fate of that group of chosen ones is self-evident. Thinking of this, Kong Liang clenched his fists, and a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. But after 2 or 3 breaths, Kong Liang recovered again, showing an indifferent attitude, and secretly thought in his heart, I don't know when the director will come down. I hope that this filming will make me more useful in Meng Su's eyes. Mr. Meng, do you really want to play the role of the villain yourself? Outside the basement, after hearing Meng Su's request, Director Cui Yanfan looked incredulous and couldn't help saying, if you do this, won't the image you created in the safe zone be ruined? It doesn't matter. At most you can just Photoshop off my face and put on a headgear. Meng Su played with the camera, feeling extremely novel, and at the same time vowed, besides, I'm shooting from a first-person perspective. It won't be a problem. And I have rehearsed with Kong Liang in advance. No one knows the plot better than Kong Liang and I. Hearing Meng Su's confident voice, Cui Yanfan was stunned. And then suddenly realized, no wonder Kong Liang's reaction was not so intense, so he had contacted Mr. Ming a long time ago. Right. But when did they rehearse? How come I don't know? But it doesn't matter. Mr. Ming is acting. And there is no need to say hello to me. Cui Yanfan retracted his thoughts. And then asked carefully, then Mr. Ming, when do we start? Right now, I will get into the role in advance. Remember, everything that follows is planned by us, don't be surprised. After Meng Su finished speaking, he cleared his throat, and then kicked the door of the basement open. I'm here. This kick was very sudden, and instantly kicked the door of the basement, or the door of the interrogation room. The iron door was kicked several meters away by Meng Su in an instant, and the lighting technicians, photographers and directors around were startled, and Kong Liang inside was also extremely surprised, and his heart thumped. After seeing Meng Su, Kong Liang could not help but be alert, and immediately said, Meng. Before Kong Liang could finish, Meng Su slapped him. Puff! With this slap, Kong Liang was instantly thrown to the ground, and blood gushed out of his mouth, and even 2 teeth were knocked out. Meng Su stood there, his eyes cold and ruthless, as if the scene just now was just a piece of cake and not worth mentioning at all. He slowly walked to Kong Liang's side, bent down and turned him over, looking at the face that was beaten beyond recognition, and sneered, Tell me, who sent you? Or did you want to come? What's wrong with your master? Everyone around was stunned. They never expected that it would be so big. Director, do you want to? The executive assistant director asked Cui Yanfan quietly. And when he heard the 3 words, do you want to? Cui Yanfan frowned instantly, and looked back at the assistant director. What's the matter? Didn't Director Ming say that? All this was rehearsed in advance? This is the acting school. Everyone. Shoot well, don't waste any shots. Everyone nodded quickly. There's just one thing. It's just that the lines are not right. But no one dared to shout caw at this time, and we'll find a voice actor to dub it again. Kong Liang was knocked unconscious by this slap, and he never expected Meng Su to attack right away. Kong Liang clenched his fists tightly, and a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. The next second, he did not hesitate, and directly took out a thing from his pocket. In the dark basement, a dazzling blue laser suddenly broke the silence, like the arrogance that burst out between lightning and flint. It was a pistol, a high-tech laser pistol that looked very futuristic. Swish! The trigger of the laser pistol was pulled hard, and a dazzling laser beam shot towards Meng Su at a rapid speed. The metal gun body flashed coldly in the night, revealing a cold killing intent. Meng Su's figure became the focus of death in an instant, and the laser pointed straight at his head. However, this thing is really threatening. Meng Su felt a threat. Just when the laser was about to touch his clothes, Meng Su's body seemed to merge with the air, and achieved incredible displacement in the blink of an eye. His body was like a broken shadow, disappearing from its original position without a trace. Boom! The laser pistol shot only hit the wall, making a harsh explosion sound, and the wall instantly showed signs of charring, and wisps of white smoke rose. But Meng Su's figure was no longer there. In an instant, Meng Su had appeared beside Kong Liang. His movements were smooth and flowing, without any panic. When Kong Liang had just pulled the trigger, and had not yet reacted, Meng Su's arm tightened, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, grabbed Kong Liang's wrist holding the gun, and then twisted it hard. Ah! Kong Liang never dreamed that, at such a close distance, Meng Su could actually teleport, and even counterattack himself. But his wrist had been broken at an incredible angle. Kong Liang immediately let out a scream, but he still held the laser pistol tightly in his hand. However, this was not a problem for Meng Su. Meng Su just shook his head, stretched out his other hand, and began to pry open Kong Liang's fingers one by one, and took the laser pistol in his hand. In a flash, Meng Su had taken control of the situation. It all happened in a flash. The director, cameraman, lighting, etc. present were all speechless. They never dreamed that they would be able to see such a wonderful performance in their lifetime. This is simply amazing. They were all very excited, holding their breath and filming seriously. In their opinion, Kong Liang's acting skills were amazing. From the sudden fear shooting, to the surprise after the shot missed, to the scream when the wrist was broken at the end. Everything was as if Kong Liang really broke his hand. It was too real. Compared with Kong Liang, The so-called Qin Puchuan's acting skills were simply rubbish. Kong Liang was in great pain at this moment. And as for Meng Su, he was holding the laser pistol. Very satisfied, here again. Tell me. Alas, how can I accept this? How much did you give me? Thank you. After that, Meng Su looked at Kong Liang again, and then stepped forward without hesitation, dragging Kong Liang's collar like a dead dog, dragging him to the torture table, leaving only a trail of blood on the ground. Tell me, who sent you? Or, where are you from? Hearing Meng Su's voice, Kong Liang closed his eyes in pain, and an endless resentment and anger surged in his heart. He was unwilling to accept it. He was unwilling to accept it. He was born a master of stealth assassination. How could he be defeated by Meng Su? He didn't even know how he was exposed. He had no idea what was going on. Don't tell me. Meng Su raised his eyebrows. Then without hesitation, he stretched out his hand and took off Kong Liang's arm. Ah! TSK, look, how many torture instruments are there here? By the way, have you ever had training? Why are many of the torture instruments quite similar? I've been to many of your bases. Most of them are the same, by the way. You've used them too. Right? Then can you teach me? Which one is the best? Meng Su looked at Kong Liang, who was groaning in pain, and smiled. Is it this one? If you don't say anything, I'll try them one by one. Kong Liang breathed heavily and said nothing. Meng Su didn't say much. Just tried them one by one. No. 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 Not this. Not this. I like to use a hammer. I can knock people to death in one go. Knock me to death. No. You have to try slowly. Come on. Tell me your real purpose. Otherwise, I will have to try them one by one. No. I have no purpose. Ah! The scene was too bloody. The director team was silent. The lighting team was silent. And the camera team was silent. There was even a lighting team with a pale face, almost vomiting. You know, they have experienced the influence of the end of the world. Even so, there are still scenes that make them feel outrageous, which is naturally amazing. Director Cui, I feel something is wrong. The assistant director's face was pale, and his eyes were full of fear. Why do I feel? This is not acting. Mr. Ming seems to be really interrogating Kong Liang. Cui Yangfan's eyes were firm. This shows that Mr. Ming and Mr. Kong have very good acting skills, and it doesn't seem like acting. But this arm, this finger, director, isn't this real? Maybe Kong Liang is a superpower with abnormal recovery ability, which is a contribution to art. But, shut up, Mr. Ming says it. Do you need to complain? If you don't want to shoot, get out. Didn't you understand? The Kong is the damn chosen one, an undercover. He was found out by Mr. Ming. Give us more shots, real and effective. Hurry up and shoot. After shooting, we are all celebrities in film history. Cui Yanfan is not a fool. From the middle part of your master. Has he ever had training? Has he been to many bases? He has already judged the situation. But he naturally wouldn't say it. Just shoot honestly and it's over. Boss Ming said this is filming. This is filming. I am a contracted director of Order Interactive Entertainment Company under Peace Order Group. I naturally have to obey the orders of the chairman. So Cui Yanfan just did it. As for Kong Liang? Sorry, after this movie, it may be finished forever. Because Cui Yanfan remembered the subsequent plot, Kong Liang was to be dismembered by the zombies, and Boss Ming said, there is no need for actors to put on makeup. What? You asked if Kong Liang would come back for revenge? Do you think Jia is filming a movie? Is your sister one coming back? Oh, it seems like it's really filming a movie. But this is impossible. If Kong Liang can come back for revenge, Cui Yanfan will eat this director's chair. Cui Yanfan thought in his heart. At this moment, Kong Liang has been tortured beyond recognition. He has collapsed and told Meng Su everything. After all, before the end of the world, Kong Liang was just a minor actor. Not a tough guy. Because he was the chosen one. He could hold on for a while. As Meng Su's torture method became more and more familiar, Kong Liang was naturally terrified and confessed everything. As for why he was familiar with it, Kong Liang knew what he was going to do next. When he was in Jonda City, he tortured the captured survivors for fun. Therefore, he knew the steps very well, and also knew the power of this process. Therefore, he was genuinely afraid. According to Kong Liang, the situation was very simple. Jonda City felt that it was not possible. So they asked Kong Liang to assassinate him. As for this pistol, It was during the tenure of the third Nanjiang Simon Gu Dekong that the Lord was a little impatient. So he granted the laser pistol and protective clothing to Kong Liang to do it. In addition to Kong Liang, it seems that there are several other people who have obtained this kind of divine object, and there are orders to assassinate Ming Su. However, it seems that only Kong Liang has actually taken action. So far, the 4th Si Ming of Nanjiang province has not been appointed. So Kong Liang chose to come and assassinate Ming Su, hoping to become the 4th Si Ming of Nanjiang with this great achievement. Ming Su was very satisfied with this. After inquiring about the number and deployment of the chosen ones in Zhangde City, Ming Su happily stripped Kong Liang of his protective suit and generously tied Kong Liang to the torture device. He waved to the director team and the lighting team, "Let's go. The shooting is over." The protective suit was still covered with blood, but the protective suit was not very big, and it seemed to be incomplete, with only short-sleeved shirts and shorts, and the thighs and arms were not within the protection range of the protective suit. Let the system identify. The system needs to charge an additional identification fee. Ming Su directly chose to raise the middle finger, and then chose not to identify, and went back to study it himself. After hearing Ming Su's words, the director team, the lighting team, the camera team, etc. woke up as if from a dream, and hurriedly walked out of the basement, for fear of walking too slowly. After everyone left the basement, Ming Su was very satisfied, and said to director Cui Yanfan, "Very good, leave a camera for me, you go back first, I will shoot the next plot." Cui Yanfan nodded quickly, and then left a camera, and got on the bus with other crew members, and under the personal escort of the terrorist mobile team, returned to the safe zone residence. They didn't ask what would happen to Kong Liang afterwards. Anyway, it was obvious what would happen. At the original place, Ming Su was the only one left. Ming Su yawned, looked at the surroundings, and felt a little troubled. Where can I get so many zombies? Ming Su glanced at the map casually, searched on the map, and finally decided to play big. Go to Zhangde City. With this thought, Ming Su was extremely satisfied, and then began to peek at Kong Liang's situation. At this moment, Kong Liang was tied to the torture device. After Ming Su left, Kong Liang was covered in blood. He endured the severe pain, and broke free from the torture device. Then he rolled on the ground in agony. Liang struggled to stand up, but his body was powerless. He could only lie on the ground helplessly, motionless. Blood kept flowing from the corners of his mouth, staining the surrounding floor red. Damn it! Damn it! The basement was dark and damp, filled with mold and decay. The air was filled with the smell of blood, which made people sick. Kong Liang looked out, but his body could not move. His clothes were stained with blood. The wound was so deep that the bone was visible. The blood dripped along the wound and fell to the ground, forming a pool of blood. Kong Liang's face was as pale as paper. Pain and unwillingness were intertwined in the depths of his eyes. There was endless anger and determination. No, I can't die here. Ming Su was careless this time. I want to run. Only by running away can I have hope of revenge. Kong Liang gritted his teeth, and his voice echoed in the empty basement. I swear, even if I give up everything, I will make you pay the price. Today's humiliation will be doubled in the future. Kong Liang's consciousness struggled in the dimness. The severe injuries to his body made him feel like he was being torn apart every time he breathed. The cold and damp cellar was all around, with a musty and dusty smell mixed with a strong bloody smell. He tried to move his hands and feet, but he felt the pain in his bones, as if he had been hit by a huge hammer. He knew that he could not just disappear in this corner without sunlight. Using his last bit of strength, Kong Liang crawled towards the only light source. That was the entrance to the basement. And because the door was broken by Ming Su, it could not be closed no matter what. On the floor, his blood formed a winding red line, like a unique decoration in the cellar. Every inch of movement was accompanied by intense pain. But Kong Liang seemed to no longer feel it. There was only a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Finally, the gate was within reach, and a beam of light penetrated his sight. That light was brighter than any sunrise he had ever experienced. He knew that he had done it, and he was about to escape from this death cage. But his physical strength had reached its limit, and he had exhausted his last strength. When his hand touched the exit of the cold gate, his body could no longer support himself. Like a kite with a broken string, his consciousness and body fell into the abyss of darkness at the same time. Kong Liang fainted. Ming Su, on the other hand, was standing at the door, looking at the unconscious Kong Liang, and couldn't help but applaud, moved by Kong Liang's amazing perseverance. What a perseverant young man, Meng Su applauded. But the IQ of this perseverant young man was not very high. It was already night. Where did the light come from? The light just now was from Meng Su using the flashlight function on his mobile phone. Forget it. It's okay to be a little stupid. Meng Su shook his head, then grabbed Kong Liang's collar, as if he was grabbing a dead dog, and walked out with big strides. After coming outside, Meng Su casually threw it on the passenger seat of the Maybach, and he sat in this ordinary Maybach. Next, he drove to Zhangde City overnight, and then let the zombies that had not been eliminated in Zhangde City eat this kid. At the same time, he also saw if he could use this opportunity to lure out the chosen ones in Zhangde City, and catch them all in one net again. The chosen ones in Nanjiang. One less to kill. Even if those shitty lords want to recruit new people, they have to pay a certain amount of resources and price. And the efficiency is not as fast as killing them here. In this way, it can also speed up the recovery of Zhangde City. After all, there is a Zhangde City between Shengfeng City and Hiqing City, and it seems a little wrong no matter how you look at it. Take it down. Chapter 256. I said I know nothing. Do you believe me? Kong Liang woke up from his coma in a daze. He felt as if he had a nightmare. A dream he didn't want to think about. After Kong Liang gained subjective consciousness, he became alert instantly. He felt a burning pain all over his body. But he didn't care about the burning pain. He was alert and opened his eyes immediately. Looking around, where is this? What Kong Liang saw was a dark scene. At this moment, he was lying on a sofa splattered with blood. There was silence around him, and only the howling of zombies lingered in his ears. What's going on? Wasn't I captured by Meng Su and imprisoned in the basement? Kong Liang frowned. His last memory was the bright light, which was brighter than any sunrise he had ever experienced. So, why was he here? Because of his supernatural powers. Kong Liang's wounds had gradually recovered. But it was only a preliminary recovery. Every step he took still made Kong Liang feel a burning pain, as if his whole body was torn apart. He couldn't help but groan in pain, and tried to get up by panting hard, looking around, but found himself in a residential building. It was probably on the second or third floor. The night was too dim, and he couldn't see the details clearly. Why am I here? Also, this area doesn't seem to be Hiqing City, but it looks a bit like Zhangde City. Kong Liang thought suspiciously in his heart. He staggered and wanted to get closer to the window, but suddenly saw the direction of the bathroom. It seemed that something was staring at him coldly. After seeing this sight, Kong Liang immediately felt a strong sense of horror in his heart. There was a zombie with a blue-gray luster. The zombie's skin was interspersed with dark red cracks. Its mouth was slightly open, revealing uneven teeth. There seemed to be a few strands of dried blood hanging from the corners of its mouth, emitting a disgusting stench. The entire head was distorted due to corruption, making its remaining facial muscles look even more hideous. Roar. The zombie's low roar appeared in Kong Liang's ears, immediately making Kong Liang shiver, and his brain immediately associated it, and he couldn't help but feel a little creepy. This inferior discarded product, does it regard me as a reserved food? Kong Liang thought in his heart. If it weren't for this, Kong Liang couldn't think of why he was here. Only after he fell into a coma. This zombie, which had a certain degree of wisdom, and knew how to store food reserves, could bring him to this place that was suspected to be his lair. In this way, it means that the strength of this zombie has reached a terrifying level. With a defective body, it has evolved to this level. Thinking of this, Kong Liang couldn't help but be a little shocked. His brain was spinning rapidly, and he began to think about how to get out. This zombie put a lot of pressure on Kong Liang. To be honest, if he had not been injured, Kong Liang would not have such great pressure. But what can he do? Kong Liang is indeed injured now, and his injury is very serious, and his two treasures have been taken away. Kong Liang stared at the zombie in the bathroom, but he suddenly discovered something. Although this zombie looked so scary, it seemed to just stare at him, and did not do anything else. Are you full? Looking at the blood on the zombie's teeth, Kong Liang thought, so in his heart, while he was slowly moving his feet, trying to move towards the window. Although he was seriously injured at the moment, he was also a chosen one with special abilities after all. He wanted to jump down from this building and escape. Although he didn't know why the zombie didn't attack him immediately, this was the perfect time for him to escape. Good, Meng Su didn't finish him off, and the zombie didn't eat me immediately. It seems that, I am the chosen one, Kong Liang thought in his heart. Finally, when Kong Liang moved to the window, the zombie in the bathroom finally let out the first cold roar. Roar! This roar instantly hurt Kong Liang's nerves. Kong Liang did not hesitate and directly jumped out of the window and escaped. Plop! A crisp sound rang out. Kong Liang fell straight to the ground, feeling a sharp pain. He landed on the concrete floor. But he had no time to groan. Damn it! Kong Liang's face was gloomy. And he bit his tongue hard. In an instant, the adrenaline or something else in his body suddenly surged. And he immediately felt his body light. And it seemed that there was no pain. And he stood up immediately. At the moment when Kong Liang stood up, dozens of black shadows suddenly jumped out from the side of the street, rushed towards him at a very fast speed, and roared fiercely. Roar! They were all zombies. The sudden appearance of zombies made Kong Liang's face ferocious. And he did not hesitate, gritted his teeth, and rushed out to the street. This charge directly startled all the zombies on the street. Roar! The zombies' roars came one after another, which really frightened everyone who passed by. Under the cover of night, countless zombies began to chase Kong Liang. These shadows let out creepy roars, chasing and tearing each other apart, and scrambled to chase Kong Liang, wanting to rip Kong Liang open and eat him up. Kong Liang was terrified. Although he was a little exhausted, his breathing became rapid, and every step he took was like stepping on cotton. He was still running desperately. After all, this is Zhongda City. As long as it is Zhongda City, I have a chance to survive. After all, my fellow chosen ones are all here. I will definitely be able to come back alive. Kong Liang's eyes were full of determination. Even if there were more zombies around, Kong Liang still felt that he was the chosen one and would definitely be able to escape. Not bad. On the roof, Meng Su had been following Kong Liang, looking at Kong Liang's amazing mobility, and exclaimed in admiration. The zombie in the room just now was one of the 5 coffin bearers under Meng Su, a mutant zombie employee with a level as high as 18, who had just taken off his usual terrorist mobile team equipment. After Kong Liang jumped out of the window, the dozen zombies that chased him at first were also zombie employees under Meng Su. The zombies attracted to the street later had nothing to do with Meng Su. But these wild zombies were not of high level. If Kong Liang could fall into their hands, Meng Su could only express great regret. I can only reluctantly take the camera with me and go back to complete the first masterpiece movie in the safe zone. Meng Su's idea is very simple. He just wants to take this opportunity to see if the panicking Kong Liang can lead me to the base camp of the chosen ones in Zhongda City, so that I don't have to look for him myself. As for what the interrogation says, Meng Su can only believe half of it. It's still best to see it with his own eyes. If Kong Liang didn't escape, then Meng Su would just assume that Kong Liang was eaten by zombies as originally planned, and his own shots were perfect. If he escaped, then he would change the script again, and by the way, he could also wipe out the chosen ones in Zhongda City. Perfect. Meng Su's plan was perfect. And Kong Liang followed Meng Su's idea perfectly, just as Meng Su expected. In this way, Meng Su controlled a distance that Kong Liang could not find at all, and followed Kong Liang all the way. Kong Liang's escape was very bumpy and tortuous. Although Kong Liang had used some method that Meng Su did not know before to block his pain, blocking pain did not mean that he was well. He still had injuries. In this environment, although Kong Liang fled tirelessly, his body could not hold on. However, seeing that it had come to this, Meng Su naturally could not let Kong Liang die easily. So he could only act in secret, using the biological weapon insect killer to help Kong Liang relieve some of the burden from a distance. Of course, Meng Su naturally could not use insect killer to shoot the zombies that were slightly closer to Kong Liang one by one. After all, it would be too fake to do so. Therefore, in order to prevent some zombies that were close to Kong Liang from killing him, Meng Su specially brought the dozen zombies he brought with him to Kong Liang as guards. Once there were real zombies approaching Kong Liang and posing a danger to Kong Liang, they would take the initiative to squeeze out those real zombies and give Kong Liang more living space. Meng Su was like a nanny taking care of Kong Liang. If Kong Liang could die like this, then Meng Su had nothing to say. He could only say that he was just at this level. Next time, he should not come out to assassinate me. It was embarrassing. He was Meng Su's man. He dared to come out to assassinate me at any level. Under this meticulous care, Kong Liang's escape continued. It lasted for more than an hour. He ran until dawn. Kong Liang finally fled to a temple that looked very magnificent. That's right. A temple. Meng Su took a look. This is a local tourist attraction in Zhangde City, called Hongda Temple. It is a 4A level scenic spot, with a ticket price of 40 yuan per person. It is said to be a relatively effective scenic spot in Zhangde City. Residents like to come here to make wishes for anything. Therefore, this place is particularly prosperous, and it can be regarded as a relatively famous area in Zhangde City. This Kong Liang actually came here. Could it be that this place is the gathering place of the Chosen Ones? Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the Chosen Ones in Zhangde City are really good at enjoying themselves, and they know to find a scenic spot as their residence. Okay, Kong Liang. Thank you. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said to the zombie staff beside him, okay, now your task is very difficult. Guard the exits of these temples, and once the Chosen One comes out, just bite them to death. Roar the mutant zombie. One of the 5 coffin bearers roared immediately, indicating that he understood clearly. The dozen ordinary zombies around were a little confused, but it didn't matter. Meng Su didn't expect the dozen ordinary zombies to do anything. After all, these dozen ordinary zombies were the coolies Meng Su caught on the spot after he came to Zhangde City. And the only one who came from Heqing City with Meng Su was the mutant zombie, one of the 5 coffin bearers. Moreover, if he hadn't met a patrol on the road, Meng Su wouldn't even have thought of taking him with him. Seeing that the zombies around him had already set up everything, Meng Su moved his wrists and ankles, pretending to be a passerby, and swaggered towards the temple. He looked comfortable. It was as if he really came to worship Buddha. At this moment, it happened to be the rising sun. The dawn was just beginning. Golden light sprinkled on the ancient stone steps. Meng Su walked up lightly, leaving a series of faint echoes. The vigorous pines and cypresses were shaded by the mottled temple walls, but the occasional roars of zombies and the bloodstains on the stone steps were a bit disappointing. Meng Su put his hands together, pretending to worship Buddha, and stood at the entrance of the temple, reciting, Namo Gatlin Bodhisattva. With the blessing of Gatlin Bodhisattva, I believe this wave should be easy. Kong Liang, why are you back? And in such a mess? In front of a Buddha statue in the temple, a one-eyed Chosen One looked at Kong Liang's messy appearance, was a little surprised for a moment, and didn't care about Kong Liang's injury at all, and asked Kong Liang seriously, did you fail in the assassination? Is that guy named Meng Su so strong? After your assassination failed, did you leave any traces? It would be bad if Meng Su chased after you. Don't worry, with my means, it's easy to get rid of it. Unless I leak it intentionally, there is no way Meng Su will follow me. Kong Liang was in pain, but he still said it with confidence. Beside the one-eyed monk, there was a bald monk who stretched out his hand and seemed to be treating Kong Liang's injuries. Obviously, he was a Chosen One with healing abilities. Healing abilities are rare. It doesn't matter. The guys in Heqing City are now focusing on Wuyong City. Wuyong is in a mess and is organizing resistance. We are located at the easternmost end of Zhangde City. If the guys in Heqing City want to come over, they will have to change their strategy. It's not worth it. The monk spoke lightly, looking quite calm, as if the world situation was under his control. Besides, Kong Liang was not captured. So how could they know that we were from Zhangde City? Perhaps they thought we were assassins sent by Wuyong. Master Guanmin is right. The one-eyed Chosen One nodded in agreement when he heard this. This monk with the Dharma named Guanmin is the current leader of the Chosen Ones in Zhangde City. He was also the one who proposed to place the base in this scenic spot, because this monk was originally a staff member of this scenic spot, so he is more familiar with this place. After hearing what Master Guanmin said, Kong Liang said nothing. He was indeed captured, but if this matter was told, he dared not think about what his fate would be. After all, this bald donkey named Guanmin is a madman. No one knows what he will do. Since no one has mentioned it, let's just pretend that it never happened. Kong Liang thought to himself. But Kong Liang thought about it, and felt that it was still a little unsafe. He immediately struggled to get up and said, Master Guanmin, I have important information that Meng. But before he finished speaking, he heard a noisy sound coming from outside. Master Guanmin frowned when he saw this. At this time, a young bald monk ran in, with a panicked look on his face. Master, it's not good. There is a monk with a hairy face and a thunder god mouth outside. No, there is a guy wearing a red Zhongshan suit and carrying a white suitcase outside. Huh? After hearing this, the first one to be shocked was Kong Liang. After hearing the description of the bald monk, Master Guanmin and the one-eyed dragon both turned their eyes to Kong Liang. And Kong Liang showed a pale smile. I said, I don't know anything. Do you two believe me? Chapter 257 Employee Benefits, Charcoal Grilled Octopus. Blood everywhere. This century-old temple, at this moment, turned into a bloody temple. Crazy killing. Meng Su stood among the bloody corpses, walking straight, killing decisively. The guys killed by Meng Su are not all the chosen ones, but there are many ordinary people who seem to be brainwashed by the chosen ones. All of them are particularly perverted in their professions, such as murderers and the like. The only difference is that, now they have all changed their appearance, become bald monks, samadhi, each of them looks bright and beautiful, but the blood in their bones cannot be concealed, making the century-old temple a place of filth. Who? Meng Su exhaled a foul breath, standing in the gurgling blood river, staring at the front door of the temple, looking at the three figures coming out. The corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise, revealing a smile. The real boss is here. A monk, a one-eyed dragon, and a little novice monk. They stood there vigilantly, a light breeze blew, rolling up the corners of their clothes. There was quite a feeling of the coming of a storm. Meng Su looked at the three people, sneered, and then said loudly, You three are so aggressive. It seems that you are here with bad intentions. Hearing Meng Su's words, the one-eyed dragon and the bald monk were stunned. And the little monk touched the back of his head and said silently, You are the one who came. Oh, yes, I am the one who came. Meng Su recovered, then shook his head and said, What's wrong with me being the one who came? Don't the one who came have the right to speak? He was so angry that tears flowed down. I forgot what happened in the middle. Anyway, hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. The monk? The one-eyed dragon? What's going on? The two looked at each other, and seemed to express a little puzzlement about Meng Su in front of them. Yes, it is puzzling. Very puzzling. They have no idea what is going on. They thought that bastard Kong Liang had provoked a team of elite soldiers. But when they looked, they found that there were no elite soldiers, but a crazy lunatic. It seems that killing Kong Liang was a bit impulsive, and it was a bit early. You came alone? The one-eyed dragon looked unfriendly, snorted at Meng Su, took a step forward, and a pool of water appeared under his feet. The next second, the arm that was originally a human suddenly turned into an octopus tentacle. Then, it quickly shot towards Meng Su. The speed was so fast that the one-eyed dragon didn't even continue to look. It was so easy. For the one-eyed dragon, there was no need to take another look. However, Master Guanmin frowned and whispered, Don't underestimate the enemy. This man can actually kill so many disciples. He must be a capable person. After hearing Master Guanmin's words, the one-eyed dragon sneered and said nonchalantly, What ability can he have? His breath is so weak. How could he? But before he finished speaking, accompanied by a very clear and loud tearing sound, the octopus-like tentacle was directly cut off and fell to the ground. A strong fishy smell filled the surroundings. The severed tentacles splattered blood, and the smell of fishy smell filled the air. The tentacles twisted in pain, and it seemed that they were still struggling hard. Meng Su, on the other hand, calmly held the flashlight-like lightsaber, and calmly looked at the one-eyed dragon. I didn't expect it was a giant octopus that became a spirit. TSK. So it seems that it was true that there was a rooster that became a spirit before. It's a pity that I didn't seize the opportunity to obtain the Provident Fund. Meng Su felt very sorry. As for why the one-eyed dragon didn't take him seriously, perhaps it was because he used a breath simulation device to simulate the breath of humans. Hey, wait, am I not a human? Why did they not take me seriously after simulating me as a human? Meng Su couldn't help but fall into deep thought. And then he became furious. Damn it. He actually dared not take the terrifying upright ape seriously. And I'll kill you now. This guy didn't take humans seriously after he became an octopus man. Meng Su was very angry, and was trembling with anger. When will humans be able to stand up? He must show him some color, and let the zombie employees waiting outside eat charcoal grilled octopus. Very good. This way, they can save a bonus. After all, they have treated their employees to seafood, and it is a bit bad for them to ask for a bonus. Ah! The one-eyed dragon whose tentacle was broken instantly let out a howl. The next second, the severed tentacle turned into a human arm again. The only difference is that only half of the human arm is left, and the remaining half is still gushing blood. And the tentacle left on the ground is still a tentacle. Seeing this, Ming-Su came to the one-eyed dragon in an instant, grabbed the one-eyed dragon's collar, and shouted at him unkindly, "Where's the other hand? Change it quickly. Change it for me." He had to change it. Otherwise the grilled octopus would be gone. If it was gone, how could he give benefits to the employees who went out on field work? Change it. Change it quickly. Ming-Su's roar was deafening, and it frightened the one-eyed dragon directly. He didn't care about his bleeding left hand at all, and immediately turned his right hand into an octopus tentacle. Very good. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction, then swung the lightsaber directly, and chopped off the tentacle on the other side. Anything else? Can your legs change? One-eyed dragon? You asked me to change into a tentacle, just to chop off my tentacles? One-eyed dragon was so angry that he laughed. It didn't even hurt. Seeing that the one-eyed dragon didn't speak, Ming-Su frowned immediately, grabbed the one-eyed dragon's neck directly, lifted him up directly, and shouted at him, "Speak! I told you to speak. Can your legs change into octopus tentacles? Can they change? Can they change? Can they change?" As the power in Ming-Su's hand grew stronger, the one-eyed dragon gradually felt suffocated, and his whole face began to turn purple. Under pressure, the one-eyed dragon's legs also began to transform into octopus tentacles. Ming-Su was very satisfied when he saw this. And then he swung his lightsaber in his right hand, and cut off both legs at once. Ming-Su nodded with satisfaction, and then whispered softly, "Very good. What about your torso? Can the torso be transformed?" "No. I can't. I can only transform my limbs." The one-eyed dragon, who had been chopped into a human pig by Ming-Su, looked at Ming-Su in horror, and began to talk nonsense. Please. He was very angry now. "Where is Master Duanmin? What is that thief bald-ass Duanmin doing? Why doesn't he come? The guy in front of him has been controlled by me. Hurry up and attack." The one-eyed dragon hates the most now not Ming-Su, but that thief bald-ass Master Duanmin. When the friendly army is in trouble, you stand still like a mountain? Are you a human? The one-eyed dragon was very angry, feeling that this Master Duanmin was simply a beast. But after hearing what the one-eyed dragon said, Ming-Su instantly lost interest, and said casually, "No more? Then go to hell." After that, Ming-Su threw the man out casually, just like throwing away garbage. Boom! With a loud noise, Ming-Su threw it directly onto the wall of the ancient temple. The one-eyed dragon was immediately smashed into a pulp like a creeper, and stuck to the wall. Ming-Su's behavior of damaging historical sites must be strongly condemned. The level of the one-eyed dragon was too low, and Ming-Su was even too lazy to take his evolution crystal. No, I should recruit him as a zombie employee, so that we can develop sustainably. Ming-Su suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help feeling a little sad, thinking that he had lost a lot. After killing the one-eyed man, Ming-Su looked around, as if he wanted to find out where Master Duanmin had gone. "Where is that monk?" Ming-Su frowned, staring at the frightened little monk in the corner, and asked, "Where did he go?" The little monk trembled and pointed deeper into the temple. "Duan." Master Duanmin went in. "Thank you." Ming-Su said thank you politely, and then punched the little monk, blowing his head off, leaving only a headless corpse sitting next to the ancient temple. Ming-Su, like a tourist, walked deeper into the ancient temple. The Buddha statues in the hall were solemn. Occasionally, the wind blew, and the bells on the eaves rang softly. The stone pillars stood tall, carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes. After decades of wind and rain, they still looked solemn and majestic. "It's worthy of being a national 4A level scenic spot. It's really good." Ming-Su expressed his admiration, and at the same time, he couldn't help but say with regret, "It's a pity that there are fewer monks chanting sutras." But just as Ming-Su sighed, suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps not far away. Ming-Su looked in the direction of the sound, and immediately saw the people Ming-Su wanted to see. Monks. They were just zombie monks, and there were many of them. These zombie monks wore gray monk robes, but the monk robes were covered with dried blood. The skin on their faces was pale and tight, revealing a dead atmosphere. Their eyes were empty, but there was a strange smile on their lips. When the breeze blew, the smell of rotten meat spread. Their bodies twitched, and after seeing Ming-Su, they became excited, roared, and then rushed towards Ming-Su hysterically. "Roar! These zombies were all the original monks here. TSK. They are all monks. Mengsu yawned, took a look, and saw that they were all ordinary zombies. But their levels were a bit higher. About level 14-15. However, the level 14 and 15 of ordinary zombies were similar to the level 4 and 5 of mutant zombies. Mengsu didn't take them seriously at all. Go to hell. Mengsu didn't hesitate, holding the lightsaber, full of murderous intent. These monks might have been good people in their lives, and Mengsu thought it was a good way to send them to paradise early. So he killed them. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. And the master Duanmin who drove them stood indifferently in front of the Buddha statue, looking coldly at the scene in front of him. After Duanmin became the chosen one, the first thing he did was to frame all his fellow disciples, who worked in the same temple as him, and turn them into zombies, and then keep them in captivity. At the same time, using his identity as a monk, he widely spread the news of monks are compassionate in Zhangde City, making the survivors think that this is the last gathering place of survivors, in order to attract the survivors. When the survivors came, the young and strong men were brainwashed by him, and recruited to be his thugs. What about the old, weak, women and children? He fed them all to his fellow disciples. This is Master Duanmin, who is worthy of the name of a master. This bunch of trash is all garbage. Master Duanmin shook his head and looked at the two aces beside him, Kong Liang. Brother Duanhui, it's up to you next. After Master Duanmin finished speaking, Kong Liang, who had turned into a zombie, and another zombie monk turned their stiff heads at the same time. Go! Master Duanmin waved his hand, and Kong Liang and another zombie monk immediately responded and left. As the two special zombies moved forward, Master Duanmin also showed a confident smile. This was his trump card, and it had killed many superpowers. It was just a pity that the guy who had been yelling outside seemed to be dead, and there was no complete body left, and he failed to transform into a jihadist. This made Duanmin a little regretful, and he felt that he had lost a useful chess piece. But it doesn't matter, as long as the person outside is killed. The body of the person outside can be used to do things. Thinking of this, Duanmin laughed strangely again. His eyes were always fixed on the direction of Kong Liang and his senior brother Duanhui, wanting to see them destroy Mengsu. At this moment, Mengsu had already slaughtered all the zombie monks. As soon as he raised his eyes, he saw Kong Liang and another larger zombie monk walking towards him. Seeing this, Mengsu was surprised. Oh, you turned into a zombie? It's a pity. Kong Liang has turned into a zombie. The following plot cannot be filmed. After all, there are still scenes where he is eaten by zombies. No choice. It seems that we can only change the script. Mengsu couldn't help but sigh, but he still adjusted the camera on his chest, feeling very sorry. Facing the two mutant zombies in front of him, Mengsu could only yawn. One is level 17, the other is level 18. No, which version of zombies are these? Did the version update leave you behind? What era is this? Level 27, level 28 zombies can only give pressure. What's the use of these level 17, level 18 mutant zombies? Mengsu shook his head and looked at Master Duanmin, who was smiling carefully and looking quite high-spirited, and couldn't help but feel pity. This is the result of staying in the novice village all the time. You have no idea what the outside version has reached, and you still think you are invincible. Mengsu shook his head, and then without hesitation, he stepped forward, flashed behind the zombie monk Duanhui, slashed with a sword, and instantly cut him in the waist. Then, Mengsu flashed again and disappeared, and appeared next to Master Duanmin. Mengsu looked at Master Duanmin with a look of pity, and then slowly said, "The chosen one of Zhangde City is vulnerable. You will. Oh! There is no future. Be careful in your next life." Chapter 258. Entertainment people are zombies, it's normal. After a while, in the peaceful and tranquil ancient temple, only Mengsu and Kong Liang came out. But Mengsu was carrying a white suitcase, while Kong Liang was holding 4 giant squid tentacles. After coming out, Mengsu looked back at the ancient temple. In his eyes, there were complex emotions. Generally, it was a feeling of dissatisfaction. There was a sense of, I came all the way here, and this is the result. But after thinking about it, I should be relieved. Zhangde City is just an ordinary small city. In this city, there will naturally not be any powerful talents. It is not much different from Huqing City. And the enemies in Huqing City that brought some challenges to Meng Su were all encountered when Meng Su was not that strong, so they seemed particularly strong. Now if you think about it carefully, in fact, they are not much different from Kong Liang, One-Eyed Dragon and Master Duanmin. But if you say that these chosen ones in Zhangde City are useless, it is not the case. After all, the one-eyed man still gave Meng Su a pretty good charcoal grilled octopus set meal. It saved Meng Su a lot of bonuses. Forget it, I'd rather not think about it, let's eat first. Meng Su shook his head, casually commanded the zombie employees around him to pick up some firewood, then took out a lighter, casually lit the flame, then squatted on the ground, and roasted all the octopus tentacles in the fire at once, carelessly. Meng Su is not a chef, just roast them a few times for the sake of showing his respect. After thinking about it, Meng Su felt that it would be bad without seasoning. He took out an evolution crystal, crushed it into powder, and sprinkled it on the octopus tentacles being grilled. The zombie employees, who were not interested in the grilled octopus, became excited all of a sudden. Seeing the zombie employees around him glowing green, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction and sighed. Even zombies are salivating over the octopus I made, forgetting the benefits of eating meat. I am really a great chef. Meng Su was extremely satisfied. But seeing that the zombie employees around him were already impatient, Meng Su was generous and generous. So he simply stopped grilling and took out the semi-finished grilled octopus directly. Then drew out the lightsaber and began to divide them into small pieces for each person. It can only be said that the lightsaber never dreamed that one day he would become a kitchen utensil. However, no matter what, Meng Su's distribution was still perfect. 1, 2, 3. The hard-working Meng Su never thought that he could eat one. He was always thinking about giving benefits to his employees. If he ate one more, the employees would eat one less. It can only be said that if one of the top 10 chairmen of the East Country is touched, Meng Su must have a place. There are 19 portions in total. Exactly. Wait a minute. 19 portions? Meng Su was suddenly startled. And then he waved his hand. Why is there one more? Meng Su did not hesitate, and looked directly, but saw a thin figure squatting on the ground in the corner, showing off the charcoal grilled octopus that Meng Su had just distributed. If it's not my friend, who are you sending it to? Meng Su was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. He was careless for a moment, and didn't notice that there was a zombie next to him. Of course, it was also because the other party had no hostility towards Meng Su. Otherwise, Meng Su would have been able to detect it at the first time. But to be honest, Meng Su was still a little careless. The other party was also quite skilled. Meng Su was a little interested, and couldn't help but observe the other party's words and expressions, and check the other party's information. Name, Luo Xinchan. Occupation, Zombie Stalker. Level 21. Luo Xinchan? Meng Su felt that this name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Oh, yes. A new generation female star born in the 2000s. Meng Su suddenly thought of this person, and immediately realized it. Meng Su had watched several TV series of this actress, all of which were rated very high. Of course, Luo Xinchan was not the heroine with a lot of scenes, but just a little girl who played a certain role in the series, and she often appeared as the daughter or niece of the male and female protagonists. So, it's a relatively likable character. So, why the hell are you here? Aren't you from the famous ancient capital Luocheng? Luocheng is in Zhongyuan province, which is a long way from here. To put it another way, even if she doesn't live in Luocheng now, Meng Su also remembers that she seems to be filming in the imperial capital, which is even farther away. She came all the way here. Meng Su can only say that the perfect life system has taken effect. Meng Su looked at Luo Xinchan, and Luo Xinchan faced Meng Su's gaze, without any discomfort, but actively integrated into it, eating charcoal grilled octopus with big mouthfuls, and didn't care about Meng Su's gaze at all. So, this is the entertainment talent, right? Meng Su nodded, thinking that this made sense. The talents he had drawn before all attacked in the form of zombies, and later they attacked more in human form. So much so that Meng Su had forgotten about the zombie talents. Now after seeing Luo Xinchan, Meng Su remembered that there was such a talent. So, there is only one entertainment talent left. Meng Su nodded, and then took a closer look at Luo Xinchan's face. Her face was like a mud monkey, and she didn't look as clever and smart as in movies and TV series. But the outline can still be roughly seen. Ah! At this moment, Luo Xinchan had finished eating the charcoal grilled octopus, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth, and after a roar at Meng Su, seemingly signaling Meng Su to add another serving of octopus. Seeing this, Meng Su randomly cut another serving of octopus and handed it to Luo Xinchan. After seeing the octopus, Luo Xinchan continued to eat it with big mouthfuls, not caring about her image at all. Seeing this, Meng Su thought about it, but didn't have much to say. Eat as much as you can. Since Luo Xinchan's face has not been damaged, it is just right for her to participate in the movie, play multiple roles, and show her face. More movie stars in the peaceful era can evoke some nostalgia in the audience. After all, a new face and a familiar face. The familiar face can naturally resonate more, at least much better than a new face. Come to work in my company, and I will give you 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, Meng Su said to Luo Xinchan seriously, wanting to make the contract effective and to persuade the zombie in front of him, who looked easy to talk to surrender. After hearing this, Luo Xinchan glanced at Meng Su and said nothing. Perhaps she couldn't speak, but just pointed at the octopus tentacles. Seeing this, Meng Su immediately said, "Food is provided." It was not known whether he understood or not, and Luo Xinchan did not say much. But a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of Meng Su. Recruitment of entertainment talent Luo Xinchan was successful, and she has joined the Order Interactive Entertainment Brokerage Entertainment Company. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. She is a foodie. Very good. I can use this in the future to carry out the salary recovery plan. Charcoal grilled octopus, priced at 3,000 per serving. With the way Luo Xinchan eats, 3 meals can earn back all the salary. Very good. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Then stretched, yawned, adjusted his camera, sat there, let the zombie employees in front of him eat octopus quietly, and watched the video. It's average. The camera shakes. Oh, forget it. It's all right. Meng Su sighed at first, but thought about it carefully, and felt that this was also possible. Only shaking shots can be authentic. Some shots shot in pseudo-documentaries. Aren't they like this? This trip was very good. The leader of the Chosen Ones in Zhangde City was eliminated, which laid a good foundation for the next battle to conquer Zhangde City. Luo Xinchan, a zombie actor, was recruited, and some movie shots were completed. Perfect. Touched. I am the best chairman. I do the work myself. The only thing that can be compared with Meng Su is that when QQ was just launched, President Ma personally played the role of a little girl and flirted with an online geek. After eating, pack up and prepare to return. Meng Su saw that the big octopus was almost eaten, and immediately said something, and at the same time began to think. There is another entertainment talent. Luo Xinchan from Zhongyuan province came all the way here. And what about the other one? He is even farther away than Luo Xinchan. He won't give me a foreigner. Will he? Summoned directly from Hawaii? Thinking of the experience of his chief biological expert Adela, Meng Su was very calm. The perfect life system can do anything. Even if Lu Dahua from Africa was directly sent here, Meng Su would not feel surprised at all. After hearing Meng Su's words, Luo Xinchan nodded immediately, then stood up, followed Meng Su closely, and squeezed out one of the 5 tigers of the propaganda department and Kong Liang's position without hesitation. Then, she blinked at Meng Su, and stared at Meng Su's pocket. Seeing Luo Xinchan's look, Meng Su immediately knew what she was up to. Are you born in the year of the dog? You have such a sharp nose. You know I have evolution crystals here? Seeing this, Meng Su understood why Luo Xinchan could become a wild special zombie above level 20. With this sensitivity, Meng Su would think there was something fishy going on if she didn't become a zombie above level 20. Forget it. I'll give it to you. Seeing this, Meng Su threw it to Luo Xinchan without caring. There was no point for Meng Su to keep it, as there were about 300 or 400 ordinary evolution crystals in the company's asset library. Besides, Meng Su even had 2 evolution gems that he hadn't used yet. After getting Meng Su's evolution crystal, Luo Xinchan immediately smiled, but her pale face showed this smile, which seemed a bit strange, but also quite cute. And Kong Liang, who was standing by, seemed to have noticed this, also showed a pale smile. Seeing Kong Liang's smile, Meng Su's smile disappeared. No, don't you know what you look like? No. Take a piss and look at yourself, then smile. Meng Su scolded Kong Liang with a stern face, and Kong Liang's smile disappeared when he saw this. From now on, I will never laugh again. JPG Kong Liang put on a Sima face. In a mighty way, Meng Su went down the mountain. If you didn't know, you would think they were here for a spring outing. As he walked down the mountain, he suddenly met a group of survivors who looked dusty. Everyone keep up, be careful. Now that we are at Hongda Temple, there is hope for everyone. Be careful of your steps, don't get caught by zombies. The voices of the survivors kept coming and going in his ears, but the difference was that the voices were very low, as if to prevent the zombies from discovering their whereabouts. But they just ran into Meng Su head-on. And this team of survivors, after seeing Meng Su's huge group of corpses, could not help but be stunned, and were obviously stunned where they were. And after seeing the situation of this team of survivors, Meng Su was also a little surprised, and then said, "Don't worry, we are all good people." "I don't believe you." The leader of the team of survivors was terrified, and just as he was about to turn around and run, he found a cold figure behind him. It was Luo Xinchan. Very fast, this is the stalker. Seeing Luo Xinchan appear behind them, the survivors were immediately startled, and at this moment, Meng Su glanced at the 5 or 6 survivors, and said casually, "The camp above was originally the chosen ones, spreading rumors, and tricking you survivors to go over and kill them. I killed all the chosen ones in the temple, so this place is considered safe. You can wait up there for the safe zone in Heqing City to conquer Zhanda." After that, Meng Su waved his hand, asking Luo Xinchan to come back, and not to block her way. Seeing Meng Su's gesture, Luo Xinchan did not make any trouble, and returned to Meng Su's side obediently, without blocking Meng Su's way. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then called the zombie employees to go down the mountain in a mighty manner. All this happened in a flash, which caught the survivors off guard, and they didn't know what to say. "Ah!" Looking at Meng Su's receding back, the captain of the survivor team finally reacted, and didn't know what to say. Meng Su's words were too shocking. Of course, what was more shocking than Meng Su's words was Meng Su's behavior. A middle-aged woman in the team was filled with fear, and she subconsciously muttered to herself, "Why are there so many zombies following him? And why didn't these zombies attack us?" No one could answer this question. They didn't know what was going on. If they hadn't run out of ammunition and food, they wouldn't be here. A young man in the survivor team saw this, and asked the team leader, "Old Zhao, do you think he is telling the truth? Whether it is true or not, we have to go up the mountain." Old Zhao took a deep breath, and said to the survivors, who seemed a little hesitant, "Let's keep going. If it is true, we can just go up and occupy this advantageous terrain. If it is false, we can also meet up with the original master of Hongda Temple." Chapter 259 Peace Order Group Special Planning Area. Rainy night, overpass Maybach. It's just that the driver is not Chu Ziheng, but Meng Su. Only Kong Liang in the back seat, and Luo Xinchan in the front passenger seat are sitting in the car. As for the other zombie employees, including one of the 5 tigers of the propaganda department, Meng Su arranged them near Zhanda City to control the traffic arteries, and facilitate the communication between Shunfeng Branch and Heqing Head Office. Back in Heqing City, Meng Su entered by face recognition and identity verification. The journey was smooth, just like returning home. Very smooth. Oh, yes. It was just like returning home. It was just that it was evening when we left, and it was noon when we returned. Meng Su had nothing else to say, but calmly went to the company building. The changes in the Peace Order Group Special Planning Area can be said to be changing with each passing day, and there are completely different situations every day. Through the desolate streets and various barbed wire fences, Meng Su arrived at a sign that read Peace Order Group Special Planning Area, and immediately felt the different situation. As soon as you enter, you can see roses planted on both sides of the road, as well as some pea shooters and vines that appear occasionally, which look very lively. However, if you look closely, you can see some zombies falling in the flowers, being dragged into the soil by the vines, and becoming nutrients for the roses, pea shooters and vines. This green plant looks colorful and full of vitality, but it is actually a cannibalistic green plant with hidden murderous intent. The only difference is that they will only devour zombies that stray into this place, and have a strong ability to distinguish pedestrians. After driving in, you can occasionally see security forces wearing order guard uniforms patrolling in groups on the road, but they are in groups of 3 or 2, and they seem to be a little weak, and they are not equipped with firearms, but simply holding some cold weapons. These are naturally the ground cleaning troops composed of ordinary zombies. The reason for the empty defense, on the one hand, is that there will be 2 or 3 pea shooters forming a pea shooter killing array every kilometer. The demand for patrol personnel is greatly reduced. On the other hand, they are all sent out to perform dangerous tasks to earn credit points for Meng-Su, so the defense strength is naturally not enough. But this is not a big problem. After all, the location of this Peace Order Group Special Planning Area belongs to the central area of Heqing District. South of the Peace Order Group, there is a garrison of nearly 1,000 troops, mainly to guard against the zombies that may roam in this area of Wuyong City. Of course, no one knows what they are guarding against, and Meng-Su doesn't care much about it. Along the way, there are beautiful mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming. On the way, we passed a military factory. At this moment, the military factory has just been listed, and there are not enough scientific researchers to enter for research, but security has been equipped, and a 50-man armed force from the Order Guard Security Company is guarding the military factory. It includes 4 special operations teams and a terrorist mobile team, which is a joint defense of humans and zombies, and joint defense of hot weapons and cold weapons. Li Daong, an 8th-level fitter, is the director of the first weapon manufacturing factory of the Peace Order Group, whose rank is at the level of general manager. As for Guangqing, he can just focus on researching new inventions. After all, it has come to this point, and only one academician-level expert has been recruited. If we don't squeeze him, and let him play his full role, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste? After Maybach passed the factory, it soon arrived at the company building. There are quite a lot of vacancies along the way, which is indeed suitable for building many new factories. After getting off the car, looking at Zhang Qingyang, who was very respectful in front of him, Meng-Su said casually, "I told Qiu Yu before I left and asked her to compile a list of the company's personnel and the distribution of superpowers. How is the statistics?" Although Meng-Su's company background can directly see employee data, it can only be seen by employees who have truly joined Meng-Su's company. That is, employees of the Peace Order Group headquarters and branches, Order Guard Security Company and Order Interactive Entertainment Company, some temporary workers, and the staff in the security zone who were temporarily sent to help will not be displayed. So Meng-Su now needs to know a total number. And by the way, see if the number of formal employees matches his own background, to see if there are any hidden ones. After hearing Meng-Su's inquiry, Zhang Qingyang nodded immediately, and then said, "Mr. Meng, Mr. N has prepared it, and it is in your office." At the same time, Zhang Yuqing has been playing in the dangerous area of Wuyong City recently, and he will bring back some evolution crystals every now and then. Moreover, he has proposed several times that he wants to join our Order Guard. What do you think? The last sentence was asked cautiously. "Oh, our company still has such a master." Meng-Su was a little surprised, and then said, "This Zhang Yuqing is a talent. Why don't I see her in the official employee list? She can kill people in dangerous areas of Wuyong City, and can kill zombies that can condense evolution crystals. The level of her supernatural power should be very high. Right?" "Ah?" Hearing Meng-Su's question, Zhang Qingyang only felt that his brain was a little out of order, and he didn't react. You don't know Zhang Yuqing?" Meng-Su was very dissatisfied with Zhang Qingyang's state, and then said unkindly, "Who is this? Why should I know her? She also brought 1 billion to join. This little Zhang, what's the matter? You are asking the chairman, right? It seems that you will stay in the position of department manager in this life." Meng-Su felt sorry for this young man, who had no progressive ideas, and decided to transfer him to the Magic City office for some training tomorrow. It was a bit hard to say, the once most prosperous city, but now it has fallen to the point where employees are assigned to work. There was no way. Magic City had many people and talents before, but after the end of the world, there are many zombies, many mutant zombies, and it is extremely dangerous. It can only be said that the end of the world has changed the good environment. Zhang Qingyang realized that something was wrong at this moment, and immediately whispered, "Mr. Meng, not long ago, a little girl was sent to the safe zone, named Zhang Yuqing, and she claimed to be your apprentice in Magic City, and she followed you all the way back from Magic City." "Meng-Su? I accepted an apprentice? How come I didn't know?" Meng-Su felt a little dizzy. He didn't even know that he was accepting a disciple, although he often said accepting a disciple contemptuously after winning a fight. It didn't mean that Meng-Su really wanted to accept a disciple. Moreover, the name Zhang Yuqing sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking for a while, Meng Su immediately thought of who Zhang Yuqing was. After all, Meng Su was a superhuman, and his memory was very strong. He just didn't think about it carefully before. Now that he thought about it carefully, he already knew who Zhang Yuqing was. It was the little girl protected by Lu Jiaming, the one who completed her mission inexplicably. Oh! It turned out that she was not found by the Magic City office, but fled to our Hitching City, pretending to be my apprentice, and sneaked into my peace order group. Meng Su couldn't help but feel a little distressed. No. What kind of civ is the peace order group? How can you sneak in just by saying you are my apprentice? What if a woman says she is my wife tomorrow? Can she sneak in too? And Zhang Yuqing has this ability. Does she still need Lu Jiaming to escort her to the Magic City? Who is escorting whom? Lu Jiaming is the one being escorted. Seeing Meng Su's gloomy expression, Zhang Qingyang remained silent. But he did not have a god's perspective. And he thought of another possibility, which made him feel a little creepy. After all, Zhang Yuqing was set by the safe zone. Could it be? In an instant, Zhang Qingyang thought of many possibilities, from the conspiracy and deception to the hidden clues. For a moment, Zhang Qingyang felt that the war that might determine the future fate of mankind was about to start. But just when Zhang Qingyang was guessing, Meng Su waved his hand and said, "Oh, Zhang Yuqing is indeed from the Magic City. But she is not my apprentice. There may be some misunderstanding. Wait for her to come to my office when she comes back." This sentence broke Zhang Qingyang's wild thoughts. However, Zhang Qingyang did not feel embarrassed. He just nodded, and then glanced at the small figure behind Meng Su, and was a little stunned. It was not that Zhang Qingyang saw Luo Xinchan's identity, but because Zhang Qingyang was curious about where Meng Su caught a little mud monkey, which was really shameless. But the eyes of this little mud monkey were quite scary. It should be a ruthless person, otherwise Mr. Meng would not personally let her be the co-pilot. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingyang showed a friendly smile. Luo Xinchan just glanced at Zhang Qingyang coldly, and then reluctantly followed Meng Su to another location. For Luo Xinchan, the atmosphere here made her feel uncomfortable. There were small breads everywhere that moved, but they couldn't be eaten. It was annoying. The small breads Luo Xinchan was referring to were the zombie employees of the violent terrorist mobile team, as well as the human employees with special powers. As for ordinary human employees and ordinary zombies, for Luo Xinchan, they were just hard to swallow choking vegetables, so unpalatable that even dogs wouldn't eat them. The level 20 zombies in the wild are all like this. They mainly hunt other zombies and zombie companions. They don't hunt people with special abilities very often, because people with special abilities are rare, and most of them help each other. Understand that unity is strength, and have a lot of guns around them. So it is difficult for zombies in the wild to attack people with special abilities. However, Meng Su didn't care about that, but walked straight to the direction of the mechanical laboratory, and at the same time began to mobilize his Red Heart model intelligent rifle to see what this thing is like. Soon, Meng Su came to the warehouse next to the mechanical laboratory. As soon as he entered, Meng Su waved his hand, and 10 boxes appeared in front of him. Meng Su took out one of them, opened it directly, and immediately saw a red-painted smart gun inside. This gun looks very technological, like a prop that only appears in games or movies. Very dreamy. The surface of the gun is not a monotonous red, but a red with a metallic luster, like a long-dried blood stain, revealing a biting coldness in the sun. The lines are smooth and sharp, like a red lightning, cutting through the gray sky. The entire gun is made of a light but strong alloy material, which can maintain its original luster and shape even in the cruel environment of the apocalypse. A small energy display is embedded above the trigger, and the green light looks particularly mysterious in the dim environment. The barrel is engraved with delicate textures, and every time the trigger is pulled, the complex internal mechanical structure is accurately activated. The scope, tactical light, tripod connection port, and other auxiliary functions are very convenient. You can basically understand its function without much explanation. It looks 100 times more invincible than the insect killer. Item name: Red Heart Intelligent Assault Rifle. Item introduction: Assault rifle equipped with a highly offline artificial intelligence system, with the function of automatic aiming within a certain range, can be equipped with conventional bullets and split bullets, extremely powerful. Please pay attention to use. How to use: pull the trigger. Looking at this assault rifle, Meng Su couldn't help but marvel, feeling extremely satisfied. Now everyone is in trouble. aiming assistance, automatic locking. It's just a pity that there are only 10. However, Meng Su's company, what it lacks the most is innovation. When his top AI technology is in place, with the top intelligence talents, Meng Su believes that he will be able to reproduce the firearms with almost the same functions. Then everything will be easy. So, Meng Su put the firearm he took out back, and then picked up the box, came to the door of the warehouse, and said to the two guarding employees, "Give this box to Guangqing, let Chief Designer Hua and Chief Designer Yin of the data center study it together. If you have any difficulties, you can come to my office, but be quick." After that, Meng Su did not continue to deal with the remaining 9 weapons, intending to select an elite team to send these 9 firearms out, specializing in important projects. After saying that, Meng Su stretched his body. This time, there is still one key point that has not been completed. That is to take the 2 evolution gems, transform them into breakthrough points, and take his physical strength to a higher level. He has not swallowed the evolution gems for a long time. Before, when he was outside, he was worried that someone with ulterior motives would find a loophole and launch an attack. Now in his base camp, is there any other loophole? If there is any loophole, then he can only say that he should die. However, before doing these things, Meng Su still had one thing to do. "Kong Liang, I've exchanged a set of combat uniforms for you. When you are free, you can wear the combat uniforms and go out on patrol. When you are not free, you can take them off and play the villain." Meng Su calmly directed Kong Liang behind him. After directing Kong Liang, there was another follower who gave Meng Su a headache, Luo Xinchan. "You? Forget it. You follow me first." Luo Xinchan is different from Kong Liang. Kong Liang has not reached level 20. His thinking is not active, and he can fool around easily. Luo Xinchan reached level 20 or above outside, so she has some thoughts of her own. Although this kind of thinking is not very high, it still exists, and has a certain subjective ability. Just like a domestic cat, it still knows how to shake its head and shake hands. Therefore, it is necessary to be cautious in handling it. Otherwise, if you say patrol, she will go out and kill all living creatures that can move. Chapter 260 times have changed, now I am the boss. I have been killing zombies for 10 years in the zombie apocalypse. My heart has long been as cold as my knife. This was Meng Su's original idea. But after swallowing 2 evolution gems, Meng Su is still a little excited, and feels very comfortable. Why? Because you have obtained 3 breakthrough points. Woohoo! Take off. Meng Su woohooed, and then without hesitation, directly chose to add points. Hurry up and add points, I can't wait to improve myself. How can the system be so inconvenient? Accompanying Meng Su's choice, instantly, Meng Su's muscles all over his body made a crackling sound, and there was a feeling that his strength was growing rapidly. Breakthrough successful. Your current physical value is 34 points. After increasing his physical value by 3 points in one go, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, feeling full of strength. The strength increase brought by the system is more reassuring. Although Meng Su still has some sequelae of swallowing the evolution gem, he feels a little dizzy, as if he has used the air conditioner too much. Although it is a little uncomfortable, but it is generally not a problem. After all, Meng Su only exchanged a cold medicine this time, and did not exchange the super immune medicine, all relying on 36 points of spirit to resist. It seems that ordinary evolution gems are probably reaching their limit. Meng Su shook his head, and a strange and absurd thought emerged in his mind. But he is also Han Pao Pao. There is also a limit to the improvement of elixirs. However, compared to Han Pao Pao, Meng Su felt that his personality was more arrogant, but they were not so similar. After shaking his head, Meng Su looked at the long list of names on the table, and began to read it. According to the situation on the table, His Majesty Meng Su is now more than 7,000. Among them, there are 1,000 people in the headquarters, there are 4,000 people in order, there are 500 people in order interoperability, the remaining 1,500 people are temporary workers. Hands recruited fast, only a few weeks, the personnel expanded more than double. However, Meng Su can see the accurate word number of official employees here, 5674. The remaining 1,500 people, not a formal employee. My official employee, it's about to break through. Meng Su is a little melancholy. 3 months ago, he never thought he had paid himself. 45 million are required. Fortunately, the order guards make money. Not only pensions. The security zone will also pay for the missions. Meng Su can make a small profit of 3 to 4 million a month. The reason why the company has so many people now is entirely because of the establishment of the factory and the recruitment of talents at all levels. Within 2 days after the establishment of the military factory, more than 800 people were selected from the security zone and joined the company. Although the military factory has not yet made a profit for Meng Su, he believes that as long as he reaches a cooperation with the security zone, the gun will not be a problem to sell, especially the intelligent weapons that may be designed in the future. As for the temporary workers, they do not have strong professional skills, but their abilities are not bad either, and they participate in the company's infrastructure construction as backup employees. At this moment, Meng Su had a rather strange feeling in his heart. What a strange feeling, my company actually started to make money, and I don't need to do tasks to support them. Dream. When Meng Su started the company, he never thought that there would be such a day. The company is profitable, my youth is over. After thinking about this in his mind, Meng Su looked at the intelligence again, and took a look at the outstanding and advanced employees in each department. Not bad, not bad. Meng Su nodded, boasted about these outstanding and advanced workers, then picked up the landline on the office desk and made a call. Hello, it's me. I asked the advanced workers of last quarter to come to my office. To Peace Square, I want to praise them in person. At the same time, let Shen Zhaozhao select the 9 most elite warriors from the current human employees of the Order Guard, and let them wait in Peace Square as well. These outstanding and advanced employees are the core backbone of the Peace Order group, so Meng Su decided to give them the identity of superpowers, and will use the evolution crystals to transform them into superpowers. Although, Meng Su now has a lot of evolution crystals in his pocket, but Meng Su actually intends to use these evolution crystals to form more violent terrorist mobile teams. It's not that human superpowers can't do it, but the violent terrorist mobile teams of mutant zombies are more cost-effective. On the one hand, using evolution crystals to transform human superpowers requires Meng Su to use extra points to exchange for some precautions. On the other hand, the violent terrorist mobile teams can perform dangerous tasks, and if they die, the pension will be much higher than that of ordinary zombie employees. As one side gains, the other side loses. Meng Su is naturally more willing to choose the zombies. Su Xinjin on the other side of the phone was obviously a little caught off guard. She didn't expect Meng Su to call her, but she still replied immediately, got it. After hanging up the phone, Meng Su stretched his body, while Luo Xinchan was squatting in the corner in a daze, with 2 cats in front of him circling around Luo Xinchan. These 2 cats were the zombie kittens that Meng Su had caught when he went out before. But now, they are no longer zombie kittens, but zombie big cats. Looking at them, they have already reached adult size, but they are still growing. It is not surprising that they will grow into the size of a leopard in the future. Meow. Meow. Meng Su stood up, and picked up the calico cat without hesitation, and then, under the innocent expression of the calico cat, he imitated the Godfather's attitude and calmly prepared to go downstairs. But just as he stood up with the cat in his arms, Meng Su heard footsteps coming from outside, so he calmly waited for the person to come. The next second, Zhang Luanping knocked on the office door. Mr. Ming. According to the instructions of General Liu of the security zone, the list of people to be sent to Shengfeng City has been sorted out. Please take a look. Meng Su did not let Zhang Luanping in, but took the initiative to open the door of the office, and said to Zhang Luanping, who is the leader? Zhang Luanping did not expect Meng Su to come out. He was a little surprised for a moment, but he still said honestly, the person in charge is named Wang Yonghao, and his deputy is Song Yufan. Song Yufan? Meng Su was somewhat familiar with this name, but he soon remembered who Song Yufan was. It was 3 months ago, the first few days of the apocalypse. The boss of the rotating hot pot restaurant was not bad. When Meng Su returned to Jiuchang Street before, he wanted to take this boss to the company for refuge, but when he got there, he found out that this boss Song actually took the initiative and took the risk to take people to the safe zone. Now it seems that he really arrived in the safe zone, and he has made a name for himself in the safe zone. Not bad. It's good for him to go to Shengfeng City. Meng Su nodded, but he didn't care much about the main person in charge, but said to Zhang Luanping, okay, you should do what you should do. Your daughter has been filming well recently, but education is still the first priority. Don't forget to urge her to go to school while filming. You can't delay her education because of this. Education is very important. Although Meng Su thought that the girl from Zhang Luanping's family seemed to be SOSO, and she couldn't learn it even if she was given special training. But even if there was only a 1 in 100,000 chance of success, he would still take a chance. After hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping immediately broke out in a sweat and said, "I understand. Please rest assured, Mr. Meng. After filming this play, I will definitely put an end to Zhang Wenqi's acting career until she completes all her studies." "Oh, I just said it casually." Meng Su didn't have much time to talk to Zhang Luanping about the child's education. He just waved his hand, took the elevator, and went downstairs with the cat and Luo Xinshan. Zhang Luanping was left fighting with the air, thinking about the deep meaning of Meng Su's words. After going downstairs by elevator, Meng Su sat on the first floor for a while, and saw people gathering in Peace Square one after another. Peace Square is actually just the empty square between the two buildings of the company, Building A and Building B. For the convenience of calling it, it was given a name. In the past, many famous scenes happened there, and Meng Su was used to holding large meetings there. Boss Meng, except for the advanced employees who are on duty as order guards. All others, including the temporary workers, have assembled. Su Jinjin trotted over, carrying a folder, looking like a professional secretary. She also looked at Luo Xinshan curiously, wondering where Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Li were, and why they were not with Meng Su. "Yeah." After hearing Su Jinjin's words, Meng Su nodded, stood up lazily, yawned, and threw the white suitcase to Luo Xinshan. "I almost forgot. Be more discerning in the future. And it's the right thing to follow the boss and carry his bag." After throwing it, Meng Su was very relaxed, and walked towards the Peace Square with big strides. Su Jinjin hurriedly followed in small steps. Luo Xinshan was very curious about the white briefcase that Meng Su had just thrown to her. She even couldn't help biting it with her teeth. After finding that she couldn't bite it, she hugged the white briefcase and followed Meng Su. Meng Su came to these outstanding employees, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Everyone, you are all elites of my group. I have gathered you here today, and naturally I want to give you some honors." After that, Meng Su used the observation function to check the information panel of these outstanding employees in front of him. There were about 30 people gathered in front of him, and it looked very impressive. "You have sacrificed your lives for the company, and worked day and night. I am very pleased. So, Meng Su was halfway through his speech when he suddenly saw two information panels that were not so harmonious. They were both excellent representatives of temporary workers. One man and one woman. Name, Li Yu. Occupation, psycho. Perverted murderer. Warden. Level, 8 out of 10. Name, Gan Ing. Occupation, leader. Perverted murderer. Psycho. Executioner. Level, 10/9/7/6. Looking at these two messages, Meng Su frowned for a moment. What happened? What's the situation with these two people? You should know that. The word perverted murderer appears in the occupation, not just a simple murderer. In terms of occupation, the display is still relatively cautious. If you kill someone in self-defense, or kill someone under forced circumstances, the occupation will not show relevant content. Only those who kill with real subjective intentions will be considered a murderer. And this perverted murderer naturally refers to those beasts who like to torture and kill, and hunt for novelties. How did these two beasts become excellent employees of my company? Why, when I am not in the company's recruitment level has gone downhill. And these two people seemed to notice that Meng Su was watching them. In an instant, the two of them suddenly felt a little nervous. Both of them are from a survivor organization in the nearby Sha City, formerly a large group, and later after taking control of power, it can be said that they have become local overlords, and have a deep connection with the Chosen One. Later, after they heard that there were some problems in Hiching City, they took the initiative to come here, intending to sneak in and see the situation. Especially the Peace Order group. They even wanted to lurk here. And in the future, they would work together to take over this place. They thought they were hiding well. But they didn't expect that they would be stared at by the rumored chairman Meng Su at their first meeting. What was going on? Just when the two were extremely nervous, Meng Su asked casually, "Where are you two from?" After hearing Meng Su's words, the woman was about to explain. But she saw that the man had already jumped up and attacked Meng Su at a very fast speed. Obviously, he planned to attack Meng Su and then escape. This scene happened very quickly. None of the other outstanding employees at the scene reacted, but the woman did. And also took action. It was just that her action was different from the man's. She ran backwards. Although the chairman Meng in front of him behaved mediocrely, and looked like a clay sculpture that could be manipulated at will. Gonning always felt that something was wrong. How could he be a mortal who could start from scratch and build such a magnificent foundation in the end times? Stupid! Meng Su snorted coldly, and at the moment when the manly youth suddenly jumped up, he slapped him with his palm, and instantly split his skull with his strong hand, shattering his skull, killing him on the spot. Looking at the fleeing Gonning, Meng Su did not move at all. The calico cat in his arms suddenly chased after her, as if it had seen a mouse. In the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with Gonning, who had run more than 10 meters away. It swung its claws and grabbed Gonning's back, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Gonning screamed and fell to the ground, and Meng Su had already stepped in front of her. Gonning, the woman in the temporary worker's uniform, was horrified. She didn't care about the pain, nor the shock of Meng Su's teleportation. She felt the danger of death approaching, and immediately shouted, "No! No! You can't kill me! I am..." But before she finished her words, Meng Su had already taken action, without hesitation, and waved his hand away. Meng Su's powerful fingers just like that, and directly grabbed Gonning's head, and once again launched a strong hand to split her skull. Blood splattered, and brain matter burst out. You can tell she's a novice. The veterans all say I'm XXX, you can't kill me. Meng Su shook his head, threw the corpse casually, and complained casually. Of course, even if the other party revealed her identity, it wouldn't stop Meng Su from killing her. You can do whatever you want. Times have changed. Now I'm the boss. What else could she be? Seeing the leader of the profession, Meng Su guessed it roughly. Most likely it was a gang organization entrenched in the end times, claiming to have some strength, and wanting to be the king. Maybe there were some big companies in the peaceful era before the end of the world. But in front of Meng Su, they were all baskets. Meng Su didn't even bother to ask who they were, and where their organization was. After all, if they swept through, everyone would be eliminated.